Marshall Peak Chapter 2101, Space Law Formation Space Law Formation Moksioki hearing this Yankai, ding ding dong dong thing. Marshall Peak Chapter 2102 Chapter 2102 Dead End. Jiang family. Yankai cold snort. No, I came here to find someone. Senior is not from Jiang family as expected. Zukang's voice suddenly rose a little bit, as if he couldn't believe it. This time, even the other martial artists looked at Yankai with joy, and the hazy eyes burst into rays of light, as if seeing some hope in the darkness. I lied to you what to do, Yankai shouted impatiently. I believe in Senior. Zukang didn't dare to question anymore, shouting, since Senior is not a Jiang family member, please also Senior to rescue me from Sea of Bitterness. Senior, help. Please, let us out. All around suddenly there was a cry for help. Those who were handcuffed and bound, the martial artists who lived freely, all looked at Yankai pleadingly. Zukang said, don't hide from Senior, most of us are martial artists scattered with no relatives and no reason. There are also people from small families who were caught here by Jiang family people at different times, mining minerals for them, and being punished for a little resistance. Some brothers have even died. I can't bear the torment, and the suffering is unspeakable. What minerals are you mining here? Yankai frowned. It's this, please. Senior. Zukang hearing this, quickly took out something from the basket next to it and handed it respectfully to Yankai. Yankai took a look, and suddenly said, purifying mind jade. He recognized this thing as a very rare jade stone, which can help martial artists. Purifying the mind and spirit has its special effects. When a martial artist is in retreat, practice cultivation technique or breakthrough state, if he can wear a piece of this kind of thing on his body, it can offset the harm of heart demon to a great extent. If it is worn all year round, there are some hidden benefits. Because of this kind of jade stone is very expensive. A piece the size of a thumbnail costs 2,000,003,000 source crystal, and the piece that Zukang picked up at hand is full of palm size. At least it's worth 100 source crystal. Not to mention that the basket is filled with more purifying mind jade. It turned out to be a purifying mind jade mine. No wonder the people of Jiang family act so sneaky and don't want to be discovered. If such a huge benefit is known to other forces, Jiang family alone will not be able to resist it. It is the city lord's mansion that will definitely step in to share a cup. But mining this thing definitely requires some labor, and Jiang family does not have enough labor, so it can only use other people's ideas. Martial artists who have no relatives, no reason, no background, and no backing at the cultivation level below St. King stage are the best candidates. Although Maplewood City is not big in the entire South Territory and the overall level of martial artists is not high, the number of people coming and people going is like crossing River Carp every day, and there are few St. King stages from time to time. The following martial artist will probably not be discovered by anyone. These people like Zukang were all caught in the mines to work hard. Jiang Ruoxi is obviously the same. In a short amount of time, Yankai understood everything, and then he realized why the group of Jiang family did not want to disclose the whereabouts of Jiang Ruoxi. Instead he went to Jiang family to inquire at that time. He pretended to be ignorant, and even remained unmoved when he saw the right conditions. It turned out to be afraid to reveal the secrets of this mine. Want to understand this? The cold light flashed in Yankai's eyes. Senior. Zukang cautiously looks at Yankai, not knowing what he is thinking at the moment. Stuff left. You can go. Yankai waved his hand. Huh? Zukang was taken aback, looking a little not knowing what to do. Yankai raised his hand and suddenly the golden light danced in the mine. One after another golden blood silk thread shot out, accompanied by a sound of kaka, restraining Zukang's free bracelets. All the anklets were chopped in two. Should I say you can go, or do you want to stay? Yankai glanced at Zukang, and didn't wait for him to say anything. He just beckoned and mined the ground. Those purifying mind jade were all collected into the own space ring. and then flew forward without stopping. After a while, Yang Kai heard a burst of cheering and excitement not far behind. Seeing that the bracelets and ankles were cut off, how can those martial artists doubt Yang Kai's words? The impatient person has rushed towards the exit. By the way, senior, don't go deep inside. The innermost is weird. Zukang was also pleased for a while, but as if thinking of something, he hurriedly shouted at Yang Kai. Where is Yang Kai's trace? He didn't know where he went deep. Senior should have heard it, right? Zukang tilted his head and thought for a while, then he didn't have the mind to think about it anymore. It has been 2 full years since he was arrested by Jiang family. He thought, I can't escape from this place for the rest of my life, and I will eventually die here. But I didn't expect the help of the nobles today, and the day will be seen again. Excited, Zukang hurriedly ran out, shouting loudly as he ran. After a short while, the entire mine was boiling, and countless martial artists who were caught mining minerals here rushed in desperation, venting the joy of regaining freedom. In the depths of the mine, Yang Kai followed the little beast all the way forward, passing along the road, and took all the mind-purifying mind jade into his bag. At the same time, he also used some means to cut off those mine slaves' bracelets and anklets. At the same time, somewhere in the deepest part of the mine, a delicate silhouette is running inward. Along with her movement, a crash-bang sound came out, which was the sound of the cuffed bracelet and anklet. Small is in ragged clothes, unkempt, and her face is dark, so she can't see her original appearance. But from her continuously looking back, she could still discern a trace of Zhang Ruoxi in her panicked eyes. Surviving in this mine is not simple. Since being sent here a month ago, Zhang Ruoxi has been exposed to darkness and fear that he has never touched in the past 10 years. Let's not mention the harsh requirements of the Jiang family people. You must dig enough minerals every day, otherwise you will be punished. So each and every one mining slaves are not easy to provoke. Guy, after being caught here and tortured, the temperament of those mine slaves have changed. Suddenly seeing a little girl who is single and weak, naturally many people are interested in her. It is also fortunate that Zhang Ruoxi now has the Saint King 2-layer peak cultivation level, otherwise there would be no way to gain a foothold here, and there would be no bones left. After a few short-eyed guys coveted Zhang Ruoxi's beauty and wanted to do something to her, but she taught fiercely a lesson. No one dared to trouble her anymore. In order to avoid similar troubles, she deliberately made her own human yet not human, ghost yet not a ghost. As expected, no one was interested in her anymore, and she settled down for a while. However, the daily work of mining ore is extremely difficult. The purifying mind jade is embedded in the rock and it takes a lot of effort to mine it. In just 1 month's time, the small girl lost a few layers of skin on her hands and feet, and her body, which was not a plump, became thinner. After working every day, she shed tears. Entering sleep with pain. When I wake up, I have to continue to endure painful life. I was spoiled in Jiang family since he was a child, and was regarded as pearl in the palm by Jiang family mistress. Zhang Ruoxi has never thought that there is such a dark place in this world. She missed her great-grandmother, she missed her grandmother, and everyone in the Jiang family. Every time, another face flashed before her eyes. That is Mr. Yang, who has reinvented her Jiang family. Mr. Yang, who hasn't come back since going out half a year ago. She doesn't have much contact with Mr. Although she has been with him for a while, Mr. never asks her for anything, and she doesn't even need to serve him, just let her live in peace. In the cave mansion, daily practice even gave a precious spirit pill. She can feel that Mr. is a good person and takes good care of her. She works hard and dare not slack off, because Mr. said that in the future, there may be places where her help may be needed. She wants to raise the own cultivation level as much as possible to repay Mr.'s kindness. But now, where are you, Mr.? Zhang Ruoxi shouted in his heart, staggering around in the mine tunnels, with the help of the mine tunnels. Familiar with avoiding chase from behind. At the most dangerous moment in her life, there was only one person in her mind, hoping that that person could descend in front of the owner like heavenly god. blocking the violent storms and rains that hit the owner, bring absolute security. But she knew it was impossible. The mine was so hidden that no one would be able to find it. Lowly maid, you are dead. Try to escape. If you ask me to catch it, you will have to taste the torture in the world. A devilish growl came from behind. Jiang Yuoxi's lovable body shuddered suddenly, and his heart was overwhelmed with great horror. I only felt that my feet were filled with lead, and I couldn't move forward. Shoes have long been lost on the run. Bare feet stepped in the cold and wet mine tunnel. Sharp stones drenched the fresh blood that pierced both feet. The pain has been numb. Jiang Yuoxi mechanically stepped forward, rushing to the next tunnel. She fell down and then got up again. Her eyes were suddenly blurred, and she almost passed out. Fiercely biting the tip of his tongue, a tingling sensation came. Jiang Yuoxi's mind suddenly changed for a moment, after identifying the direction of all around, clenched the teeth, rushed in one direction. There is a place that all mine slaves dare not approach. A few guys once ran there to mine, but never came back. Since then, no one dared to go there anymore. Now, that place of death has become her only hope of escape. In the silent mine tunnel, Jiang Yuoxi's rapid breathing sounded. She could even clearly hear her own violent heartbeat in the chest. The heartbeat was like a drum of war, as if it were about to burst out. After rushing for a long time, Jiang Yuoxi's suddenly figure stopped, staring at the front in a daze. His face revealed a trace of desperate expression. There is a dead end, there is no way out. At this moment, the sound of deng footsteps came from behind. Step by step, like death god whispering summon in his ear, Jiang Yuoxi's complexion turned palely, beautiful eyes like being covered by black clouds, full of despair, and no trace of light can be seen. Marshall Peak Chapter 2103 Chapter 2103 I didn't kill it. Under Jiang Yuoxi's horrified gaze, the white-robed man from Jiang family slowly revealed his figure. But at this moment, the martial artist of this Void King One layer looks a bit hideous. Anyone who has been hiding for a long time almost failed to catch even when the strength is very different. I am afraid that he will not be in a good mood. Raises the head, glanced at the dead end ahead. The white-robed man let out a deep hee-hee grin, suddenly became happy, and not as anxious as before, but at a moderate pace. Step by step, he approached Jiang Yuoxi, and said, "Lowly maid, you run, I see where you can go." Jiang Yuoxi's body was firmly attached to the cave wall. The beautiful eyes were full of horror. Looking at the silhouette that came closer to the owner, he shook his head continuously, and the lovable body trembled. This delicate appearance of her, not only failed to receive any pity, but also stimulated the unknown dark side of the white-robed man's heart, and his expression suddenly became excited. She couldn't help sticking out her tongue and licking the corner of her mouth, looking like a pair of index fingers moved. The white-robed man looked at Jiang Yuoxi, his sharp eyes flowed on the petite but increasingly plump body. The obscene rays of light flashed in his eyes, and the mouth made people have one's hair stand on end. The sound of yin laughter. Don't come over." Jiang Yuoxi shook his head vigorously, shrank his body into a ball, and pleaded bitterly. The white-robed man remained unmoved, and he was drawn close in just a few 10 feet. When he got closer, the white-robed man reached out and grabbed Jiang Yuoxi. At this moment, the weakness and pleading in Jiang Yuoxi's eyes flashed away, replaced by a kind of determination and courage. Saint Yuan's fluctuations and ups and downs, she didn't know when there was more. A sharp weapon like a dagger, power poured into it, and one raised his hand and pierced it straight toward the white-robed man's chest. If the strength of Jiang Yuoxi is equal, Jiang Yuoxi's attack may have more than half of the chance to succeed. But the cultivation level of the two people is too far apart. Even if Jiang Yuoxi's shot time is within the peak of the second, the moment when she is within the body Saint Yuan, the white-robed man has urged its own domain. The power of domain is not something a young female of Saint King Two layer can resist. So the dagger could only pierce the white-robed man's chest 3 inches away, and was confined there by an invisible force. No matter how hard Jiang Yuoxi tried, it still stagnated. Jang Yuoxi is really desperate this time. Raises the head and looks at the face close at hand. The face that was supposed to be pretty handsome at this moment actually showed the demonic grin and sarcasm of Nine Nether. Immediately, the white-robed man stretched out his hand, grabbed Jang Yuoxi's hair, and pressed her head fiercely against the cave wall. Bumped on the ground. Jang Yuoxi only felt a shock in his head, his skull pain was unbearable, and the golden star in front of him was violent. Lowly maid is so courageous, I dare to sneak attack me. The white-robed man grinned grinningly. Very well, I wanted to give you a happy one. But in that case, don't blame this king. It's vicious and merciless. While speaking, he stretched out his hand again, squeezed Jang Yuoxi's neck, and directly lifted her up, using his fingers slowly. Jang Yuoxi made the sound of woo-woo. His feet moved wildly, struggling hard, but in any case he could not get rid of the restraint of the other party. Slowly, his breathing became difficult, and his long eyelashes quickly blink, slowly losing the color in the field of vision. Through the dim perspective, Jang Yuoxi seemed to see that one silhouette rushed towards this very far place. With the help of the dim rays of light in the mine tunnel, she found that it was actually making her miss Mr. Yang for a long time. Mr.'s face is anxious at the moment, but the facial features are distorted for what reason, becoming extremely terrifying, as if extremely angry. The great-grandmother once said that before death, there will be some unfathomable mystery hallucinations. So it seems that this is also the hallucination of Own. Thinking like this, Jang Yuoxi slowly closed beautiful eyes with the strength of his whole body quickly passing away. But at this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly shot from there, dispelling the darkness in the mine in a short moment. The next moment, accompanied by a groan, the big hand holding the Own neck suddenly loosened. After being free from the restraints, the body immediately fell to the ground. Before it landed, Jang Yuoxi didn't know where the strength came from. He squeezed the dagger in his hand, got short, and suddenly slammed forward. Unexpectedly, the dagger in her hand was inserted smoothly into the chest of the white-robed man. After pulling it out, the fresh blood she brought up splashed with Jang Yuoxi's face. The warm and sticky feeling made her have one's hair stand on end. She just stayed for a while, suppressing the fear in her heart, raised the dagger again, and fiercely jabbed the white-robed man ahead fiercely. Puff puff. With each blow, the dagger's capital did not reach the handle, and the blood sprayed from the wound quickly poured her into a blood man, until the white-robed man on the opposite side opened his eyes wide and fell down with an unbelievable look. Jang Yuoxi just like awakened from a dream, staring at the corpse on the ground, for a long while without came back to his senses. She couldn't figure it out anyway. How could such a powerful person be stabbed to death by Own indiscriminately? Yuoxi. Not far away, it came. A low call. Jang Yuoxi shook his body and looked up, only to find that Yang Kai was standing there at Own 30 feet with a look of guilt. Looking at Own quietly. Mister? Jang Yuoxi could hardly believe Own's eyes, and said softly, for fear that the silhouette in front of her was an illusion. She hurriedly reached out and wiped her eyes, but she had forgotten. Own's hands were full of fresh blood at the moment. With such a wipe, the vision became blood-red, and it seemed extra terrifying. Until this moment, she seemed to be returning to her soul. She looked down at her hands full of fresh blood, her shivered, threw the dagger out, and her lovable body trembled violently. When Yang Kai saw this, he shook his figure and came to Jang Yuoxi, stretched out his hand to hold her hand wrist, and whispered, Yuoxi, are you okay? Jang Yuoxi slowly raised the head. The original clear beautiful eyes are now covered in blood. It is to be confirmed that the person standing in front of the owner is indeed Yang Kai, not the owner. After the phantom before his death, big tears came from the eyes. It overflowed, like a broken pearl, falling continuously. The feeling of grievance broke out. She shrugged her shoulders, choked up and said, first ... born, Yuoxi killed ... killed, I killed ... someone, Mr. Save me. Yang Kai stared at her quietly, frowning slightly. he can naturally see that Jiang Ruoxi seems to have suffered a huge shock at this moment. This shock was not because of being chased by the white-robed man before, nor was it because of escaping from the dead, but because someone died in her hands. Although that person was not a good thing, and even wanted to take her life at one time, Jiang Ruoxi couldn't bear it after the person was really pricked by her. Thinking about it carefully, Yang Kai is somewhat clear. Jiang Ruoxi is only 1,617 years old now. It is the cardamom years. He has been spoiled in Jiang family since he was a child. Although he is practiced, I am afraid that he has never fought life to death, let alone personally killed. For her, this kind of small girl, Anon's life is extremely precious. Now there is a living life, dying under her dagger. She is naturally a little unacceptable in a short time. Yang Kai recalled the first time that On murdered that year. He seemed to be extremely disturbed in his heart. This kind of anxiety and panic continued for a long time before it gradually disappeared, so that more people were killed later. It doesn't feel anymore. But Jiang Ruoxi is different. The white-robed man should be the first person to die in her hands. Thinking of this, Yang Kai sighed, stretched out his hand to take Jiang Ruoxi into his arms, patted her on the shoulder, with soft tone comforted, "That person was not killed by you, he died in my hands. When you poke him with a dagger, he is already out of breath." Jiang Ruoxi, hearing this, the lovable body that has been trembling violently has stabilized a lot, raises the head and looked at Yang Kai. Timidly she asked timidly, "Really?" "It is true, you see." Yang Kai, while speaking, stretched, beckoned. A golden blood silk thread suddenly shot out from the corpse on the ground within the body, wrapped around his fingertips. "This is what I killed him just now." "I didn't kill him." Jiang Ruoxi stared at the golden blood silk thread in a daze. The panic in the beautiful eyes gradually after dispersing, he showed a relieved expression. "You didn't kill it. Take a good night's sleep, and wake up, and nothing is lost." Yang Kai comforted him softly, while urging source strength a little, and poured Jiang Ruoxi into it. Within the body, for her to soothe the turbulent blood within the body. Maybe it was because of letting go of the burden in my heart, maybe because of being too tired. Jiang Ruoxi really fell into Yang Kai's arms like this, closing beautiful eyes, and there was a gentle light from the nose, the sound of breathing. After seeing her really asleep, Yang Kai was lightly sighed and hugged her sideways. Shwa shwa shwa. There was a splitting the air sound not far away. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and released spiritual mind to investigate. After he found out that the person was Moxioki, and stayed in place. After a while, Moxioki appeared not far in front of Yang Kai. Flying Batsiza screamed and rushed to Moxioki's shoulder. Moxioki looked at Yang Kai, and at the bloody corpse on the ground, and then at Jiang Ruoxi, who was held in his arms by Yang Kai, and asked, "This is Ruoxi younger sister, N." Yang Kai nodded. "Are you okay? Come here in time." At last nothing happened, just too tired to fall asleep. "Just be fine, okay." Moxioki reached out and patted the towering chest, which was also sighed in relief, but soon she started gnashing teeth. "Those Jiang family are really hateful. Big brother Yang, I have already inquired clear what is going on here. They how dare you looting and forcing the scattered martial artists to secretly mine minerals for them. It's like a bastard. I know a little bit about this too." Yang Kai flashed cold light in his eyes with a cold expression. He laughed lowly in his mouth. "Jiang family, you really want to kill someone? You are waiting." Martial Peak Chapter 2104. Chapter 2104. Shocking Change. Happy Holiday. Mo, I wish you all the book lovers a painful and happy Valentine's Day. Love will find a way. Jiang Ruoxi's experience made Yang Kai really fly into a rage out of humiliation. After all, On is now a principal source stage level powerhouse anyway. But it was because of negligence that he failed to take care of a small girl, and was caught here to mine. On went to Jiang family to inquire about the news, but Jiang family's senior management lied in front of owner. "That's all. Jiang family actually wants to kill people. How can Yang Kai tolerate this? He has secretly decided to go to Jiang family after he gets out of here and stir up the Jiang family heaven and earth turning upside down. The chickens and dogs are restless. Where is the Jiang family guarding the entrance? Yang Kai flashed the cold light in his eyes and solemnly asked. Still over there. Moxioki replied. Moreover, there are more than those two Jiang family members here. I ran into some on the way here, and they all used methods to knock them out. As for those who were caught here, they have been sent out through space law formation. Yang Kai slightly nodded. After they go out, presumably Jiang family's things here cannot be hidden. It is convenient for me to go to Jiang family to run amok. As a result, City Lord's mansion is not easy to intervene in the management. Then shall we go back now? Moxioki asked. Yang Kai nodded. The two people negotiated properly and prepared to return to Maplewood City. But at this moment, the mutation emerged. A burst of movement like the earth shook and the mountain quivered came from under the feet, making Moxioki and Yang Kai both complexion changed. At the same time, there was a crackling sound not far away. Yang Kai frowned, staring at the past along with the sound, and suddenly discovered that the cliff in front is filled with one after another blood-colored lines. Those lines look extremely complicated and mysterious, as if they are some kind of seal similar. The lines wriggle continuously, and as these lines wriggle, more blood is sucked over. Yang Kai discovered that the blood red was actually the color of fresh blood, and the source was the corpse of the Jiang family white-robe martial artist who fell on the ground before. The seal pattern on the cliff is now frantically devouring the fresh blood flowing out of the white-robe martial artist. As the fresh blood is poured in, the blood-red seal pattern creeps faster and faster. What is this? Yang Kai complexion greatly changed, staring at the front uncertainly. Moxioki's expression suddenly became solemn, staring at the seal firmly. Her eyebrows frowned, and she seemed to be unable to recognize what kind of seal it was for a while. At this moment, the seal seemed to have swallowed enough fresh blood. Those lines actually gathered in the middle of the cliff under a flash, and a terrifying face appeared. The face was big, and a pitch-black as ink aura suddenly emerged from the inside of the cliff. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Instinctively feeling something wrong, he hurriedly pulled Moxioki and backed away. And those pitch-black auras are continuously gushing out of the seal, and soon flooded in the mine tunnel. Yang Kai clearly felt violent and bloody auras from the black chi. There is also a familiar smell to him. These black chi quickly differentiated, like black snakes, wandering non-stop. One of the black chi burrows through the mouth and nose of the white-robed man who fell on the ground and died, and soon disappeared. But the next moment, Yang Kai dumbstruck happened. The white-robed man whose upper body has been poked, suddenly opened his eyes, but at this moment his eyes are not black and white, but a strange pitch black. The color looks terrifying. At the same time, the white-robed man's face, arms, and exposed skin suddenly showed one after another dark lines. Demon marks? Yang Kai exclaimed. He is so familiar with these lines. On Tongzuan continent, the clansman in ancient demon clan he rescued has practiced this secret technique, which can imprint different shapes of demon on his body. Here comes marks. And when he himself used the Become Devil secret technique, his own changes were very similar to the scene before him. Demon Chi? At the same time Yang Kai exited, Moxioki seemed to be aware of it. Two people tone barely fell. The white-robed man stood up abruptly. His pitch-black eyes turned, and he froze on Yang Kai, and immediately screamed, and he slammed toward Yang Kai with expression coming over. It looks like a fierce and unafraid of death. Yang Kai puts a cold snort in his mouth, holds Zhang Yuoxi in one hand, and flicks his 5 fingers in the other. One after another golden blood silk thread suddenly shot out. The sound of Kai Kai erupts. The sharp golden blood silk thread pierced the white-robed man, and was slammed by Yang Kai, and directly cut into several pieces. The corpses were scattered on the ground. Fresh blood flows out. However, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest joy after he succeeded. Instead, he brows tightly knit, because he can feel that after the white-robed man was demonized, his strength actually improved a lot. Although he was still able to solve the problem by one face, compared to when he was alive, the White Robe Man is undoubtedly much stronger. Kai. At this moment, the pitch-black aura that flooded the mine tunnel, all turned into dark snakes, madly toward Yang Kai, and Moxioki shot over, as if the cat smelled fishy. Not good. Go. Yang Kai complexion greatly changed, and while screaming in his mouth, he stretched out his hand to the front and shouted, "Exile!" Space Principle. Under the turbulent force, a black hole about the size of a round table took shape leisurely. Inside the black hole was nihility, with only chaos. The dark snakes rushed in all at once and disappeared. But there are still more lacquered black spirit snake, rushing one after another. And from the mouth of the cliff face, more pitch black aura spewed out. The space secret technique only lasted less than 3 breaths, and then it shattered. The strips of black spirit snake-like existence broke through Yang Kai's blockade, and they followed him behind him very quickly. Yang Kai didn't have to look back to know that the situation was not good, and he didn't have the time to deal with those weird things. He urged source strength, wrapped Moxioki, and rushed to the entrance desperately. After going around, the two people soon arrived at the location they had previously teleported to. There, 2 Void King stage martial artists from Jiang family are still complexion lying on the ground pale, watching at Yang Kai and Moxioki stepping on the space law formation. One of them opened his mouth, as if I wanted to say something, but couldn't say it. I don't know what means Moxioki used to keep them in place. Big brother Yang, they are coming soon. Moxioki looked back, and saw the countless black spirit snake-like existence in the back that was less than 30 jang from the 2 people, and the pretty face turned pale. Yang Kai's face sank as water, and he quickly urged Space Force to pour into the formation. The next moment, the formation buzzes, the rays of light bloom, and after the rays of light dissipated, the 2 people disappeared. The black spirit snake-like existence rushed to the formation above, and it was empty. But these weird things wrap up the 2 Void King stage martial artists of Jiang family under one volume. The screams came from Black Chi immediately, sounding terrible, as if they had suffered some unimaginable torture. After a while, the screams stopped abruptly, and the 2 people simultaneously stood up from the ground. But although their appearance has not changed, the aura of the 2 people is very different from before, and the whole body exudes incomparable, violent and gloomy aura, wrapped in black energy. On her cheeks and arms, one after another demon marks was revealed, and her eyes turned into pure black. 2 people looked at each other. It turned out to be grinning. One of them screamed up to the sky, endless joy and excitement in the howling, as if he had been imprisoned for countless years and was able to escape. The 2 people are not the only martial artists who have encountered this incident. In the mine, many Jiang family martial artists who were stunned by Moxioki before have also encountered this kind of incident. There are also some mine slaves who have not had time to escape the mine. When the pitch black aura is entangled, the aura changes drastically in a short time, and it seems that it has lost the original spiritual wisdom. Soon, the whole mine was filled with the dark aura. In the cave of the barren mountain, rays of light flashed by. Yang Kai and Moxioki, 2 people appeared in space law formation above with lingering fears. Beside the formation, the Jiang family martial artist, who was fainted by Yang Kai's tactics before, has disappeared strangely. When Yang Kai saw this, he couldn't help being frowned, and spiritual mind swept away, suddenly revealing an astonished color. Big brother Yang, what's the matter? Moxioki looked at him suspiciously. There are many people outside welcoming us. Yang Kai sneered. Moxioki's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, hearing this release divine consciousness, immediately noticed. Let's go out and have a look. Yang Kai greeted her, and flew out of the cave without fear, standing in the air. He swept his eyes and saw that all around was actually surrounded by martial artists, and the faces of each and every one were very familiar, all of the Jiang family he had just met. I don't know when the news was leaked, and the Jiang family was sent out, and the expert went here. Not far from the front, Jiang family patriarch Jiang Lin and many high-level officials looked at Yang Kai gloomy and coldly, looking very unhappy. In front of Jiang Lin, there is a black-robed old man standing there with his hands on his back. He didn't reveal the slightest aura all over his body. He looked like an ordinary person, but there was a smell. Indescribable majesty haunted him. Some Jiang family martial artists looked at this old man with awe in their eyes. Even Jiang Lin, standing behind this old man, looks extremely respectful. Yang Kai expression moved. His eyes turned on the old man, and he immediately knew that this person should be the principal source stage powerhouse of Jiang family old ancestor Jiang Qing. After all, there are not many principal source stage powerhouses in Maplewood City, but for any principal source stage, its name is widely known by Maplewood City martial artists. At this moment, Jiang Qing looked at Yang Kai indifferently, only turning his eyes on Zhang Yuoxi who was holding him in his arms, and then looking away, as if to him, no one deserves his attention. Yang Kai hey gave a low smile, with a playful smile. Martial Peak Chapter 2105 Chapter 2105 is a complete misunderstanding. Pill Master Yang. Jiang Lin suddenly stood up, looking at Yang Kai with a cold look. His tone was very bad. Didn't expect you are a little bit ability to find this place. This Jiang looked down upon you. Yang Kai cold snort. If you want people to know, you can't do it. Jiang Lin the cold light flashed and the expression was very angry. He turned his head and glanced at Jiang Qing, and saw that the other person's face was calm. He suddenly took a deep breath and shouted, Pill Master Yang, this Jiang thinks you are also a talent. I don't want to kill to the last one to you. If you can sign this divine soul contract in front of my Jiang family, I may not be able to kill you. While speaking, he suddenly took out a quaint animal skin paper. Yang Kai fixed his eyes and found that the thing was surprisingly similar to what Kang Seren had taken out. Not only was the shape and size, but also the aura that came out was almost the same. Yang Kai suddenly understood that this is the real Divine Soul contract, but something from Ghost Palace. The deed of Divine Soul was researched by Ghost Great Emperor, one of the top 10 Emperor Seniors. It has always been produced only by the people of Ghost Palace. Once there is a martial artist who branded its own on the deed of Divine Soul brand or life imprint, then this Divine Soul contract will exert a magical effect, binding the martial artist to fulfill the contractual agreement. If it is violated, you will encounter the pain of the soul. Divine Soul entirely extinguishes. In order to keep Yang Kai from revealing the pill recipe of source congealing pill, Kang Seren couldn't use a Divine Soul contract, which made him feel distressed for many days. After all, this thing is extremely precious. Each one is very valuable. I don't know where Jiang family got one, but I took it out now. Divine Soul Agreement. Yang Kai showed a faint smile. Jiang Patriarch is such a big handiwork. This thing is very precious. Don't you feel too wasteful to use it on Yang? Jiang Lin's emotion principle. For Pill Master Yang, what does a Divine Soul contract count? Yang Kai remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs. Looking at him, said, but I want to know what is written in the Divine Soul Agreement. What Pill Master Yang, could it be that not clear yet? Jiang Lin slightly smiled. I just hope that Pill Master Yang will become a member of my Jiang family in the future and refine the spirit pill for my Jiang family. I'm afraid I can't agree to this kind of thing. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Jiang Lin complexion sank and shouted, Yang Kai, you don't want to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. You must sign today's Divine Soul contract. Not sign, you have to sign. But you can't do it. A Void King grade alchemy expert is extremely precious to the Jiang family. This kind of family, if it weren't for the purpose of catching Yang Kai, Jiang family and the others, will it alarm Jiang Qing, the principal source stage powerhouse? Moreover, the experts in the clan today are almost out of their nests, just to force Yang Kai to brand the Divine Soul on the Divine Soul deed. As long as Yang Kai follows, Jiang family will not only be able to harvest a Void King grade alchemy expert, but also don't have to worry about him revealing the secrets of the mine. Listening to Jiang Lin's boasting shamelessly, Yang Kai couldn't help laughing heartily. It's a joke. My hands and feet are on my body. I can do whatever I want. How can you Jiang family stand me? Jiang Lin is furious. Just as he was about to speak, Jiang Qing, who had been silent, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced at Yang Kai lightly and raised his hand to stop Jiang Lin's attempt to speak. He said indifferently, "Young man, he thinks he's a little bit capable, but he doesn't know how high the sky is, the earth is how deep." Today old man rushed to this place in person, and he gave you a lot of face. Listen, they said that you are a Void King grade alchemy expert, and the refined source congealing pill is also out of the ordinary. Old man cherishes talents and is unwilling to deal with you. You obediently branded your own on this Divine Soul contract. The brand of Divine Soul. What happened today, old man? Lunch has never happened. As for the girl doll in your arms and the companion next to you, old man can spare them not to die. But ... the premise is that they must marry me. Jiang family is a concubine. What? Want me to marry your Jiang family as a concubine? Yang Kai has not spoken yet, and has been standing aside with an indifferent expression, as if watching a good show. The average Moxioki jumped up and looked at Jiang Qing with a shame on his face, tenderly shouting, "You old thing is disrespectful. So shameless can be said. Impudent." Bold. A group of Jiang family martial artists yelled at Moxioki with an angry expression, as if Moxioki had said something that shouldn't be said. Yang Kai laughed, holding Jiang Yuoxi in his arms with one hand, and digging out his ears with the other, tilting his head and asking Moxioki, "Xioki, why did I hear a mad dog barking?" Moxioki took a look at him, and pointed his head solemnly and said, "Yes, it's still barking hard to hear." Hearing this, Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes, cold light twinkling in his eyes, said solemnly, "Very well, the two juniors are really courageous. Old man hasn't heard anyone talk to me like this for many years. There's a road to heaven yet you don't walk it. What are you doing there, dressing up as God, playing the devil?" Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish, and hit with impatiently. After breaking his words, "Believe oneself infallible is a principal source stage great." The words fell. Yang Kai's figure suddenly became blurred. The Jiang family group has not yet reacted. Yang Kai has appeared strangely in front of Jiang Lin not far away. Huh? Jiang Lin was shocked, and fell backward involuntarily. Before he could make any other movements, Yang Kai had already reached out his hand. Jiang Lin was shocked, without thinking, urged within the body source strength, clenched both fists, suddenly hit forward. The energy swelled in the void, and a tiger roar came out, and a huge old illusory shadow flashed out, opening its bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl and biting it forward. But the blow was in the empty space, and Yang Kai in front of him didn't know when it disappeared again. After Jiang Lin looked around all around with shocking expression on his face, he discovered that Yang Kai had actually returned to the original place, as if he had never moved to death. In an instant, Jiang Lin's cold sweat fell on his forehead, and the Jiang family members were also ashen-faced. "Xioki, see if this is true." Yang Kai handed an object to Moxioki. Moxioki took it, and looked carefully. "Ah, my divine soul deed." Jiang Lin discovered that the divine soul deed that owner had been holding in his hands did not know when it was snatched by Yang Kai. Stunned, staring at owner's empty hands, then raises the head, looked towards not far ahead. A heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Principal source stage. Jiang Qing narrowed his eyes. Drink low. Before, Yang Kai did not use any power, nor did he carefully investigate Yang Kai's strength. He only thought that Yang Kai's cultivation level was at the Void King stage level. But now Yang Kai uses his hands to let him. Jiang Qing saw the clue. After discovering this, Jiang Qing's complexion couldn't help but become difficult to look at. After all, he is just a principal source one layer. If Yang Kai's cultivation level is equal to him, he will not have any advantage at all. This is completely different from what he had imagined before. He thought that the owner would go out and deal with the two juniors. Is this not just reaching over to snatch away the grain? And from beginning to end, he didn't have a right eye. I've seen Yankai and Moxioki, but until now, he didn't know that he was wrong. A big mistake. As a martial artist of Principal Source 1 layer, Yankai has the right to have an equal dialogue with him. And judging from the speed of his action just now, if he wanted to kill the other people in Jiang family, I'm afraid he would have already succeeded. Yes, Big Brother Yang, this it is indeed the Divine Soul contract from Ghost Palace. This is a good thing. You can put it away. It may be useful in the future. After Moxioki checked, he returned the Divine Soul contract to Yankai. Yankai retrieved it and stuffed it into own space ring indifferently. Old man is rude. It turns out that you are also a martial artist at the Principal Source stage level. No wonder you have so much confidence. Jiangxing's expression is no longer as relaxed as before, but with a solemn expression. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Yankai sneered, and said, "It's pretty quick to change your face. It's shameless." Moxioki also spurned. Jiangxing's performance before and after is like two people, which really makes Moxioki look down upon. Jiangxing cold snort said, "However, even if your excellency is a Principal Source stage, you must give old man an explanation for today's matter. Otherwise you don't want to leave easily." The statement? Yankai face turned cold, gloomily said, "Is this statement that you Jiang family should give me, or should I give you Jiang family? Yang's friends were caught here for mining by you for no reason, and were tortured. Yankai go to Jiang family to inquire about the news. You can hide it without telling, that's all. You want to kill others. If I came in time, how can my friends still have life? Do you still want to talk?" This. Jiangxing hearing this, speechless, didn't expect Yankai's words were so sharp. For a moment he didn't know how to answer. Pill Master Yang. As the head of Jiang family, Jiang Lin had to stand up at this moment, holding the fist saying, "Pill Master Yang, calm down. This matter ... This matter is completely misunderstanding." He was bullied by Yankai just now and walked in front of the gates of hell. Now he still dares to look down upon Yankai, and his tone is not as supercilious as before. It was accompanied by some smiles and bitterly said, "This is really a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Yankai looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. His face was smiling, but there was no slight smile. But instead it became more and more icy. "The one who caught me, are you telling me a misunderstanding now?" Jiang Patriarch, do you think I am a 3-year-old child, or own a 3-year-old child? Jiang Lin has a face sorrowful, said, "Pill Master Yang, I don't even know that this little girl is yours. If I had known this before, it would be too late to treat her as a guest, so how could I bring her to the mine? Come on, now she's safe and sound. What's the matter for today? How can we stop here?" That Divine Soul agreement, it is my Jiang family's apologize. Well, besides, some days later, Jiang family, I have sent another gift to Pill Master Yang Mansion. Martial Peak Chapter 2106. Chapter 2106 Principal Source First Battle. "Oh, if you can't do it, you want to buy me?" Yankai sneered. "Can you guys be more shameless?" Jiang Lin complexion froze, annoyed in his heart, but due to the gap in cultivation level, he didn't dare to get really angry. But Jiangxing was furious and shouted, "Junior, my Jiang family has already given you enough face. Don't want to be bullied intolerably." "I just bully intolerably. Are you biting me?" Yankai looked at him disdainfully. Old man is angry. Jiangxing only felt the blood rolling in his chest, barely squirting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Furious, expression looked at Yankai harshly, shouted, "Boy, even if you are Principal Source 1 layer, today old man has to learn about your methods." "Say what that many do, just hit it. Yang Kai shouted. Within the body source strength surged wildly. Old man has been promoted to the principal source stage for more than 100 years. How can you, this kind of hairless brat, mention on equal terms? Jiangxing coldly shouted with a smug expression. 100 years of time has not been able to break through to the next one layer. Your old thing aptitude is too bad, right? Yang Kai contemptuously. Jiangxing was furious, and within the body source strength was also upset. He didn't want to say anything to Yang Kai anymore, lest he be angered to death by him. With just one step, he suddenly disappeared. At the same time, there was a light sound from where he was originally, obviously because the speed is too fast, and the air burst. The next moment, he appeared ghostly in front of Yang Kai, with a gloomy face, and shouted, "Old man will let you see the strength of the century-old principal source stage." While speaking, he is light and fluttering, seemingly freehand to throw a palm towards Yang Kai. In that palm, law power lingers. Before it really launches, Yang Kai all around has been hunted in a violent wind. Who sounded. Moxioki complexion, standing not far from Yang Kai, was slightly white, and his chest rose and fell violently, making him feel a little breathless. Although Moxioki has a mysterious background, out of the ordinary, and his own strength is not bad, but after all, he has not reached the level of principal source stage. Under the oppression of Jiangxing law power, he suddenly has a somewhat difficult expression. But she is also a person who has seen the world, and will not be tied up with some law power. Tenderly shouted in her mouth, urged the power of within the body, and forcibly got rid of the oppression of law power. A flash, then rushed far away. At this moment, in front of Jiangxing's palm, a giant palm of clear and energetic energy took shape leisurely, and it was pushing towards Yang Kai. The wind is blowing, Yang Kai's robe is hunting, Jiang Ruoxi hair in his arms is flying. Dare to show off such insignificant ability. Yang Kai made a cold snort, before waiting for the opponent's law power to press down. He also mobilized the space principle, forming a tight invisible protection outside of his body, blocking the opponent's law suppression. The next moment, he raised his hand. The same huge energy palm formed in front of him, and patted it against Jiangxing. Two energy palms are like giants, and they collide together after one breath. With a loud noise, the energy of heaven and earth was suddenly disordered, and the broken law power sputtered the void, rushing to the four poles. A faintly discernible sneer hung on Yang Kai's face, but Jiangxing narrowed his eyes, with a hint of horror on his old face, and whispered, "How come?" The words fell. His clear giant palm was suddenly, it fell apart, but the palm of Yang Kai slapped it, but the remaining power was pressing down on him unabated. Jiangxing complexion greatly changed, knowing that this will happen. The biggest reason is that the source strength of the other party within the body is more vigorous and pure known. After all, this kind of killing strike formed by directly stimulating within the body source strength competes with the quality and quantity of source strength. He saw that Yang Kai was young, and thought that it was not long before he was promoted to principal source stage, and his own realm might not be stable. Absolutely not like Hone, the old powerhouse who has been immersed in principal source stage for a century. However, with one move, he found that Hone's idea was wrong. Seeing the giant palm photographed, how dare Jiangxing continue to stove in place, hurriedly twisted and avoided, and went directly to the void a few tenjang away. The complexion looked ugly with Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't mean to take the opportunity to pursue him, but he still stood there, looking at Jiangxing mockingly. His sardonic smile pierced into his heart like a spike. Make him feel uncomfortable. Damn it, Jiangxing said loudly. Shouts. Under the gaze of so many people in Jiang family, the old face was a bit unbearable. He clenched the teeth. He stretched out his hand in the void and grabbed it with a tiger head knife. Suddenly appeared on the palm. The big knife is a secret treasure of principal source grade. The knife is thick and engraved with many complicated mysterious patterns. The handle is a lifelike old tiger head, which looks out of the ordinary. He obviously wants to rely on the power of secret treasure because source strength is not better than Yang Kai. And this secret treasure is precisely the race-protecting treasure of Jiang family. As the treasure of principal source grade, he can only be activated and kept in his hands. Source strength poured frantically into the blade. Jiangxing expression stared at Yang Kai ferociously, with an expression that he wanted to kill him, and then quickly, along with the sound of the earth-shaking tiger roar, an old illusory shadow suddenly emerged from the blade, and as the power of Jiangxing poured in, the old illusory shadow, it became more and more solid, and after a while, it became like a real monster beast. The body exudes aura that can only be possessed by 11-step monster beast. The giant tiger is 5-6 jang long, roar towards the sky, and the imposing manner is extraordinary. Jiangxing raised the secret treasure in his hand high, and fiercely cut down, shouted in his mouth, "Go!" The giant tiger immediately took its steps, and the two scarlet beast pupils stared at Yang Kai, rushing toward him like a bolt of lightning. When Yang Kai saw this, he didn't evade the cold snort in his mouth. He didn't even have the idea of take out secret treasure. So he rushed over to the giant tiger. Rampant. Jiangxing screamed when he saw this, and followed the giant tiger behind, shooting with a knife, his body wrapped in the blade of the sword, turning into a dazzling flowing light. After a short while, the giant tiger came to Yang Kai and bit a tiger's mouth towards him. Even the fangs in his mouth were clearly visible. Yang Kai clasped Zhang Yuoxi tightly with one hand, and turned into a fist with one hand. Under a blur, it turned into countless shadows of fists, blasting the giant tiger like a storm. Peng peng peng. The powerful and rhythmic sound came out, and the giant tiger whimpered and screamed like a living creature. The body was twisted and deformed. After less than 3 breaths of effort, it suddenly disintegrated. Seeing this situation, the faces of the Jiang family who are paying close attention to this principal source stage powerhouse battle suddenly became gloomy. However, at the next moment, Jiangxing, wrapped in the blade of the sword, rushed in front of Yang Kai. The blade of the sword suddenly became larger and suddenly turned into a giant blade with a length of more than 10 feet. Beheaded towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai twisted his body to avoid the terrifying blow. The blade of the sword slashed above the earth, and a ravine that was more than 5 feet deep immediately appeared on the ground, and the soil was flying over, flying sand running stone for a while. Without waiting for Jiangxing to make any more moves, Yang Kai slammed a punch and pounded it in the blade light. A clear sound came out, accompanied by a groan. Jiangxing's silhouette suddenly appeared 10 feet away, but at this moment, his complexion was extremely ugly, with both hands holding knives in front of the owner. A vague pit mark appeared on the knife body. Judging from the shape, it seemed to be punched out by a fist. The power of your flesh body. Jiangxing looked at Yang Kai incredible, his eyes trembling violently. The other party actually beat Own's principal source grade secret treasure with a punch just now. The spirituality seems to be a little damaged. This kind of person, how terrifying is the flesh body? Is this still a human? While he was absent, Yang Kai had already expressed fiercely, flicking his 5 fingers, one after another, dark moon blade, which hit him like a shower. Jiangxing complexion greatly changed, horrified. Space Force. After seeing that one after another dark moon blade was all from Space Force condense, he how dared to stay in place? Hastily used means to hide. But the moon blade is like a tarsal maggot, closely following behind, and the speed is wonderfully quick, making him really exhausted. Ha ha ha, Jiang family old dog, what are you running? You think you can run away? Today, heaven and earth turning upside down will not disturb you, Jiang family. This matter it's not over. Yang Kai laughed and drank, his expression extremely freehand. On the other side, a group of martial artists from Jiang family saw this, and their complexity was greatly changed. The old ancestor, whom they referred to as a reliance, ran wildly like a stray dog after fighting Yang Kai with only 2 moves. Not only did they have no chance to shoot, they couldn't even repay it. They immediately realized that the trouble this time was probably serious. Patriarch, an elder from Jiang family, said solemnly, let's take a shot together and help old ancestor. Yes. Others also joined. Old ancestor seems to be inferior to this person. Jiang Lin's face was heavy. His eyes turned around at the battlefield not far away, and then he looked to the other side, coldly said, rather than risk helping old ancestor, might as well deal with her. Everyone was taken aback, followed Jiang Lin's gaze, and saw Moxioki idly stood in place, paying attention to battlefield in a leisurely manner. Don't worry about Yang Kai's safety. Yes. Then Yang Kai appears with this woman. It must have a close relationship, as long as you can catch her. Are you afraid that Yang Kai will not subdue? Jiang Chui's eyes lit up. His eyes on Moxioki Zhao. He was in good shape, but when he saw the crescent-shaped birthmark on Xioki's face, he couldn't help sighing, as if he was feeling something. Jiang family's eyes converged, and suddenly, simultaneous rushed towards Moxioki. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen powerhouses at the Void King stage surrounded Moxioki and kept it airtight. What are you doing? Moxioki umber black eyebrows frowned, looking displeased all around. Hey, Jiang Chu chuckled in a low voice, girl. What are we going to do? Could it be that not clear yet? Those who are acquainted should cooperate obediently, so as not to wait. I hurt the girl by accident, and that would be bad. Marshall Peak Chapter 2107. Chapter 2107 Stabbed the Hornet's Nest. Moxioki, hearing this, suddenly a little stunned, looked at Jiang family contemptuously, and said, do you want to bully the less? Jiang Lin said with an old face, and coughed lightly, it's too much for you, girl. Patriarch, what nonsense with her, just do it together. If she dares to resist, just don't blame me and wait for mercilessly. The Jiang family elder shouted. You are too shameless, I'm just a little girl. Moxioki drew angrily. Battlefield above, what kind of little girl, big girl is there to blame? You blame Yang Kai. Jiang Chu seems to have a lot of resentment towards Yang Kai, and this distorted thought is passed on to Moxioki on his body. He was also rude to Moxioki. Are you really going to do something to me? Moxioki expression warmly, looking at Jiang Chu with gnashing teeth. Ha! Do you think this young master is joking with you? Jiang Chu sneered. Up to this point, when he flipped his wrist, a Void King grade quality secret treasure longsword suddenly appeared in his hand. The sword shook and pierced Moxioki. In an instant, the sound of the sword, source strength is now, pointed by the sword edge, the sword blossoms, almost covering Moxioki. Moxioki's pretty face showed a playful expression. It was that stove in place didn't mean to dodge, but gave Jiang Chu a glance, and then took out something calmly and urged within the body. Source strength poured into it. With a puff, the secret treasure that was taken out by Moxioki grew larger leisurely and directly enveloped her in it, impervious to the slightest gap. This secret treasure is in the shape of a round ball, showing a light blue color, with a sparkling surface, like a one-layer water curtain, clear and clear, thin such as a cicada's wing. From the outside, Moxioki seemed to be wrapped in a water polo at the moment. This secret treasure is not something besides, it is the weak water bead that Moxioki used in Jade Clear Mountain at that time. Weak water bead, but even the Million Bird Phoenix larvae can be imprisoned, showing how powerful it is. And Moxioki is flexibly used at this moment. The weak water bead, which was originally used for imprisonment, seems to be used as a defensive secret treasure stimulate. The effect is obviously not bad. When this secret treasure appeared, Jiang Lin's eyes shrank, suddenly loudly shouting, Principal Source Grade Secret Treasure. As soon as this statement came out, Jiang family many elder deacons' eyes have become hot. Zheng. Jiang Chui's long sword was on the water curtain above, but unexpectedly, his attack did not have any effect at all. It just made the one layer seem at hand. The broken water curtain sank a little bit inward, and then suddenly bounced back. Not only that, but even the power of the attack seems to have all rebounded to Jiang Chu. Jiang family, the leader of the new generation, didn't check it for a while, but failed to resolve it completely. He screamed, Deng Deng Deng, stepped back a few steps, his face slightly white. his expression became amazed. It's also fortunate that he didn't use all his strength just now, otherwise he would only be hurt by this one. I'm afraid this small girl is out of the ordinary. You don't have to worry about it. Do it quickly. Jiang Lin's eyes fell, loudly shouting in his mouth. If it's an ordinary Void King stage, how can you take out a secret treasure of principal source grade, and it is also a defensive secret treasure? You must know that Jiang family has so many Void King stages. There is no own principal source grade secret treasure. Only those with a lot of background and a lot of backgrounds can get Elder's reward, and thus have one or two principal source grade secret treasure in hand. Before Jiang Chu shot, Jiang Lin still somewhat self-reliant on his identity, and did not want to do it together, so as not to be said to be bully the weak, but at the moment, seeing the opportunity is not good, how can he hesitate? With a word, he pinched Spirit Heart with one hand and moved forward a little with one hand. Pukai a light sound, a flowing light shot from his fingertips, and instantly hit the water curtain above the weak water bead. At the same time, other Jiang family elder deacons have also started. For a moment, the brilliance of all kinds of martial skills secret treasure bloomed, and they all hit Moxioki. Ran. All the attacks came back in vain. The weak water bead that wrapped Moxioki just changed shape continuously, one after another dissolved those attacks invisible, and magically bounced back. Seeing this scene, a group of Void King stage martial artist complexion of Jiang family changed drastically and quickly took shelter. Moxioki hid in the water curtain of weak water bead. A pretty face pulled the old man, almost able to scrape off the one layer of frost, and gritted his teeth tenderly shouted, "You guys are really too much shameless, shameless. I'm fighting with you." Moxioki is like a little child who has been bullied, and she stretches out her hand and pats the owner around her waist. Those little cloth bags. This small bag of each and every one is bulging. No one knows what is inside. Even if the people of Jiang family have found out before, they will not care about it. But at this moment, the scene that made them stare suddenly appeared. Following Moxioki's movements, monster beasts of various shapes and sizes suddenly sprang out of those bags like heavenly god. The first thing that appeared was that majestic silver hair lion tiger beast with more than 6 Vanjang body length. As soon as this beast appeared on the stage, it was greatly showing divine might and roared up to the sky, bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl, with its fangs exposed, so that the people of Jiang family retreat again and again. The beast power of 10-step peak monster beast is unobstructed. Followingly, the flying bat appeared, Scarlet Fire Kylin appeared, and soon, another one was more than 10 feet long, and the forehead grows 2 horns, as if there was a trace of pitch black in the shape of a true dragon. Giant Zhao also appeared. The giant dragon entangled his body, surrounded Moxioki in the middle, with his head up and his chest upright, with a scarlet snake core in his mouth, a very not to be trifled with, and this black flood dragon, but his pupils showed a pale blue color, extremely strange. Blue eyes, black ink scales, flood dragon. Suddenly, Jiang family elder who knew the goods exclaimed loudly, "Deng deng deng dot dot." A group of Jiang family martial artists, who have retreated for several steps, each and everyone looked at each other in amazement, staring at the rare but powerful monster with all their faces. Beast. Not to mention the small flying bats, the silver hair lion tiger beast, Scarlet Fire Kylin, blue eyes black ink scales flood dragon that appeared in front of everyone at this moment, which are almost extinct monster beast. Ordinary martial artists are impossible to see outside. The reason why these monster beasts are about to become extinct is because they are all carrying some of the antiquity variation beast bloodline. This kind of bloodline is extremely difficult to inherit. With the passage of time and time, the generation of these monster beasts with antiquity variation beast bloodline is rarer than one generation, and eventually they are almost extinct. The reason why Elder of Jiang family recognizes Blue Eyes Black Ink Scales Flood Dragon is also because he had to practice a secret technique back then, and he needed to use the blood essence of Mojao, so I explored it a lot. It's a pity that he spent more than 10 years of work and couldn't find the trace of this ink dragon, and finally had to give up practicing the secret technique. One didn't expect, after so many years, suddenly another Blue Eyes Black Ink Scales Flood Dragon appeared in front of Own. These monster beasts are extremely difficult to deal with because they have the bloodline strength of Antiquity Variation Beast. They can often display the strength of the surpass itself. If they display the natural talent that inherits from ancient times with divine ability, there is no problem with the higher the battle. In other words, the true strength of these monster beasts in front of you must be upgraded to a higher level in order to be correctly evaluated. And now, 10-step peak. Are all 10-step peak? What kind of monster beast is this? Where did it pop out? What is the origin of this small girl? A group of Jiang family martial artists exclaimed. The soles of their feet are about to cramp. I thought Moxioki was alone, with only the cultivation level of the Void King stage. Obviously it was a good breakthrough. I was planning to take her down to restrict Yankai, but I didn't know that I was stuck on the hornet's nest! Jiang Lin's face is even more pale and bloodless. As a patriarch of Jiang family this generation, how can he not guess that own patriarch this time is provoking someone who can't be provoked? He thought that Moxioki just had some origins. But as soon as he saw the opponent waving his hands, he summoned 4 10-step peak monster beasts to help out, and he immediately understood where Moxioki had some origins. It has a great background. It is not something that Jiang family, this kind of small family, can provoke. As patriarch, he is naturally more worried than others. Moreover, he looks at the each and every one small cloth bag around Moxioki's waist, vaguely as if he was thinking of something, but he couldn't think through it. In the absence of a group of Jiang family people, Moxioki has polished up a small yin-ya, hum authentically, small silver, little red, little black. Teach me fiercely to these shameless people, guys. They dare to bully me together. Small silver, little red, little black. Jiang family people hearing this, they were shocked at the time. A piece of cold sweat came from their foreheads. The place flowed down. 3 rare monster beasts with 10-step peaks, with Antiquity Variation Beast bloodline, were given such simple and ridiculous names. In normal times, Jiang family people are afraid to laugh, but at this moment, they all want to cry. Roar. Hoo-hoo. CC. 3 monster beasts seem to understand Moxioki. The orders, one after another, issued strange noises in response. The silver hair lion tiger beast roared, and the huge body of several feet long showed unique flexibility at this moment. A leap rushed into the camp of the Jiang family group and lifted it up. The powerful front paws swept forward. Under a sweeping sweep, a violent wind blew up. Almost the world changed countenance. How can Jiang family dare to welcome? They called to avoid. And Scarlet Fire Kylin is a big mouth at the moment. A group of hot and crimson fireball blasting toward the front in a violent storm. Then each and every one fireball is at least the size of a grinding disc, and contains extremely terrifying power of flame. Fireball strikes on the ground will melt the earth. The people of Jiang family were frightened. They stayed far away for fear of being contaminated. And the Blue Eyes Black Ink Scales Flood Dragon also took advantage of the trend. Suddenly the one-layer black aura spread out on the body surface, turning into a black cloud, and rushing into the battlefield like wind. 3 Jiang family Void King stages are shrouded in it. After a short while, the sound of ping-pong fighting and the strange noise of CC came from within a dark cloud. Moxioki stood steadily in the water curtain of weak water bead, holding the flying bat in his arms, combing its hair slowly, looking at the chaotic battlefield, lightly murmured, "It doesn't seem to have any advantage. Do you want to call them little Bai, little yellow, little azure, little green too?" Jiang family everyone. Martial Peak Chapter 2108. Chapter 2108 Stray Dog. 3 10-step peak monster beast even out of the ordinary, but Jiang family's Void King stage powerhouse is also quite large, and there is no shortage of Void King 3-layer level, so in this fight, The two sides turned out to be an evenly matched scene. However, after hearing Moxioki's words, everyone in Jiang family felt a little in their hearts. They couldn't help looking at each other in the air, some of them choked with speechless tears. The three monster beasts let them be restrained. If the little Bai, little yellow, little azure, little green and so on makes a grand appearance, the Jiang family can't fight back. At this moment, Jiang Lin suddenly remembered something. While avoiding the onslaught of Scarlet Fire Kylin, he looked at the small cloth bag on Moxioki's waist in amazement, and said in shock, "Spirit Beast bag. Girl, are you from Spirit Beast Island?" Until now, he finally remembered the origin of those small bags. Don't look at this, each and every one small bag is unremarkable, but it is a unique product of Spirit Beast Island. Only the powerhouse of Spirit Beast Island can use the secret skill to produce such item equipment that can accommodate Monster Beast. Moreover, Spirit Beast bag never takes out. Others want to get one that is impossible. On the other hand, Moxioki has a lot of hanging around her waist. If she has nothing to do with Spirit Beast Island, how can you get so many Spirit Beast bags? And Spirit Beast Island, in the entire star boundary, is a famous existence. Although it is not as huge and hanger-on disciple as Star Soul Palace and Ghost Palace, it is also a transcendent influence. Without him, the owner of Spirit Beast Island, or the Island Master, is one of the top 10 Emperor Seniors that Divine Dragon never sees. The beastly military Great Emperor. It is rumored that there are many monster beasts that are rarely seen by the outside world on Spirit Beast Island. Even Antiquity Holy Spirit has settled down there. There are countless birds and beasts on the island. So even if Spirit Beast Island is just an island, the beastly military Great Emperor did not open its doors and recruit disciplines, but Spirit Beast Island's deterrence in Star Boundary is no less than that of the top 10 Emperor Senior. Sitting in the town of Ghost Palace and Star Soul Palace, it's just that Spirit Beast Island is in the boundless sea of the extremely far east territory, far away from South Territory millions and millions li. Jiang Lin did not have the identity of Moxioki at the beginning, contacted Spirit Beast Island above. But as the head of the family, after seeing the magical methods Moxioki displayed at this moment, where is the no-guess girl? What does the beastly military Great Emperor, his old man, have to do with you? Jiang Lin saw that Moxioki didn't answer, so he asked leisurely. After all, as far as he knows, Spirit Beast Island is not at all Guangzhou discipline, and those who can live on Spirit Beast Island are people who have something to do with the beastly military Great Emperor. If Moxioki is really from in the case of Spirit Beast Island, she must be a relative of the beastly military Great Emperor or one of the few disciplines. This kind of exists. Where did Jiang family provoke it? Think of her as a great-aunt for an elder. Moxioki just stood in the water curtain of weak water bead, holding the little bat in one hand and stroking it with the other. Hearing this, looking up at the sky, looking indifferently, the other Jiang family members changed their expressions after hearing Jiang Lin's words. Everyone felt a chill rushing to their foreheads. How could they have any thoughts to deal with those monster beast attacks? In this way, the balance is immediately broken. First, a Jiang family elder didn't pay attention. He was hit by a fireball from Scarlet Fire Kylin. He screamed on the spot and was melted away. Then another Jiang family deacon was caught by Silver Hair Lion Tiger Beast. The slap was slapped into meatloaf, fresh blood splashed all over the ground, and the death was terrible. From the black cloud that the blue eyes black ink scales flood dragon transformed, another silhouette flew out. Before it landed, the silhouette was cut off. After falling to the ground, his head tilted and he wandered the forever. In an instant, 3 Jiang family Void Kings stage violent death. Jiang Lin saw this, his eyes were red, he swept away the fears and worries in his heart, and shouted, "Girl, no matter what your connection with the beastly military Great Emperor, today you have cast aside all considerations for face, then it's not you who die or we die." After saying this, The other Jiang family members expressed shock. Everyone knows that there is no other way but to work hard this time. Let's not say that this Blood Sea feud has been forged, but that Moxioki's background is not something they can provoke. Today, if Moxioki cannot be killed here, then the entire star boundary will not have a foothold for the Jiang family in the future. Moxioki doesn't even need to do it himself, just let the wind out, and there will probably be countless powerhouses scrambling to bring her the heads of Jiang family. There are not many opportunities to sell Spirit Beast Island well. After calming down, a group of Jiang family regrouped and moved back to the disadvantage. But at this moment, the result of the principal source stage battle over there seems to have come out. With a scream, the silhouettes of Jiang Qing and Yang Kai entangled in the midair broke apart. Yang Kai has a leisurely look, but Jiang Qing, who is standing not far from him, looks pale and bloodless, with a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, as if he has suffered a serious injury. The century-old principal source stage powerhouse, in less than 5 minutes battle with Yang Kai, has fallen out. He looked at Yang Kai with extreme bitterness and disbelief. He couldn't imagine that On was not the opponent of this young man. Turning his head and looking down again, Jiang Qing's face suddenly sank. With his eyesight, there is no way to see that these descendants from home are also in trouble, and they can't be counted on. Maybe here today, the hundreds of years of Jiang family's foundation will be ruined. The thoughts got to this point. Jiang Qing's face was dark, and he glared at Yang Kai angrily, shouted, "Junior, old man is dead today, and I will drag you to be buried." At this point, as soon as he urged the power of within the body, his pale old face turned a lot of red. At the same time, he bit the tip of his tongue and sprayed out blood essence. Yang Kai complexion sank and realized that the other party was really going to fight with On. Although he has the confidence to kill Jiang Qing, the opponent is also a principal source stage, and he really has to fight his life, and he can't be underestimated. Even more how he still holds a Jiang Ruoxi in his arms. He was restrained in action, so Yang Kai cautiously set up a defensive stance, lest the old guy really wants to use perish together. The next moment, Jiang Qing was wrapped in a cloud of blood mist, and his silhouette was invisible. Immediately afterwards, the blood mist flickered and disappeared in the same place, turning into a stream of rainbow light, and quickly flee in the opposite direction of Yang Kai's. This. Yang Kai looked at dumbstruck. For a moment, he was stunned. He didn't expect at all. Jiang Qing's slogan was so loud and clanging, and he really wouldn't make Yang Kai any better even if he died. Then he would fight him perishly together. But in the end, it was just a cover for escape, that's all. Wily old fox. Yang Kai cursed angrily, his eyes full of contempt, and at the same time hurriedly mobilized his space force, mobilized the space principle, and turned towards Jiang Qing's blood, pointed at light, shouted in the mouth, "Beam." The bloodlight was slightly paused, but it was only a moment, and it quickly broke through the blockade of law power, and fled forward at a faster speed. Go with. Jiang Qing is also the principal source stage powerhouse after all. Yang Kai mobilizes law power from such a long distance. How can he be trapped? After breaking free from the constraints of space principle, he turned around and plunged directly towards the barren mountain within cave, and soon disappeared. This old thing. Yang Kai clearly understood Jiang Qing's intentions. Obviously, because he lost to his own and suffered some injuries, he didn't want to escape by speed. If he does this, he will never escape Yang Kai's pursuit. Yang Kai of Space Force, who understands, has an absolute advantage in tracking and escaping. So Jiang Qing put his idea on the space law formation in that cave. As long as he sent it away through space law formation, Yang Kai would not be able to catch him even if he had great abilities. Jiang Qing did a good calculation and succeeded as he wished. When he entered the cave with no interest, the aura of the whole person suddenly disappeared, replaced by a weak space force fluctuation. This power fluctuation is naturally due to Jiang Qing's use of space law formation. On the other side, everyone in Jiang family felt cold when they saw this. They are fighting to life or death here, trying their best, and even falling 3 people for this, just because they want to help their old ancestor. But didn't expect at this critical moment, their old ancestor abandoned them without the slightest hesitation, and ran away alone without even saying hello. They didn't have much confidence to defeat Moxioki. At this moment, Yankai, the principal source stage, was freed up. If everyone in Jiang family stayed, it would undoubtedly bring about one's own destruction. So Jiang Lin made a big shout decisively, "Go!" Everyone hurriedly withdrew from the battle circle and ran towards the barren mountain cave wildly. They think the same as Jiang Qing. Since they can't escape Yankai, they can only use the power of space law formation. As long as they can be teleported away, they can escape. Unexpectedly, Yankai didn't mean to stop him at all. Instead, he stood in the air with expression indifferently, watching them escape. Only the playful smile at the corner of his mouth makes Jiang Lin wary of dashing in his heart. The other Jiang family members were overjoyed, scrambling to get into the cave and squeeze the small cave full to the brim at once. A piece of source crystal was quickly thrown into the formation all around groove by an elder of the Jiang family. After everything was in order, he immediately urged the energy to activate the operation of the formation. Of course, nothing happened. While everyone in Jiang family waited in fear and eagerness, the space law formation, which was supposed to be up and running immediately, turned out to be like a dead object. There was no sound, let alone sending everyone. Gone. What's the matter? Jiang Chu turned pale with fright, asked. The formation ... No response. The elder complexion replied palely. Why is there no response? Let me try. Jiang Chu, while speaking, doing his part, also urged his strength into the formation like that elder. But the result is still the same. This space law formation seems to have lost its function and did not work at all. One silhouette suddenly appeared at the entrance of the cave with hey weird laughter, and walked in step by step. Martial Peak Chapter 2109. Chapter 2109. Demon Kids Looting. The Jiang family's faces were ashes. They turned their heads to look at Yankai, who was approaching like death god, and the whole body was covered with chill. Everyone found out that a wrong choice made them catch a turtle in a jar by Yankai here. Very well, very good. I'm all stuck here, and I saved my one. Yankai stood not far away in front of the Jiang family, remaining calm and composed while pressing affairs. Looking at everyone, with a faint smile on his face, he said, "Your old ancestor does not seem to be very kind." As soon as this statement came out, Jiang Lin seemed just like being hit by an invisible sledgehammer in the chest. The complexion suddenly turned red, and a blood arrow spurted out from the mouth, and immediately shouted, "I hate." Other Jiang family members also, each and every one faces as grey as death. Expression is complicated and embarrassing. At this time, everyone still wonders why the space law formation under their feet can't work, because it has a lot to do with old ancestor destroying another space law formation on the other side. The formation in the cave and the one in the mine are connected to each other. Only when both are intact can they be transmitted to each other. But as soon as Jiang Qing teleported away, there was a problem with the formation here, obviously because he was doing something there. It is not difficult to understand that he would do this. It is nothing more than to hinder the pace of Yankai's pursuit. But for this, he ruined the escape route for the rest of the Jiang family. As a clan of old ancestor, how can one not be chilled when he only cares about owning his life but keeps clansmen alive and dead at the moment of crisis? Desperate, Jiang Lin looked at Yankai with interest, and said, "Pill Master Yang, since this is the end of the matter, if you want to kill or kill, just listen to it." He still has a bit of spine. Facing a desperate situation, he didn't intend to open his mouth for mercy. Instead, he wanted to die. It is estimated that his heart was broken by his old ancestors' practice, and he has no longer survived. Thought of it. But although he thinks so, other Jiang family people don't think so. Listening to Jiang Lin's words, several Jiang family elder expressions couldn't help twinkling, and Jiang Chu, the leader of the new generation, turned pale with fright. He took a step forward and looked flatteringly. Yankai eagerly pleaded, "Pill Master Yang, This Jiang had no eyes before and offended Pill Master Yang. And I also ask Master Pill Master Yang not to care about me. Now this Jiang has already repented, and he will definitely change in the future. No, follow Pill Master Yang to do what you can do. Oh, Yang Kai raised his brows, revealing an expression of interest. Evil creature you. Jiang Lin was already stunned by energy and blood, and was sluggish. At this moment, he was stimulated by Jiang Chu, and the situation became worse. He almost fainted and beat him. With spirit, trembling fingers poked Jiang Chu's spine, and said in grief, "You greedy rat, you are a member of my Jiang family." Jiang Chu suddenly turned back and said sharply, "Old fogey, don't talk about it. Even old ancestor has abandoned us, and I have to bring about one's own destruction." "Can't I bring about one's own destruction? I, Jiang Chu, is still young and has a great future. I don't want to die here for no reason." "Hurry up to play Pill Master Yang. Pill Master Yang is kind, and you may not be able to kill you." "That's good." Yang Kai slightly smiled, looking at Jiang Chu approvingly, and said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. Not bad, not bad." Jiang Chu turned his head quickly, put on a flattering expression, bowed slightly, said with a smile, "Pill Master Yang am overpraised. But I really hate people who are greedy for life and fear of death." Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. Jiang Chu's smile suddenly stiffened on his face. "Okay, no more nonsense. Originally, I didn't plan to kill you Jiang family to the last one. I only wanted to punish the culprit, that's all. But now that Blood Sea's deep revenge has been settled, then you fare well." While speaking, Yang Kai expression gradually became cold, killing intent like a tide, and slowly stretched out a hand and pushed it towards the Jiang family. Jiang family, a group of Void King stage complexion, greatly changed. They instinctively wanted to resist, but they were shocked to find that all around the space had been solidified at some point. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't move a bit. Not only that, even the power within the body is stagnated in the meridians, unable to move it at all. Law power. Jiang family's faces were as grey as death for a moment, and they looked at Yang Kai's palms forward, and the dead aura rushed forward. And at this moment, the mutation protrudes. The earth buzzed without warning, and trembled violently. After only a breath, there was a crackling sound from all directions. The sound was deafening, as if the end was approaching. Yang Kai complexion changed. Spiritual mind was released. After the clear all-around change was noticed, even the Jiang family didn't have time to deal with it. After a shake, they disappeared in the cave. The next moment appeared beside Mo Xioki. Xioki has put away On's monster beast away, and his face is suspended in the air solemnly. After seeing Yang Kai appear, she said anxiously, "Big brother Yang, it seems like that." "I know, go." Yang Kai interrupted with her words. She urged source strength, wrapped her up, and quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, inside the cave, a group of Jiang family escaped from the dead, all of them a little surprised. I don't know who shouted that the major event was bad, and everyone rushed out of the cave. "Stay outside, look around." The group of Jiang family dumbstruck suddenly. I saw the earth with a radius of thousands of miles undulating violently like a wave, as if something was causing trouble underground. With this violent ups and downs, one after another cane-toothed gully suddenly appeared in the field of vision. Among them, there are infinite numbers, and I don't know how far it stretches. And from the gully, one after another dark aura filled out. These auras quickly differentiated into strips of things that looked like black spirit snakes, walking around between heaven and earth, quickly flooded by this thing. Everyone in Jiang family is just a lack of consciousness, so they are surrounded by this black aura. "What is this?" An elder from Jiang family cried out in horror. He could feel the disturbing taste from these black auras, and that feeling seemed to arouse his deepest heart. All kinds of negative emotions. His eyes became red in a flash, and his breathing suddenly became short. "Demon Chi, not good. Go." The Jiang family yelled. They have urged their power to use their means to escape from this place. But where is the still time? The strips of lacquered black spirit snake-like existences, like living creatures, rushed in from all directions, and immediately wrapped the Jiang family members tightly. The source strength of many martial artists of Jiang family can't stop the erosion of these black auras. It will be corroded out of each and every one in a short while, and the black aura will take advantage of the trend, sniffing their noses, eyes and ears into there within the body. After a while, the screams of screams came and went, and the Jiang family seemed to be suffering from unimaginable torture and pain. But after a while, these voices stopped abruptly. Black Qi shrouded the world within the realm. Each and every one Jiang family martial artist straightened their waists again and stood up, but at this moment, their aura is very different from before. No matter who is it, the whole body is enveloped by a black mist. Everyone has an inexplicable evil smile on their faces, and their eyeballs have also become scarlet and black, looking terrified. Extremely human. Boom boom. Somewhere, the earth was suddenly blasted into a huge hole by a violent force, and the earth flew up from the hole. A vigorous silhouette sprang from it. The silhouette fell on the ground and moved his arms and legs a little. Within the body, there was a crisp crackle sound. He twisted his neck again, and his mouth suddenly smirked. If Yang Kai is still here, he must be able to find that this silhouette is not someone else. It is the Jiang family old ancestor, Jiang Qing, who was beaten by him before like a stray dog. But in this short period of time, Jiang Qing's injury seems to have been completely recovered. Not only that, but his own aura is stronger than before, as if he has gotten a huge improvement. This is not only true for him, but also for other Jiang family members. Everyone who has been eroded and transformed by Black Qi seems to have made tremendous progress in his aura and strength. Jiang Qing stood for a while, and suddenly there was another whiz-whiz-whiz sound from behind. One after another silhouette, bursting out of the hole behind him, neat and tidy standing beside him, one silent. Very strange. These silhouettes are all Jiang family martial artists who were demonized in the mine before and those mine slaves. Jiang Qing looked around all around, showing a very satisfied expression on his face. Immediately, he raised his head and roared. The whistling sound went straight to the sky, and the dark demon Qi seemed to have received some summon. It turned around and gathered into a dark tornado, rushing towards the sky, as if to the sky poke a hole. In the distance, Yang Kai and Moxioki, who were rushing hard, heard howling. Looking back, they couldn't help but complexity greatly changed. Broken. Yang Kai exclaimed, Jiang family didn't know what it put out this time. Maplewood City is only at stake. If you guess wrong, it should be Demon Qi of Antiquity Great Demon. Moxioki continued. Antiquity Great Demon? Yang Kai frowned. Well, ancient era, human, monster and demon and various other alien races all had their prosperous times. They all ruled Star Boundary, but as the years change, race changes and rotations, race after race was replaced, and our human race was able to rule the Star Boundary because of its huge number and large powerhouse. It has suppressed the living space of other races. But this does not mean that other races have been destroyed. In Star Boundary, in some of the hidden places, all kinds of foreign races have their own breeding grounds, but they rarely show up. Today's demon race is one of them. But today's demon race and Antiquity Great Demon are completely incomparable. Only the pure Demon Qi of Antiquity Great Demon can demonize other creatures and transform them into members of demon race. Martial Peak Chapter 2110. Chapter 2110 Rampage. There is such a thing? Yang Kai was surprised. In that pit, either the Demon Qi of Antiquity Great Demon was sealed, or the body of Antiquity Great Demon was sealed. Damn, how did Jiang family discover this place, and even broke the seal? Moxioki's pretty face was full of anger. It seems that the reason why there are that many purifying mind jade in the mine is not born naturally, but because of the seal. Yang Kai looking thoughtful. The greatest effect of purifying mind jade is to purify the mind, and the evil demon Qi is exactly the thing that can overcome it. Perhaps A long time ago, there were ancient great experts who used huge amounts of purifying mind jade as placed a seal underground, but as Jiang family has been sending people to dig it over the years, the seal must have been destroyed. This is how Demon Chi leaked. I hope it's the former. If it's the latter, Moxioki stopped talking. What will happen? Yang Kai asked. Moxioki faint glanced at him and continued. This means that Antiquity Great Demon has a chance to resurrect. If this is the case, I am afraid that only the top 10 Emperor Senior can get rid of it. Hearing this, Yang Kai's face suddenly darkened. Demon Chi has scattered. Moxioki seemed to have discovered something new at this moment, and he tenderly shouted. Yang Kai was busy and looked back, and found that as Moxioki said, the huge Demon Chi that enveloped the land of thousands of miles, seemed to have been mobilized, all directions scattered, and it rolled. Demon Chi is like a torrent of no stronghold one cannot overcome. No matter where it flows, it will leave a mess. At the foot of the barren mountain near the mine, there was originally a village, but at this moment when Demon Chi rolled over, the village immediately heard screams one after another. After Demon Chi disappeared, one silhouette after another, wrapped in pitch black aura, stood up from all corners of the village. Immediately, they stared simultaneously. Yang Kai and Moxioki, who had fled in the distance, went after them. These ordinary persons who had never practiced at this moment showed physical strength that was not inferior to that of a beast. The body was vigorous, like a cheetah. Although they could not catch up with Yang Kai at all, they still had no intention of giving up. Mister. At this moment, Jiang Yuexi's faint shout suddenly came from Yang Kai's arms. Are you awake? Yang Kai looked down and saw Jiang Yuexi open his eyes to look at the owner. After this period of recuperation, the pretty face that was originally white seemed to have become rosy. Yang Kai quickly urged source strength, and after she wandered around within the body and made sure that she was not in serious trouble, she was relieved. Mister, save my Jiang family orphans and widows. Jiang Yuexi pleaded. They don't know anything about the situation here. If they leave it alone. Yang Kai, hearing this, frowned, but soon he nodded and said, okay, I will rush to Jiang family. Thank you, Mr. Jiang Yuexi was grateful for the replied. Big brother Yang, not equal to me. We will act separately. Moxioki suddenly opened the mouth and said, you go to the Jiang family, I will go to Maplewood City to inform the city master to take precautions early, otherwise when Demon Chi invades Maplewood City, I am afraid it will be too late. Alright. Yang Kai, hearing this, nodded. He had this plan originally, and now Moxioki's initiative to propose is naturally the best. You are careful in everything. I will rush to Maplewood City to meet you as soon as possible, and then stay away from this place of right and wrong. Moxioki heavily nodded, and then urged his strength to turn into a flow light, racing straight toward Maplewood City. Yang Kai only accelerated suddenly after she left. 2.5 minutes later, Yang Kai has come to the manor of Jiang family. At this moment, the sky has just lighted up, but a group of orphans and widows of Jiang family got up very early, and there are signs of silhouette activity in the manor. When Yang Kai arrived here, the only two men left in the Jiang family, the fat and thin martial artist, were competing in an open space above, and the two people had similar cultivation levels, and they couldn't fight each other there. When it was difficult to solve the difficulties, I saw a flash, and suddenly one more person appeared. Fat and thin martial artist, two people turned pale with fright, and at the same time retreat one step, shouted, who? But at the next moment, the fat martial artist's face is exposed, an expression of joy, happily said, hey, it turns out that it is the benefactor who is here. And Yuexi, the thin martial artist, also saw Jiang Yuexi, who was gently put down by Yang Kai. He greeted him enthusiastically. Since Yang Kai solved the danger of extermination for the Jiang family last time, Jiang family has been grateful to Yang Kai. At this moment, they are naturally full of joy. Second brother, Jiang Yuexi's pretty face was slightly red, which seemed to be a bit sorry, so he quickly shouted softly, you talk. I'll go to old lady. Yang Kai said, his figure suddenly blurred and disappeared. My dear, you are in a hurry. what do you do?" The fat martial artist instinctively noticed something wrong, and looked at Zhang Yuoxi worriedly and asked, "Did something happen?" "It's this kind of." Zhang Yuoxi also knew that this was not the time to reminisce, so he hurriedly told about the things in the mine. After listening, the fat and thin martial artist's face deathly pale. At this moment, the sound transmission of Zhang family mistress suddenly came from the ears of the two people, and the two people expression screamed. After greeted Zhang Yuoxi, they hurried to the manor. 5 minutes later, a beautiful boat suddenly rose up from the Zhang family manor, quickly turned into a flowing light, and shot towards Maplewood City. Zhang family has a small number of people nowadays, only about a dozen people. Except for the fat and thin martial artist, who is a male, all the others are female. Moreover, the cultivation level is also uneven. In order to catch up with the time, Yang Kai can only take out the secret treasure of the ship and fly them to Maplewood City. Fortunately there are not many of them, otherwise the action would not be so fast, and the Zhang family old woman did not doubt what Yang Kai said. After learning the seriousness of the matter, she decisively followed Yang Kai. Gone. I didn't even remember the hundreds of years of Zhang family's foundation. Old woman is half length into the soil, naturally knowing that as long as there are people in the family, there will always be a chance for a comeback, but if there are no people, that family will really be over. It must be safe to be with a family member. What is the foundation of hundreds of years? The distance of 300 li, but it took a moment to fly. At the city gate, the martial artist guarding the city saw the building rushing towards the ship, and the complexion was greatly changed. One of the Void King one-layer martial artist raised his voice and shouted, "Who is the newcomer? No flying secret treasure is allowed in Maplewood City. Please disembark as soon as possible." In the building, there was no response at all. Seeing that the ship on the building was getting closer and closer, the guards all expressed a grim expression. Just as they were preparing to attack the ship to defend the majesty of Maplewood City, a message from the ship on the building suddenly sent them unbearable coercion. Principal source stage. The martial artist of Void King one layer was short and almost fell to his knees. As for the others, their cultivation level was worse than him, and the situation was naturally worse. This loss of consciousness, Lu Quan rushed into Maplewood City at a very fast speed. Who is so brave? How dare to use the flying secret treasure in the city? This person is tired of life. Where did the people from City Lord's mansion go? Why don't you teach him? What a joke. The ship on that building is the principal source stage powerhouse, except for 2 vice city masters and city masters. Besides, who can stop him? For a moment, the martial artists in Maplewood City raised the head, looking at the sky and whispering. In normal times, Yang Kai will definitely not move like this, but now that time is tight. He has brought a group of orphans and widows with Zhang family, and there is really no way. Good things don't go out, bad things spread for thousands of miles. Soon, someone ignored the rules of Maplewood City and utilized the secret treasure on the boat to break into the city. The news spread to the eyes of the great families in the city. Feeling surprised at this moment, Yang Kai has utilized Lu Quan to the Spirit Pill workshop. He will come here. Naturally, he wants to inform Kang Saran. In the entire Maplewood City, he also has a slightly closer relationship with Kang Saran and Moxioki. Now that the Maplewood City is facing a disaster, it is natural to let them know. You guys stay here. The defensive restriction of the ship building has been turned on, and I will return as soon as I go. After Yang Kai said to a group of Zhang family, he hurried out of the ship building. At the same time, Kang Saran just heard the movement and walked out of the Spirit Pill workshop. At first sight of Yang Kai, Kang Saran's eyes were almost staring, and he pointed his finger at him and said in surprise, "Yang ... Brother Yang, you thought hell in the day." After all, when Yuan Cauldron Mountain collapsed, Yang Kai was nowhere to be found. Later, he also inquired about the whereabouts of Yang Kai's. People who knew Raging Fire Palace searched for 2 in the collapsed Yuan Cauldron Mountain. Over the course of a month, there was still no discovery. More than half of time has passed, and there is still no news of Yankai. Kang Saran, as it should be by rights, thinks that Yankai has been killed in Yuan Cauldron Mountain. But now, Yankai magically appears in front of him. How can Kang Saran not be surprised? But soon, Kang Saran put on an expression of relief, as if letting go of a certain burden in his heart, walked up quickly, and held Yankai's arm with one hand, patted his shoulder fiercely with the other hand, looked at him up and down, and said, "Okay, Brother Yang, you really heaven helps the worthy." This Brother Yu is finally relieved. Speaking of which, Kang Saran is still quite guilty these days, because he brought Yankai to Yuan Cauldron Mountain, but when something happened to Yuan Cauldron Mountain, he ran back safely, but Yankai death there. In the past half a year, Kang Saran feels guilty and uneasy every time he thinks about this. He feels that his own has harmed Yankai. He often stays awake at night and can't feel relieved to practice. And now, the source of his trouble sleeping and eating has returned unharmed, and he has naturally become a lot easier. When Yankai moved in his heart, he clearly understood Kang Saran's psychological changes, but he couldn't explain much. "Brother Yang, you are." Kang Saran cast his gaze on the exquisite boat floating above the spirit pill workshop. A suspicious color flashed on the surface. "I don't know what Yankai is going to do." Marshall Peak Chapter 2111 Chapter 2111 Hustle and Bustle. Brother Kang, the major event is not good. Yankai drank low, complexion grave and stern. What happened? Kang Saran complexion changed. He caught a clue from Yankai's expression, and asked anxiously, "It's this kind of." Yankai spoke very quickly about the accident that happened over the mine, and then he continued, "Brother Kang, please pack things quickly and follow me. Leave Maplewood City." How can this be? How can there be antiquity great demons pure demon chi near Maplewood City? Kang Saran lost his senses and couldn't believe his ears. If Yankai hadn't told him about this, he would have smiled and would never take it seriously, but this was the news from Yankai, so he couldn't help but think about it. There is no time to think about it. Yankai looked back at the sky outside the city worriedly, his face changed slightly, and she shouted, "Brother Kang, I'll go to City Lord's mansion, come back soon, and leave here as soon as I come back." At this point, he has urged Space Force to twinkling up in the city. Kang Saran, shivered, didn't think much about it, turned around and rushed into the spirit pill workshop. The next moment, the whole spirit pill workshop is a little furious. The location of City Lord's mansion is right in the center of Maplewood City. Yankai has also been in the auction assembly with Kang Saran last time. Naturally, he is familiar with the road. He wants to go to City Lord's mansion, not to inform who, but to find Moxioki. Calculating time, Moxioki should have explained the situation over the mine to the people at City Lord's mansion, but he still disappeared. Yankai can only rush over in person and bring Moxioki back. In the middle of the journey, he took out the sound bead that Moxioki had given him before, poured spiritual mind into it, and sent a message. Unfortunately, Moxioki did not respond at all. Yankai frowned. After taking back the sound bead, the speed has increased a lot. After a short while, he came to the City Lord's mansion, and the powerful spiritual mind unscrupulous swept over, and found Moxioki's trace in one go. Moxioki is in a side hall of City Lord's mansion at the moment, and there seems to be a principal source stage 1 layer martial artist with him. But Oro is very strange. I don't know it is who. After Space Force's ups and downs, Yankai appeared directly in that side hall. Sweeping his eyes, Yankai immediately noticed that Moxioki was standing in front of a grey-skinned old man at the moment, and his expression was telling excitedly about something, but the old man was carrying his hands on his back, wide open. Stood in place with an indifferent look. As soon as Yankai appeared, the old man noticed it. He turned his head, and suddenly two bright lights shot out of his plain eyes, which fell on Yankai's body, immediately revealing an astonished color. Because the old man discovered that Yang Kai is actually a very strange principal source stage. This is rare in Maplewood City. Big Brother Yang Moxioki seemed to have seen a savior. He expressed his joy and welcomed him. "Is it done?" Yang Kai asked hurriedly. Moxioki, hearing this, expression annoyed, pointed to the grey-faced old man, stomped and said, "This Zwang Vice City Master doesn't believe what I'm saying. I'm just arguing with him." "Don't believe it." Yang Kai frowned. But after hearing what Moxioki said, Yang Kai also knew who this grey-faced old man was. Maplewood City Vice City Master, Zwang Pan. It is also the cultivation level of Principal Source 1 layer. In the entire Maplewood City, there is a City Master and 2 Vice City Masters. The City Master is naturally Juan Yuanshan with a Principal Source 2 layer cultivation level. Among the 2 Vice City Masters, one of them is once drunkard, who presided over the auction assembly, behaved badly and had a strange temper, and the other one was Zwang Pan in front of him. Although he and drunkard both only have the cultivation level of Principal Source 1 layer, they have been immersed in this state for many years, and it is very possible to do breakthrough anytime, anywhere. In the City Lord's mansion today, maybe he was on duty, so after Moxioki came here, he didn't take much effort to meet him. But it's a pity that Zwang Pan doesn't believe in Moxioki too much. No matter how grim Moxioki describes the situation, he will always look indifferent. Instead, I looked at Moxioki with a skeptical expression, wondering if she was suspecting that she had another plot and so on. This is really anxious for Moxioki. She will voluntarily come to City Lord's mansion to notify Demon Chi of the leak. It is also kind-hearted and can't bear to see so many martial artists in Maplewood City being poisoned by Demon Chi. Not at all any selfishness, but Zwang Pan's attitude made her feel a little bit enthusiastic, and she couldn't feel wronged in her heart. "How do you call this friend? It's so awkward." When Zwang Pan faced Yang Kai's, his expression was a lot more solemn. After all, Yang Kai's cultivation level was exactly what he could ignore. "Yang Kai, I have seen Zwang Vice City Master." Yang Kai shot him a cup, one fist in the other hand, and before he could say anything, he continued, "My friend, what I said is not fabricated, but it is true. I have seen with my own eyes how to resist the City Lord's mansion. I also asked Zwang Vice City Master to quickly discuss with the City Master to come up with a countermeasure. I am afraid it will be too late. Say goodbye." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he didn't have any face to sell Zwang Pan, so he pulled Moxioki to go outside. Zwang Pan's face suddenly sank when he saw this, and he looked very unhappy. At this moment, a Void King 1 layer martial artist outside the door rushed in, with an expression of lose one's head out of fear, and when he arrived inside the hall, he shouted, "I told Master Vice City Master that just now a ship rushed into the city regardless of the city's prohibition of flying. There is a Principal Source stage powerhouse in the ship, and I can't stop it. Please let Vice City Master decide." Lu ship, Principal Source stage. Zwang Pan, hearing this, his eyes narrowed. The next moment, he raised the head, looked towards Yang Kai's back, and immediately he suddenly heard a sudden big shout, saying, "Friend Slow, let's go." When the words fell, he urged Source Strength angrily. After shaking his figure, he came to Yang Kai behind Yang Kai like a ghost, and he stretched out his hand and patted him on the shoulder. Detecting the movement behind him, Yang Kai pushed Moxioki away, turned around, raised his hand, and faced Zwang Pan's big hand with one palm. Bang! With a sound of the earth, the world's spiritual energy vibrates, and a gust of wind rages in the hall. Yang Kai motionless as mountains, Zwang Pan took a step towards retreat. His face became more gloomy than before. "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai leaned sideways, looking at Zwang Pan with a bad face, cold light twinkling in his eyes. Zwang Pan has a shivered in his heart, but at any rate it is also the powerhouse of Principal Source stage. He took a deep breath to stabilize the blood tumbling in his chest, said solemnly, "This friend, Zwang, is the master of Maplewood City Vice City, has the right to govern the affairs of the city, and you must have heard the report of the appropriate guard. Zhuang wants to know. The ship on the building is indeed mine. Yang Kai did not wait for him to finish. Then he took the words. My friend is so courageous. Zhuang Pan heard this angrily. No flight is allowed in Maplewood City, and no flight secret treasure is allowed. This is a rule that no one can break. Since my friend ignores City Lord's mansion's order, Zhuang Pan said that he must not ask a friend to give an explanation. Yang Kai did not speak yet. Moxioki jumped angrily on the side. You are really interesting. Outside, the leak demon Shi is about to harass Maplewood City, but you are investigating Big Brother Yang's boats here. Are you really not paying attention to the lives of a few hundred people in Maplewood City? Zhuang Pan, with his eyes narrowed, cold snort, said, aside from discussing this matter true or false, how can Zhuang believe it based on your own words? But this friend has broken the rules of Maplewood City. I am afraid I can't just leave like this. If you want to leave, you have to ask Zhuang whether he agrees or not. What are the rules when you die? Yang Kai laughed extremely angry. Xioki, don't tell him more. We have already brought the news. Believing or not, whatever day he stays at Maplewood City, loss of life. I have to see if those 100 grievances will haunt him day and night. Let's go. Moxioki nodded, glared at Zhuang Pan angrily, and followed Yang Kai. This king said, you want to go, you have to pass this king first. Zhuang Pan yelled, and suddenly a little pagoda-like secret treasure appeared in his hand, and source strength poured in among them. The little pagoda turns around and flies towards Yang Kai and Moxioki. During the flight, the little pagoda stretched in the wind and suddenly became a huge monster with a dozen jang high. The bottom of the tower was dark and law power lingered in it, pressing down towards Yang Kai and Moxioki. Looking at the posture, it seems that two people are to be directly suppressed in the tower. Principal source grade secret treasure. Yang Kai noticed the powerful power emanating from the little pagoda, his eyes shrank, and his anger suddenly ignited. Clenched the teeth, reached out and took out a pale blue circular bead, and urged source strength to pour it in. The pale blue circular bead is not big, it looks only the size of dragon eye. With the infusion of source strength, there is a fluttering arc and thin hair in the circular bead. Moxioki stared at the circular bead in astonishment, and then made a soft voice, which seemed extremely surprised. At this moment, the pulsating arc in the circular bead has rushed out like a fish, accompanied by a light sound, facing the high tower under air pressure. Zhuang Pan saw this scene and couldn't help but snort in his mouth. His eyes were full of expressions of disdain and contempt. The magic arts in his hands changed, and the already small tower became even more huge. Kaka! The arc smashed into the interior of the tower, and there was no trace in the blink of an eye, and the tower did not respond. Zhuang Pan laughed and teased. The methods of friends are really eye-opening. Yang Kai just stood in place quietly, with a sneer response. Seeing his weird reaction, Zhuang Pan suddenly burst into his heart for no reason, and a bad feeling suddenly rose in the mind. Before he wanted to understand what Yang Kai had in the end, there was a crackle from inside the tower under air pressure. Then, twinkling started outside the tower. The layer upon layer densely packed electric light is like a frantic dance, but the aura of the pagoda itself is disillusioned. At the moment when the lightning twinkling got up, Zhuang Pan's whole person was as if struck by lightning, and his face suddenly turned pale, and he opened his mouth and spit out a blood arrow. Aura was mostly wilted, crying out in surprise, "How is it possible?" Martial Peak Chapter 2112 Chapter 2112 If you dare to stop me and die, Happy Chinese New Year. At that moment, Zhuang Pan noticed that On's treasure tower spirit was severely damaged. His pagoda is the principal source grade low rank secret treasure. He has used secret skill to sacrifice, warm and nourish with spiritual mind for many years, and it is closely related to himself. After practicing with that secret skill, although it can greatly enhance the power of the pagoda, correspondingly, once the pagoda is damaged, the master will also be backlashed to varying degrees. At this moment, he has received a great backlash. Within the body source strength, there was a turbulence, almost violent. He was unable to suppress it, so he had to spit out one blood arrow. Crack! The electric light that wandered the pagoda continued, and it took a while to gradually annihilate. There seems to be no damage on the surface of the pagoda, but the spirituality has been greatly lost, and Zhuang Ban can feel that the internal damage of own pagoda is not small. There are many cracks, and I want to repair it. To be complete, you must find some special materials and consume a lot of time. Affected by this, Zhuang Ban was suddenly surging with blood, and his mouth kept bleeding. Master Vice City Master. The guard who had come in to report before saw this and shouted, turning pale with fright. Zhuang Ban put his hands on his chest. His face was extremely pale, his aura was uneven. His expression looked ugly at Yang Kai not far away, his eyes filled with expressions of horror and disbelief. He really can't figure out what grade the circular bead general secret treasure is. It can emit such great power in one blow, even the own principal source grade secret treasure. Unstoppable. If this strikes on the owner, how can it still have life? If he knows that the circular bead is of Emperor treasure level, he might be relieved. Zhuang Ban is the principal source stage after all, and Yang Kai didn't want to waste too much time with him, so he sacrificed Nirvana Thunder Bead, one of the two Emperor treasure beads. When he got the Nirvana Thunder Bead, he was nothing more than the Void Return stage. Although he was able to motivate Nirvana Thunder Bead, he couldn't exert the full power of Nirvana Thunder Bead because of his lack of realm. After that, I have used it many times. Every time I use it, the power of Nirvana Thunder Bead becomes stronger with the increase of its own strength. Now he is the principal source stage, able to mobilize the law power of heaven and earth. Even if he still can't play the full formidable power of Emperor treasure, it is still not what principal source grade secret treasure can contend. Under the collision of the two, stronger and weaker obvious at a glance. Zhuang Vice City Master, please respect yourself. If you dare to stop it, don't blame Yang for being merciless. Yang Kai looked at Zhuang Ban with cold eyes, and drank slowly. Zhuang Ban's face was as grey as death, and he opened his mouth, dare not even say a word in the scene. He can naturally perceive that Yang Kai is not intimidating falsely, but really intends to do so. In other words, if On interrupts him anymore, he might really fall here. Ha ha ha. My friend is so loud. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from outside, and then two figures, one thin and one fat, suddenly came in from outside. At the same time, a strong aroma of wine permeated the hall. When Yang Kai saw this, his brows couldn't help but frowned, and he squinted to look at the incoming person. He recognizes two people. The short and fat person is the Vice City Master drunkard who behaves badly. Once he entered the senior hall, he swept around, and then his eyes narrowed. But soon he calmed down, took off the big bottle gourd around his waist, and took a sip in his mouth, seeming to be overwhelmed. And the martial artist who is a bit thinner is the City Master Duan Yuanshan of Maplewood City. It is also the only principal source two-layer powerhouse in Maplewood City. Yang Kai has seen Duan Yuanshan many times, so he is no stranger to him. At this moment, Duan Yuanshan's bright and wanton eyes looked at Yang Kai with interest, laughed heartily and said, when will there be another principal source stage in Maplewood City? It is really gratifying. He liked a point and didn't want to pursue Yang Kai for hurting Zhuang Ban, but showed a very relieved expression. It is not difficult to understand that two people will suddenly appear here. After all, this is the City Lord's mansion. Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard usually live here. Just now, the secret treasure between Yang Kai and Zhuang Ban. How can they not notice the strong energy fluctuations that come out of the collision? So I rushed over by accident. I have seen the City Master. I have seen the Vice City Master. Yang Kai frowned, and two people hugged a cup, one fist in the other hand. Drunkard grinned, reached out his hand to wipe the drink from the corner of his mouth, and responded casually without saying anything. Instead, he found a place next to the pillar of the hall and sat lazily. After going down, holding the bottle gourd, he poured it into his mouth. Duan Yuanshan is laughed. This friend is polite, I don't know how to call my friend under Yang Kai. It turned out to be Brother Yang. A suspicion flashed across Duan Yuanshan's face. This city master remembers that there is no great family named Yang in Maplewood City. I'm just a scattered martial artist. Maplewood City came over a year ago. So that's how it is. Duan Yuanshan showed a hint of astonished, and immediately said, I don't know Brother Yang and Elder Brothers Wang. It's because what a big fight. Everyone is principal source stage. Why sit down and talk about something? Why are you so excited? City Master, this person is really supercilious. He ignores the rules of the city. Utilize the building and the boat rushed into the city. Zhuang just wanted to ask, but he didn't know that he didn't cooperate, so he asked the city master to check it out. Zhuang Pan said before Yang Kai could speak. It is in line with the facts. There is nothing to add oil and vinegar. What's this? Duan Yuanshan frowned, turning his head to look at Yang Kai. Yes, it does happen. Yang Kai nodded. Zhuang Pan suddenly sneered. Master City Master, you personally set the rules of Maplewood City. But now this person has nothing to do with wanton destruction, dare to ask what to do. He suffered a loss in Yang Kai's hands just now, and even his own pagoda was beaten to a great loss in spirituality. Naturally, he hates Yang Kai to the extreme. At this moment, Duan Yuanshan and Drunkard are here together. If they really can, if Yang Kai is convicted, Yang Kai will definitely suffer. This is also his attractive spectacle. If City Master wants to deal with Yang after learning another news, then Yang has nothing to say. Yang Kai didn't wait for Duan Yuanshan to speak, and then sneered. What news? Seeing his serious expression, Duan Yuanshan was suddenly confused. 2,000 miles away, the seal of antiquity Great Demon was broken, and the pure demon chi leaked. I am afraid that it will not take long to harass Maplewood City. Yang Kai continued. What? Duan Yuanshan hearing this, exclaimed, the seal of antiquity Great Demon? Pure demon chi leaked. Aside, leaning on the stone pillar after tasting the wine, a drunken drunkard was also stunned there. His drunkenness disappeared, his eyes widened and he looked at Yang Kai. The wine at the corner of his mouth was flowing all over, but he didn't know it. Certain words. Zhuang Ban furiously shouted from the side. Master City Master, don't listen to this person's nonsense. Duan Yuanshan raised his hand to stop him from accepting. When I come down, I look at Yang Kai sternly and ask, is this serious? Where did Brother Yang get the news? What proof is there? This is my own eyes what you see. I also fled all the way back to Maplewood City. Yang Kai glanced at Zhuang Pan, sneered, and pointed to Moxioki. My friend is thinking about the safety of a few hundred lives in Maplewood City, and he came to City Lord's mansion specially. I want you to make preparations early. But this Zhuang Vice City Master remained unmoved. He didn't even mean to send someone to investigate. Instead, because he was in a hurry to utilize the building and flew into Maplewood City in the next moment, he broke the rules and chattered, hey, and even fight, hey, as for the credentials, you will know if you own it. It's only 2,000 miles, not too far. Let me see. There, drunkard hearing this, how dare I be negligent? He quickly pinned the bottle gourd to his waist, suddenly stood up, turned into a flowing light and shot outwards. I've said everything, City Master, let me say goodbye. Yang Kai finished speaking and winked at Moxioki. Moxioki understood, and quickly went to the outside. You can't go. I haven't figured it out yet. Zhuang Ban stood in place, sternly. You dare to stop me, I will let you die. Yang Kai didn't look back, and after dropping a word in his mouth, he and Moxioki disappeared. City Master, this person is simply too arrogant and despotic. Zhuang Pan didn't dare to stop Yang Kai, so he could only pin his hopes on Duan Yuanshan, expecting him to take action to restrict Yang Kai. The latter gave him a leisurely look, indifferently said, if what this person said is true. Maplewood City is only at stake. Zhuang Pan hearing this, shivered. Nana dare not say anything. Duan Yuanshan didn't say much, but he still couldn't see the dissatisfaction and blame in the eyes of the Lord City Master, knowing that he was extremely angry and anxious at the moment. But the seal of antiquity Great Demon was broken, and the leak of pure demon chi. How can you think, and how impossible? After a while, Duan Yuanshan suddenly took out a communication compass from the space ring, and spiritual mind poured it in. It was obviously Drunkard who had sent the message back. Zhuang Pan looked expectantly, praying secretly in his heart, praying that what Yang Kai and Moxioki said was nothing but a casual fabrication, so that he would have reason to trouble Yang Kai's and so deceiving City Master. Duan Yuanshan will definitely not let Yang Kai go. But, under Zhuang Pan's nervously expectant gaze, Duan Yuanshan's face suddenly became incredibly pale, and his body was slightly trembled. City Master, Zhuang Pan shouted nervously, send the order to open all the defensive formation in the city, at all costs, but also to increase the formidable power of the formation to the strongest. Suddenly, Duan Yuanshan shouted loudly and spread it throughout the city lord's mansion. No way! Zhuang Pan suddenly fell to the ground with his face like ashes. Duan Yuanshan glanced at him angrily. He disappeared in the hall while his figure was shaking. After a while, countless instructions came from his communication compass in an orderly manner and passed them to Maplewood City. All directions. A moment later, there was a buzzing sound near the Maplewood city wall, and various defense formations that had not been activated for many years were actually activated today. Marshall Peak Chapter 2113 Chapter 2113 Half-Daily Event First Month Renewal Plan. Book friends, please coming. It's 30 today. So Xiaomo wants to be lazy. I only have one chapter today. I hope you guys will forgive me. For the entire 2014, Xiaomo had 2 changes a day. The number of words was not too much, but he could persist for 365 days. Well, it seems that one day is one change. It seems that he was sick at the time. I don't remember the reason. It's not easy. In addition, the whole martial arts practice has only been broken for one day. The sudden gastroenteritis was hospitalized, so I didn't bring my notebook, so, here, I would like to praise it. Own, finally got rid of the title of Breaking Momo. Oh ho 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 ho. Getting to the bottom of the story, in the first month we'll often go out to visit elder relatives, and relatives will come to Mo family for New Year and so on. When the time comes, it will be very busy, so on the first month, it will be changed every day, so let's talk about it in advance. But please rest assured, Xiaomo will never break the change. Now that he has got rid of the hateful title, Xiaomo will never pick it up again. Continuously update. This is also my biggest wish to write martial arts so far. Finally, I wish everyone and Xiaomo own a better year. Wipe. Now that the single chapters are open, then shameless ask for a monthly pass. Monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Marshall Peak Chapter 2114 Chapter 2114 Demon Chi Siege. New Year's greetings to you all. Maplewood City, with a violent sound and the shaking of the earth, a multicolored light barrier suddenly emerged, in the shape of a semicircle, will cover the city. These restriction formations are all created and arranged by city masters and family powerhouses of Maplewood City in all dynasties, in order to guard against foreign enemies, but these defensive formations have basically not been used. Because Maplewood City has not been invaded by any powerful enemy so far, even those martial artists who have lived in Maplewood City for a long time almost forgot the existence of defense formation. But at this moment, these formations are activated one after another. What happened? How could these formations be turned on? There must be a major event. Could it be that foreign enemies invade? Could it be that the Emperor's senior stage powerhouse came over? For a moment, many martial artists in the city were amazed. Everyone was talking at once and discussed, and some people raised their eyes to the city lord's mansion. Go, I want to know what the city lord's mansion will give. At this moment, A hurried shout came from a distance outside the city. "Everyone, give me a quick entry into the city without delay." This voice shouted several times, over and over, as if very eager, and full of breath. It spread almost all over Maplewood City. "It's the voice of drunkard Vice City Master." After some martial artists heard the voice of the master, their expression screamed, and they immediately rushed to the city wall and looked around. After a while, the city wall was full of people. The next moment, exclamation sounds one after another. "Look, Master Vice City Master seems to be being chased by something. Oh my God, what is that thing? It's all black. Isn't even Vice City Master an opponent?" Just as everyone was talking, Drunkard had already rushed to the front of Maplewood City. The martial artist in charge of controlling the formation barrier saw this, and immediately a hole opened in front of him, and Drunkard shook his body and shot into the city along the hole. After he entered, the split gap was quickly closed and recovered. At the same time, the pitch-black aura that followed Drunkard behind also rushed here, without any reduction in speed, directly hitting the outermost light barrier above. Bang! With a loud noise, the light barrier with bright rays of light was slightly trembled, and the color was suddenly dim and almost shattered. This scene was printed in the eyes of nearby martial artists, and they were immediately shocked, and the complexion greatly changed. Retreat. And the martial artists who controlled the formation hurriedly urged their own power, increased their own power input, and finally stabilized the trembling light barrier. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another flowing light, coming from all directions in the city. It is obviously the Maplewood City powerhouse that is aware of the movement here. City Master Duan Yuanshan was the first to show up, landing on the city wall, his expression staring sternly forward, his eyelids twitching slightly. On both sides of him, several powerhouses with principal source stage aura on their bodies also appeared one by one. After seeing the horrible scene ahead, all the complexion greatly changed. "City Master Juan, what are these things?" one of the gray-haired old man asked. "This old man has the cultivation level of Principal Source 1 layer. It is not someone else but the old ancestor of Qin family, Qin Ke Ouyang. He is also the oldest looking one of the nearly 10 Principal Source stage present. It seems that he has not been around for a long time, and he has some age spots on his face. This is extremely rare for a Principal Source stage martial artist, and only those martial artists whose lifespan is about to reach their limit will have these physiological changes." "Yes, City Master Juan, you ordered to open the defense formation in advance. Should you get some news?" Old ancestor Du Lishan of Du family also asked. Other Principal Source stages of the aristocratic family also looked towards Duan Yuanshan, hoping that he could give an explanation. "Demon Chi." "The pure demon Chi of antiquity, great demon," Duan Yuanshan said with a heavy face. "It is said that it was leaked into beyond 1,000 li." "The pure demon Chi of antiquity, great demon?" A group of Principal Source stage powerhouse hearing this, all expressions changed drastically. "This City Master just got the news. Don't ask me where the demon Chi comes from. This City Master doesn't know. I only know if I can't work with if it's a common purpose. Maplewood City is in danger today." As soon as this statement came out, many Principal Source stages were full of expressions. Duan Yuanshan turned his head and looked towards all around. "You are also the leaders of your respective families, and your families have many clansmen still in the city, and you don't want to see them being corroded by demon Chi, since then nothing, right? This is nature." Qin Ke Ouyang was the first to express his position. "It's just that how to defend against the enemy. Please let the City Master express it." "Yes, antiquity great demons pure demon Chi, I've come across it for the first time. What kind of means to get rid of is the most effective, and we don't know." Liang Pengil of Liang family said with a grim expression. This Duan Yuanshan was speechless for a while. Although he is Principal Source 2 layer, his cultivation level is higher than the others present, but the pure demon Chi of antiquity great demon, like everyone else, it was the first time he met. How did he know how to get rid of it effectively? "Brother Juan, we might as well consolidate the line of defense now. and wait for the rest to be studied later. Drunkard was already completely drunk, and he was more awake than ever. Exactly. Yuanshan's eyes lit up, opened the mouth and said, "You still look for a section of the city wall to help others defend formation firmly. When I find someone, I will ask him for some information!" While speaking, Yuanshan winked at Drunkard. Drunkard knew it, and immediately greeted everyone to come forward and start studying. In a short time, you principal source stage martial artists have already determined the defense area of Own and dispersed. But Drunkard's expression flashed, as if thinking of something. He hurried towards City Lord's mansion. The shocking changes outside the city have long been known by many martial artists in the city. 1 past 10, 10 past 100. Soon, the martial artists of Maplewood City all know some things, and they have their own passionate martial artists. The artist followed the call and went to the city wall to help defend. For a moment, the city wall of Maplewood City is overcrowded. At the same time, before Spirit Pill Workshop, Yankai and Moxioki returned, spiritual mind swept away. Yankai knew that Kangsaran and the people of Spirit Pill Workshop were ready and even on floor boat. He gestured to Moxioki, and Moxioki immediately stepped into the boat. Just as he was about to enter the building, he suddenly looked aside thoughtful. Amidst the crowd of onlookers over there, an unremarkable middle-aged man was looking at him quietly. Under the intersection of his 4 eyes, the corner of the middle-aged man's mouth slightly raised. A weird smile appeared. Yankai frowned. He feels extremely strange to this middle-aged man, and he can be sure that Own has never seen this person. But this person turned out to be a martial artist of Principal Source 3 layer. It feels a little weird. This level of powerhouse is rarely seen in Maplewood City. Except for the last time Van Million Bird Phoenix appeared in Jade Clear Mountain and attracted countless powerful existences to investigate the entire Maplewood City, there may not necessarily be a Principal Source 3 layer powerhouse passing by at time. But now, there is one in the crowd, and he seems to be interested in Own, which makes Yankai a little puzzled. But he didn't think too much about it. Instead he quickly got on the boat and utilized the boat and rushed out. After the ship left, the middle-aged man smiled coldly and muttered to himself in a voice that no one else could hear, "It's really travel far and wide looking for something, only to return and find it easily. Didn't expect no clue for more than half a year. But today I came across a Palace Master's building here. From this point of view, you should know something." This middle-aged man, impressively, it is the powerhouse that the Flying Saint Palace Master sent over half a year ago to investigate the murderer of Ning Yuanxing. He followed the vine and easily found out that Ning Yuanxing's last appearance was at the auction assembly of Maplewood City. And he naturally rushed all the way to Maplewood City. It's just that most of the time has passed, and he didn't find any other useful information. Where did I know that by chance today, I saw Ning Yuanxing's secret treasure in the city? He doesn't think that Yankai has the ability to kill Ning Yuanxing. After all, Ning Yuanxing had a Principal Source 2 layer guardian by Liu Yi at that time. Yankai's cultivation level should not have this ability, but he felt that since Yankai could get the boat from Ning Yuanxing, he must have some information. That's why he is a little concerned about Yankai. There are many people in the city and it is not easy to do things. He is going to follow it out before making plans. At the city wall, Yankai utilizes the ship to fly here, but when he sees the outside situation, his heart sinks. Because at this moment, the boundless ancient demon she has surrounded the entire Maplewood City. There is no gap at all. If you look over from the sky, the Maplewood City at this moment seems to be more one layer. A solid city wall cast with pitch black material is average. The pitch black city wall is constantly creeping and flowing for several dozen li. Any creatures rushing into it will be bodil rather than well. Although Luquan's secret treasure is not low grade, it also comes with some defensive restrictions, but it rushes in so rashly, Yankai pays himself, except for Own. Everyone else will definitely suffer. Brother Yang Kangsaran apparently also discovered this situation, and suddenly looked pale and said, How can this be good? Hey, it's still too late. Moxioki bit his red lips slightly with an annoyed look on his face, and at the same time scolded that Zwangpan bloody in his heart. If they hadn't wasted that many time with Zwangpan, maybe they would still have a chance to leave here before Demon Chi siege. But now, it's too late. In the building, a pair of eyes also looked towards Yang Kai. At this time, Yang Kai's cultivation level is the highest, and it seems to have become their backbone. Although Yang Kai's face is stern, there is not much panic, because even if he has nowhere to go, he can send everyone here into mysterious small boundary, and he alone can break through the blockade of Demon Chi. Using Space Force, Yang Kai is 80% sure that he can escape safely. But in this way, Mysterious Boundary Bead can't hide this huge secret. Those in the Jiang family are fortunate to say, after all, they regard Yang Kai as a benefactor. If Yang Kai tells them not to reveal Mysterious Boundary Bead's secret, they will definitely swear to agree, keeping their mouths tight. Marshall Peak Chapter 2115. Chapter 2115 has no way out. But these guys and Pill Master of Spirit Pill Workshop are hard to say. How much friendship Yang Kai has with them? Not at all. In case the secret of Mysterious Boundary Bead is exposed from them, I am afraid it will attract countless powerhouses. Mysterious Boundary Bead is the Emperor treasure, and it can be more become one world. It can be carried with you. Looking at the entire star boundary, I am afraid it is the only one. There are still some treasures of become one world in star boundary. For example, the 5 colors treasure tower that Yang Kai entered last time, which is the treasure of Star Soul Palace's palace, and the interior is also become one world. But the biggest difference between 5 colors treasure tower and Mysterious Boundary Bead is that it cannot be carried on the body at all and can only be placed inside the Star Soul Palace. Mysterious Boundary Bead is very important, and Yang Kai dare not expose it until it is necessary. Now it seems that the frontal breakthrough is impossible. Yang Kai muttered, suddenly expression moved, and asked, in Maplewood City, there should be space law formation, right? In the hometown of Star Territory, there are some space law formations in the big city that can be transferred, not to mention the vast star boundary. Although Maplewood City is not too big, it should have space law formation is right. Yes, but on the City Lord's mansion side. Kang Saran nodded replied. Let's go. Go to City Lord's mansion. Yang Kai complied, immediately utilized the boat, and drove towards Xiangf towards City Lord's mansion. From the high-altitude outlook, the entire Maplewood City is in chaos at this moment. When news of Antiquity Great Demon's Pure Demon Chi Siege came out, these martial artists in the city that lived all the year naturally lost one's head out of fear, lest the defense formation in the city be broken and suffer. And the first way they can think of is naturally to send it through space law formation. So this time the martial artist rushing towards City Lord's mansion, I don't know where it is. Aware of this, the Yang Kai complexion sank and urged the ship to rise more quickly. In a short while, Lu Quan came to the sky above City Lord's mansion. But before he can control the falling of the building, he will suddenly notice that an energy belonging to the principal source stage powerhouse erupts from a certain palace, accompanied by a loud noise. The palace is instantaneous. It collapsed, the rubble shot, and the good hall suddenly turned into ruined walls. Many martial artists foul-mouthed shot out of the ruins. Each and everyone looked angry. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes when he saw this. He instinctively had a bad premonition. He turned his head and looked towards Kang Saran and said, Brother Kang, that place ... could it be the location of the transmission formation? Right? Kang Saran expression nodded hard. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched suddenly, and his gaze was cast on a sloppy silhouette floating in the air. This person is short and fat, with ragged clothes and messy hair. It looks no different from a beggar, but this person exudes a powerful aura that can only be possessed by Principal Source Stage, pinned to his waist. A big bottle gourd of Siang. It's not drunkard, and who is it? And here and now, he is the only person in Principal Source Stage, and it seems that the movement made just now is his excellent handiwork. Below, there are countless martial artist expressions staring at Drunkard angrily, with an expression of wishing to kill and then hurry up. Master Vice City Master, why did you destroy the teleportation formation? It is worthwhile to wait for you to respect you, but I don't want to be so vicious in this critical moment. Yes, Drunkard, why did you stop me from waiting for my way out? The space law formation was destroyed. This is over. We can't escape anymore. Drunkard, if you don't wait for me to say something today, don't want to leave this place alive. Drunkard, I am not at odds with you. An angry shout. There was a question, such as the sharpest spike, stab at Drunkard suspended in midair, and even more emotional people, who had already taken the lead, took out secret treasure, displayed martial skills, and slapped Drunkard face. Drunkard stood there, at all points, completely motionless, even in the face of those attacks. He didn't blink his brows, he just urged source strength to protect himself, and he didn't want to plans to fight back. Everyone. Drunkard looked all around. His eyes were cold, his voice was low, and shouted, "The little old man understands everyone's thoughts and knows everyone's thoughts. But today, my Maplewood City is besieged by Demon Chi, is at stake, and it is possible to be broken at any time. You old fogey, since you know why you want to destroy the space law formation, you really have sinister intentions, and your heart is shameful," came from the crowd. The sound of raw. Drunkard turned his gaze over there, a deep apology flashed across his face, and then continued, "For this reason, the little old man was forced to make such a bad move. My Maplewood City martial artist is a few hundred. If being able to work with a common purpose may not necessarily be able to survive this catastrophe, but if you only want to leave this place through the space law formation, the city will be destroyed. By then, the loss of life here will be wailing, and it will be a purgatory. The little old man has lived in Maplewood City all his life. There are relatives, friends, and friends of the little old man here. The little old man doesn't want to see them suffering and losing their minds. Could it be that you would like to see this scene? If you just want to run away for your own life, who will guard your relatives and friends? Speaking of which, Drunkard swept his majestic eyes to all around. Among the crowd, the angry voices gradually weakened a lot, and many people bowed their heads in thought. My Maplewood City, in the entire star boundary, but the sea shudder. Even in the South Territory, it is not well known, little known. But my sons in Maplewood City have a pair Chongqing proud. The little old man has lived for most of his life and has witnessed the hundreds of years of Maplewood City. The little old man likes it here and does not want to see the moment when the city is broken. Don't worry, everyone. There are already messengers who have sent formations to other cities, and they will also pass the information here to Star Soul Palace and other big sects. I believe that Powerhouse will come to help me soon to solve the Maplewood City crisis. But before that, the little old man implores you to join me in strictly guarding the city and fending off foreign enemies together. The little old man promises you here that he will do his best to protect the city and protect everyone's safety, even if the blood is sprinkled. No complaints. Everyone, please help me. At this point, Drunkard scanned all around, his eyes full of sincere requests. The whole audience is quiet, and there is no more noisy and complicated sound like before. Count this city master. This city master swears by Heart Demon, the city is here, and the city is broken. Duan Yuanshan's voice suddenly came from a distance, and the silhouette flashed, appeared beside Drunkard. Drunkard startled and immediately grinned at Duan Yuanshan. Old wine, good intentions. Duan Yuanshan sounded transmission quietly, with gratitude on his face. Drunkard shook his head slowly. At this moment, among the people below, I don't know who suddenly shouted, "Follow the city master and vice city master's side, and follow the orders of Lord 2. The city is here. The city is broken and the people are dead. The city is where the people are. The city is broken and the people are dead. The city is where the people are. The city is broken and people are dead." More and more martial artists joined the sequence of shouting. Gradually, the trembling sound converged into a shocking wave. spreading across the fields and passing towards 9 heavens above. One mind coming together. Drunkard looked down with relief on his face and bowed deeply. Regardless of whether the people below support him sincerely or because they are forced to do nothing, as long as they are willing to do their part to protect Maplewood City, it is enough to get his gratitude. Many thanks, everyone. Now I have no way out. If I want to survive, I can only resist Demon Chi. And I invite you to go to the city wall and support the same people in the city. Drunkard shouted in all directions. With a sound, the silhouette below is moving. Each utilizes the figure or takes out to fly the secret treasure, and disperses towards all around. Old wine, I'll leave it to you here. I'll meet someone. After Yuan-Shan finished speaking, he cast his gaze on the building not far away. Under the shaking, he came directly in front of the building, holds the fist saying, "Brother Yang, can you show up for a while?" City Master Juan, let's go inside. Yang Kai's voice came from the building. Yuan-Shan hearing this, slightly smiled, stepped onto the boat. Entering the cabin, Yuan-Shan saw Yang Kai with an indifferent expression. Brother Yang. Yuan-Shan cupped one fist in the other hand again, with a grim expression. This Yuan turned up without being invited this time, but actually wanted to inquire about the ancient demon Chi with Brother Yang information. I know. Yang Kai nodded. He didn't mean to hide it at the moment, and briefly recounted everything that had happened in the mine before. Yuan-Shan's brows were condensed into Sichuan characters after listening, said solemnly, according to Brother Yang, this time, the Jiang family did it. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. No wonder I didn't see Jiang Qing, that old guy. Yuan-Shan expressed angrily, and immediately asked, since Brother Yang has been in direct contact with the ancient demon Chi, is there any way to confront it? Yang Kai shook the head. I'm not very clear either. I just know that after the ancient demon Chi corrodes the human body, it will make a big change in human temperament, and the person who just died will be corroded, will come back to life again. Why is this? Yuan-Shan complexion changed. I don't know this. Maybe there is something magical in the ancient demon Chi. Two people while speaking, Moxioki suddenly interrupted. In fact, what special method to deal with the ancient demon Chi? Not at all. You can only use a powerful force to defeat it. If it is an ordinary demon Chi, there are things to be restrained, but the pure demon Chi from antiquity, great demon, wants to restrain the reality. It's too difficult. But what? Yuan-Shan immediately turned his head and looked at Moxioki, his face filled with inquiries. But in that pit, since Purifying Mind Jade is used as a sealed object, Purifying Mind Jade should be able to resist the invasion of Demon Chi a little bit. If you can make the martial artist in the city where some Purifying Mind Jade's words may have some miraculous effects. Purifying Mind Jade. Yuan-Shan raised his brows and said with a headache, this thing is rare. It is in the warehouse of City Lord's mansion. There are some, but the number is very small. Moxioki slightly smiled, reached out and took out a few rings, and handed them to Yuan-Shan. Look at this, Lord City Master. Yuan-Shan took it suspiciously, spiritual mind swept inward, and suddenly the complexion happily said, so many Purifying Mind Jade. Martial Peak Chapter 2116 Chapter 2116 Principal Source Pill. The rings that Moxioki gave Yuan-Shan were full of Purifying Mind Jade, which are countless. This makes Yuan-Shan overjoyed. Girl, these are all brought out of the mine? Yuan-Shan asked, looking thoughtful. Moxioki nodded. I stunned a few martial artists from Jiang family in the mine, and robbed their space ring. All here. Maddie girl, please be worshipped by this Yuan-Shan said, and immediately stood up and saluted Moxioki deeply. Moxioki waved his hand quickly. Some sorry said, City Master Yuan is serious. These are not actually, and so on. Yuan-Shan slowly shook his head, said solemnly, whatever how, the girl's kindness, I've written it down in Maplewood City. If I can survive this catastrophe, the girl will be my guest of Maplewood City. Purifying Mind Jade to any martial artists have more or less roles, so the value is not small. So many Purifying Mind Jade itself is a shocking wealth. As a general martial artist, even knowing that Maplewood City is in danger, it is unlikely that these Purifying Mind Jade contributions will be released, but Moxioki took it out without frowning. This makes Duan Yuanshan very grateful. These Purifying Mind Jade, the right to be acquired by me, Maplewood City Lord's Mansion. In the future, my City Lord's Mansion will be converted into the corresponding source crystal and repaid to the girl. Duan Yuanshan said again, it really doesn't matter. Moxioki really didn't know what to say. Yang Kai expression flashed, opened the mouth and said, City Master Duan, I also have some Purifying Mind Jade here. If it is not enough, please tell me. Duan Yuanshan hearing this, his eyes lit up, laughed heartily, said, if you can get Brother Yang and the girl to help me, why don't I worry about Maplewood City? Since Brother Yang is so generous, then this Duan will be here for thanks. If it is not enough, at that time, I will come to Brother Yang. Well, this Duan now needs to distribute these Purifying Mind Jade. I wonder if Brother Yang would like to go with this Duan to the city wall ... to defend against foreign enemies. Yang Kai did not answer right away, but turned his gaze to other people, opened the mouth and said, I can go there, but I have to put them down first. This is natural. Then this Duan is one step ahead. Duan Yuanshan hearing this was overjoyed. This time he got a principal source stage level powerhouse to help out, which is of great benefit to the entire Maplewood City. He naturally thanked Yang Kai for his knowledge and understanding. Righteousness. After speaking, he flashed his figure and immediately went upstairs and shot straight towards the city wall. After Duan Yuanshan left, Yang Kai looked at Moxioki and said, Xioki, my cave mansion has been taken back by City Lord's Mansion. They will be placed in your cave mansion. No problem. Moxioki readily agreed. Yang Kai nodded, following Moxioki's guidance, utilize Luquan to fly towards her cave mansion. After a short while, the entire group came to the cave mansion of Moxioki. Under the arrangement of Yang Kai's, a group of Jiang family and some folks from Spirit Pill Workshop, 2 Pill Master, all entered the cave mansion. Old lady, rest here. If Maplewood City changes again, I will come to you in advance and take you out of here. After Yang Kai finished speaking, he looked towards Jiang Yuoxi said, Yuoxi, take care of your Jiang family. Yes, Mr. Must be careful. Jiang Yuoxi looked at Yang Kai worriedly. Xioki, do you have a secret room here? Yang Kai asked again. Yes. Come with me. Although Moxioki didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do, he quickly led the way. Brother Kang, come here too. Yang Kai greeted Kang Saran. Kang Saran was puzzled, but didn't ask too much, and followed. The cave mansion rented by Moxioki in Maplewood City is the highest grade. Whether it is the richness of the world's spiritual energy or the size of the cave mansion, it is not the same as the cave mansion before Yang Kai match. There are as many as 5 or 6 closed rooms in Cave Mansion. After arriving in one of the secret rooms, Yang Kai gave Moxioki a wink, and Moxioki retired with comprehension. Brother Yang, what did you bring me here for? Kang Saran was at a loss, wondering why Yang Kai brought him to this secret room during this crisis. At this moment, isn't it the time to work with the martial artist outside to resist demon chi? Brother Kang, look at this. Yang Kai, while speaking, reached out and threw a jade bottle. Kang Saran took it suspiciously, opened the cap, turned the jade bottle upside down, and poured out a spirit pill from the bottle. The next moment, Kang Saran's body suddenly shocked, staring at the spirit pill on his hands with full eyes, with an unbelievable expression on his face, staring at it with widened eyes, for a while, as if surely cry out in surprise. Principal Source Pill. As the storekeeper of Spirit Pill Workshop, he has innumerable Spirit Pill wonderful medicines, So Kang Saran is also quite familiar with medicine pill. Some research, although he has never seen the real principal source pill. But based on his experience and insights, it is not clear what principal source pill looks like and what kind of aroma it emits. This spirit pill in hand is exactly the same as the principal source pill in the room. The only difference is that this principal source pill has patterns like the meridians of the human body, like a beautiful pattern from the hands of heaven and earth, dotted on the surface of the spirit pill. Principal source pill with pill mark. Kang Saran's voice became sharp, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. I got this from Yuan Cauldron Mountain. As expected by Brother Kang, it is indeed the cave mansion of Gongsun Mu, and the principal source pill he refined is left behind. But unfortunately yes, it has been too long. Only this one has been preserved, and the others have become scraps. Yang Kai explained with some regret. Of course this is nonsense. This principal source pill with pill mark was produced by him before the breakthrough principal source stage. After the refining was successful, he had no time to check the results of own. So it was the moment of promotion. After being promoted successfully, I had time to check while waiting for Liu Yan near Yuan Cauldron Mountain. At that time, he had 6 pill success pills at one time, 5 of which were ordinary principal source pills, and only this one gave birth to pill mark. Fortunately for this, otherwise he would not be able to explain the origin of the principal source pill that owner has. After all, only the spirit pill who give birth to pill mark can last for a long time without losing its medicine. Now he tells Kang Saran that this principal source pill comes from Yuan Cauldron Mountain and was made by Gongsun Mu himself, which is reasonable. Brother Yang, this. Although Kang Saran was extremely excited, but not at all gave birth to the slightest greed, but raised the head and looked at Yang Kai, immediately clenched the teeth, saying, "This thing is it's precious, brother, you can't take it." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Brother Kang, you would have been out of sight if you said this. If it weren't for you, I would also be impossible to go to Yuan Cauldron Mountain. Even more, how? Didn't you and I discussed it before? If there is a principal source pill in it, it belongs to you, and other things related to pill refining belong to me. Let's put it this way. I got more than one principal source pill in Yuan Cauldron Mountain. I also got something useful to me, and even I was able to get promoted to principal source stage, thanks to the opportunity inside." Yang Kai's words are not just nonsense. If it were not taken under Yuan Cauldron Mountain with that 10,000 precious medicine soup, his source strength within the body will not transform so quickly. If source strength is not completely transformed, he will naturally not be able to break through principal source stage. Be that as it may, but I didn't help me at all. If this principal source pill is put up for auction, it will be worth tens of millions of source crystal at least, and even more. Such a precious thing. Kang is ashamed. Kang Saran continuously shook his head, even flipped his hand, put the principal source pill back into the jade bottle, and stuffed it to Yang Kai. Even though his eyes are full of reluctance, but his actions are not at all muddled, and the voice of speech is also sonorous. Obviously it is not hypocritical, but really thinks so. On the last auction assembly, that Finale's principal source fruit was sold for more than 10 million source crystals. Although a principal source stage can make a principal source pill, if good luck there can be several pill success, but correspondingly, there is also a huge risk. In case of failure, there will be nothing. It can be taken out by Yang Kai. But the finished principal source pill, and the principal source pill with the pill mark, are very effective. The great value is definitely more than several times that of principal source fruit. In other words, any martial artist in Void King 3-layer peak, as long as he can get this principal source pill, there is at least a 70% chance of being promoted to the principal source stage level. Brother Kang really don't want it? Yang Kai smiled and looked at Kang Saran. Kang Saran shook his head resolutely, but his eyes were continuously aimed at Yang Kai's hands. And finally he was cruel. He turned his head, and simply came to what the eye doesn't see, the heart doesn't grieve over. In that case, Yang Kai said slowly and carefully, then opened the jade bottle, and threw the principal source pill in his hand. "What are you going to do?" Kang Saran immediately looked at Yang Kai warily. "When the fried beans are eaten, forget it. This spirit pill is scented and tastes good," Yang Kai said, really throwing the spirit pill in his hand. And then the principal source pill immediately flew out, showing the parabolic state flew into his open mouth. "Stop!" Kang Saran turned pale with fright, stretched out, beckoned, and sucked it back before principal source pill entered Yang Kai's bloody mouth wide open like a sacrificial bowl. He said with great irritation, "Damn it, really damn it, Brother Yang, you are a reckless waste of natural resources, which is not tolerated by the world. Anyway, you don't want it." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders, his expression indifferent. "Then you can't," Kang Saran said, sighing. "That's all. Brother Yang can treat me like this." If Kang is still squeezing, then he looks too petty. Kang accepted this principal source pill, and Brother Yang will remember this kind of grace in his heart, and it will be repaid in the future. "Brother Yang, please be worshipped by Kang." He adjusted his robe, looked solemn, and bowed deeply to Yang Kai. Yang Kai laughed, did not evade, nodded, "That's right." He suddenly put on a serious expression again, opened the mouth and said, "Brother Kang, you are here to retreat to refining spirit pill medicine efficacy. If I estimate it is good, at least within 7 or 8 days, Maplewood City will not have a big problem. These days will be enough for your promotion. I will be outside, waiting for Brother Kang's good news. If you fail, you will become benevolent. Kang will live up to Brother Yang's expectations." Kang Saran said solemnly. Marshall Peak Chapter 2117 Chapter 2117 Resistance. Kang Saran has been at the level of Void King 3 layer for hundreds of years. Without the help of Principal Source Pill, promotion would be impossible in this life. Yang Kai's Principal Source Pill with pill mark can be described as sending charcoal in snowy weather. Because of Kang Saran, Yang Kai has obtained huge benefits under Yuan Cauldron Mountain, and on that day at the auction assembly, Kang Saran is willing to lend him millions of source crystal. This friendship, Yang Kai is also concerned about it, so he will give the principal source pill to Kang Saran without the slightest hesitation. If people respect me one time, Yang Kai has never been a stingy person. Although Moxioki is also a Void King 3 layer peak, with the help of principal source pill, she may be promoted to the next level in a short time. But her situation is different from Kang Saran. Moxioki has that kind of cultivation level at a young age, and has a body and spirit secret. The background is quite extraordinary, not to mention that she does not need the principal source pill. Even if she does, the owner probably has the ability to obtain. Using principal source pill breakthrough to the next level may not have much impact on the martial artist, but it may also affect the future of the martial artist. So any martial artist, unless forced to do so, will not use medicine pill breakthrough. Yang Kai himself did not take principal source pill when he was in the breakthrough principal source stage. It is precisely for this reason. When Yang Kai came out of the cave mansion, not only was Moxioki followed by him, but also the old woman and that beautiful woman from Jiang family also came out. Two people are unwilling to hide in the cave mansion and wait for death. After all, there are other heirs of the Jiang family here. If the city is really broken, the Jiang family will surely perish. So no matter how Yang Kai persuades, Jiang, the old women and beautiful women of the family still have to go out to meet the enemy. As a power to protect the city contribution own, Yang Kai has no choice but to let it go. Fortunately, although the strength of two people is not high, they are all Void King 1 layer, which is not too bad. If you only help the city guards on the city wall to maintain the defensive formation, it is still nothing questionable. 4 people wrapped in a retreat, swiftly moving around in Maplewood City, and after a short time, they came to a certain section of the city wall. Looking around, the darkness outside the city, endless demon chi rolling and wriggling, like a living thing, makes people shudder. From time to time, I can hear waves of wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. That voice seems to evoke some painful memories of people deep in one's heart, and every martial artist has to resist. On the city wall, Duan Yuanshan is in charge of distributing those purifying mind jade. Any martial artist who comes to the city wall to help protect the city can get a piece of purifying mind jade to guard against unexpected events. Seeing the arrival of Yang Kai, Duan Yuanshan expression was overjoyed, and hurriedly greeted, "Brother Yang, please." Yang Kai flickered. Carrying Moxioki and Jiang family, two females came to Duan Yuanshan and took a look at the situation outside. They found that although the demon chi is fierce enough, for now, Maplewood City is still okay. Every section of the city wall has a lot of them. Martial artists are standing there, some are maintaining the defensive formation, and some are using martial skills, attacking where demon chi is moving. City Master, if you need help, just ask. Yang Kai holds the fist saying, "Since Brother Yang has said so, then this Duan is not welcome." It is this kind of. Nowadays there are not many principal source stage powerhouses in the city. If you count Brother Yang, it is less than 10 people, and others have each occupied a section of the city wall and are responsible for guarding. For now, you can still hold on to one or two, but you can't take it lightly. Brother Yang has no special tasks. You can do it yourself and see where. If you need support, where do you go? How? Duan Yuanshan expression grave said. Yes. Yang Kai nodded. Duan Yuanshan quickly took out a piece of communication compass and handed it to Yang Kai. Brother Yang takes this. If anyone needs support, he will definitely use this to send a message. Then please Brother Yang immediately to help. Yang Kai took it, but didn't put it in the space ring, but put it directly into his arms. He turned his head and looked at the two females of Moxioki and Jiang family again, opening the mouth, and said, "You should follow City Master Juan's orders here first. I will look around." P at the end of the word, he has turned into a flowing light, cruising along the city wall. On the city wall, countless martial artists from Maplewood City are fighting hard. Most of these martial artists are based on a Void King stage level, or in groups of 3 or 4, or fighting alone. When it is exhausted, it will withdraw from the city wall and have others on top. Yang Kai investigated for a while and found that the situation was not bad. After experiencing the initial panic and bewilderment, the martial artists of Maplewood City have stabilized their minds and no longer think about fleeing here, but are really united in the defense of Demon Chi. Many rays of light from martial skills hit Demon Chi's tumbling spot. Although they were soon annihilated, with Yang Kai's keen spiritual mind, it was natural to notice that Demon Chi was also consumed. Waiting by one person is just an utterly inadequate measure, but 100 people, 1,000 people, 10,000 people, 100 people. If you do this all, the effect will be completely different. Whenever the outer demon chi wants to make an impact, there will be a huge secret technique or martial skills with formidable power to rush up and disperse the demon chi that seems no stronghold one cannot overcome. Yang Kai also tried it casually, and found that this was indeed a dumb way to lift the siege of Demon Chi. It's just that Demon Chi has a strong corrosive power, so general martial artists dare not take out secret treasure at all, and can only use their own secret technique and martial skills to attack. For a moment, Maplewood City actually seems to be a little solid. This made the martial artists on the city wall very happy, their morale was greatly boosted. And at the same time they inevitably underestimated these demon chi and thought it was only this. Time is passing slowly. Maplewood City did not suffer any casualties after being besieged by demon chi for a day. This abnormal phenomenon made Yang Kai extremely vigilant. After all, in the mine at the time, he had personally experienced the terrifying part of the ancient demon chi. Although he did not confront him head-on, he was only from the violent will emanating from demon chi cannot be underestimated. In the communication compass, the message of the principal source stage powerhouse is conveyed, so even if the people are scattered everywhere, you can clearly understand the situation of other people. Until the dawn of the second day, demon chi, which has been enveloping the entire Maplewood City, seemed to have been mobilized. Simultaneous traveled more than a dozen feet to the retreat, leaving a circle on the city wall. Blank area. This scene was seen by martial artists on the city wall, and they all cheered on earth shaking. They thought that Own had successfully repelled Demon Chi, and they couldn't help but celebrate with their crowns. Even a few principal source stage think so. Don't be careless. In the communication compass, Duan Yuanchan's warning came. Mood grave. Somewhere on the city wall, Yang Kai stands tall in the sky, squinting his eyes to look forward. Although he is already the principal source stage powerhouse, his eyesight is very good, but this is the darkest hour before dawn, and Demon Chi is rolling. He can't see too far. Suddenly, the ground vibrated slightly, and a muffled thunderous sound seemed to come from a very far away position, approaching the city wall at a very fast speed. The movement was very subtle at first, almost imperceptible, but as time passed, it became more and more obvious. The martial artists cheering on the city wall stopped abruptly. After looking at each other in blank dismay, there was a sense of anxiety in their hearts. Yang Kai took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the left eye suddenly turned into a golden light, and the pupil was also a terrifying vertical pupil. Life 6 Terminator Demon Eye, break through the falsehood. In the left eye, there seems to be infinite eyesight penetrating the void, looking into the depths of Demon Chi. The next moment, his face changed leisurely, and his mouth rushed to the nearby martial artist loudly shouted, "Quickly strengthen the formidable power of formation." At the same time, his divine consciousness surged and poured spiritual mind into the communication compass, sending a message to the other principal source stage. A large number of demonized monster beast and human race martial artists are approaching, please be careful. In his field of vision, within the rolling boundless Demon Chi, one after another vigorous silhouette is quickly moving towards this. There are not only traces of monster beast, but also traces of human race. Those monster beast, each and every one are weird, and they don't know where they came from. They exude a monstrous evil spirit. Those human races, after being eroded by Demon Chi, are also aura treacherous, and their vitality is extremely powerful. However, regardless of monster beast or human race, the cultivation level strength is somewhat uneven, but the number is terrifying. All directions, countless, and almost the entire Maplewood city is surrounded. When the nearby martial artists heard Yang Kai's loudly shout, they barely had the slightest hesitates, and they urged energy to pour into the defensive formation of the city wall. With a buzzing sound, the light barrier of formation suddenly became brighter. The reason why these martial artists are so obedient is entirely because Yang Kai demonstrated the power of the principal source stage powerhouse within this day. They still have no doubts about the principal source stage martial artist. And the next moment, Duan Yuanchan's instructions came from the communication compass. In an instant, the defense formation of the entire Maplewood city was mobilized to the greatest extent. The rays of light twinkling almost illuminated the vicinity of the city wall as day. Hong Long Long. Demon Chi, who had retired more than 10 meters away, is now rolling again, like a tsunami frenzy, rolling up the heaven overflowing giant wave, and banging towards the city wall come. The sound of Kai erupts. Those Demon Chi are blocked by the defensive light barrier, continuously eroding the power of the defensive light barrier, and there is a sore sound. In this kind of scene, the martial artists on the city wall have experienced it many times, so they naturally urge their energy and pour into the formation. But at the next moment, one after another silhouette suddenly leapt out of the boundless black chi with the help of the cover of the dark Demon Chi. Monster beasts with hideous looks and demonized faces, each and every one have red black eyes and a human race covered in black mist. Ghosts and charms appear in the vision of the Maplewood city martial artist. Peng peng peng. The sound of impact came. After bullying in front of us, the monster beasts who were demonized each display their life source divine ability and multicolored animal skills, and those demons retained their abilities before they were alive. took out secret treasure and stormed towards the defensive rays of light. The defense of the light barrier is like a balloon. It continuously dents inward and immediately bounces back. However, the rays of light, which represents the strength of defense, are rapidly fading. Everyone turns pale with fright. Marshall Peak Chapter 2118 Chapter 2118 Mending Leaks. At the city wall where Yang Kai is located, the martial artists were also lost for a moment, but fortunately, Yang Kai reminded them in time, so everyone was also mentally prepared. After a brief pause, the more violent secret technique and martial skills blasted outwards, swept into demon chi, and disappeared. Yang Kai himself flicks his 10 fingers, one after another golden blood silk thread under the control of his spiritual mind, like an arm finger, like dragon snake's flurry, brought it up in the dark demon chi pieces of golden rays of light. Maplewood City's defense formation is mostly a new way, which means that when these formations are activated, the attack outside the city will be blocked by the formation. But the attack inside the city can ignore the protection of the formation, blasted outside. Most city protection forms are of this type, and there are also Tao forms, but this type of formation is definitely not easy to use when it is less than a last resort. Once it is used, it means that the city has reached the final moment of protection. When these formations are activated, the martial artists in the city can no longer attack themselves and can only sit and wait. Between the golden light twinkling, in front of the city wall, the ferocious monster beasts and the demons were divided into corpses and turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood, scattered from the sky. Drop. In a flash, a blank area was exposed 10 feet before Yang Kai. These demon beasts and demons, who were eroded by antiquity, great demons, demon chi and demonized, are not weak in strength. Every flesh body has been greatly strengthened. Not only is the temperament violent, but also can use various abilities during his lifetime. If you fight against a martial artist of the same level, you can win 100%. But Yang Kai is the principal source stage after all. The level of these demon beasts and demons before being demonized is really not very good. At most it is the Void King stage, so under the wild dance of golden blood silk thread, they are as fragile as tofu. When the martial artists by the side of the weak saw this, they were greatly encouraged, and they showed off their skills and attacked outside. For a moment, the city wall that Yang Kai is responsible for protecting is actually quite solid, and the martial artists around the weak are even more confident. Yang Kai expresses a grave, because when you look at it, there are too many demon beasts and demons. They can't see the side at a glance, and they hide themselves in the dark demon chi. While demon chi is rolling, take advantage of the situation to initiate an attack. As long as one is careless, the defensive formation at the city wall will be worn away a lot of formidable power, and the color will become darker. Between his 10 fingers fluttering, Yang Kai suddenly realized. He suddenly understood why he saw demon chi besieged the day before, but countless demon and demon beast appeared on the second day. It was obviously the ancient demon chi who had scattered before, demonizing various creatures in Maplewood City all around, so demon beast and demon were not seen on the first day. I am afraid that none of the creatures near Maplewood City have been spared, but I don't know how much this disaster has affected. Just when he was obsessed with blocking the monsters, the communication compass on his chest suddenly shook. His complexion was slightly changed, and he quickly took out the communication compass to investigate the internal information. The situation in the southwest corner has changed. Brother Yang will rush to help. In the communication compass, an order from City Master Yuan Shan came. Yang Kai received the communication compass and turned to look towards the southwest corner, but it was too far away and he couldn't see anything. Only the demon chi over there was very rich and faintly audible. There was a roar. Just as he was observing, one silhouette flashed by his side, and the man appeared anxiously. Brother Yang, let's go. This section of the city wall little old man will be responsible. The speaker is impressively Maplewood City Vice City Master Drunkard. At this point, Drunkard suddenly took off the big cyan bottle gourd on his waist, poured a sip of strong wine into his mouth, and immediately turned his hand over the seal. His face suddenly turned red. The next moment, he puffed his cheeks, and suddenly vomited forward. The boundless flames spit out from his mouth. The flames billowed and contained unimaginable scorching power. However, all demon and demon beast touched by the flames screamed and retreated, but in any case, he couldn't extinguish the flame on his body, and while struggling, the 3 breaths became a coke. The disgusting smell permeated. This is not over yet. Drunkard's head swayed slightly, and the flames that ejected from his mouth also swayed, forming a wall of flames that was more than 30 jang directly in front of the city. Flame Heaven's Pan, printed on 9 heavens above, seems to burn that big sky into red. The monsters retreat one after another, and they dare not get close. Drunkard put away the breath in his mouth, and his body shook slightly. It seemed that the moment he had just now was a fierce move for him, and he couldn't use it easily. Yang Kai sees this, rushes to Drunkard, nodded, and disappears in place in a flash. He was originally in the east of the city, and it was a long way to the southwest corner, but for Yang Kai, who was able to use the secret technique of space, he could arrive in the shortest time. With a few twinklings, Yang Kai has rushed to the southwest corner regardless of source strength consumption. Looking around, Yang Kai's eyes shrink. At this time and here, a hole measuring several meters in radius was broken in the defensive formation of the city wall. The billowing demon chi, like a cat smelling a fishy smell, came in through that hole. Many of the monsters' silhouettes are hidden within demon chi, and as soon as they enter the city wall, they rush to the martial artist next to them to attack. There are already dozens of corpses lying on the ground, and strands of demon chi are like spirit snakes, burrowing through the mouth and nose of these corpses. In front of the hole, a grey-haired old man is holding a jade ruai, waving it, and with it, one after another mysterious light shoots out from jade ruai, and the monster that tried to pass the level was cut into ashes. This old man exudes the unique aura of principal source stage powerhouse. The source strength is ups and downs, and the robe is hunting. On that city wall, countless martial artists are resisting the invading demon chi and monsters together, making a mess on the spot. As soon as Yang Kai came here, he involuntarily took out the longsword secret treasure of principal source grade low rank, and urged himself 5 elements indestructible sword chi, and the longsword pulled out a flower in his hand. A sword flower, stabbed downward, quick and crazy. The multicolored sword light, attacked from the sky, enveloped a large area. Within this range, all the monsters that invaded the city were chopped by sword chi, or split in half, or suffered heavy damage, and roared in rage. And more sword chi sweeps toward the whole body lying on the ground. Puff puff. Sword chi dissipated, but the whole corpses burst out loudly, each one burst into ashes. Countless martial artists who had seen this scene were all stunned, and immediately glared at Yang Kai. After all, among these corpses lying on the ground, there are their relatives and their friends. All of them are the companions who fought hard with them before. That's all if the monsters are invincible and killed. After death, they have not been able to leave a corpse. The most hateful thing is that the owner will destroy the corpse and evidence. How can everyone do this? Endure. If you don't want more monsters to be born, just destroy all the corpses. This demon chi can not only erode the living, but also the people who have just died. Yang Kai sees they misunderstood and shouted loudly. On hearing this, some people expressed relief, but more people were skeptical. After all, people cannot come back to life after death. Even if the ancient demon chi mysterious is so mysterious, how to make the dead stand up again? But this suspicion not at all lasted for too long, because a corpse on the ground that should have died suddenly stood up slowly, wrapped in demon chi, and disappeared in his opened eyes. The slightest white is actually deep red and black. This adult is right, and quickly destroy the remaining corpses. Someone shouted wildly. How can other people dare to hesitate? And one after another, they will destroy the corpse near on the spot. And the demon who stood up again, before he had time to examine the world after his resurrection, he was beheaded by Yankai with a sword and fell on his back. Yankai turned around and made another sword, the glory bloomed, and the sword chi was vertical and horizontal. Sword light swept through, and most of the monsters were broken into pieces. I'll leave the rest to you. After Yankai said, he flew high into the sky and greeted the gray-haired old man. The crisis at the southwest city wall is, in the final analysis, the broken defensive formation. As long as the hole is not repaired, there will be continuous demon chi and monster invasion. Not far away, there is already a formation law expert working hard to fix it. But it looks like it needs a little time. At the hole, the old man alone can't defend it. From time to time, a fish that escaped the net escapes from his attack gap into the city, making the martial artist underneath a mess. And looking at the look of the old man, it seems that there is some power discontinued. Continuously urging the power of Jade Ruai secret treasure in his hand, putting him under pressure. The whole person's face is a little pale. Old mister, I'll help you. Yankai body flashed and came to the old man. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his hand on the long sword, and the long sword was in a trance. Suddenly countless sword lights shot out from the tip of the sword, flying into the hole in front. Suddenly, demon chi and the monsters gathered around the mouth of the hole suffered heavy casualties and had to a strategic withdrawal. When the old man saw this, his face was overjoyed, and he quickly opened the mouth and said, "This skin many thanks little brother." He is indeed an arrow at the end of its flight, alone resists here and consumes a lot of money. If Yankai comes a little later, he is afraid that he will die from exhaustion. While speaking, he goes to retreat and exits half, letting Yankai stand in front. When Yankai saw this, he was also doing his part. Seeing the defeated demon chi and the monster returning in a swirl of dust, his face became cold, and he stretched out his hand and leaned forward. Space Force surged, and a dark black hole suddenly appeared in the hole, just to block the hole tightly. Space Secret Technique. Exile. All the demon chi and monsters that invaded the cave rushed into the black hole, and were swallowed up in the blink of an eye, without any leakage. Although this black hole only persisted for 10 breaths before it was destroyed, this weird secret technique made the remaining monsters feel a trace of panic. For a moment, no monsters dare stepped forward. Marshall Peak Chapter 2119 Chapter 2119 One man to act as a mountain. Seeing this situation, the old man on the side couldn't help but express startled and looked at Yankai's back with a shocked look. Although he knew that Yankai was the new principal source stage powerhouse in Maplewood City during the two-day Demon Chi, he never thought that the other party was so powerful. In the secret technique that was performed before, there were obvious space force fluctuations. In other words, can the other party utilize Space Force? This kind of a principal source stage martial artist can no longer be ignored. The old man didn't take Yankai too seriously, thinking he was just a new young powerhouse, but after Yankai showed his secret technique, the old man had to re-examine it. Yankai. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from below, "Master 2, fix the formation. I encountered a little problem." Heard the call. Old man frowned. I quickly looked back, and shouted, "What's the problem?" "It's this kind of senior kin." The formation law expert who spoke with an embarrassed expression said solemnly, "I will wait if to repair this cracked hole, there must be no too strong interference." "What do you mean?" Surnamed Kin. Old man frowned. Although his cultivation level has reached the principal source stage, he is very concerned about the formation. If you don't dabble deeply, naturally you don't know the whole story. In other words, if Master 2 has been fighting these monsters in the damaged part of the formation, we will never be able to repair the formation. The formation law expert explained with an uneasy expression. Incompetence. Surnamed Kin. Old man hearing this furious. "If you say that this formation can't be repaired at all." The formation law expert surnamed the Kin. Old man was angry and couldn't help but shrank his neck, weakly saying, "No, as long as the two adults can transfer the battlefield, it will not hinder the repair. How to move? Surnamed Gin Old Man solemnly asked. The formation law expert was hearing this, and his face was sullen, and he said, it may take 2 adults to go outside formation. He didn't finish what he said, so surnamed Gin Old Man furiously shouted, fart. If that's the case, how can I wait to have life? The reason why Maplewood City has been safe is because the intensity of the attack received during Demon Key's siege the day before was not counted too big. The second is also relying on the power of formation superimposed. If you really tell him to leave formation to fight those Demon Chi and monsters, I'm afraid it will not be long before he will be eroded by Demon Chi, become demon, and lose his mind. Senior Kin's anger. It's because I am not good at learning. Then formation law expert also knows that this proposal is really difficult. But just like the martial artist of Maplewood City, the overall level is not high. Formation law expert, the ability is also not outstanding. If you want to repair the damage, you really can't be disturbed by too much force. Yang Kai and the surnamed Gin Old Man fought endlessly with the monster Demon Chi there, and they could not continue the repair work. Gin Old Mister, let me go. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened the mouth and said, you? Surnamed Gin Old Man hearing this, turning his head to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said with a smile, since the battlefield has to be transferred to repair the formation, there is no other way. The surnamed Gin Old Man can't help showing a trace of worrying. Is little brother sure? You have to know that if it is really out of the protection range of formation, it is equivalent to a lone army deep into the enemy's line. Then Demon Chi can exactly resist it easily. In case, if you are sure, try to find out. Yang Kai smiled indifferently. If I leave it alone, when I wait for my exhaustion, it will be time for the city to break. Listening to Yang Kai, the surnamed Gin Old Man also knows apart from this, there is really no good way. Gritted his teeth, said solemnly, in that case, then this skin will go with little brother, ha. As the saying goes, it's good. If you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you get a tiger? Old Man wants to see how Demon Chi will erode Old Man's mind. Yang Kai dumbly laughed and said, Can Old Mister also if you go, if there is a fish that escaped the net, how should the people below deal with it? This surnamed Gin Old Man hearing this startled. Yang Kai's face was solemn, and he said, just let me go. Gin Old Mister will be in the rear. The surnamed Gin Old Man knew what Yang Kai said was true, sighed, then little brother must be very careful. If you really don't have enough power, then quickly return to the city. Yang Kai nodded. If this matter can be successful, this kin will definitely report to Lord City Master so that he can make a good contribution to you. Surnamed Gin Old Man said solemnly. Yang Kai indifferent expression. His figure shook. He has rushed out of the hole. The surnamed Gin Old Man immediately made up, and at the same time she was shouted, fix the formation as quickly as possible. If the formation cannot be completely repaired in a quarter of an hour, the old man will throw all of you formation law experts away. Go outside. The few formation law experts at the bottom of the hearing this suddenly frowned, but didn't dare to refute anything, and hurriedly started to repair the formation. Outside the city, as soon as Yang Kai sprang out, he felt that Own had fallen into another world. This world had no light, and only the boundless darkness. The pitch flowing all around the body black aura contains its terrifying corrosive power, and there seems to be something else. At the moment Yang Kai burst out, the Demon Chi and monsters gathered around him as if a bulldog had seen a bone. For a moment, the space in front of the surnamed Gin Old Man is actually empty, and there is no Demon Chi and monsters wanting to invade the city through that hole. Seeing this situation, the surnamed Gin Old Man was also a little worried while delighted. Fortunately, in this way, the formation law experts can fix the formation steadily and complete the formation as quickly as possible. The concern is whether Yang Kai can persist until that time. Once Yang Kai has something good or bad, not only will this mission fail completely, the monster will also appear a principal source stage powerhouse out of thin air. By then Maplewood City is worrying. Just as the surnamed Kin old man was waiting anxiously, several flowing lights suddenly shot from not far away. In a short while, the flowing light fell in front of the surnamed Kin old man, revealing a few silhouettes. What are you doing here? The surnamed Kin old man saw one of the slender females and couldn't help but complexion greatly changed, shouted in a deep voice, "This place is dangerous, go back quickly." The delicate female is surprisingly Kinyu, who once had a relationship with Yankai, and in Maplewood City, the principal source stage powerhouse of surnamed Kin, only Kin family old ancestor, Kin Koyang one person. Kinyu, hearing this, but it remains unmoved, opened the mouth and said, "We heard that the old ancestor is in critical condition, so we rushed over to help." Kinyu said while turning his head to look all around. He was shocked to find that this place was actually stable. Except for a hole in the formation in front of the city wall, there was no trace of a monster. The demon chi and monsters outside seemed to be blind to the broken hole at this moment, and didn't mean to take the opportunity to invade. Instead, they rolled around and gathered towards a certain location. Here, Kinyu looked blank. How could this be? Hearing this, Kin Koyang sighed, opened the mouth and said, "There is a little brother charge ahead to attract those demon chi and monsters. If it weren't, how could this place be so peaceful?" Someone charge ahead? Kin family members hearing this, turn pale with fright. After all, although no one has personally experienced the terrifying of Demon Ki's terrifying, just looks at has already made people have one's hair stand on end. At this time, who dares to rush out of the city to bring about one's own destruction? Those who have the courage to charge ahead may have put the life and death of own out of the picture. Thinking about it this way, several people were in awe of the unknown person, and they secretly admired them. Since you are here, then that's all. First help old man to see how the situation is over there. Kin Koyang suddenly remembered something and said to Kinyu, "Okay." Kinyu nodded lightly, then closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his eyes suddenly turned into the color of silver light, and there seemed to be a silver flow in the pupils. Flashing, a magical force shot from the eyes and penetrated the void. Kinyu herself suffers from stubborn illness and her body is not good all the year round, and the use of this secret technique seems to have a great load on her. So after a while, her lovable body trembled slightly, her forehead above also oozes a little sweat, and his white face gradually becomes paler. How? Kin Koyang stretched out a hand and put it on Kinyu's shoulder, while slowly pouring her own source strength into her within the body, and asked softly, "Huh?" Kinyu looked into the void, and couldn't help but scream, as if he had discovered something. Soon, a hint of joy burst into her face, and she was surprised. "Is it him?" After saying this, Kinyu's lovable body was shocked. Suddenly closed his eyes, panting like a fish out of the water. Kin Koyang sees this. The expression is stunned. The fingers move in conjunction with a few points on Kinyu's body, and at the same time take out a spirit pill from the space ring and flick it into Kinyu's mouth. He did not rush to ask anything, but waited for Kinyu to sit cross-legged and adjust his breath slightly. After a short while, Kinyu opened beautiful eyes and looked at Kin Koyang excitedly. "Old ancestor, is that person surnamed Jiang? Do you recognize this person?" Kin Koyang expression moved, combined with the sentence Kinyu said before, asked in a looking thoughtful manner. "Sure enough, it is him." Kinyu pursed his lips and said in a low voice, "Old ancestor, do you remember that the last time you came back from outside, he let someone in the clan inquire about someone news?" "I have heard about this a little bit." Kin Koyang nodded, strange saying, "Is it possible that the person you are looking for is him?" "Not bad." Kinyu nodded and said, "Old ancestor, this person is extraordinary. If possible, I can try my best to win him over and use it for my Kin family." "He is extraordinary, old man, I can see it." Kin Koyang corner of mouth twitching, with a wry smile. "If not an ordinary person, who would dare to rush out of the city alone?" "But how do you know?" Kinyu said, because when this person was promoted to principal source stage, Ye was watching from afar. Old ancestor, do you know that when this person was promoted, the natural phenomenon of heaven and earth is extremely terrifying? It is definitely not a scene for ordinary martial artists to be promoted to the principal source stage. And at the moment of promotion, he even has spare capacity to severely inflict the ghost hand Shentu. What Qin Ke Ouyang hearing this exclaimed, "Is this serious?" Martial Peak Chapter 2120 Chapter 2120 Sneak Attack. Ghost Hand Shentu. Where does this character Qin Ke Ouyang know? They are all mixed in the principal source stage powerhouse in Maplewood City all year round. He and Shentu have also met several times, and they have also fought twice because of their different positions. Shentu, although what he did is disgusting, but Qin Ke Ouyang can't deny his strength. He feels that this is the number one enemy. In those two fights, he only took a small part. He had only a few advantages, and there was no way to deal with Shentu. In the end, he could only let him escape arrogantly. But listening to the meaning of Kinya's words, Yang Kai was able to hit Shentu badly when he was promoted to principal source stage. In other words, Yang Kai at that time was not yet a principal source stage, it was just a Void King 3-layer beak. Qin Ke Ouyang can't imagine how powerful a person is to hurt Shentu in that situation. Doesn't this mean that Yang Kai at the time was definitely not something that Eun could contend with? Now he has been promoted to the principal source stage, and his cultivation level has crossed a large level, and his strength may be more than doubled compared to the previous one. Thinking of this, Qin Ke Ouyang suddenly felt that his breathing was a little dignified, and also realized that although the owner had overestimated Yang Kai's ability as much as possible before, he still underestimated the opponent. What about the Shentu people? Qin Ke Ouyang asked eagerly. Shentu and his Qin family have a bit of animosity. If he can find his traces while healing his wounds, he may be able to cut weeds and eliminate the roots. Ginyu gave a wry smile. I was about to tell old ancestor about this. Shentu is dead. Dead? Qin Ke Ouyang's eyes narrowed. You just didn't it mean that he was just badly wounded? Why did he die again? At that time, when the Yang Sir was promoted, and the principal source stage powerhouse was guarded in the dark, Shentu was hit hard and retreated. At that time, I was killed by that person. It's a pity. I didn't see exactly what the Guardian was like and what level it had. Oh? Qin Ke Ouyang was full of interest. Do you mean that there is a hidden powerhouse behind little junior brother Yang? Ginyu nodded, exclaimed, Old ancestor, this person is a scattered martial artist. If you draw into my Qin family will definitely increase in strength. Even more. How? There is another expert behind him, and it will be beneficial to befriend him and my Qin family. Qin Ke Ouyang's eyes, the expression flashed, opened the mouth and said, I understand what you mean, but this matter has to wait until the immediate crisis is resolved. Your nose. But old ancestor, first keep in mind that you must never offend this person. Kinya solemnly warned. There are strange rays of light twinkling in beautiful eyes, said solemnly, perhaps the revival of my Qin family will fall on this person. Listening to Kinya's words, Qin Ke Ouyang's expression vibrated, and said intently, have you seen anything else? Kinyu shook the head. My good fortune heavenly pupil can only see that this person has great luck and opportunity, and his future is definitely not in Maplewood City. Qin Ke Ouyang's expression moved, said solemnly, yes, with your words, old man has the bottom. After speaking, two people looking out together. But the outside is pitch black, I can't see anything at all. I can only vaguely see the billowing demon chi rolling non-stop, seeming to converge in one direction. In the pitch-black demon chi, various monsters are continuously transmitted. The sound of roar makes people have one's hair stand on end. Where did so many ghosts come from? Outside the city. Yang Kai brows tightly knit. He didn't notice it when he was in the city, but he left the city and entered here. In the boundless dark world, he discovered that the monsters hidden in Demon Chi were actually boundless, countless, and own is like a little rays of light in the darkness, attracting countless monsters to besiege. Under Space Principle's suppression, the space all around him is extremely thick. Whenever a monster invades the 20 Jiang around him, no matter how high or low the cultivation level is, all his body is stagnant and it becomes inconvenient to move. Under the golden light twinkling in the sky, all the monsters were cut into pieces by the golden blood silk thread. Rao is the bravery and invincible performance of Yang Kai. Those monsters still continue to impact fierce and unafraid of death. After a short while, the position under his feet has become a mountain of corpses. Under the source strength body protection, although it can resist Demon Chi's erosion of itself, from the sound of whoosh, Demon Chi's corrosive power is also extremely strong, and the body is here for a long time. In this environment, Yang Kai's consumption is also great. Come out. Killed for a while, Yang Kai frowned, and in low loudly shouting, Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal both appeared on the stage, with guards on his left and right side. As soon as the two blood beasts appeared, they received Yang Kai's instructions. Monster Insect Queen, the purple and blue swords on the two pliers swing two color splendid light. The icy domain is permeated, instantaneous, within the radius of thousands feet. The sky is cold and the ground is frozen, and the sky floats down snowflakes. The snowflakes swept over the bodies of monsters, and cut them in half with a scream. Blue Flame Thunder Jackal under the guts, one after another fireball and purple thunder shot, although not as strong as Monster Insect Queen, it can be on its own. Kai 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 Kai. The bloodlight aura on the bodies of the two blood beasts is almost condensed into substance, exuding a faint golden red light, repelling the all-inclusive Demon Chi. For a moment, the situation has calmed down. There are no outsiders here. Yang Kai also let go of his hands and feet. Space Force haunts himself. Various space secret techniques are alternately released, and in cooperation with the two blood beasts, they have hit countless monsters. I can't get close to 30 feet to my side at all. This is also thanks to the martial artist near Maplewood City. The overall level of strength is not high, so although the monsters demonized by Demon Chi have been improved to a certain extent, they are not much stronger. Otherwise, how can Yang Kai perform well here? For a long time in the fierce battle, the rise of Yang Kai kills, regardless of his own consumption. One after another moon blade flies all around, and every moon blade can clear a neat passage. At this moment, Monster Insect Queen seemed to feel something. The two swords on the pliers made a mistake, and a wave of icy law power suddenly shot towards a certain place. In that direction, a silhouette of a sneaky approaching sneak was suddenly exposed. This person seems to be a little different from other monsters. The evil aura radiating from all over his body is incredibly powerful. It is enveloped by a deep Demon Chi. I don't know what he used. This kind of secret technique actually concealed Yang Kai's perception before. If Monster Insect Queen hadn't noticed it, I'm afraid it would be clearly understood when Yang Kai was near him. Jiang family. Yang Kai's reaction is also wonderful and quick. The moment Monster Insect Queen started, he looked over there and fixed his eyes, and found that this person is indeed Jiang, an elder of the family who had dealt with the mine before. It's just that Yang Kai doesn't know what his name is. This Jiang family elder used to be the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer. At this moment, he seems to have become more powerful. The energy fluctuations transmitted from within the body already have the level of principal source stage. It's just weird that he is still only in the realm of Void King 3 layer. Yang Kai's heart moved, and he immediately understood that it was Demon Chi's credit. After being eroded by Demon Chi, although it will lose your mind, it can also enhance your own strength. After this elder of Jiang family was transformed into demon, his strength naturally increased. But Demon Chi is not omnipotent. He cannot really be transformed into a principal source stage martial artist, but he is within the amount of the body source strength has accumulated, but the quality has not changed. Courting death. Yang Kai hates the Jiang family who caused the Maplewood City crisis. If they hadn't mined the mine indiscriminately, he would not be involved in this trouble. He may be at ease in the cave mansion practice now. Detecting Yang Kai's murderous intention, Monster Insect Queen immediately took a pair of swords without the slightest hesitation, and two splendid lights of different colors suddenly crossed and went wrong, cutting through the body of this Jiang family elder. The movement of the flesh being crushed came out. Jiang family, this elder has been improved by Demon Chi, but how can he be the opponent of Monster Insect Queen? After the splendid light flashed, the body of this Jiang family elder split into 4 halves and broke apart. Before he died, he didn't even have the slightest fear. Instead, he kept roaring in his mouth, as if he was crazy. At this moment, another silhouette emerged from Yang Kai's side, holding a long sword. The long sword has been completely blackened and filled with dark aura. The sword shook, and it stabbed at Yang Kai back of the head. The blue flame thunder jackal on the other side saw this, and opened his mouth to spit out a fireball the size of a brazier, and greeted him straight. This person is actually not evasive. He was slammed by fireball, and the darkness of Demon Chi on his body fell apart for a while, and at the same time a burnt smell came out. But after resisting this blow, his long sword also stabbed into Yang Kai's head. Ha 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 ha. After the man succeeded in a blow, he couldn't help laughing. The laughter was crazy and unimaginable. Brother Chu He, you are smiling very happily. An indifferent voice came from behind him inexplicably. This demon suddenly turned pale with fright, and quickly turned his head and looked around, only to find that Yang Kai, who should have been known one strike certain kill, did not know when he had come to own behind, with a straight face staring sarcastically at Own. And the body with the pierced head in front of him slowly dissipated. It was just an illusory shadow. Seeing him, Yang Kai couldn't help but sneered. Brother Chu He smiled so happily. How about saying that makes me happy too? Then Jiang family elder was in hiding and was almost attacked by a sneak attack. How could Yang Kai not be alert? Naturally, I found the traces of Jiang Chui's hands in an instant. With his ability, he avoided this kind of sneak attack with no difficulty. At this moment, Jiang Chu exudes aura that is stronger than the Jiang family elder. It seems that he just failed the breakthrough principal source stage. Shackles, unable to mobilize law power, everything else it can only be owned by the principal source stage powerhouse. Being so ridiculed by Yang Kai, I don't know if Jiang Chu didn't understand. He suddenly groaned, and his expression suddenly became violent, and the rolling demon chi poured out from within the body. The pupils of the red and black color suddenly became more pitch black, as if they could suck the human soul into them. Martial Peak Chapter 2121 Chapter 2121 Help. While Demon Chi was tumbling, the demonized Jiang Chu was very angry, took a big mouth, and sucked in suddenly. The tumbling and squirming Demon Chi, like a whale sucking water, madly gathered in his mouth and was directly sucked into the body by him. Jiang Chu's belly suddenly became a bottomless abyss. With Demon Chi's inhalation, the aura emitted from Jiang Chu's body became more and more dangerous. At the same time, the one after another demon marks on his skin actually emits black rays of light. It seems that there is some magnificent power in it, which makes Yang Kai feel ill at ease at a glance. Fuck him. Yang Kai gave a big shout, knowing that Jiang Chu could not be allowed to continue like this, otherwise, I am afraid that something really happened. After an order, Monster Insect Queen and Blue Flame Thunder Jackal, the two blood beasts, turned into two flowing lights. One left and the other rushed towards Jiang Chu. He shook the long sword in his hand, wrapped in a sword glow, and human and sword unity stabbed towards Jiang Chu. In the face of such a violent attack, Jiang Chu did not show any timidity. He just snorted and suddenly heard a loud roar from the world. The ups and downs were continuous and affected. Shino. Along with the roar, a dark light beam spewed out from his mouth, condensed into a tumbling paint black flood dragon, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, greeted Yang Kai. When Yang Kai saw this, his eyes couldn't help shrinking. The long sword swayed rays of light and turned into a piece of twisting power, rolling the lacquered black flood dragon into the sword of the owner. On the other side, Jiang Chu punched out, just in the middle of his side, Blue Flame Thunder Jackal's head. This blood beast, who had the strength of Principal Source 1 layer, whimpered, huge. The body was hit and flew out. Before landing, I was entangled by countless demon chi, but I couldn't get rid of it. The blood energy body light outside the body was eroded by demon chi, making a whoosh-piercing sound, which was corroded in a short while. When the large hole came, demon chi immediately followed its nose and mouth to drill in. At the same time, the purple and green splendid light flashed, the icy domain enveloped, Monster Insect Queen appeared, and the purple and blue swords on the pliers merged into one, suddenly emitting dazzling rays of the light dispelled the demon chi around him in a short moment, condensed into a huge sword glow and slashed downward. Jiang Chu also seemed to realize that this blow was definitely not something that Own could resist, so he turned around and disappeared from the spot. Bang! As soon as he disappeared, the sword glow slashed to the ground, cutting the ground out of a deep ravine, and the earth was flying. On the other side, Yang Kai finally cut the lacquered black flood dragon to pieces, turned his head to see what happened to the blue flame thunder jackal, inwardly shouted that it was not good, and had a twinkling, and came to own this place. Just beside the blood beast, with a big hand, he threw it into the mysterious boundary bead. If the blue flame thunder jackal is left alone, it may not be long before it will be demonized as a member of Demon Beast. Own cooperated with the two blood beasts, but Jiang Chu was abolished in an instant, which made Yang Kai Sum fly into a rage out of humiliation, and made him fully realize that after being demonized how terrifying is the strength of demon. Before Jiang Chu, this kind of guy, he can pinch to death by just reaching out his hand. The gap between Principal Source stage and Void King stage is exactly joking. Amidst demon chi, there is silence. After avoiding Monster Insect Queen's attack, Jiang Chu seemed to be completely integrated with demon chi all around, and he was never seen again. I want to come to him just now to use this advantage to bully Yang Kai's side. There is no trace of the enemy. Monster Insect Queen stands quietly in place, and the whole body is covered with bright white light. The bright white light exudes a strong chill. It is the Sword of Snow clear sky intent transformed shape. HMPH. Think hiding is useful? Yang Kai cold snort, with the eyes closed. Life's exterminator demon eye was appeared. He raised his eyes and soon found a faint silhouette in a piece of demon chi, hiding there motionless. If it hadn't had the ability of Life's exterminator demon eye to break through the falsehood, even if his divine consciousness was extremely powerful, it would be absolutely impossible to discover this. Not only that, there are more silhouettes not far away, with the help of demon Ki's hiding, quietly approaching here. The aura exuding from the silhouette is not much weaker than Jiang Chu, and there are even one or two, even more powerful than Jiang Chu. Yang Kai's heart was shocked. He knew that the owner had been delayed outside for too long, which had attracted more hostility from demon, and these powerful demons were all transformed from Jiang family members. Because one of the silhouettes is very similar to Jiang family patriarch Jianglin, almost exactly the same. Little junior brother Yang, quickly return to the city, and the formation will be repaired soon. At this moment, the voice of Qin Kai Ouyang suddenly came from far behind. Yang Kai complexion is overjoyed, knowing that Own's task is complete, but just retreating like this, he is not reconciled. Seeing that more demons are getting closer and closer, he clenched the teeth, giving Monster Insect Queen an order in his heart. At the next moment, Monster Insect Queen displayed Own's Xion swordsmanship secret technique. Snow's clear sky. The ice gold domain suddenly descended towards the Fang area with a swing of the purple and blue swords, and the area became ice gold in an instant. The law of ice coldness in the space haunting, eroding the four poles like toxins. The demons who were slowly moving hidden in the demon chi didn't notice them for a while, and they were recruited. The sound of roar undulates continuously, one after another silhouette is revealed. These demons have displayed their own secret technique, divine ability to dissolve the power of ice cold. And taking this opportunity, Yang Kai is already a twinkling and came to Jiang Chu. Ning! Yang Kai exploded loudly shouting, As his mind pointed out, the power of Space Principle burst out, locking the aside world. Jiang Chui's silhouette was instantly exposed, but at this moment, there seemed to be a trace of panic on his hideous face, struggling desperately, bare skin on the outside. Demon marks wandered away twinkling, blue veins piled up. It looked like it's terrifying. But he has never been able to completely get rid of the influence of Space Principle on him. After all, he is nothing more than a demon transformed from a Void King 3-layer martial artist, unable to withstand the power of law power. Constraint. Cut. Yang Kai held a long sword and swung fiercely downward. Jiang Chui's dark eyes suddenly burst out of a sense of survival. I don't know where it came from, but forcibly moved his head to the side. Sword light flashed by, an arm was chopped off neatly, and dark blood gushed out from the wound. Jiang Chu is in pain. Yang Kai was a little surprised when he saw this. Didn't expect Hone's attack did not have the effect it should have, but as soon as his eyes turned, he had a better idea. The next moment, he shouted again, beam. All around the space, like listening to orders, suddenly squeezed towards Jiang Chu. Jiang Chu seemed to bear after a huge collision. The bones all over the body made a crackling sound. Fresh blood overflowed from the mouth and nose, but still struggling, and there was no intention to ask for mercy at all, and even the intention to escape, but continuously toward Yang Kai roar, like a wild beast. Yang Kai pinched Spirit Heart in his hand, constantly changing, and immediately hit Jiang Chu. A principal source force poured into Jiang Chu within the body, suppressing all his power within the body. In a short while, Jiang Chu had no room for resistance, and his cultivation level was completely sealed within the body. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed him, picking him up. At the same time, I called Monster Insect Queen in my heart. Monster Insect knows it. It turns into a flowing light and lasses towards Yang Kai, and he takes it into the mysterious boundary bead. After that, Yang Kai twisted his body and rushed to the vicinity of the city wall. Seeing him appearing, Qin Kai Ouyang complexion was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Little junior brother Yang, hurry back." Yang Kai nodded toward him, just about to follow that return when the unresolved formation flashed into the city. The expression moved suddenly, and then turned to look back. "Little brother, what are you doing?" Qin Kai Ouyang looked blank, wondering why Yang Kai stopped at this critical moment. "Qin old mister didn't hear anything?" Yang Kai questioned. Qin Kai Ouyang was taken aback and listened carefully. The next moment, the complexion said, "Someone is calling for help." He did hear that not far outside the city, someone yelled for help. He seemed to be a man, and he was not young. A trace of struggling flashed across Qin Kai Ouyang's face, said solemnly, "Little brother, leave it alone. No matter who that person is, I'm afraid it's already bodil rather than well at this moment. It's important that you come back first." Yang Kai nodded lightly, thinking he was right. The danger of Demon Chi was far beyond his expectation. If someone rushes into it, I am afraid it will be swallowed up and transformed into demon soon. Even with his current strength, he would not dare to stay in Demon Chi for too long, otherwise he would be in danger. This Lord, wait, Lord help. The inexplicable cry for help suddenly came from the rear, and the location of the sound seemed to be closer than before. Yang Kai suddenly became curious, and he didn't know who it was. He could still protect himself amidst the tumbling Demon Chi and boundless monsters, and he could run towards this side accurately. People who can do this are obviously not ordinary martial artists. "Qin old mister, let me take a look and talk." As Yang Kai said, he threw the Jiang Chu he was holding into the city. Qin Kai Ouyang didn't pay attention and saw Jiang Chu expression ferocious. He flew towards the owner with bare fangs. He was shocked. Without even thinking about it, he pushed it out with a palm. Bang! With a loud noise, along with the sound of countless broken bones, Jiang Chu spouted a mouthful of black blood on his back, and the whole aura suddenly wilted. But after forcibly eating Qin Kai Ouyang's palm, he didn't die immediately. He just fell to the ground with a hum-hum sound. Demon. Demon. The martial artist all around saw this, turned pale with fright, and yelled. Qin knew, beautiful eyes twinkling. He also looked at Jiang Chu curiously. It was the first time she saw a living demon so close. Martial Peak Chapter 2122 Chapter 2122 Revenge and Revenge. Jiang Chu. Kinya's beautiful eyes widened leisurely, looking incredible at demon, who was struggling with the pressure on the ground. The last piece is incredible. She discovered that this demon turned out to be the leader of the new generation of Jiang family, Jiang Chu. As a member of the heirs of the great family of Maplewood City, Kinyu and Jiang Chu have dealt with each other and naturally recognize each other, but she didn't expect to looting outside Maplewood City. Demon, who is actually the person that knows. Jiang family ran mining pits at will, and the seal was broken. Antiquity Great Demon's pure demon chi leaked. This matter was known to only a few principal source stage powerhouses in the entire Maplewood City, and to other martial artists. It's still a secret. It's not that Yuan is afraid of any confusion that will be caused by disclosing this secret, but that there is no time to reveal it. How could it be him? Kinyu was puzzled. My God. Isn't this young Master Jiang really young Master Jiang? I only drank flower wine with him in Zhuyu half a month ago. How is he? All-around martial artist. After recognizing Jiang Chu's face, each and every one was incredulous. One of the martial artists showed a distressed expression, because he indeed drank fine flower wine with Jiang Chu in the largest flower house in Maplewood City before half a month, and was happy. Not half a month. The dignified and handsome Jiang Di young master turned out to be such a virtue, and he couldn't help but feel full of emotion. If you are optimistic about him, what are you afraid of? He has been suppressed by little junior brother Yang's cultivation level. He is already a useless person. Qin Ke Ouyang screamed from the side, expressing coercion. The corners of the mouths twitched when the martial artists heard this. The scene where Qin Ke Ouyang broke Jiang Chu's bones with a palm in shock before, but they saw it in their eyes. However, no one dared to tell at this time. They all surrounded Jiang Chu, using techniques to imprison Jiang Chu, and looked curiously. Jiang Chu seemed utterly desolate. Facing some familiar faces, he didn't have the slightest nostalgia. Instead, he opened his mouth and roared constantly and let out a terrifying low roar from his throat. Outside the city, Yang Kai, one man to act as a mountain, blocking in front of the last hole, displayed 5 elements indestructible sword chi, blocking the attacks of countless monsters. Life 6 Terminator Demon. I looked forward, only to see that amidst the boundless tumbling demon chi, a distressed silhouette was charging to the left and dashed to the right, with a faint dazzling on his body light. Didn't know what secret technique had been used. It was able to resist demon ki's erosion, and fleeing here frantically. Oh, my lord, you are really doing the life-saving benefactor. Many thanks, many thanks. The kindness of the adults, I will remember it in my heart, and in the future, I will bow my head 3 times in the morning and evening, 5 minutes sooner or later. Pray for the adults to live a long life. Years old. The man was still chattering as he approached Yang Kai quickly. Yang Kai was amazed, because this person's posture was extremely flexible. Although he was alone in the magnificent army with thousands of men and horses, he was able to do his job with ease, and he was not caught by those monsters. When the attack arrived, Xianxin thanked Yang Kai instead. Yang Kai has a black line, angrily said, 100 years old is a long life for me. You are cursing me to die early and overtake my life. Spoken language. The person also seems to have noticed something wrong with the previous statement. While speaking, he has rushed to the front of Yang Kai more than 10 meters. Stop talking nonsense, come in now. Yang Kai looked impatient, seeing the hole in the back was about to be closed, and after speaking, he didn't bother to pay attention to the person, and turned around and followed the hole into the city. My lord, wait for me. The man yelled strangely, and the speed suddenly increased a lot, and immediately followed Yang Kai into the city. Without the target of attack, the countless monsters and demon chi continued to flood into the city as expected. But how can the formation law experts who have been waiting for the opportunity as they wish, Each of them emits dazzling splendid light in their hands, turning into one after another, energy blasting into the formation. The broken hole quickly closed. It will be repaired quickly. Boom boom. The monsters continuously strikes the formation light barrier, and Demon Chi rolls around, but everyone breathes a sigh of relief, because as long as defensive the formation is intact, there is no need to worry too much. You guys, quickly strengthen the weak links here, and be sure not to let the monsters break through the formation. Qin Kai Ouyang screamed at the formation law experts. Several people got the order and quickly controlled the formation in the hands of own little junior brother Yang. Thanks to you this time, if not, Maplewood City is afraid. Qin Kai Ouyang bowed to Yang Kai with a look of fear and thanked Yang Kai. Outside the city, Demon Chi and monsters are so cruel, he dare not look down on the hole. If formation fails to repair, then Demon Chi, who is hiding the sky and covering the earth, will invade the city. When the time comes, how many 100 martial artists in Maplewood City can resist? He can almost imagine a loss of life scene in Maplewood City. At that time, he is the sinner of Maplewood City. After all, he is responsible for guarding this section of the city wall. Gin, old mister, you are welcome, that's all. Yang Kai waved his hand, did not take his words seriously, but curiously looked at the person who had rushed in from outside the city earlier past. The next moment, he showed surprise and whispered, "It's you, old liar." Before outside the city, Yang Kai didn't see that person. Appearance. After entering the city at this moment, he realized that this guy who had rushed in from outside the city was a wretched old liar. This old guy cheated Moxioki thousands of source crystal in the black market. Later, before the opening of the Five Colors Treasure Tower, he peddled his ancestral unfathomable mystery, which was said to be able to live dead. 9 revolutions come back to life pill. Business seems to be excellent. Yang Kai absolutely didn't expect this old liar had such an extraordinary aspect. Exactly any Void King stage can come and go freely from the Demon Chi. Although the old liar looks gasping for breath at the moment, he looks like avoided a catastrophe. But at least, he lives down. Yang Kai suddenly became suspicious, and didn't know what was mysterious about the old guy. He was able to stay in Demon Chi for a long time, resisting Demon Chi's erosion and demonization! On this alone, old liars are beyond reach. Don't speak so ugly, this adult. The old liar, hearing this, his face was extremely embarrassed. Hey, said with a smile, old man just eats food, but he hasn't cheated. Who? Really? Yang Kai laughed, staring at him deeply. The old liar said in a serious manner, old man has always been in business, and the price is fair, and he will never buy or sell. But someone has misunderstood old man, that's all, and said what old man is. Liar, this is definitely slander. Old man is a businessman, and integrity is the most important thing. It's your old thing. What happened to the golden spear pill you sold me last time? Suddenly, a martial artist stood out from the crowd and looked at the old liar angrily, as if he had suffered a big loss in his hands. Is that thing useless? The old liar looked at the man in surprise, and said strangely, it's not that it is made by old man's ancestral secret recipe. This brother, shouldn't you use the right method? The strange saying, what's the use of that stuff besides eating? Old liar 1, he slapped his thigh, and said with a sorrowful voice, idiot. How can the golden spear pill be taken? It needs to be ground into powder with water, and then ... painted. Both eyeballs are almost falling out. What to paint? Where to paint? Aside, Kinyu was curious and asked innocently. Qin Kai Ouyang couldn't help coughing slightly, and didn't know how to answer. His face was very embarrassed. The old liar glanced at Kinyu and waved his hand. Little girl, don't ask that many. Kinyu pouted and was very angry. Only then did the old liar reconsider the martial artist. A wretched look appeared on his face, and asked in a low voice, brother, you shouldn't really eat it anymore. The martial artist blushed and said nothing. The old liar clapped his hands and said with a big smile, sure enough, I have eaten it. Haha brother, you are blessed. Although the golden spear pill can also be taken, If you take it directly, you can manage 49. The golden spear doesn't fall on the day. Well, I'll count it. The last time I saw you was, asshole. The martial artist suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation and rushed straight up. The old liar is a thumping beating, and he shouted while beating, there are revenge, there are grievances and grievances, and this old guy has enmity brothers. In one word, Shwa rushed up. Dozens of people. There was a crackle, sometimes mixed with the screams of old liars and begging for mercy, and Kinya looked at the side of Kinya's heartbeat, showing an unbearable color. After a while, the crowd dispersed, leaving the old liar alone with bloody nose and swollen face lying on the ground, like a young female rounded by dozens of great hands, with 2 drops of clear eyes. The tears crossed, very miserable. Everyone's eyes converged on the first martial artist, each and every one showed a stunned look, wondering whether this brother wears extremely large robes these days, and often buckles his waist. I thought he was hurt, but it turned out to be unspeakable. The martial artist's face flushed under the eyes of everyone, and with a strange cry, he quickly fled from the place. Cough. Qin Ke Oyang gave a light cough at this time, and looked at Yang Kai with concern. Little junior brother Yang, are you hurt? I'm fine. Yang Kai shook the head. That's good. Qin Ke Oyang seemed to be sighed in relief, and said, City Lord's mansion already knows what happened here. Thanks to your efforts to restore the formation this time, City Master Juan said that after the evil is over, I want you to be the 3rd Vice City Master of Maplewood City. I don't know what little junior brother Yang thinks. Vice City Master? Yang Kai frowned. I lost said with a smile. City Master Juan showed my love, but I am not interested in Vice City Master and so on. Ha ha. Little junior brother Yang is afraid that I am used to idle Cloud Wild Crane unconstrained. The position of Vice City Master seems to be beautiful, but in fact, there are so many things to do. Little junior brother Yang had this choice as a wise move. Qin Ke Oyang laughed heartily, expression inexplicably relaxed, and said, rather than being a Vice City Master, old man feels that little junior brother Yang might as well choose a family and be an ancestor for an elder who is at ease. Marshall Peak Chapter 2123 Chapter 2123 is extraordinary. Yang Kai laughed, did not answer the conversation, but turned his head and looked towards the old liar. A flash came to him, and kicked him and said, don't pretend to be dead, get up quickly. My lord, I was beaten so badly. I beg my lord to be fair and punish the murderer. The old liar lay on the ground, poor looking at Yang Kai with a nose and tears. He complained, if the adults can't teach them, old man won't get up. Then you can lie down and talk. The old liar suddenly looked speechless. Yang Kai knelt down, staring at him with deep eyes, solemnly asked, I ask you, why did you come in from outside? Qin Ke Oyang also came to the side, looking at the old liar with a smile. Hey said, this Qin is also very curious about this. Being so stared at the 2 principal source stages, the old liar shuddered and said hurriedly, did Master 2 misunderstand something? I came to Maplewood City for help. For help? Yang Kai raised his brows, but Qin Ke Oyang showed a looking thoughtful expression. I came from Wooden Forest City, the old liar said. Yang Kai frowned. Wooden Forest City is 30 miles from Maplewood City, which is smaller than Maplewood City, and the level of martial artist is lower. Qin Ke Oyang said to the side. Suddenly the expression changed, and Shin shouted, could it be that Wooden Forest City already? Wooden Forest City is in crisis. 2 adults. The old liar had an anxious expression, but he looked around and sighed again. It looks like Maplewood City is also powerless to defend himself. How can this be good? What is the situation in Wooden Forest City now? Qin Ke Oyang shouted with an ugly face. It's very bad. Although it is also besieged by demon chi and monsters like Maplewood City, you also know what Wooden Forest City is like. Maybe it won't last long. and Wooden Forest City. There is also a demon who seems to have reached the level of Principal Source stage. Jiangxing. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Jiang family old ancestor? Qin Kai Ouyang complexion changed dramatically. Yang Kai nodded, said, no wonder I didn't see Jiangxing's trail. I was always on guard for this person when I was outside just now, lest he suddenly attack me, but not at all. It turned out that he was not in Maplewood City, but went to Wooden Forest City. Thinking about it this way, he wants to use these demon chi to transform more demon. It is possible, and the probability is great. Qin Kai Ouyang's face also turned blue. Although Wooden Forest City is not big, there are hundreds of thousands of people. If they are all transformed into demon. Here, his mind appeared. There was a shudder in an imagined scene. Apart from coming to Maplewood City for assistance, do you go anywhere else? Yang Kai asked. The old liar nodded, said, naturally, there are, but Maplewood City is the nearest, and old man is very familiar with Maplewood City, so he volunteered to come over, but he almost never broke through. You have some ability. Yang Kai looked at him deeply. The old liar smiled. Good luck, and if you have attracted a large number of monsters, I will also be impossible to enter the city safely. Yang Kai smiled, slightly nodded, immediately shouted, take good care of this old liar. Take along to withdraw, but don't let him run away. While speaking, he suddenly stretched his hand on the old liar, and law power turned on and poured in. The old liar within the body imprisoned his cultivation level. The old liar suddenly dumbstruck. Qin Kai Ouyang didn't expect Yang Kai to change his face suddenly, and he was also dumbfounded for a moment. Ginyu beautiful eyes glowing with rays of light, and staring at Yang Kai in surprise. I don't know what he is doing. My lord. The old liar stared at Yang Kai with wide-eyed eyes, with a look of grief and anger. Take along to withdraw. Yang Kai saw all around martial artists standing still, and hurriedly shouted. At this time, 2 city lords' mansion guards came forward, erected the old liar one by one, and drove towards Xiangfu, the city lord's mansion. Seeing that it was necessary he was imprisoned in the dungeon of city lord's mansion. My lord, misunderstanding. I just came to ask for help. I am the owner. You can't treat me like this, my lord. The old liar cried and screamed, drifting away. Little junior brother Yang, it shouldn't be that this person is often deceived and detained. What's the meaning of it? Qin Kai Ouyang asked Yang Kai, looking thoughtfully. Yu also looked over curiously. Naturally not. Yang Kai shook his head. However, with the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer, this person was able to pass the Demon Chi blockade without any problems. It seems that there is some secret hidden in him. I'm very curious about this. Little junior brother Yang wants to put this secret out. Qin Kai Ouyang's eyes lit up. The most indispensable thing in Maplewood City is the Void King stage martial artist. If you can move freely in Demon Chi like an old liar, then there is really no need to fear the crisis in front of you. You can kill them out and kill those monsters to death. This old thing looks like a wily old fox. I am afraid it is not a simple thing to set his secret. Besides, even if he reveals this secret, it may not be applicable to everyone. Do your best anyway. Yang Kai said indifferently. What little brother said. Qin Kai Ouyang nodded, agreeing with Yang Kai's statement. He reached out and pointed to Jiang Chu, who was suppressed by his cultivation level and was still roaring constantly, and said, then what does little brother think this person should do? Yang Kai turned his head to look at Jiang Chu, and said, I caught this person alive. I wanted to inquire about the situation outside from him, but look, he looks like this now. Speaking of which, he couldn't help laughing. Jiang Chu is now completely sane at first glance. How can I find any useful clues? Unless someone takes the risk of being backlashed and uses a secret technique like soul-searching technique on him. However, to use this kind of secret technique, you must have surpassed Jiang Chu's cultivation level. Otherwise it is very likely to be backlashed by Jiang Chu's violent consciousness. Looking at the entire Maplewood City, the highest cultivation level is only Principal Source 2 layer, which does not have this kind of condition at all. Yang Kai's spiritual mind is comparable to Principal Source 3-layer powerhouse, but he has not learned soul-searching technique at all. If he uses it forcibly, he may not be able to find any useful information. If this is the case, maybe a little female can help. Kinya suddenly opened the mouth and said, "You?" Yang Kai looked at Kinya stunned with a puzzled face. He almost thought that Own had misheard it, because looking around, the cultivation level of Kinyu Void Return 2-layer can be seen. Yeah. Qin Kai Oyang was like a big enemy. His face changed wildly, and shouted, "No nonsense." Kinyu pursed his lips and said, "Old ancestor and you are no mischief. Only Yu's cultivation level is naturally unable to use secret technique on Jiang. This demon can use the power of formation and old ancestor Sir Yang too to give it a try." Yang Kai listened and moved in his heart, staring at Kinyu deeply, and said, "When I first saw Five Colors Treasure Tower, Yang felt that young Lady Qin was extraordinary. Now it seems that it is so. So Yang is overpraised." Kinya smiled softly. The little female can't help but be so praised by the adults, but the adults have been promoted to the principal source stage at a young age, and the future is unlimited. Let the little female admire the most. "Qin old mister." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Qin Kai Oyang, and said, "Your girls can talk like this?" Qin Kai Oyang haha smiled. "If little brother is interested, you can come to my Qin family to pick a few and carry them back. There are quite a few females in my Qin family who have not left the pavilion, and there must be someone who can enter the little brother-law." Yang Kai said with a dark face, "Qin old mister can really make a joke." Qin Kai Oyang said with a smile, "Old man is no joke." Yang Kai coughed slightly. With a cry, he turned off the topic and looked at Kinyu and said, "Young Lady Qin, you have to know that your cultivation level is far from that of Chu He. If you are not sure, don't take risks easily, otherwise something will happen. It's not good." "Many thanks Sir Yang's care. This kind of thing is natural for a small female." Kinyu nodded lightly, a calm expression on her face. The little female still has some confidence. "That's fine." Yang Kai nodded, no longer persuaded. No one dared to make a joke about the life of Own. Since Kinya said so, it must be somewhat dependent. "Qin old mister, what do you mean?" Yang Kai turned to look at Qin Kai Oyang again. Qin Kai Oyang expression is awe-inspiring and pondering for a long time before raising the head to look at Kinyu and saying, You really don't have to be like this. This catastrophe is a matter for the entire Maplewood City. At worst let Master City Master venture to use soul-searching technique." Kinya said, "Master City Master is now responsible for the safety of a city. If something unexpected happens, the entire Maplewood City can it's over. You is different. Even if something really happens, it doesn't matter to the overall situation. Old ancestor, my Qin family clansman is all in the city. If the city breaks, my Qin family will die. I want to do something for the family. Hey." Qin Kai Oyang had a speechless expression, and he didn't know how to persuade him. Yang Kai's expression moved, looking at Kinyu in surprise. Some didn't expect that she, a little girl, would be able to consider the overall situation in this way. But before that, the little female wants to ask Sir Yang about one more thing. Kinya suddenly smiled and turned to look at Yang Kai. "What?" Kinya's lips squirmed, but there was no sound. Yang Kai raised his brows and was silent for a while, then nodded slightly after a moment. Kinyu showed a touch of joy on his face, and said with his palm, "If this kind of words, then you can be 80% sure, and only Sir Yang is needed to assist. Old ancestor can stay here and continue to defend." "You don't need old man." Qin Kai Oyang was taken aback while listening. Kinya said with a smile, "So Yang is extraordinary." Qin Kai Oyang sighed and said, "Since this is the case, old man doesn't have much to say yes, but since this matter concerns the entire Maplewood City, old man still needs to send a message to Lord City Master, and the Wooden Forest City thing must also be informed to City Master Duan." Wait a moment. While speaking, he took out the communication compass, poured spiritual mind into it, and informed the principal source stage powerhouses in the city about the Wooden Forest City and Jiangchu, focusing on Duan Yuanshan. Martial Peak Chapter 2124 Chapter 2124 Searching for Souls. After a short while, the communication compass of Yang Kai and Qin Ke Ouyang, two people, buzzed at the same time. Yang Kai poured spiritual mind into it, and immediately received a message from Duan Yuanshan, "Let go and do it." Upon raising his eyes, Yang Kai saw Qin Ke Ouyang's face helpless expression. "Since Master City Master has spoken, let's go." Although Qin Ke Ouyang is still worried, but at this time, he has no position to oppose anymore, and can only think in the heart. After this incident, how can I get more benefits from City Master? After all, Kinyu is a descendant that he values very much. Even if he is a good fortune heavenly pupil, he can use Void Return 2 layers cultivation level across several levels to apply the secret technique to Jiangchu. Small risk. Brother Yang, I will entrust you to take care of it, Qin Ke Ouyang said seriously, as if he wanted Kinyu to marry Yang Kai. Yang Kai holds the fist saying, "Old Mr. Qin, don't worry, I will do my best to cooperate with young lady Qin." "Sir Yang, please follow me." Kinyu beckoned to the side and flies to a direction first. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to lift Jiangchu up, and followed Kinyu behind. There are also several Void King stage martial artists who have been responsible for protecting Kinyu, and they have also followed along. Jiangchu was cut off by Yang Kai when he was outside the city, but at the moment where the broken arm was, the dark aura was tumbling and there was no fresh blood flowing out, which looked very strange. In a short while, everyone came to the main house of Qin family. Now that Maplewood City is in crisis, all martial artists above the Void Return stage of the Qin family have basically gone to the city wall to assist in the defense. Therefore, most of the people who stay in the Qin family are not strong and old, not big. As soon as Kinyu returned, each and everyone gathered around eagerly. Chirp chirp Twitter kept asking, wondering what's going on outside. Kinyu didn't have the time to deal with them, put on a big sister posture, and reprimanded those younger brothers and sisters not to say anything. However, after they saw Jiangchu held by Yang Kai, they gathered around again and looked curiously. Roar! Jiangchu suddenly roared up, opened his mouth wide, and looked crazy, scared the Qin family heirs screaming and fleeing, more coward, tears flowing, shouting and hiding into the room. "Let Sir Yang laugh," Kinyu said without looking back while leading the front. Yang Kai, indifferent expression, immediately behind her. After a while, two people came to a secret room of the Qin family. Outside the secret room, there are many restrictions. The world's spiritual energy is much stronger than the place next to it. It is obviously used by the important members of the Qin family to retreat. Place. After coming here, Kinyu pinched Spirit Art, opened the restriction of the secret room, and then turned back to the guards of the Void King stage, warned repeatedly, "You stay outside until I come out. You must not let anyone in." "Yes." Several guards replied in unison, and immediately dispersed, warning all around. In the secret room, Kinyu turned on all the restrictions again, only then took out some things from the own space ring and arranged them in the secret room. Yang Kai stood by Jiangchu in his hand, and looked at it for a while, strange saying, "Young lady Qin is proficient in formation." He found that Kinyu is setting up at the moment. It was a very mysterious formation. Although I don't know what this formation has, but it is also related to the secret technique she will use next. From her skillful setup formation technique, Kinyu is obviously extremely proficient in formation. Kinyu keeps her hands, said with a smile. The little female can't go out as often as other people because of a stubborn illness, so she can only stay at home and study some people who are not on the stage. That's all. I'm not proficient in formation, just a little research, that's all. Young lady Qin is too modest. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. I'm afraid there is a way for girls' formation. It's quite hot. Kinyu smiled and said, this formation will not only enhance the secret technique power that I will be able to use, but it will also temporarily graft the power of Sir Yang's divine consciousness to me. In this case, I can perform soul-searching technique at pleasure. Spiritual mind grafting. Yang Kai complexion slightly changed. There is such a magical formation in the world. Know that the spiritual mind of a martial artist is extremely difficult to practice, much harder than the realm of its own cultivation level. If Yang Kai had not obtained the supreme treasure Mild Soul Lotus in his early years, he would not have to worry about divine consciousness. Will not practice to this level in a few decades. He is bound to spend a lot of time tempering his spiritual mind. The effect of Mild Soul Lotus saved him a lot of effort. The formation arranged by Qin Yu can actually allow spiritual mind to be grafted between different martial artists, which is a bit unimaginable. If you use this kind of formation when facing an enemy, you can jump over the ranks to fight. A spiritual mind suppresses the past. Even if the cultivation level is not as good as the opponent, you can easily defeat the opponent. Although this formation is mysterious, it is not as magical as Sir Yang imagined. I also learned from an ancient book. I have repaired it. If the formation works, it will not be too powerful. Otherwise, it will definitely fail. So it is only suitable for some special situations, such as right now. It can't be used for combat at all. Qin Yu seemed to know what Yang Kai was thinking, and explained lightly. Own repair. Yang Kai was about to surprise Qin Yu as a god, and deep in one's heart raised this woman's evaluation by one more point. In the way of formation, she was afraid that she was not quite It's the Fire, but has become everyone. By the way, will this spiritual mind grafting reveal the privacy of the owner? Yang Kai asked with some worry. He has a lot of secrets. Although Qin Yu intuitively feels that this person is pretty good, Yang Kai and her are actually not familiar with each other. Naturally, he doesn't want the other party to know the secret of own. It's possible. Qin Yu heard this. His hand motion was paused, and replied, Huh? Yang Kai's face turned dark, and he was about to retreat immediately. Qin Yu hurriedly said, however, so Yang can rest assured that although there is a risk of revealing privacy, it is aimed at the weaker side of spiritual mind. Your spiritual mind is much stronger than me. Divine consciousness if grafted over, I can spy on adults, but you. She couldn't talk anymore. Her face flushed slightly. She is a female after all, and she is different from Yang Kai. If Yang Kai accidentally discovered some of the privacy of own, it would be very sorry. Yang Kai hurriedly said, Don't worry, young lady Qin, Yang will keep his heart and not spy on anything. He has a straight face and speaks sonorous and powerful. Qin Yu did not speak, and continued to arrange the formation carefully. In a short while, the formation in the secret room is completely arranged. Yang Kai looked around and found that the formation pattern was very magical. It seemed that the owner had never been in contact with this aspect of the formation. I couldn't help but become curious, and memorized those pattern roots. It might be possible in the future for use. Qin Yu jumped at the moment and stood in the center of formation, pinched a spirit heart in his hand, and sat down slowly, opened the mouth and said, Please let yourself be separated from this demon. The position of the two poles. Yang Kai nodded, stretched out his hand and patted Jiang Chui's back vest, poured source strength into it, and at the same time, Space Principle mobilized and turned into an invisible shackle, binding Jiang Chu to the formation in one position. At the same time, Yang Kai shook his figure and came to the opposite side. Jiang Chu is imprisoned by power and action, but he is still extremely dishonest, roaring constantly in his mouth, demon marks squirming on his body, and demon chi rolling, but no matter how hard he struggles, it is still impossible to move even a little bit. Seeing this situation, Qin Yu was also relieved. Spirit heart in his hands changed, and his slender hands fluttered like butterflies. Along with her movements, one after another mysterious power spreads all around with her body as the center, invisible and unpredictable. A faint dazzling light diffuses above the formation, and all the formation lines seem to have been given new life, come to life, and begin to flow. Yang Kai. Qin Yu suddenly tenderly shouted. The sound fell, the formation buzzed, and it started to spin. In a flash, The rays of light in the entire secret room are generous, and the bright people can hardly open their eyes. An invisible force, like a rope, passes through Yang Kai's body. The next moment, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a strange feeling. He feels that Tone seems to be connected to Kinyu at this moment. He can clearly feel her breath, the flow of her blood within the body, the beating of her heart, the contraction of pores, and even can vaguely grasp the changes in her mind. Kinyu showed a very uncomfortable expression. Her face flushed slightly. She opened her mouth and said softly, "My lord, please use the pupil technique to suppress this person's divine soul." She knows that Yang Kai has this secret technique, which is also because of a special question just now. After all, when Yang Kai was promoted, she used the good fortune heavenly pupil from a distance to get a closer look, but was countered by Yang Kai's Life 6 Terminator Demon Eye, and she guessed at that time. A question today. It really is. With Yang Kai pupil technique suppression, she doesn't need Qin Kai Ouyang's assistance at all. She only needs Yang Kai alone. Hearing Kinyu's call, Yang Kai immediately displayed Life 6 Terminator Demon Eye. At the next moment, the golden light on the left eye was released, and the majestic and trembling vertical eye appeared, and it was approaching Jiang Chu. At this moment, Jiang Chu, who was imprisoned, suddenly screamed like a severe wound. The next moment, his body shuddered, as if he had encountered a nightmare. His already hideous face became even more hideous and terrifying. After a while, Jiang Chu's eyes became confused, as if he had lost his will, staring blankly forward, and a stream of water flowed from the corner of his mouth. Compared with the suppression of spiritual mind of Principal Source 3-layer powerhouse, even if Jiang Chu has been demonized as demon, it is still a bit overwhelming. But only a few breaths of effort has been completely suppressed by Life 6 Terminator Demon Eye. Soul. Kinyu sees this. The complexion is overjoyed, closes his eyes. After taking a deep breath, suddenly eyes opened. Among those eyes, the silver light twinkling has almost stained the entire secret room with the color of one layer silver. Formation buzzes. Yang Kai's divine consciousness unrestrainedly followed the power of formation to graft onto Kinyu, and then flowed into Jiang Chu's consciousness. At the next moment, Kinyu and Yang Kai's eyes went black, and they entered a secretive world within the realm. Martial Peak Chapter 2125 Chapter 2125 Black Pupil Great Demon. All around the darkness, in that darkness, there seems to be something quietly lurking. This should be the consciousness sea of Jiang Chu. Yang Kai moved in his heart and immediately guessed. But his current situation is weird, although the spiritual mind of Own is grafted onto Kinyu, allowing her to use the secret technique to sneak into the consciousness sea of Jiang Chu to get a closer look. But all the dominance is not there. Yang Kai is here. Yang Kai can only passively follow the pace of Kinyu's exploration, guided by her will, while going deep and exploring. This feeling is quite peculiar, which makes Yang Kai a little uncomfortable, but it is more curious. One after another mysterious light shot from Kinyu's divine soul spirit body, dispelling the darkness all around, exposing the tumbling sea below. The sea also showed a dark color, like a bottomless black hole, which is daunting. Suddenly, scenes of strange scenes flashed through Yang Kai's mind. Yang Kai looked at the past carefully and found that the pictures are all Jiang Chu's entire life experience. The pictures are intermittent and incoherent, but from these pictures he can see the general growth of Jiang Chu. Course. In the feeling, Kinyu has already performed soul-searching technique on Jiang Chu. The information revealed in these pictures is useless, so Yang Kai and Kinyu didn't care. After waiting for a long time, suddenly another strange picture appeared in front of Yang Kai's. It is an extremely mysterious formation pattern. In the formation, the pitch-black lines wriggle like demon marks. The lines are crisscrossed and complicated. This formation pattern is rubbed on a stone wall above. With the squirming of the lines, a faintly low growl could be heard, which seemed to be coming from behind the stone wall. The low roar in his ears made Yang Kai's heart tremble, and suddenly he felt ill at ease. At the same time, The picture that was printed in my mind fell apart for a while, as if it was about to collapse. Yang Kai was surprised, knowing that Kinyu was affected by this impact, and was a little overwhelmed, so he urged his own will and used the grafted spiritual mind as a bridge to awaken Kinyu's consciousness. The scattered picture stabilized again. But the scene I saw before has disappeared, replaced by another scene. It was a scene of an earth-shaking battle. A huge monster wrapped in the darkness of demon chi, with a height of more than 30 jang, is terrifying in size and sturdy, standing high between heaven and earth, and roaring. The roaring sound shook the surrounding fields, and the clouds in the sky collapsed on the first encounter and vanished. While demon chi is rolling, the true face of this huge monster is also faintly discernible. I saw it looks ugly and hideous. A huge eyeball on the face occupies half of the cheek, and the huge eyeball also shows a pitch-black color, deep and bottomless, just like a bottomless pit. From within that huge eyeball, one after another dark light laced out, as if carrying the power of destroying heavens, exterminating earth, sputtering at the void, tearing space. As soon as Yang Kai's consciousness came into contact with the dark single eye, he felt a huge pain in his mind, and the consciousness sea was tumbling, almost about to collapse. Too scared, he quickly looked away. Black pupil great demon. In my mind, unfathomable mystery emerged as a single thought, mixed with intense panic and horror. This feeling is not owned by Yang Kai itself, but Ginyu's emotions. The ability to recognize the type of this troll is also entirely the credit of Kinyu, but the two people at the moment spiritual mind even as one body, her thoughts can be clearly passed to Yang Kai, so that he can also clearly understand some truth. At this moment, in the huge black pupil great demon all around, one after another silhouette stands. Each of those people exudes extremely powerful blood fluctuations and terrifying power aura. These martial artists are all powerhouses of the Emperor Senior stage. Roughly speaking, there are at least hundreds of people. The aura exuded by more than a dozen of the powerhouses is more terrifying than the Silver Star Envoy Xiao Yueyang from Star Soul Palace that Yang Kai saw that day. According to the rumor, Xiao Yueyang is already the cultivation level of Emperor Senior 2 layer, so these dozen or so martial artists who seem to be much stronger than him are naturally the Emperor Senior 3 layer! Each one of them has the Grandmaster style, which is not to be underestimated. At this moment, these hundreds of Emperor Senior stages gather around the huge black pupil great demon like mosquitoes, one after another secret technique, one by one Emperor treasure, blooming dazzling splendid light, towards that black pupil great demon hit it. The roar of the black pupil great demon shook the world. In addition to the hundreds of Emperor Senior stage, in black pupil great demon all around, there are more than 20 huge battleships suspended. Each of these battleships is at least 10 feet long. One after another white light beam blasted from the battleship towards the black pupil great demon strikes. The world changes countenance. Sun and moon are not light. Black pupil great demon seems to have some mobility problems. Although occasionally moving around, he still can't avoid the countless attacks. After being hit by those attacks, demon chi on the body rolls over, constantly roaring under the pain. Among its huge black pupil, the mysterious light of black is constantly lacing, and he holds a huge wolf fang stick in his hand, which can smash all the stars down by waving it. Continuously there is a silhouette falling from the air, and continuously there is a battleship that sparks out and breaks into two pieces. Yang Kai and Ginyu looked dumbfounded. They couldn't believe the eyes of own. They couldn't calm the throbbing heart for a long time. The picture suddenly turned around again. After Yang Kai saw the scene in front of clear, his eyes narrowed, because the ground was devastated in front of it, and the 10,000 li land was almost turned into abandoned earth, leaving various traces of the battle. The huge body of black pupil great demon fell to the ground, and the wolf fang stick in his hand was also thrown aside. His body was covered with wounds that were dripping with dark blood. Some wounds were even rolled up and exposed. The white bones inside are chilling. Black pupil great demon was killed. Although he didn't see the specific battle process, Yang Kai can also imagine how hard the battle was. Looking around, on the ground, the corpses of the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse appeared horizontally, and there were more than 100 Emperor Senior Stages. Today, less than 2/10 of them are still alive, all with injuries. With a sad expression, and the 20 high-grade battleships have been completely wiped out at this moment, all turned into tatters, lying in this ancient battlefield above, slowly blowing smoke. It seems that the narrator is ancient desolate. The picture is another turn. The corpse of the huge black pupil great demon was thrown into the volcanic crater of the 10,000 years volcano and burned with the terrifying temperature of the flames in the heart of the earth. I don't know how long it lasted, but it didn't damage it at all. The corpse was taken out by the powerhouse from the volcanic crater, gathered in the current powerhouse, inscribed the formation, and refined with the power of the powerhouse. In the mysterious extremely formation, dozens Emperor Senior Powerhouse sits cross-legged all around. The body of the black pupil great demon is placed in the central position, accompanied by the actions of the dozens Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse, one after another thunder dropping from the sky, hacking into the body within the body. And in the formation, there is also a white fire that burns continuously. The corpse of the black pupil great demon finally melted slowly, and finally only a little bit was left. One of the powerhouses put it in a special container and buried it in the deep 10,000 Jang abyss. Place the seal formation. Time passes. The transformations of the world, the contents of the container are sleeping quietly underground, unknown, until the strength of seal slowly weakened. Demon Chi penetrated the container and leaked out. In the secret room, I don't know how long it took, Kinyu was shocked, his face suddenly pale, a mouthful of fresh blood came out, and his beautiful eyes slowly opened. At the same time, Yang Kai opened his eyes and took a deep breath to suppress the blood rolling in his chest. Seeing that Kinyu's condition was not right, he hurriedly came to the other side, reached out and tapped a few fingers at her major points, which made Kinyu's condition stabilized. Many thanks, my lord. Kinyu opened the mouth and said thank you, but still couldn't restrain the trembling of his body. Two people, four eyes look at each other, all saw the palpitation in each other's eyes, because the scenes that I saw during the secret technique display just now were obviously what the ancient demon Chi had experienced before the source of the leak. The ancient demon Chi carried the will of the black pupil great demon and eroded into Injiang Chui's body. It is Kinyu and Yang Kai who have insights. Although it is not comprehensive, it is enough to understand the truth of some things. This is very tricky. Yang Kai murmured, you have to tell City Master Duan first. Just as he was about to take out the communication compass, suddenly the voice of angry roar came from nearby. Yang Kai was startled and turned to look at Jiang Chu. He saw that this guy was surging all over Demon Chi at this moment, as if he was trying to get rid of the restriction issued to him under the owner. Unfortunately, even if he was demonized after being transformed, there is still some lack of strength, causing the strength of the body within the body to turmoil, and it can't be suppressed at all. A dangerous aura spread out immediately. Let's go. Yang Kai sees this. How can he not know what will happen next? Shouted in a low voice. He wrapped Kinyu in the source strength of his own, shook his figure, displayed the secret technique in the space, and disappeared from the secret room. By the time they reappear, he and Kinyu are already in the courtyard outside. Just standing steady, I heard a loud bang from below. The earth shook suddenly, and then, a soaring force burst out from the ground, which was also mixed with some pieces meat and broken bones. The dark demon Chi turns into a snake and walks around. The Qin family Void King stage martial artists guarding the secret room didn't expect this kind of thing to happen. When they reacted, it was too late. Look at the spirit snake. The ordinary demon Chi was about to invade their bodies, and suddenly there was shouted in a low voice, Ning. The space suddenly became extremely dignified, and several Qin family martial artists even raised their hands. It feels extremely difficult. The demon Chi who rushed to the front was also frozen in the air at this moment. Unable to make progress, golden blood silk thread flashed past and turned into one after another golden light in midair, destroying all these demon chi, and this solved their crisis. Marshall Peak Chapter 2126 Chapter 2126 Black Tortoise 7 Sections Formation. Several guards of Qin family avoided a catastrophe. Each and every one turned pale with fright. Yang Kai walked from the side. Spiritual mind turned around each person, confirming that they were not at all signs of being corroded by demon chi, and then relieved. Just looking around, at the location where the secret room originally existed in front, there was a big hole more than 10 feet deep at this moment, which was obviously a masterpiece after Jiang Chu self-destruction. Many thanks adults' life-saving grace. After all the guards reacted, they all thanked Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved his hand, did not speak, but turned to Qin Yu and said, "Young lady Qin, please follow me to City Master Duan and tell him what you have found before." Qin Yu nodded silently. Yang Kai stretched out, beckoned and took her to his side, leading her to gallop outwards. When the secret technique was being performed just now, although the grafting of two people's spiritual mind allowed Yang Kai to find a lot of useful information from the perspective of Qin Yu, it was not as careful as what she had seen. If Duan Yuanshan report, it is more appropriate for Qin Yu to speak. On the way, Yang Kai used spiritual mind to infuse communication compass to confirm the exact location of Duan Yuanshan at the moment. In a short while, two people met this Maplewood City Master on a certain section of the city wall. "Brother Yang, work." Duan Yuanshan's expression was not too relaxed at the moment. Seeing Yang Kai and Qin Yu coming together, after greeted Yang Kai, he turned his attention to Qin Yu and said, "I heard Brother Yang say that you found something." Qin Yu nodded, said, "Yes, City Master, thanks to Sir Yang who captured a demon alive before you was able to search for his soul, I did find something." Duan Yuanshan's eyes lit up and said anxiously, "Say." Qin Yu immediately spied what he had spied in the Jiang Chu consciousness. See, the scenes are complete. After listening to this, Duan Yuanshan's face couldn't help being pale, and he was surprised. "In that case, there is still Antiquity Great Demon in the mine?" Qin Yu shook the head. "I'm not sure about this, because the pictures in Jiang Chu consciousness are not coherent. We don't know what the last thing was sealed in the underground 10,000 Jiang. But from now on, judging from this situation, it is very likely that there is indeed a surviving demon body. If there were no surviving demon bodies, there would not have been so many ancient demon chi. But that demon body can't be completely eliminated even by the ancient great expert men. With the Maplewood City martial artist level, how can it be done? Now that the seal is broken, if the demon body is not removed, Maplewood City will be reduced to a human purgatory sooner or later. But who can remove the demon body of that class? Who would dare to touch? Unless the top 10 Emperor Senior comes here in person. Thinking of this, Duan Yuanshan felt horrified, and looked towards Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, what do you mean?" Yang Kai shook the head. "I not at all see more things." The implication, Qin Yu just said, is everything he saw. "City Master," Qin Yu suddenly shouted, "perhaps I have a way to delay the current crisis a little bit." "Oh?" Duan Yuanshan hearing this, he looked at Qin Yu eagerly and said, "What can I do?" Although Qin Yu only has the cultivation level of Void Return to Lair, he is Maplewood City Master and Maplewood City. The strongest person, Duan Yuanshan has some understanding of Qin Yu's details, knowing that this small girl can't wait for a while. If it's not a congenital deficiency, I'm afraid it is definitely not a thing in the pool. At this moment, she said there is a way, then there may be a way. "Strengthen the seal," Qin Yu said. "I made a special observation before. Although the seal has been countless years away, it is not useless. It is just because of the people of the Jiang family. The random mining of minerals has caused some damage to one corner of the seal, that's all. As long as that corner can be repaired, demon chi can no longer leak out. In this way, the monsters and demon chi outside become a rootless tree. without a source. The water will be wiped out sooner or later. Can you repair it? Duan Yuanshan asked suspiciously. Qin Yu not at all answered right away, but said, you can try it. How sure? 60%. Duan Yuanshan fell into silence, seemingly uncertain. Lord City Master, although I am not completely sure that the seal can be repaired, if left alone, the seal will only become more and more damaged. I am afraid it will be there in a few days. More demon chi gushing out. When the time comes, Maplewood City is absolutely unstoppable, so the seal must be repaired anyway. Qin Yu's beautiful eyes looked at Duan Yuanshan scorchingly, changing her weak image to make Yang Kai couldn't help but look a little surprised. According to what you said, this matter is imperative? Duan Yuanshan solemnly asked. Qin Yu nodded. Duan Yuanshan sighed and said, even so, how can I go to Land of Sealing safely? How can I resist the erosion of countless monsters and demon chi? This city master has principal source 2-layer cultivation level, but I don't have the confidence to be exposed to demon chi for a long time, just in case. Yang Kai nodded. He said, that demon chi has a strong corrosive power. The general principal source stage can't last for less than 1 hour, and with the power of the city master, 1 hour is the limit. He had the deepest directness to demon chi before he went out of the city alone. Guan's experience, so he still has a say in this matter. Even more, how? Repairing the formation requires you to take action and enter the demon chi with your cultivation level. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Qin Yu. Not at all and finished. But the meaning is already obvious. The cultivation level of void return 2-layer. I am afraid that once it falls into demon chi, it will be demonized as a part of demon. There is no reason to escape. Qin Yu pursed his lips and said, since I have this proposal, I naturally have a way to deal with it. What way? Yang Kai and Duan Yuanshan were both surprised, looked at her. With formation, Qin Yu said with a slight smile, it's definitely impossible to act alone. But if you can use the power of formation to connect the power of several principal source stage powerhouses together, you may not be able to travel freely in demon chi. End. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Duan Yuanshan looked at Qin Yu thoughtfully, laughed and said, my niece, don't be too close. If there is any good formation, talk to Uncle Duan. If it is really feasible, Uncle Duan, you must remember your first work. Uncle Duan. Yang Kai looked at Duan Yuanshan with a black line. He suddenly discovered that this city master Duan is also extremely shameless. According to his seniority, he had a relationship with Qin Kai Ouyang. Qin Kai Ouyang is the grandfather of Qin Yu, and Duan Yuanshan is naturally the grandfather of Qin Yu. His eldest niece and Uncle Duan, for no reason, pulled down the generation of own. I am afraid that when I see Qin Kai Ouyang another day, I am afraid that I will change my mouth and call uncle. I wonder if Uncle Duan has heard of Black Tortoise 7 sections formation? Qin Yu asked with a smile, beautiful eyes yinning. Black Tortoise 7 sections formation? Duan Yuanshan, hearing this, frowned, was lost in thought. Suddenly, his complexion was greatly changed, and he was shouted, 20,000 years ago, the secret formation of the Black Tortoise sect in East Territory. He has an incredible expression and eyes. The child is almost bursting out, as if this Black Tortoise 7 sections formation is something incredible. Yang Kai was so curious that he could not help but look at Qin Yu, wanting to know the top secrets. Qin Yu said with a smile, Uncle Duan is indeed a knowledgeable person. This Black Tortoise 7 sections formation is indeed the secret formation of the Black Tortoise sect 20,000 years ago in the East Territory. Duan Yuanshan said solemnly, it is rumored that Black Tortoise sect has offended the Holy Spirit Black Tortoise in the name of sect. Black Tortoise is furious since the East Sea has set off an endless wave and hit Black Tortoise sect headquarters. After the First World War, Black Tortoise sect suffered countless deaths and injuries. However, after that war, Inner Sect used the power of Black Tortoise to understand the secret technique of the Avenue, and got a formation, named Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. 100 years later, Black Tortoise struck again. With the help of this battle, Black Tortoise sect actually matched the Holy Spirit Black Tortoise evenly, and after paying a certain price, the Black Tortoise was repulsed and it was hit hard. Speaking of which, Duan Yuanshan took a deep breath and said with a palpitating look, although this happened 20,000 years ago, the sect that was watched by the Holy Spirit is still safe and sound. There are not many worlds. The name Black Tortoise sect is also widely circulated. This city master is not at all surprising if he knows it. Uncle Duan knows so much. Ginyu pursed her mouth and smiled like a flower. Duan Yuanshan smiled bitterly. No matter how much I understand, I can't match you. Two people said one sentence. Yankai listened to the side dumbstruck. Holy Spirit Black Tortoise, it is the same first grade as Antiquity True Dragon and Heavenly Phoenix. It is one of the most powerful creatures in the world. Unless True Dragon Heavenly Phoenix this kind of exists. Otherwise who can be its opponent? But Black Tortoise sect can repel Black Tortoise with only one set of formation. It can be seen how the formidable power of Black Tortoise 7 sections formation is. However, Black Tortoise sect is also bad luck. It was only targeted by Holy Spirit because of the name of sect. It can only be said that the founders didn't think well, so they dare to use Black Tortoise. Name the name of sect. What about Black Tortoise sect now? Yankai asked curiously. Duan Yuanshan glanced at him strangely and said, is being watched by the Holy Spirit. What can I do? It is said that when the Holy Spirit Black Tortoise came for the 3rd time, he brought a group of disciples and grandchildren. Although Black Tortoise sect has a deadly formation, how can it withstand the siege of that group of Holy Spirit? Naturally it is destroyed. So miserable. Yankai cried out in surprise. HMPH, it can only be said to have only oneself to blame. Duan Yuanshan didn't care about it. Since then, there is no sect in this world who dares to name it after the Holy Spirit. He turned his head and looked towards Ginyu, laughed and said, however, although sect is gone, it is said that Black Tortoise sect has some disciplines but escaped by chance, and brought out many secret techniques originally belonging to Black Tortoise sect, including Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. Ginyu hearing this, groaned. Why does Uncle Duan use human words? My ancestor of kin family is indeed the discipline of Black Tortoise sect, and Black Tortoise 7 sections formation is also uploaded from the ancestor. However, what my ancestors learned at that time was not a complete set of formation. When Black Tortoise sect taught the disciplines, they all taught part of it. It was composed of 7 people, and each person was only responsible for the own part. Marshall Peak Chapter 2127 Chapter 2127 Request at the beginning of the month, ask for monthly pass. It's March, ask for a guaranteed monthly pass! Exclamation mark. Duan Yuanshan hearing this, suddenly dumbfounded, looked at Ginyu and said, putting it that way, you are not at all complete Black Tortoise 7 sections formation? He couldn't help but gush out a hint of disappointment. After all, if there were no such strange formations, no one in the principal source stage would dare to enter without permission Demon Chi, unless I am impatient to live. There are, yes, but it is not the same as the original. Ginyu said with a slight smile. What do you say? Duan Yuanshan asked. Ginyu said, my ancestor of the Qin family can be regarded as a good talent. Although he has only learned one of 70% of formation, he is usually familiar with the drills with sect fellow apprentices. Other parts are also somewhat understood. After the fall of Black Tortoise sect, the ancestor fled to the South Territory and spent the rest of his life. With his own ability and the knowledge of formation, he completed the Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. But the ancestor also said that according to his ability, the completed Black Tortoise 7 sections formation is just a bad thing, and it cannot be compared with the original mention on equal terms. Your kin family ancestor ... What cultivation level? Duan Yuanshan asked. Emperor Senior Tu Lea, Ginyu said proudly. Duan Yuanshan suddenly sucked in a cold breath. The realm of Emperor Senior Tu Lea, even if it is placed in a big sect like Black Tortoise sect, is still one of the few elites, and may be able to hold some important positions such as deacon. However, even with the powerful cultivation level of the Emperor Senior 2 layer, there is no way to restore the original Black Tortoise 7 sections formation, which shows how profound and powerful this set of formation is. Formation is not as good as the original version, but I think it should be enough to deal with the situation at hand, and it is easy to get started. If you don't consider more factors, it's more than enough for defense alone. Yuanshan, hearing this, took a deep breath, and said, if you really want to do this, you need to inform Brother Qin. After all, Qin Ke Ouyang is the Qin family manager. If you really want to use Black Tortoise 7 sections formation, you must get his approval. This formation should be regarded as the biggest asset of Qin family. Who wants to make this kind of formation public if not forced? Uncle Juan, don't worry, I have already used the letter to Old Ancestor, and Old Ancestor will come soon, Kinya said. While speaking, she turned her head to look aside with feeling, said with a slight smile, here. In the distance, Qin Ke Ouyang is flying with solemn expression. Come, fall in front of Yang Kai and Duan Yuanshan, and take a little cup, one fist in the other hand. Duan Yuanshan didn't talk nonsense with him, and directly said, Brother Qin, I won't say much about the specific situation. You must have told you everything, and now I'm going to use your Qin family's Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. What do you think? It's about the safety of Maplewood City. Naturally, my Qin family can't stay out of the matter. I agree with this matter, Qin Ke Ouyang said solemnly. Huh? Duan Yuanshan was taken aback, with a surprised look on his face. It seemed that he didn't expect Qin Ke Ouyang to agree so readily that the persuasion he prepared was completely useless ground. He also had a lot of dealings with Qin Ke Ouyang, knowing that although the other party is not a petty and insidious person, he is not a talkative person. Especially this matter is related to the greatest wealth of the Qin family. He thought that Qin Ke Ouyang would shirk one or two things. After thinking for a while, Duan Yuanshan said with a bitter smile, Brother Qin has any requirements, just ask them. If it is not too much, this Duan agrees to it. Qin Ke Ouyang laughed and said, what City Master Duan said is that everyone is discussing life in Maplewood City. If Maplewood City is in trouble, it is my Qin family's duty and duty. No matter how nonsense you are, you won't have any benefits. Since the City Master is so earnest, then Old Man will reluctantly ask for it. Qin Ke Ouyang looked helpless. The grief and anger of being forced into a prostitution, Duan Yuanshan saw in his eyes, wishing to punch him with a full face. After this tribulation, Old Man will take over all the industries of Jiang family. Qin Ke Ouyang's face was solemn, said solemnly. Duan Yuanshan suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Qin is not afraid of having too much appetite and breaking my stomach. Among Maplewood City, except for City Lord's mansion, which symbolizes the highest in addition to power and majesty, the Jiang family is the most powerful and the strongest in the family. Now the Jiang family members reap what you have sown. The high-end battle strength is wiped out, and they are all demonized into demon, and the industries and resources they belong to are naturally masterless objects. At present, Maplewood City is besieged by demon chi and monsters. The other families, Patriarch and Old Ancestor, have no intention to fight for the remnants of Jiang family. They are just working with a common purpose to resist the evil, but once after this matter, I'm afraid I'm going to cast aside all considerations for face. For such a big family business, anyone who gets it can increase the power of own in a short time. There are no eternal enemies and friends in the world, only eternal benefits. For the industry left over by Jiang family, City Lord's mansion is naturally jealous. But now Qin Ke Ouyang wants to swallow it whole in one bite, even if Duan Yuanshan is ready for Qin Ke Ouyang's lion's big mouth. He can't bear it. Not to mention that he himself is not too willing to agree, but that other families in Maplewood City will not agree to such a nonsense request. Qin Ke Ouyang, hearing this, said with a smile, What are you afraid of when I have a big appetite? Isn't this City Master Duan protecting me from the wind and rain for my kin family? I, City Lord's mansion, also want to plot against Duan Yuanshan's expression suddenly became angry. Qin Ke Ouyang laughed. What did City Master Duan say? But now my kin family is declining, and I want to use the prestige of City Lord's mansion to show off, that's all. After all, if there was no City Master Duan, I would kin family also couldn't swallow those wealth. You old fogey. Duan Yuanshan scolded on the spot. How do you say it, as lord of the entire city? Is there any virtue in respecting the old and cherish the young? Qin Ke Ouyang rolled his eyes and turned to look at Yang Kai. Little junior brother Yang, Lord City Master scolded me just now. You can hear clearly. Old man is very angry and will lose his life for 10 years. I have to talk to him forever. You talk, I will go first one step. Yang Kai saw this and wanted to run away quickly. These two people are ridiculous. He doesn't want to involve Owen, he is just a passerby in Maplewood City. Ha ha, just kidding. Qin Ke Ouyang he grabbed Yang Kai's arm and said, little junior brother Yang, don't rush to go. If you really want to form Black Tortoise 7 sections formation, you still need little brother's contribution. I also have a share. Yang Kai frowned. Qin Ke Ouyang said with a smile, you should have said that this Black Tortoise 7 sections formation needs to be performed by 7 people in order to realize the power of Holy Spirit Black Tortoise. I am Maplewoods. There are not many city principal source stage powerhouses, so little brother naturally counts 1. Yang Kai thought for a while and nodded, okay, then count as my 1. He is also very curious about the Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. If he can learn this kind of strange formation, it will only benefit him without harm. Seeing Yang Kai's promise, Qin Ke Ouyang's expression was overjoyed and looked at Duan Yuanshan again and said, City Master, this skin is fine here, but I don't know how you think about it. Duan Yuanshan expression grave, said solemnly, Brother Qin, my City Lord's mansion is #1 influence in Maplewood City, but you also know that those old guys don't be trifled with. This crime a matter of public anger. City Master's divine ability is superb, well connected, and afraid of those old guys? Qin Ke Ouyang hearing this smiled and shook his head. Old man doesn't believe it. Duan Yuanshan's eyes narrowed, and she was shouted, okay. Just as you say. Happy. Qin Ke Ouyang laughed heartily and said, in that case, then just ask the City Master to arrange 7 people out, and Old Man and you will teach the Black Tortoise 7 cut formation method together. In an hour, I will give you the answer. Duan Yuanshan said solemnly. Qin Ke Ouyang is nodded now, winks at Yang Kai, and leads him and Qin Yu away. In a short while, the 3 returned to the city wall where Qin Ke Ouyang was responsible for the defense. At this place, Qin Ke Ouyang suddenly looked serious, and handed Yang Kai a jade slip, saying, little junior brother Yang, the information recorded here, please destroy it immediately after your own comprehension. If you don't understand anything, just ask Yu. Although she is far inferior to you in the cultivation level, she may be able to confuse 1 or 2 in the way of formation. Yang Kai expression moved, took the jade slip and said, the subtlety of young lady Qin formation, I have already understood it. While speaking, he sinks the spiritual mind into the jade slip and sweeps it roughly. After a while, the expression changed slightly, raised the head suspiciously and looked at Qin Ke Ouyang, saying, Qin old mister, you are. Black Tortoise 7 cut formation was performed jointly by 7 people. In the past, Black Tortoise sect was to prevent this secret array from leaking, so all that was taught to each discipline was only part of the formation. The 7 people worked together to derive a complete formation. Yang Kai thought that Qin Ke Ouyang would give the owner one of the 70%, but when I looked at it now, I found that the jade slip recorded in the jade slip turned out to be the complete Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. The method of formation. This is obviously not the original formation, but the ancestor of the Qin family came up with it. This is the case, and it is also top formation. It's just that Yang Kai couldn't figure out why Qin Kai Ouyang did this. Qin Kai Ouyang said with a smile, "Little junior brother Yang doesn't have to think too much about it, but Maplewood City is in danger now. If Maplewood City is over, my Qin family will surely perish. When the time comes, this Black Tortoise 7-cut formation is about to be annihilated in the long river of time. Now give it to you, maybe there is still hope of saving a fire. This is after all my Qin family ancestors spent the last half of my life. Old man can't bear to let it be buried with my Qin family. If the city is really unguarded, I may not be able to escape here." Yang Kai said solemnly. "Little brother is too humble." Qin Kai Ouyang said with a smile profoundly, "With your ability, you should have left Maplewood City long ago, although I don't know why you haven't left. But since he is willing to stay and keep the city together, there must be a known reason. The old man gave you this thing. There is only one request." Yang Kai expression moved and said, "What is the requirement?" "If little junior brother Yang really wants to leave Maplewood City, please also ask must take her to keep her safe." Qin Kai Ouyang expression solemnly begged. Martial Peak Chapter 2128 Chapter 2128 Hua King's Eye. When he was previously on the city wall to defend against the invasion of monsters with Yang Kai, Qin Kai Ouyang saw Yang Kai with his own eyes. The great divine ability of the secret technique in space. A black hole was opened below, swallowing countless monsters. So he concluded that Yang Kai is proficient in Space Force. How strong is the martial artist who is proficient in Space Force? Qin Kai Ouyang didn't clear it. He only cleared a little. This kind of martial artist has the advantage of being blessed by heaven in terms of escape and hunting, which is very popular. He felt that with Yang Kai's accomplishments in Space Force, it shouldn't be difficult if he wanted to leave Maplewood City. Give him the complete Black Tortoise 7 sections formation in exchange for his promise to protect Kinyu. This transaction is not a loss. Okay. Yang Kai nodded, promised. He glanced at Kinyu standing aside and said, "I am not dead, Kinyu must be fine." He has this confidence. After all, he has mysterious boundary bead, this kind of trump card in his hand. Qin Kai Ouyang smiled with joy. "This skin is relieved with the words of my brother. You can feel at ease here to understand the method of formation, and the city wall will be defended by old man." Yang Kai nodded, immediately found a slightly piped down position in the vicinity, sit cross-legged down, immersed in the jade slip, and began to understand carefully. Time is passing little by little. Yang Kai's whole person is immersed in the mysterious of Black Tortoise 7 formation. He found that Kinyu was right. Although this set of formation was completed by the Qin family ancestors, it was not as good as the original version, but it was easy to get started and effective quickly. He didn't spend much time on it. "Have understood something in my heart." He doesn't know much about the way of formation. But Black Tortoise's 7-cut formation is different from the formation that is generally arranged to defend against attacks. This set of formation is based on a martial artist and is jointly developed. The complete Black Tortoise 7 sections formation can even reproduce part of the divine ability of Holy Spirit Black Tortoise. On the other side, there is continuously a principal source stage level powerhouse galloping over, getting jade slips from Kinyu, and looking for places to enlighten them. What Kinyu gave to those people was obviously not the complete method of formation, but one of 70% was given to each person. One day later, Yang Kai suddenly expression moved, took out the own communication compass, poured spiritual mind into it, and immediately detected the message coming from it. That was a reminder from City Master Duan Yuanchan's call for the staff. Yang Kai raises the head and glanced at Qin Kai Ouyang, who was slightly nodded at him. At the same time, a plump and bloated silhouette dropping from the sky, with a big cyan bottle gourd pinned to the waist. Who is it if it's not Drunkard? Drunkard stood on the city wall above, waved to Qin Kai Ouyang and said, "Go." Qin Kai Ouyang said with a smile, "Then there will be Vice City on the city wall. Master is defending on his behalf." Drunkard looked up at him and said, "Old guy should be careful when going out, don't die outside." Qin Kai Ouyang corner of mouth twitching, but didn't say much, just winked with Yang Kai, brought Kinyu, and galloped towards the converging ground together. After a short while, two people fell in one place in the city. At this time, here, there have been 4 people gathered here. All of them are powerhouses at the principal source stage level. Among these 4 people, Maplewood City City Master Duan Yuanshan and Vice City Masters Wang Pan are on the list, while the other 2 people, Yang Kai, don't know much. One of the old man with beardless white face, a beautiful woman with enchanting figure. Yang Kai glanced briefly, and fell on the beautiful woman in shock, because he found that this beautiful woman is a principal source 3-layer powerhouse, even better than Duan Yuanshan, a section, and aura introverted, within the body strength faintly discernible. It is unpredictable. When did Maplewood City have so many principal source 3 layers? Yang Kai was very puzzled. 2 days ago, he saw a male powerhouse of this level at the door of Spirit Pill Workshop, but he didn't want to see another one now. I don't know where these 2 people come from. Anyway, they are definitely not local martial artists. Seeing Yang Kai looking towards the owner, the beautiful woman smiled, fascinated. Her eyes full of water and peach blossoms seemed to speak, and contained the rays of light of the attracting spirit-seizing soul. Yang Kai was alert to dashing in his heart and quietly averted his gaze. Brother Yang, Brother Qin, you are here. Duan Yuanshan saw 2 people coming, cup one fist in the other hand. The Vice City Master's Wang Pan is a cold snort. It seems that he has the same opinion on Yang Kai, so I don't want to see him. Yang Kai didn't care. Last time he had trouble with Wang Pan in the City Lord's mansion. He even fought hard and broke the spirituality of his secret treasure. At this moment, the other party will naturally not give on what a good face. City Master Duan, this lady is. Qin Kai Ouyang fell to the ground and looked at the beautiful woman suspiciously. The formation method of Black Tortoise 7 sections formation was handed over to these principal source stage powerhouses by Kinyu. Qin Kai Ouyang did not intervene at all, so he did not at all see this beautiful woman, and knowing that there is an impossible powerhouse of principal source 3-layer in Maplewood City, I immediately asked this question. This Mistress Huaqing's I have seen too. The beautiful woman did not wait for Duan Yuanshan's introduction, and took the initiative to open the mouth and said. It turned out to be Mrs. Flower. Qin Kai Ouyang frowned, flashed an unusual look. The other party introduced only like this, only said a name, and didn't know whether it was true or false. He had no way of guessing the origin of the other party. Duan Yuanshan said with a smile, Mrs. Flower is not the martial artist of my Maplewood City. Demon, she happened to be working in my Maplewood City before the siege of the city. Hearing that I was going out to repair the seal, I volunteered to come and help. Mrs. Hui is righteous, this Duan is grateful. Huaqing's eye covered her mouth and smiled, and said, City Master Duan is polite. Now Maplewood City, if one suffers, all suffers. This mistress is just for self, it's just a guarantee. I can't talk about much justice. This should be Brother Yang, right? Old man Dulishan, we had a simple exchange before. The beardless white face of the old man seemed to be looking interesting to Yang Kai. He stood up and introduced himself. It turned out to be old mister. So lucky to be here. Yang Kai lightly replied. This Dulishan is also known to him. It is the old ancestor of Maplewood City Du family. It is the cultivation level of principal source 1-layer like Qin Kai Ouyang. Although the 2 people have never met before, when defending Maplewood City together, I also used communication compass to communicate briefly, which is not too unfamiliar. On the one hand, Qin Kai Ouyang saw Dulishan's intention to draw up a relationship with Yang Kai, and quickly turned the topic away. City Master Duan, there is one less person. Maybe you don't want is one of those 7 people, right? Is only responsible for repairing the seal. There were originally 4 principal source stages gathered here, including him and Yang Kai. Only 6 people. Duan Yuanshan said with a smile. Wait a minute. That person should be here soon. While speaking, a flowing light in the distance is swiftly excited. Here it came. Looking at the direction, it seemed to come from City Lord's mansion. After a short while, the rays of light flashed and reached the top of the crowd, revealing a silhouette. Yang Kai raises the head. I can't help but frowned, because he found the last person. It turned out that he encountered the middle-aged man with Principal Source 3-layer cultivation level at the door of Spirit Pill Workshop a few days ago. After this person arrived here, he just swept his gaze down and paused on Yang Kai, indifferently said, "This king is late." The appearance of Dialala made everyone a little unhappy, but because of his amazing cultivation level, he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. Only that Hua King's eye pursed his mouth. Pukai smiled, a little flamboyant. Middle-aged man hears that sound. His eyes froze. His eyes suddenly condensed on Hua King's eye. But after discovering that the opponent's cultivation level is comparable to own, he can't help but reveal a strange expression. It seems I didn't expect that in this small Maplewood city, besides own, there were other 3-layer powerhouses. For a moment, I can't see the details of Hua King's eye. Middle-aged man can only cold snort. Brother Fu came at the right time. Duan Yuanshan gave a ha-ha, and it could be seen that there were 2 more people in the team, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The key point is that these 2 people came to him on the initiative, saying that they wanted to help repair the seal, and it was not easy for him to refuse in person. Master City Master, as soon as we leave, Maplewood City's defensive strength will be greatly reduced. For the rest, are there any problems? Qin Ke Oyang asked with some worry. After all, Qin Famnis the foundation is still in Maplewood City. If the city is broken, the loss will be great. With drunkard and old ancestor from other families, there should be no problem in short time, but our speed should be as fast as possible. Duan Yuanshan said solemnly, since everyone is here, then we just set out. While speaking, Duan Yuanshan waved his hand and galloped out first. The others also hurriedly followed. When you get to the city wall, someone has been waiting. Open the formation. Duan Yuanshan looked deeply at Demon Chi and the monsters tumbling outside, loudly shouting. The formation law experts next to them are hearing this and quickly control the formation in their hands. Under their control, the solid defense formation slowly cracked a hole. Duan Yuanshan rushed out after the hole was able to pass by 1 person, and said at the same time, "Go!" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All the people present were Principal Source stage, so they didn't have any difference in timing. After a ray of light flashed by, the 7 had already rushed out of the city. Gin Yu closely followed Yang Kai and Qin Ke Oyang, 2 people, not daring to leave half. As soon as the 8 people left, the formation law experts on the city wall quickly closed the defense formation again. Outside the city, Demon Chi rolls, the wind is whistling around his ears, and there are faint waves of wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. Listening to the ears makes people have one's hair stand on end, blood roll. Kinyu's face is slightly pale, and his lovable body trembles lightly. Even if Yang Kai and Qin Ke Oyang, 2 people work together to protect, with her void return 2-layer cultivation level, she can't bear to go deep into this dangerous place. End up in front, Duan Yuanshan shouted. At the next moment, everyone shook and rushed to different directions. Each of them shook Spirit Art continuously. With the changes in Spirit Art, 1 layer's inexplicable connection gradually connected the 7 principal source stages together. The source strength of the people is tumbling, spreading and merging with each other, an extraordinary aura suddenly born out of thin air, suddenly spreading towards all around, expelling all demon chi, leaving the 7 in the same place. The place was briefly exposed and brought in a blank space. Martial Peak Chapter 2129 Chapter 2129 Threat. 7 principal source stage powerhouses within the body's source strength are tumbling, pouring out like a river that bursts, and the speed is so fast that everyone is complexion greatly changed. Qin Ke Oyang shouted, "Don't panic, It was like this before the formation. You guys must work with a common purpose. Listen to what he said. Everyone quickly calmed down and continued to pinch spirit art. The source strength naked eye like a tide can be seen, gradually converging into one piece, fusing and condensing each other. After a while, the embryonic form of a huge monster with a hideous body suddenly solidified. That thing, dragon head, turtle's back, snake tail, looks mighty overweening arrogance. It is the body of Holy Spirit Black Tortoise. A sensational coercion suddenly spread. This coercion was so strong that even the 7 people in the formation were shocked. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Holy Spirit condensed by 7 sources of source strength looks vivid, with its head turning and tail wagging like a living thing. But compared to the real Black Tortoise, it is undoubtedly different in size. This is the case. It is also a huge monster. Among the 7, Duan Yuanshan is in the dragon head position, and the other 4 are scattered around the limbs. The middle-aged man surnamed Fu is in the position of the snake's tail. As for Yang Kai, it is in the center, Qin Yu by his side. There will be this kind of arrangement. Naturally Qin Kai Ouyang deliberately did it. He arranged Yang Kai in the center, just to let him protect Qin Yu. Looking around, the 7 principal source stage powerhouses seem to be hiding in a translucent Black Tortoise Saint Spirit body. And when this Black Tortoise 7-section formation was formed, the continuously passing source strength of everyone finally slowed down, and the speed became extremely slow. The 7 of them all showed joy, and did not rush to act. Instead, they closed their eyes and silently perceived the mysterious place of this strange formation. All around Demon Chi rolled over, surrounded the group of 7, and soon drowned the translucent Black Tortoise silhouette. Countless monsters attacked from all directions, using the cover of Demon Chi to launch attacks, like ocean waves. Wave after wave. Black Tortoise silhouette will be out of sight. City wall above. Countless eyes showed expressions of worry, watching nervously and anxiously, lest these 7 principal source stages would lose their lives here. Suddenly, a low roar came from the place surrounded by Demon Chi. The roar resembled dragon roar, resounded like a beast roar. With the roar, a power like destroying heavens, exterminating earth suddenly burst out. The Demon Chi surrounding that area was cleared out at this moment, and countless swoops rolled the past monsters and flew out. When they were in the air, they burst into masses. Blood mist. The Holy Spirit illusory shadow is re-exposed, and the 8 people hiding in the illusory shadow are unharmed. Duan Yuanshan laughed heartily. With the help of this strange formation, why worry about the major event? Set out. After experiencing the mysterious Black Tortoise 7 sections formation for a while, his confidence greatly increased. When the words are over, he takes the lead to drive forward, and other people follow him closely behind him, maintaining the operation of the formation, with no difference in distance, along the road. Whenever there is a monster coming to block, the Holy Spirit illusory shadow will wave a slap larger than the door panel, slap it over. No monster can be in general, all it was shot flying out and turned into a puddle of mud. Maplewood City is not too far away from the mine, it is only 2,000 miles, but if any one of these 7 principal source stages is allowed to fly away like this, I am afraid that only a few people can arrive unharmed. With the help of the power of formation, the 7 source strength united into one and turned into a Holy Spirit silhouette, sweeping through simply as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Unstoppable. The extremely corrosive Demon Chi can't help everyone, and they are blocked from the body. It was the boundless, countless monsters, which somewhat delayed everyone's progress. This formation is really a good thing. Everyone pushed forward without any pressure. Huaking Zai, who was on the right limb of the Black Tortoise illusory shadow, suddenly pursed his mouth and smiled, and the beautiful eyes turned to the left, looking at it, opened the mouth and said, I don't know if Qin old mister has any plans to sell to the outside world. If this is the intention, this mistress can be. Mrs. Hua needn't say more, Here the formation is something that the ancestors of this kin worked hard and spent the rest of their life to replenish. This kin will not be sold externally, Qin Ke Ouyang said with a black face before Hua King's eye was finished. Don't say Qin old mister is so decisive. There is no price for anything in this world. After this mistress will find the opportunity to talk with you alone. Hua King's eye said with a smile, obviously not at all. I plan to just let it go. While speaking, my eyes are flowing like water. It is because Qin Ke Ouyang is old and weak. When I look at these peachy eyes, I can't help but hear the heartbeat of Peng Peng. Within the body's blood boils, and the throat is dry. He cursed the vixen secretly, and quickly held the spirit clear and bright, took a deep breath, and suppressed the blood tumbling in his chest. This king is also very interested in this formation. When the time comes, it counts as my one. The man surnamed Fu also interrupted suddenly. His tone cannot be refuted. This adult speaks so unreasonable. Hua King's eye suddenly became a little unhappy, and spit out, this mistress first mentioned this matter to Qin old mister. If you are interested, do you wait for this mistress to talk to Qin old mister before you finish talking? Is this also going to come first? The man surnamed Fu lightly glanced at Hua King's eye and said with a smile, do you think you bought buns from the market? Hua King's eye beautiful eyes squinted slightly, with a smile on his face, and said, my lord, this is just to bully this mistress, a weak female. The man surnamed Fu raised his brows, and cold snort said, isn't it? The two people confronted each other in speech, as if a spark had already been drawn. Duan Yuanshan shouted in front of him, too. Now the most important thing is to repair the broken seal. I'll talk about other things later. Can't you sell my one face? Let's not talk about it for now. Hua King's eye pursed his lips and smiled and stopped speaking. The man named Fu still coldly said arrogantly, this king is doing something. Why do you need to interrupt? Believing or not this king, leave this formation now, ask you to go or not. As soon as this remark came out, not only Duan Yuanshan complexion greatly changed, but Qin Ke Ouyang, Zhuang Ban and Dulishan also lost their expressions. Black Tortoise 7 sections formation requires 7 people to work together. If a man surnamed Fu really doesn't care if they walk away at this time, with his principal source 3 layers powerful cultivation level, it may not be impossible to create one. Stay alive, but other people don't have this kind of ability. At the very least, only a few people from Principal Source 1 layer are not confident that they can withstand the erosion of Demon Chi for a long time. I am afraid that it will not take long to become a monster. Although there is another Kinyu in the field who can substitute, but Kinyu only has the cultivation level of Void Return 2 layer. How can he cooperate with others to perform formation? If you really want to do this, Kinyu will be drained of the power within the body in just a few breaths. It can be said that if the man surnamed Fu really leaves, the remaining people will at least die. This lord doesn't have to be like this. Zhuang Ban was so scared that his face turned pale. He didn't come here voluntarily. But Duan Yuanshan named him. He is not as strong as Drunkard. Duan Yuanshan needs to be here. After he left, Drunkard took office in Maplewood City. He could only be counted. At this moment, seeing the man surnamed Fu was so awkward and bitter, he also scolded Duan Yuanshan bloody, blaming him for being ignorant or not knowing where to find the 250. There is no moral bottom line, really makes people angry. Yes, this adult must not be reckless. Dulishan also persuaded from the side, if you have something to do, please discuss it. While speaking, he slammed towards Qin Ke Ouyang. Winking, motioned him to think of a solution. Yang Kai remained calm, but looked at Duan Yuanshan in surprise. Before, the man surnamed Fu came from City Lord's mansion, so he took it for granted that this guy had some friendship with Duan Yuanshan and knew each other, but at this moment, it is obviously not the same thing. This man surnamed Fu didn't even put Duan Yuanshan in his eyes. Or it can be said that he doesn't put anyone in his eyes, and he has always had a sense of superiority as only me to dominate. This guy has a big background. Yang Kai secretly guessed that only a martial artist who was born out of the ordinary would have such an unruly temper. Discuss. This king never discusses things with others. The man surnamed Fu looked at Qin Kai Ouyang with a sneer and said, "Old guy, this black tortoise 7 sections formation. Do you sell it or not? Give me a message." He looked like he would quit immediately when he didn't get a satisfactory answer, making other people hate at the same time, but also extremely anxious. His eyes looked towards Qin Kai Ouyang. His face was full, the color of prayer. "My lord, how can you behave like this?" Qin Kai Ouyang looked unbelievable, heartbroken. On the other side, Duan Yuanshan was also outraged, his fists clenched. It's not because the other party didn't put the city master owner in his eyes, but because this guy hit a person when he's down at this time. If he knew he had such wolfish ambitions, how could he? Will the responding party let him form a member of this formation? If the timing is not bad, Duan Yuanshan is afraid that he will turn his face with the man surnamed Fu immediately. This king is not patient. I ask you at the end, sell it or not? The man surnamed Fu overbearing did not give Qin Kai Ouyang a chance to breathe. Old Qin. Dulishan panicked, looking at Qin Kai Ouyang eagerly. Brother Qin, let's put the general situation first. Zhuang Ban also persuaded him, and after speaking, he said, "It doesn't matter to us, but if there is no formation guardian, your house Yashi." He has a worried expression for Qin, as if he is very concerned about Qin. Qin Kai Ouyang looked resentful and unwilling. After all, he took the initiative to provide the handed-down formation that belongs to the Qin family, and went to battle in person, bringing Owen's baby granddaughter Qin into the dangerous place, trying to relieve Maplewood City the crisis, but didn't expect the blood to be drenched here. How can he willingly hand over the formation? Okay, Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. I will sell it to this brother Fu. After pondering for a while, Qin Kai Ouyang knew there was nothing to do, gritted his teeth, said solemnly, "Ha ha, a wise man submits to circumstances." The man surnamed Fu laughed heartily. Old guy is very good. Marshall Peak Chapter 2130. Chapter 2130. I didn't do anything. Formation is available for sale. Don't you know how much this adult is bidding? Qin Kai Ouyang asked angrily. The man surnamed Fu seemed to be prepared for a long time. Hearing this, put up a finger. 10 million. Why don't you grab it? Qin Kai Ouyang was furious. Others also looked at the man surnamed Fu with unimaginable faces. Although the quantity of 10 million source crystal is quite large, the price is too low for Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. At that time, on the auction assembly, a principal source fruit could be sold for more than 10 million source crystals. Not to mention this kind of strange array. If this kind of formation is put out for auction, there will definitely be many big sects competing for bidding, selling tens of millions of source crystal. Nothing difficult, trifling 10 million source crystal. It is really not acceptable to Qin Kai Ouyang. 10 million, no more, no more, no more. The man surnamed Fu ignored Qin Kai Ouyang's anger. Cold snort said, "If you are too long, you won't have the price." DSK, this adult from Flying Saint Palace is really domineering, so this mistress is eye-opening. Huaking's eye suddenly laughed. Flying Saint Palace? Zhuang Ban cried out in surprise. Dulishan also expression changed. And Duan Yuanshan also stunned his face, on the one hand because he suddenly learned the origin of the man surnamed Fu, on the other hand, it was naturally because of Huaking's eye. Although everyone guessed that the man surnamed Fu might have a lot of background, no one knew his details. Only Huaking's eye lay bare the truth with one remark, and did not know where she found the clue. After Yang Kai heard this, he was very alert and glanced at the man surnamed Fu without a trace. He secretly felt that this guy was a little unkind. He killed the Flying Saint Palace young master Ning Yuanxing, who was possessed by Wood Demon that day. Although he was forced to be helpless, he killed the opponent indirectly. After that, The ship owned by Ning Yuanxing was confiscated and used for own refining. From this point of view, it's not an accident that the other party will appear in Maplewood City. I am afraid that he came to hunt down the cause of Ning Yuanxing's death. The man surnamed Fu must have noticed the ship a few days ago outside of the Spirit Pill Workshop, floorboat. I'm afraid that the other party has determined that On is the murderer. Thinking of this, Yang Kai complexion sank slightly. The man surnamed Fu was told by Hua Qingzai. His eyes narrowed slightly, staring at the beautiful woman. This lady has good eyesight. I don't know where he came from. Hua Qingzai reached out and stroked the beautiful hair in my ear, lightly said with a smile, "This mistress is just a martial artist scattered around. So what kind of background is it?" HMPH. The man surnamed Fu would naturally not believe Hua Qingzai's nonsense. While he was secretly surprised, he finally flashed a faint look of dreading in his eyes. The guy who can see through his origins is not an ordinary person. However, he has always been arrogant and didn't pay much attention to Hua Qingzai. "Have you considered it?" The man surnamed Fu turned his head and looked at Qin Ke Ouyang again. Qin Ke Ouyang sighed. "Can't the price be higher?" Now in this situation, to be the meat on somebody's chopping block, he and Qin Yu need to worry about it. The weaker can't contend with the stronger, but if more source crystal can be obtained, he will also try it. "What do you think?" The man surnamed Fu did not answer the question. Qin Ke Ouyang complexion dimmed, like a son who is old for many years, and said, "Then it will be as grown-ups wish." "Very well." To be satisfied, he reached out to Qin Ke Ouyang and said, "Give things to this king. This king will never break his promise." "Wait a moment." At this moment, an abrupt voice interrupted the transaction. Everyone looked at the voice and suddenly found that it was Yang Kai in the middle who was speaking. From Hua Qingzai and the man surnamed Fu verbally, to forcing Qin Ke Ouyang to sell Black Tortoise 7 sections formation, Yang Kai he didn't say a word all the time, and everyone who made him almost forgot him, but didn't want him to speak suddenly at this critical moment, leaving everyone at a loss and wondering what he wanted to do. Hua Qingzai's beautiful eyes are full of splendor, and he looks at Yang Kai with great interest, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. But the man surnamed Fu shrinks his eyes, a trace of unknown murderous intention flashes through his pupils, coldly said, "Boy, what are you going to do?" "Adults, don't be nervous." Yang Kai laughed and said, "I'm not here to grab business with you. But after being dealt with by an adult, I suddenly found that the cooperation between us is a bit too fragile. Whoever wants it, if you quit, you can threaten other people, which is not so good." Duan Yuanshan said solemnly, "This Duan has not considered it well." He was originally suddenly, it is a good thing to have 2 principal source 3-layer powerhouses actively requesting to join the team. How did you think that things have developed to this point? Fortunately, in addition to the man surnamed Fu, Hua Qingzai seems to be relatively reliable for the time being. If Hua Qingzai is the same as the man surnamed Fu, then it is better for everyone to rush back to the mansion. In the end, all the provinces are reduced to demon funeral. It doesn't matter about City Master Duan. Maplewood City's principal source stage is not much. Foreign aid is naturally a must. Yang Kai said indifferently. Duan Yuanshan hearing this, a long sigh, full of helplessness. "In order to avoid similar things happening again, I think we should discuss it carefully. For example, no one can act like this anymore." Yang Kai looked around all around. "Yes and yes, I really should discuss it." Du Lishan quickly nodded echoed. "Others don't matter. Everyone knows that they have a family business in Maplewood City. Naturally, they will not act as despicable as a man surnamed Fu. But Hua Qingzai is not familiar to everyone, just in case she also came here like a man surnamed Fu, then the team would definitely disperse, and it would be a problem even to return safely. So what about repairing the seal? Furthermore, the man surnamed Fu is so despicable. What if he still breaks his promise after getting the Black Tortoise 7 sections formation? All kinds of worries flooded up, and several people browsed tightly knit, deep in one's heart full of anxiety. "Why, don't you believe in this king?" When the man surnamed Fu saw this, his face sank. Huaking's eye said with a smile, "Does this adult owner think you are a credible person?" The man surnamed Fu Cold Snort said, "This lady, you're what is his own attempt." He doesn't believe that Huaking's eye, a principal source 3-layer powerhouse, is really just a passion. If she wants to help everyone repair the seal, she will do it, and she must have the reason for own. This mistress doesn't have that many bad thoughts. It's just that you can't be alone in this situation, that's all. Huaking's eye said with a smile. Being accused by Huaking's eye face to face like this, the man surnamed Fu complexion was furious, but he didn't dare to shoot directly, so he could only endure it forcibly. "You guys don't have to quarrel. This Duan thinks what Brother Yang said is reasonable, so let's say it's okay. Everyone, before repairing the seal and returning to the city, you can't make any more requests like the one just now. Don't leave your own position without authorization." Duan Yuanshan said solemnly. "You can rest assured, as long as this king can get the complete formation method, he will help you repair the seal." The man surnamed Fu coldly said. "Speaking is no proof," Zhuang Pan said weakly from the side. "Then what do you want?" Could it be that this king swore an oath to the heart demon? The man surnamed Fu's eyes suddenly dazzled, and he looked at Zhuang Pan. Zhuang Pan paled with fright, and quickly said with a smile, "My lord," said and laughed. "Why not?" Yang Kai instead smiled slightly. "If the lord I am really willing to advance and retreat together with me, even if I make an oath to the heart demon, it doesn't matter, unless the adult ... There is a ghost in my heart." Impudent. The man surnamed Fu was furious and looked at him. Looking at Yang Kai scorchingly, the anger in his eyes seemed to burn him. Yang Kai remained unmoved, just staring at him. Anyway, the other party probably already believes that On is the murderer of Ning Yuanxing. On and him will definitely have grudges, and Yang Kai is not afraid that he will hate On. This little brother is right. Unexpectedly, Huaking's eye also agrees very much. This mistress is rare to act with outsiders on a whim, but I don't want to be upset by some people, since everyone, if they all agree, then swear an oath to the own heart demon. Who agreed? The man surnamed Fu said in shock. Everyone agrees. It seems that only adults have different opinions. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile, and suddenly pretended to be surprised. Could it be that adults really want to get the method of formation and leave? My lord can't be so unbelievable and vicious. You fart. How did this king ever say this? The man was so angry. Then when you agree, Yang Kai ignored him while speaking, but looked all around and said, "Since no one has an opinion, let's start." After finishing speaking, he solemnly swears to the heart demon. Other people looked at each other in blank dismay, and they all learned something. Even Huaking's eye meticulously swears in public. Then, everyone looked towards the man surnamed Fu. At this moment, the man surnamed Fu has fire in his eyes, staring bitterly at Yang Kai, as if he was about to chop him to death, gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, very good. This king remembers you." Yang Kai happily said with a smile, "Master Lao remembers that. It is really sorry. You are courting death." The man surnamed Fu said bitterly, "What did the Lord threaten me?" Yang Kai looked innocent. "I didn't do anything." "Lord, it's your turn." Huaking's eye interjected and looked at the man surnamed Fu with a smile. "Unless you don't want the complete formation method, you can also not take this heart demon vow. If so, then this mistress should be thankful. Adults, this mistress is going to buy it at a higher price." "You are all fine." The man surnamed Fu suppressed his anger, and under the public gaze, he could only grit his teeth and swear an oath. Although the oath of heart demon is only verbal, but this thing is not useless. No martial artist dare to ignore it at will, otherwise it will be the backlash of the oath at the critical moment, a very troublesome thing. However, this heart demon oath also has many secret techniques that can be circumvented, so it cannot be taken seriously in many cases. These secret techniques all require a very strong cultivation level to be displayed. and also require a very long time of preparation. With the ability of a man named Fu, there should be no way to avoid it in a short time. Martial Peak Chapter 2131 Chapter 2131 Suppression. After the heart demon vows were taken, the man surnamed Fu coldly extended a hand to Qin Ke Ouyang. "Where is Source Crystal?" Qin Ke Ouyang asked calmly. The man surnamed Fu sneered, "Trifling tens of millions of Source Crystal, are you afraid that this king can't afford it?" While speaking, take out a space ring directly from his arms. Slightly after sorting it out, the space ring was thrown to Qin Ke Ouyang. Qin Ke Ouyang took it and searched it carefully. After confirming that it was correct, he took out an empty white jade, poured spiritual mind into it, and engraved the complete Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. The law. After a while, he handed the jade slip to the man surnamed Fu. The latter suppressed his excitement, took the jade slip, and checked it a little. His face suddenly showed a touch of joy, and he cherished jade slip with a laugh. The result of this transaction obviously made him very satisfied, and even the slight unhappiness before it was forgotten for the time being. Everyone, our speed should be faster. If we don't leave, we will be surrounded. Yang Kai suddenly reminded in a deep voice. Everyone scanned the spiritual mind, and found that during the time they were delayed, countless monsters had gathered in all directions, densely packed inside 3-layer and 3-layer outside. But a bunch of clowns. Duan Yuanshan let out a low growl, and suddenly pinched Spirit Heart in his hand. Other people are in the formation and are affected by the formation. With Duan Yuanshan's action, everyone has to follow suit. The huge Holy Spirit silhouette suddenly opened its mouth. After a while, all around between heaven and earth, the rich water element aura gathered frantically, and in the blink of an eye, the dragon head appeared. A huge water polo. Along with Duan Yuanshan's suffocation, the Holy Spirit illusory shadow seemed to be under some control, and opened his mouth. The huge water ball turned into a white light, rushing straight ahead, as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, unstoppable. Countless monsters died and turned into fly ash. A safe passage with more than thousands feet appeared directly ahead. Duan Yuanshan did not say a word, and rushed forward first, while the others followed closely from behind. Lord City Master should have been annoyed by the disgusting heart of the man surnamed Fu, and could not really turn his face with him, so he could only vent flame hair on the monster. As soon as the formation moved, the monsters that had gathered all around were also affected, and they rushed forward without fear of life and death, continuously striving formation with various forces. Looking around, outside the huge Black Tortoise silhouette, there are densely packed monsters, but still can't stop everyone from moving forward. After about 1 hour, everyone finally arrived at the place where the original mine was. Although this place is full of dark demon chi within 1,000 li, but in a certain location, demon chi is more full-bodied. In that place, there is a black energy column rising to the sky, connecting the sky and the earth. The momentum is shocking, and the unimaginable pure demon chi is from there as the source point, continuously spreading towards all around. No need to remind others. When everyone sees the dark energy pillar rising into the sky, they know that it is the beginning of everything, and it should be where the seal exists. Duan Yuanshan led the crowd and hurried towards there. However, the closer they are to the starting point, the more everyone feels that the source strength of own within the body elapses faster. In shock, they all take out the spirit pill and plug it into the mouth to maintain within the body the operation of power. At a leisurely pace, Duan Yuanshan pauses, frowned and stares ahead. In a place less than 100 feet distance away from everyone, a row of dozens of aura-powerful existences are standing there quietly, as if they have been waiting for a long time. When everyone stopped, these dozens of people screamed at the same time and rushed over like a gust of wind. The violent power is close to the principal source stage level. The only thing missing is the mobilization of law power. It's from Jiang family. Yang Kai squinted and looked towards the front, drinking suddenly. Fuck me to death. Duan Yuanshan's spirit heart changed. Holy Spirit Black Tortoise illusory shadow lifted a forefoot and swept it forward suddenly. Peng peng. This palm directly swept the two figures flying, and it burst into blood mist in midair. Skeleton doesn't exist, but others did is avoiding quickly. Jiang family. A group of Void King stage has been enhanced by Demon Chi. Although to some extent, it is close to the strength of Principal Source stage. But how can it be the opponent of the formation of formation? Under Black Tortoise 7 sections formation, 7 principal source stage source strengths are combined into one, including 2 principal source 3-layer powerhouse. Black Tortoise illusory shadow 1 palm is equivalent to 7 players playing at the same time. It's Jiang Lin. Dulishan is on the left side of formation. He saw a demon rushing forward, his body covered with demon marks, and his eyes were black. After a glance, he recognized him. The identity is impressively Patriarch Jiang Lin of Jiang family. Jiang Lin seems to have lost his mind. The tragic death of Elder in the clan not at all made him afraid, but it aroused his bloodliness. Demon She rolled outside the body and displayed various essence secret techniques and strikes. Formation. His crazy appearance frightened Dulishan, and the magic arts in his hand changed slowly. The person who ended the formation made a slight mistake, so he moved his whole body. His slowness almost made other people's rhythm disorder. The man surnamed Fu was immediately furious and gave Dulishan a fiercely look, shouted, "Old guy, do you want to die? If you think that own life is long, this king doesn't mind making you perfect." Mistakes. Dulishan felt distressed, with a smile on his face, quickly suppressed the fear in his heart, and readjusted his position and mentality. More than a dozen demons made by Void King stage powerhouse, all of them can compete with Principal Source stage. They are also a batch of strong battle strength elsewhere, but in Black Tortoise 7 sections in front of formation, it is still as ridiculous as a child. Holy Spirit silhouette opened and closed, invincible. No extra moves, just continuously waving the forelimbs under the control of everyone. Each and every one rushed. Demon was photographed into meatloaf, burst into blood mist. The battle from the beginning to the end, only a dozen breaths of effort. The dozens of Jiang family seniors have basically been wiped out, and only Jiang Lin can survive. Unexpectedly, he did not initiate an attack again. Instead, he hid his silhouette within the billowing demon chi, screaming constantly in his mouth, driving the boundless monster in an attempt to stop everyone from moving forward. But how can those monsters with even strength come in handy? Rushing over is nothing but cannon fodder. Blood flowing into a river all the way, and bones piled all the way. It took a full hour of time, and the people advanced to the source of the demon chi leak. The earth was broken, and the original mine pit basically collapsed due to the full explosion of demon chi. Everyone was forced to fight the monster while digging out the pit and jumping into the underground mine. In the place where the seal is located, Yang Kai has seen it last time, and it is naturally no stranger at this moment. Following his guidance, everyone wandered around in the mine tunnel, and spent 1 hour of effort. Only then came to the place where the seal was. After some cleaning, the sealed stone wall was finally exposed. Found it? Duan Yuanshan asked with joy. That's right. Kinyu, who has been protected by everyone in the middle, looked at the stone wall full of demon marks. Beautiful eyes lit up, nodded, replied. She had vaguely seen this pattern in the consciousness sea of Jiangchu before. It was an extremely ancient seal, and she only knew it slightly. Fortunately, this seal is only a broken corner, and she can barely repair it with her ability. Hurry up, the man surnamed Fu urged impatiently. Hua Qingzai pursed his lips and said, "What are you afraid of?" The man surnamed Fu gave her a sideways look and hummed, "It's not this king's fear. But the garbage is not strong enough. If it is delayed for a long time, you and I can stick to it." Can they stick to it? My lord's words are so reasonable. Hua Qingzai he responded. Everyone was upset. Everyone is a Principal Source stage level powerhouse anyway. In the 10,000 li of Maplewood City, not to say hid the sky with one hand, At least they are also number one. At this moment, the man surnamed Fu said it was rubbish. Everyone was unhappy in their hearts, but they didn't show it well, so they could only secretly curse the man surnamed Fu. I need you to disperse the demon chi here temporarily, otherwise I can't repair the seal. Kinya suddenly opened the mouth and said, the place where the seal is broken is the source of demon chi's leak. It can be said that it is more pure and rich than demon chi anywhere, and the cultivation level of Kinyu Void Return 2 layer can't resist it at all. Suppress with the power of Holy Spirit. Qin Ke Ouyang loudly shouts. Everyone nodded as they understood. Under the change of spirit art, everyone started to move. After a while, the huge Holy Spirit illusory shadow was directly suppressed on the seal above. The billowing demon chi seemed to be hindered by something, suddenly became sluggish, and finally couldn't leak the least. However, the faces of everyone became extremely ugly because of the Black Tortoise 7 sections formation. After suppressing the damaged seal, everyone feels that the source strength within the body is just like the river that bursts the bank, and it leaks out crazily. This kind of power consumption speed is like releasing the taboo secret technique desperately. Almost no one can bear it. Several martial artists of Principal Source 1 layer immediately turned pale. Little Yu, how long will it take you to repair this seal? Du Lishan asked bitterly. Kinyu didn't look back, and continuously showed various precious materials used to repair the seal, and said, at least 1 hour. 1 hour. Du Lishan's face became more bitter. Success or failure depends on this. Everyone absolutely must not take it lightly. Duan Yuanshan yelled to boost his morale. When everyone heard it, they could only grit their teeth to urge the power within the body, while continuously stuffs towards the mouth into various recovery spirit pills. A group of trash. Seeing this, the man surnamed Fu showed a touch of sarcasm and disdain. His expression relaxed and relaxed. He has a strong cultivation level of Principal Source 3 layer, and the quality and reserves of within the body source strength are almost 10 times that of Du Lishan and the others. So there is no need to worry too much. Sir, have you carefully studied this Black Tortoise 7 formation? Hua Qingzai suddenly asked nonchalantly. There were some teasing smiles on the pretty face. Martial Peak Chapter 2132. Chapter 2132 melts the blood returning source pill. Naturally researched. So what? The man surnamed Fu looked at Hua Qingzai with an unhappy expression. Among the people present, he didn't pay attention to the others, even Maplewood City Master Duan Yuanshan, but he was a little jealous of Hua Qingzai. After all, the strength of the two sides was almost the same. The other party suddenly asked such a sentence, which made him a little alert. It looks like you don't at all study thoroughly. Hua Qingzai pursed his lips and smiled. What do you say? The man surnamed Fu asked in surprise, feeling inexplicably that there should be something wrong with own. If an adult studies thoroughly, then you should know that after the Black Tortoise 7 cut formation, I wait for source strength to merge into one, basically regardless of each other. In other words, formation it is to extract me and wait for the common source strength to operate. If I wait for the source strength to run out, the formation will collapse. What are you trying to say? The man surnamed Fu frowned. Does an adult still understand it so simple? Hua Qingzai sneered at the man surnamed Fu, and said, formation does not extract the same amount of source strength from us, but self-preservation, a kind of balance. Well, if the cultivation level is higher, more source strength will be drawn, and if the cultivation level is lower, there will be less. The proportion of source strength consumed by everyone is the same. I don't know if you understand this explanation. What? The Fu surnamed man hearing this, his face changed leisurely. He quickly released spiritual mind to investigate carefully and found that the facts are indeed as Hua Qingzai said. The speed of his and Hua Qingzai, two people within the body source strength, elapsed much faster than the others. Duan Yuanshan followed, and the remaining principal source stages were basically the same. This discovery made his face suddenly gloomy and unhappy. Is this true? Mrs. Hua really has good eyes. Du Lishan and Zhuang Ban were reminded by Hua Qingzai. and finally found something mysterious. The two people looked at each other as they looked at each other, to the dark joy in the eyes of the other party. After all, if it's this kind of, then the seven are really: if one suffers, all suffers; if one prospers, all prospers, which is equivalent to binding the weak and the strong together. We really don't distinguish each other. They no longer need to worry about their own within the body drying up, but the man surnamed Fu is still at ease. This king is exhausted by your bastards. The man surnamed Fu shouted, his expression extremely angry. This lord, don't forget that you just made a heart demon oath. Hua Kingzai added fuel to the fire, making the man surnamed Fu even more irritable. Anyone who is dragged down is afraid that he will not be too happy. In anger, he glared fiercely at Qin Kai Ouyang, as if to blame him. Qin Kai Ouyang said, I think you all understand the working principle of this formation. Hua Kingzai happily said with a smile, my lord is Flying Saint Palace come, so I must have brought the famous South Territory melts the blood returning source pill with me. I don't know if the adults are willing to give up one pill for each person. You are ... You dare to hit the idea of this king's spirit pill. The man surnamed Fu was so angry that his face was distorted and he almost blurted out, melts the blood returning source pill. Zhuang Ban hearing this brightened, and he looked over at the man surnamed Fu. Dulition is also a look of desire. It seems that melts the blood returning source pill played a big role in this situation. Hua Kingzai's cold light flashed in his eyes, but it quickly converged, still pursing his mouth with a charming smile. Why are you so stingy? Flying Saint Palace's melts the blood returning source pill is somewhat side effects, but the effect is also extremely powerful, famous for South Territory, adult cultivation level profound. Should play an important role in Flying Saint Palace. Can it be that there is no melts the blood returning source pill yet? No. The man surnamed Fu's face twitched slightly, and he refused. Hua Kingzai couldn't help but spit out, with an expression of contempt. What is melts the blood returning source pill? Yang Kai quietly asked Qin Kai Ouyang beside him. Brother Yang, haven't heard of it. Qin Kai Ouyang looked at Yang Kai in surprise, looking extremely surprised. Yang Kai's face was stunned, and he slowly shook his head. Melts the blood returning source pill is a unique product of Flying Saint Palace. It seems to have extremely demanding requirements on the refining location, so even the spirit pill master who is stronger than Star Soul Palace can't refining it. The most erupts use of this kind of spirit pill. This pill is that it can restore source strength extremely quickly, and it is powerful. But what? Yang Kai stunned asked. However, after taking spirit pill, it consumes a certain amount of blood essence of itself, so there are some side effects. But the flaws are not concealed. Relative to its efficacy, a little blood essence can be counted. What? Such a spirit pill is enough to save the owner's life at a critical moment. However, because this spirit pill is produced very few, the price is astonishing. A spirit pill is worth a few 100 source crystal at least. You know a lot about this old thing. The Fu surnamed man hearing this, smiled proudly. Yes, this palace master's melts the blood returning source pill is indeed a must in South Territory. Even if Star Soul Palace there is no way to refine this kind of big sect, because it needs to be refined in the forbidden area of this palace master. Spirit pill can't satisfy the supply of inner sect disciple. How can there be extra for you people? If you don't give it, don't give it. Why do you say so much? Hua Kingzai hummed. Anyway, everyone will die here when source strength is exhausted, and this mistress will not be alone. Mrs. Hua, don't say such frustrating remarks. We will surely be able to survive the difficulties. Zhuang Ban paled in self-comforted expression. Then melts the blood returning source pill ... What does it look like? Yang Kai asked. Qin Kai Ouyang said, the color of blood is red, the smell is fishy, and it is the size of a broad bean. Yang Kai complexion weirdly escaped to jade from the own space ring. The bottle came and said in a daze, could it be that this thing? What? Everyone was startled and all looked at him. Yang Kai opened the mouth of the bottle leisurely and poured out a spirit pill from the inside. The spirit pill is as described by Qin Kai Ouyang, blood red, with a faint fishy smell, the size of a broad bean, melts the blood-returning source pill. The man surnamed Fu lost his voice in exclamation, staring coldly at Yang Kai, shouted, "Why would you have this? Ha ha, is this really melts the blood-returning source pill?" Yang Kai laughed heartily. It seemed a little unexpected. "Yang, brother Yang, how could you?" Qin Kai Ouyang's complexion greatly changed. It became pale and bloodless, and while trembling inquired, he winked at Yang Kai and motioned him to put away the spirit pill. Duan Yuanshan and the others also changed their complexions and said nothing. "Boy, this king asks you something. Where did you get these spirit pills?" The man surnamed Fu had a gloomy face, and he drank every word. "I picked it up," Yang Kai replied smoothly. "Picked up." Everyone hearing this, their faces were covered with black lines. "This bottle of melts the blood-returning source pill is at least a dozen tablets, worth several million source crystal. Can this thing be picked up casually?" Be aware that the number of melts the blood-returning source pill that flows outside is almost very small, and only the important figure of Flying Saint Palace will carry some, and Yang Kai suddenly has so many melts the blood-returning in his hands. Source pill can't help but remind people of whether he did something bad to a certain important figure of Flying Saint Palace, for example, murderous things such as killing and overtaking. This is also why Qin Kai Ouyang gave him a sharp wink just now. In the previous period, an important figure of Flying Saint Palace did come to Maplewood City. It was young Master Ning Yuanqing of Flying Saint Palace. Ning Yuanqing has been missing since the auction assembly a year ago. In the Flying Saint Palace, another young master was established. None of this information is classified. With the spirit pill held by Yang Kai, people can't help but think of a lot. Fart. The man surnamed Fu screamed. His aura suddenly became dangerous, and he stared at Yang Kai with cold eyes. "Boy, if you don't say clear today, this king will let you regret to be born in this world." "My lord has a big temper." Yang Kai chuckled lightly, without fear at all. It made others look at him and was shocked by his courage. "I picked up a bottle of spirit pill." "You are so imposing manner, as if I killed your parents." "Even if this melts the blood-returning source pill comes from Flying Saint Palace, it doesn't need to be like that." After finishing speaking, before the man surnamed Fu speaks, he said again, "However, I did pick up this thing. I also picked up a secret treasure on a building." One of the man surnamed Fu was taken aback, not knowing what he was thinking of, and suddenly suppressed his anger, coldly said, "Tell me carefully about the process of picking up these things." "What's there to say?" Yang Kai laughed. "At that time, two groups of people were fighting and they were perished together. I hid from the side to see the end, and finally picked up these things from the battlefield." "Is this okay?" Qin Kai Ouyang's eyes are almost protruding. Sandpiper and Clam war together. After all, it is just an illusion. It is hard to come across this situation in the world of martial artist practice within the realm. I only had the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer at the time. That was the Battle of Principal Source Stage Powerhouse. How could I get in? Yang Kai explained. Indeed, Brother Yang was recently promoted to the Principal Source Stage. A year ago, it was indeed the cultivation level of Void King 3 layer. Qin Kai Ouyang nodded said. The man surnamed Fu has eyebrows slightly frowned, and he looks a little relieved, not as annoyed as before, but his tone is still blunt, saying, "Since it is a battle between two groups of people, except for my Flying Saint Palace people, there is only one person in the other wave, called Han Leng." Han Leng. Everyone is hearing this, turn pale with fright. The Huaking's eye is even more beautiful, eyes flashing. His eyes are a bit complicated and some surprises are looking at Yang Kai. It turned out to be the outcast of the Star Soul Palace. The man surnamed Fu seemed to believe Yang Kai's words. Putting it that way, did both of them forge an enmity on the auction assembly at that time? Du Lishan looked thoughtful. At the time of the auction assembly, most of the principal source stages that were present had participated in the auction. Ning Yuanqing and Han Leng competed for the auction. Everyone also saw it, and now I know this from Yang Kai. After all, I immediately guessed the follow-up development. Marshall Peak Chapter 2133 Chapter 2133 Rebirth from a Severed Limb. Their conjectures are basically the same as the facts, but I am afraid that no one didn't expect, and there are traces of Wood Demon doing harm. Had it not been for Wood Demon to quietly possess Ning Yuanqing, Han Leng would not have been killed by a sneak attack. With the strength of Yang Kai at that time, Han Leng, who is from principal source 2-layer and born in upright sect, may not be able to take advantage. The expressions of the people changed, secretly admiring Yang Kai's luck. Boy, hand over this bottle of spirit pill and the secret treasure of that boat. The man surnamed Fu suddenly overbearing Yang Kai and stretched out his hand. These things belong to my Flying Saint Palace, you deserve to return it. This adult said so unreasonable. Yang Kai hasn't spoken yet. But Hua Qingzai suddenly smiled contemptuously and said, Masterless object, whoever picks it up is whoever picked it up. This little brother will get these things by fate. That is also his chance. You open your mouth and ask for it, and it will be shameless. After that, he turned his head and looked at Yang again. Kai said, Little brother, don't listen to him. Little brother. Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly. His expression uncomfortable. Lowly maid, are you really this king, so afraid that you won't succeed? The man surnamed Fu was repeatedly ridiculed by Hua Qingzai. He was already angry and couldn't help it anymore. He opened his mouth and cursed. It's really ugly for a man with no ability to scold people. TSK. Hua Qingzai's contempt color on his face became stronger. The man surnamed Fu was very furious. If he hadn't scrupulously made the heart demon oath just now, I was afraid that he would really fight Hua Qingzai to defend his face. Hua Qingzai chattered and irritated, it's still stingy. Little brother, can you give the elder sister a melts the blood returning source pill? Yes. Yang Kai nodded. He took out this bottle of spirit pill. On the one hand, he wanted to use this opportunity to clarify the owner and get rid of the doubt of the man surnamed Fu, and on the other hand, he wanted to share it with everyone. Under the formation, everyone is in honor and disgrace, and he can't be alone. Everyone has a share, Yang Kai said while giving everyone a pill of melts the blood returning source pill, except for the man named Fu. As a senior of Flying Saint Palace, if he said that he did not have such a spirit pill, no one would believe it. Since he is not willing to share his value one's own old broom with others, neither does Yang Kai would be so stupid to divide him again. This little brother is generous, and the elder sister looks very pleasing to you. After Hua Qingzai put away the melts the blood returning source pill, beautiful eyes flowed with charming brilliance and smiled. Staring at Yang Kai, a pair of attracting spirit-seizing soul with peach blossom eyes, red lips squirming, glowing with jewel-like luster, since you gave me a spirit pill, then the elder sister must cover you. If anyone dares to treat you if you are thinking about it, you have to pass the elder sister test first. While speaking, I glanced at the man surnamed Fu intentionally or unintentionally, full of provocation. Yang Kai happily said with a smile, then many thanks. The big sister. Seeing him on the road like this, Hua Qingzai couldn't help but wink at him. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in ecstasy, which made Duan Yuanshan and the others overwhelmed. They scolded a cheating couple secretly. Why don't such good things happen to the owner? You have a kind. Fu surnamed the manly head with smoke, coldly said, this is never over. This big sister, he threatens me. Yang Kai immediately asked for help. Hua Qingzai's beautiful eyes turned around, and said dismissively, he hasn't done anything yet. What's he afraid of? Little brother, don't be too courageous. Can you stay calm for a while? This distracts me. On the side, Kinyu, who was wholeheartedly repairing the seal, suddenly annoyed and said, and at the same time he stared fiercely at the noisy people. At a glance, as soon as she spoke, everyone was silent, but anyone could feel that the atmosphere was quite subtle. 7 people formed a formation and were not in agreement. This trip is destined to not go too smoothly. For a moment, there is absolute silence inside the mine, only the demon chi all around and the roar of monsters. Ginyu continued to repair the seal without saying a word. Not much time. Duan Yuanshan is suddenly frowned and shouted, "Something is coming." The man surnamed Fu and Huaking's eye not at all unexpected expression. Apparently there was a long time ago it is found that Yang Kai is the same. His spiritual mind is no less inferior to Principal Source 3-layer powerhouse, naturally earlier than Duan Yuanshan's discovery, and even vaguely aware of some unknown situations. On the other hand, the other Principal Source 1-layer hearing this all had a bitter expression. Hoo-hoo. Among the tumbling demon chi, one after another silhouette and the beast's shadow began to show up, obviously demonized monsters. Everyone has been in this mine for a while, and this place is the source of Demon Kisleek, and the monsters are naturally impossible to leave it alone. As soon as they appeared here, they launched an attack desperately. But the 7 came all the way, and they were much more proficient in the use of this Black Tortoise 7 sections formation than before. With joint efforts, guarding the place where the seal is, how many monsters with uneven cultivation level come? No one was spared. In a short while, countless corpses of monsters were piled up in front of everyone, and the blood-reeking chi was extremely pungent. Although the effect is impressive, no matter who it is, everyone feels a little uneasy, because while suppressing the leak of demon chi in the seal, while also fighting the boundless monster, within the body source strength an increase of 30%. It takes less than 5 minutes to come here, and everyone within the body's source strength has basically consumed more than half. If you continue at this speed, I'm afraid it won't be long before the source strength will be exhausted. When the time comes, you have to take the melts the blood returning source pill. Roar. Suddenly, angry roar came out from a certain direction, and then, a dazzling rays of light appeared over there, turning into a shocking giant axe. Volleyed and chopped it down. The giant axe hasn't really been hacked yet, and it makes people feel a surging pressure from the air. Several Principal Source 1-layers can't help but pale. Strong as the man surnamed Fu and Huaking's eye are also expressions suddenly dignified. Giant spirit axe? Duan Yuanshan cried out in surprise, as if he recognized this secret treasure. His hands quickly received the seal after loudly shouting. The shadow of Black Tortoise looked up and roared, raised a huge slap, and greeted the giant axe. Bang bang! The palm of Black Tortoise that has always been no stronghold one cannot overcome, this time it just blocked the giant axe, and the palm was cut open. A huge hole was almost broken to the end. Duan Yuanshan's face changed again, realizing that Owen had underestimated the power of this giant spirit axe, and hurriedly strengthened the power of formation. But at this moment, the silhouette flashed on the other side, and one person appeared ghost-like not far in front of the crowd. His eyes were dark and deep. He did not use secret treasure, but raising his fist, demon chi entangled with his fist, and fiercely slammed down. Wishful thinking. Duan Yuanshan roared. The speed of both hands forming seals was a bit faster, and Black Tortoise took a big mouth, and as soon as he waved his head, he bit at the silhouette. The huge mouth is like a house, and it swallows the person directly. But before everyone is happy, Black Tortoise's mouth is constantly expanding and contracting, as if some violent power is erupting inside, and then, with a bang, the silhouette of the swallowed before he rushed out, shook his body, and then backed away, standing with the demon who had previously utilized the giant spirit axe, with a continuous slow growl in his throat. Brother Cheng, Brother Zhu. Duan Yuanshan looked at the 2 demons that suddenly appeared with complicated eyes, and sighed, farewell 3 years ago. Didn't expect goodbye today. 2 turned out to be like this. His expression of sorrow clearly recognized the 2 people. Qin Ke Ouyang has the same complexion. Sank said solemnly, it is the 2 city master of Wooden Forest City. Wooden Forest City. Yang Kai said a sentence and sighed. So it seems that Wooden Forest City has fallen. The old liar said that the owner came to Maplewood City from Wooden Forest City for help, and now the two city masters of Wooden Forest City appear here, and both become demon. And you can imagine the fate of Wooden Forest City. Although Wooden Forest City is smaller than Maplewood City, the two city masters are also martial artists of Principal Source 1 layer. At this moment, Demon Chi has been enhanced. The general Principal Source 1 layer is really not, no wonder their opponents can play such a powerful attack. Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "If they are here, Jiang Qing must be there. Be careful, everyone. Trifling demons of Principal Source 1 layer only, what are you afraid of? Look at this king to clean up them." The man surnamed Fu held his anger in his stomach. He had nowhere to vent, and now he naturally found a good outlet. He deliberately wanted to show off the strength of Own. Once he had finished speaking, he stretched out his hand, and suddenly a short spear with a length of 10 feet appeared in his hand. After Source Strength poured into it. Pay attention to saving Source Strength. Duan Yuanshan immediately reminded him when he saw that he was about to take action. Unfortunately, it is too late. The short spear emits a slight rays of light. Under a sway, it disappeared directly from the hand, bringing out a piece of splitting the air sound. Not far from the opposite side, surnamed Cheng Demon seemed to feel his body twisted out of thin air. The next moment, a cloud of blood mist burst out on his shoulder, and that arm burst open, revealing the dark flesh and white bones inside, which looked distinct. Under the pain of eating, this surnamed Cheng Demon roared. The roar was like an invisible shockwave, which made consciousness see restless. Fortunately, everyone present was not low in strength, and relied on Black Tortoise's 7-cut formation suppressed the discomfort with just a little power. "Isn't this dead?" The man surnamed Fu was surprised. His short spear is the secret treasure of Principal Source grade middle rank. It is a powerful gigantic. He thought it should be very easy to deal with the demon who has lost his mind. Opening the key position, only lost one arm. It seems that after they lost their sanity, their fighting instincts have improved a lot. Yang Kai looking thoughtful. The man surnamed Fu just now made him feel threatened, obviously not easy to avoid. Huaking's Eye hearing this, nodded agree. Just then, an astonishing scene appeared. At the surnamed Cheng Demon's severed arm, Demon Chi was tumbling. Simultaneous gathered towards the wound. Under the public gaze, the wound was squirming and growing rapidly. Without 10 breaths before and after, he broke his arm and was born again. Martial Peak Chapter 2134 Chapter 2134 Bloody Battle. Happy Lantern Festival, everyone. Today's enmity, Xiaomo will take his child's wife to his grandpa's house, so there is only one update. If nothing else, this is the last time this year to ask for leave. This is also okay? Eyeballs jumped around. Everyone opened wide and couldn't close it for a long time. Several limbs and rebirths have only been heard in the rumors. Only the rare and extinct spirit grass wonderful medicines in the world can have this kind of anti-natural effect, which is better than Emperor Senior Stage Martial Artist is also impossible to achieve rebirth from a severed limb with his own strength. But right now, this kind of scene appeared in front of everyone. This is just a martial artist of Principal Source 1 layer. Who can be surprised? The monsters I encountered before, the strength, are all below the Principal Source stage. They are not the opponents of the 7 people at all. They exploded when touched. So no one noticed this boundless demon chi has such a terrifying effect on monsters. But this surnamed Cheng Demon was able to use demon chi to grow his lost arms in a very short time. When everyone was surprised, they secretly felt that it was a little tricky. It seems that you have to attack their vitals, or just smash them directly. Duan Yuanshan said solemnly. This king, let's see how many times you can avoid it. The man surnamed Fu failed with a single blow. He couldn't help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. After a hand wrist, the short spear reappears. He desperately poured source strength into it. The short spears shook slightly, and they turned into 2, 2 into 4, and 4 into 8. Each short spear looks the same. It seems that they are all principal source grade. Middle rank is the same as secret treasure, and I don't know whether it is the divine ability or the power of secret treasure. Go! He loudly shouted. 8 short spears slightly trembled, and suddenly disappeared from everyone's sight. The next moment, the 2 city masters of Wooden Forest City shook suddenly. At the same time, another silhouette came out from the side. He both hands forming seals, and suddenly Demon Chi Sheng, a mysterious force condenses in the sky, covering it directly forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and the 2 city masters of Wooden Forest City burst out with a large block of blood mist, looking embarrassed extremely. When the 8 short spears disappeared and returned to the man surnamed Fu again, his face became more gloomy than before. I can only see the front. The 2 city masters of Wooden Forest City have serious trauma. One of them was penetrated through the chest and lungs. There is a fist-sized hole in the chest. You can almost see the other from this end, vaguely visible within the body's squirming internal organs. The other person broke both legs and fell to the ground, struggling to get up. But even with such terrifying trauma, there is still no fatal effect. As Demon Chi rolls, it is like the scene of rebirth from a severed limb. After a while, the 2 Wooden Forest City Master appeared in front of everyone again unscathed. At this moment, in addition to their 2 people, there is another existence that looks like an old man. Jiangxing, Duan Yuanshan cold snort, hated the culprit that caused the danger of Maplewood City. This demon old man is obviously old ancestor Jiangxing from Jiang family, but at this moment, he is a little different from the last time Yang Kai saw him. He has completely become a demon. Aura is more powerful than before. It was him who made the shot just now, blocking a lot of attacks for the Wooden Forest City 2 City Master. Otherwise, with the ability of the man surnamed Fu, at least one of them should be killed. You guys successfully angered me. I want you to pay the price. The man surnamed Fu almost burst into anger, rising in the mind with anger, yelling, suddenly desperately inspiring his source strength. Palms up, a fireball-like secret technique appeared on the palm, and as his source strength poured in, the fireball became hotter and brighter. No! Seeing this scene, Duan Yuanshan turned pale with fright. The power of the people within the body is already consumed enormously. It was even more stretched after being dealt with by a man surnamed Fu just now. At this moment, when I saw that he was going to use a secret technique that consumed huge power, Duan Yuanshan, where is it allowed? It's okay for him to use the secret technique. But now the 7 source strength are united, and the strength of the secret technique used is also provided by the 7, which is far worse than relying on the Black Tortoise 7 formation. Safe and effortless. He's crazy, he won't listen. Huaqings's pretty face changed slightly, tenderly shouted, and said, if you don't want the formation to collapse, just take Melts the blood returning source pill. After finishing speaking, she immediately took out the spirit pill that Yang Kai had given her just now and stuffed it directly into Tan's mouth. Seeing this, other people stopped, hesitates, and took spirit pill one after another. Yang Kai is taking this spirit pill for the first time. I only feel that after spirit pill enters the abdomen, there is a burning sensation in the abdomen. The pain is unbearable. At the same time, his precious blood essence suddenly burn apart, catalyze medicine efficacy, turn it into pure source strength, and inject empty meridians. He couldn't help but brighten his eyes, realizing that this spirit pill is indeed a good thing. Spirit pill that complements source strength. There are also a lot of them in Star Boundary, but there should be no other spirit pill that is better and faster than Melts the blood returning source pill. After taking it, you need to consume a part of your blood essence, which is a side effect of neither too big nor too small. Generally speaking, if you consume blood essence, you will become weak. When medicine efficacy is over, everyone will definitely feel weak. At this moment, the man surnamed Fu, who seems to have lost his mind, has a grim sneer at the corner of his mouth. The fireball on his hand is as dazzling as a small sun, and the hot temperature makes people uncomfortable. However, Demon Chi near this place was burned clean, which was a surprise. Go to hell, Shit! The man surnamed Fu raised hand and threw the fireball like a little sun. Feeling the terrifying power contained in the fireball, Duan Yuanshan and the others' faces turned pale, and they sealed their hands without thinking, shouted, "Defense!" Being led by the battle, everyone quickly cooperated. The black tortoise illusory shadow suddenly shrunk a lot. The turtle's back above, a turtle shell-like existence appeared out of thin air, with complicated patterns and mottled patterns on it. At this moment, black tortoise illusory shadow almost condensed into substance. Let everyone hiding in it feel safe throughout their lives. Ahead, Jiang Qing and the three demons whispered in their mouths, and there was a wave of uneasy emotions, as if they also realized that some catastrophe was imminent. They actually slurped and swallowed all around. Demon Chi. In the blink of an eye, where their three people are, Demon Chi has become much richer than before. The little sun came down and settled in the center of the three demons. The dazzling rays of light bloomed, and almost everyone closed their eyes at this brief moment, unable to look directly at the situation ahead. Bang! Until then, the deafening crackling sound suddenly came out. There is no light in the world, flying sand running stone, the wind is whistling, and the earth is buzzing. The mine tunnel that had collapsed was almost completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha, it looks like you are not dead now. The man surnamed Fu laughed wildly, while taking out a pill of melts the blood returning source pill and chewing it in his mouth, almost madly demeanor. The rays of light gradually dissipated, and on the ground in front, a huge crater with a depth of more than 10 meters appeared, and the surrounding area was full of unextinguished flames. In the huge pit, there are three silhouettes faintly discernible. The frantic laughter of the man surnamed Fu stopped abruptly, and he looked forward incredulously with a look of disbelief. In the giant pit, Demon Chi has been cleared out, so it is clearly visible. The three demons who should have been destroyed without a trace, at this moment, although they were extremely embarrassed and incomplete, none of them died. On the contrary, he is still sucking Demon Chi from all around, trying to repair himself. On their bodies, flames burned, and Demon Chi surged in. Before entering them within the body, they were burned into black smoke by the burning power. They can't rebirth with severed limbs anymore. Don't do it at this time. When will you wait? Duan Yuanshan exclaimed in surprise and took the lead in taking out own secret treasure, regardless of source strength expenditure. Storm over there. When other people see this, they all use secret technique or activate secret treasure without the slightest hesitation. In the giant pit, Jiang Qing and other three demons severe howl rushed out, letting the flames burn on their bodies. While avoiding the attacks of the secret technique and secret treasure, they quickly approached here. The red-black eyes are full of crazy expressions. They want to be perished together with us. Stop them. Hua Qing's pretty face changed, and his lovable body turned around, tenderly shouting, Dai Yongwu. At this moment, she seemed to be incarnation as a dancing butterfly, elves and beautiful. Suddenly, the colorful butterflies of 5 colors shot out from her within the body, waving wing towards the front, hiding the sky and covering the earth. There are hundreds of them. When the charmingly colored butterflies approached Demon's body, they exuded strong power fluctuations, one after another self-destruction. Each burst is almost equal to a Void King 3-layer martial artist's self, the power of destruction. Hundreds of butterflies burst together, and the scene is spectacular. The situation of the three demons who have suffered serious damage is even more worrying. Cut! Qin Ke Ouyang used a long knife in his hand, which turned into a shocking giant light, and cut it downwards. The surnamed Cheng demon who plunged into 30 feet in front of everyone was cut in half by the blow, fell to the ground, and finally died. Zhuang Pandulishan also knows the critical moment at this moment, and he dare not hide his own privates at all, and uses the strongest method of own to intercept Jiang Qing and Zhao's surnamed demon. Yang Kai has a long sword in his hand. The 5 elements indestructible sword Qi is endless, and they are connected end to end. They flew towards the Zhu surnamed demon, almost turning him into a hornet's nest. Dragon Emperor flashes. Duan Yuanshan put his hands together and suddenly pushed forward. With a high-pitched dragon roar sound, a dragon shadow pounced out and turned into the last straw that crushed the camel. It was centered on the chest of Zhao's demon, leaving his broken body. It burst into several pieces, spilling from the air. "Where is Jiangxing?" Qin Kai Ouyang's expression changed suddenly, and asked in a low voice. In this chaotic moment, he suddenly found that Jiangxing disappeared. Everyone was shocked and turned around and looked around. Here, Yang Kai loudly shouts, relying on Space Force's accomplishments, keenly caught Jiangxing's trace, and the long sword in his hand trembled and shot out and turned into a flowing light. Jiangxing's silhouette is strangely revealed, but the long sword penetrates the heart. But what made everyone unhappy and surprised was that Jiangxing had already rushed forward. Although he suffered a fatal wound, a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, he was within the body sent extremely unstable power fluctuations. Martial Peak Chapter 2135 Chapter 2135 Sudden Change. Under the public gaze, Jiangxing's body suddenly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, it became a fatty, with all his clothes shattered and clean. Uncomfortable energy fluctuations passed from him within the body, making everyone's heart beat wildly. The rays of light flashed wildly on the Black Tortoise 7 sections formation, and there are faint signs that it cannot be supported. Hurry up and stop him. How can Hua Qingzai still have the amorous feelings before? With a scream, beautiful eyes were full of expressions of fear. Although she is a principal source 3-layer, she can never ignore the self-destruction of a 1-layer powerhouse, and Jiangxing is still a demonized principal source 1-layer. The man surnamed Fu also expressed coldly. A short blade appeared in his hand, and he cut directly at Jiangxing, hoping to kill him before his self-destruction. Duan Yuanshan, Qin Kai Ouyang, Du Lishan, and Yang Kai joined forces to fight the multicolored energy attack coefficient towards Jiangxing. But at this moment, something absolutely didn't expect happened. Zhuang Ban suddenly roared in horror, his eyes trembled violently, and then rushed out. He was terrified by the scene in front of him. He just wanted to escape as far as possible. He had forgotten the heart demon oath made by everyone before, and he would no longer care about the safety of others. In his move, the Black Tortoise 7 sections formation, which could have been defended, was completely undefeated in an instant. The huge Black Tortoise silhouette was disintegrated in a twist. Asshole! Duan Yuanshan glanced at the back of Zhuang Pan escaping outside, and almost didn't spray a mouthful of blood. Elder brother Zhuang, come back soon! Du Lishan exclaimed, but Zhuang Pan disappeared early. How can I hear it? Bang! There was a loud noise. The earth shook and the mountain quivered. Where Jiangxing was originally located, suddenly appeared a dark black hole with no light. Profound, as if it could swallow all things in the world. The black hole suddenly expanded outward, carrying a shocking energy. Puff puff. Duan Yuanshan bears the brunt. A mouthful of blood mist sprayed out, and aura suddenly languished. Immediately afterwards, the man surnamed Fu and Hua Qingzai also turned pale, with fresh blood overflowing in their mouths and noses. Fortunately, the two people were powerful and the secret technique they learned was not weak, just relying on their strength. Cultivation level and secret technique stood in place, blocking most of the damage. Qin Kai Ouyang and Du Lishan were the lowest in strength and the situation was the worst. Qin Kai Ouyang was directly blown out and fell to the ground far away without knowing his life or death. Du Lishan was blown half of his body by Jiangxing's self-destruction, and he was so angry on the spot. On the other side, Yang Kai guarded Qin Yu behind, exposed his back to the direction of Jiangxing's self-destruction, urging source strength to protect himself. Qin Yu only has the cultivation level of Void Return 2-layer, and he is also responsible for repairing the seal. If he were killed in this self-destruction, the action this time would have completely failed. So his first single thought is to protect Qin Yu. When the terrifying energy shock hits, Yang Kai used the space secret technique to exile most of the powers, and still felt as if he was hit by a sledgehammer, and there was a fire behind him. There was a scorching pain, the blood in his chest rolled, and a mouthful of golden fresh blood sprayed out. The aftermath faded away, and the situation on the scene was terrible. Everyone was panting, their faces throbbing. Ordinary Principal Source 1-layer powerhouse self-destruction is definitely not such a powerful formidable power. Jiangxing can do this step definitely because of being demonized. Yeah, how about the seal repair? In silence, Duan Yuanshan suddenly turned to Qin Yu and asked. At this time, among the 7 principal source stages, one ran away, one died, and the other died unknown. Formation can no longer be completed. If the seal repair is completed, everyone can immediately withdraw to Maplewood City. If it is still a little bit worse, Duan Yuanshan feels that he can work harder. If it is far worse, he can only run away immediately. When he asked, everyone turned their eyes to Qin Yu. The next moment, everyone's expression stayed blank, showing a desperate look, because the stone wall on which the seal exists looks much more torn than at the beginning. It was obviously affected by the self-destruction just now, and at this moment, the seal of the stone wall is weak. The golden light shone, the one after another wriggling lines like earthworms wandered non-stop, as if it had swallowed some vitality and was about to turn into a living thing. Moreover, from the stone wall, there is even a strange attraction that makes people reluctant to look away. Aware of this, everyone was shocked, biting their tongues, and closing their eyes when they were sober. This place is not a place to stay for a long time. Everyone, hurry up. Duan Yuanshan knew that the situation was over. While speaking, he rushed to Qin Keoyang's side, stretched out his hand and tried his breath, and after confirming that he was still alive, he expressed joy, then picked him up. The man surnamed Fu and Hua Qingzai looked at each other, and they both had a retreat. Little brother, let's go. Hua Qingzai yelled at Yang Kai, who was in the stove in place, as if he was very concerned about him. So Yang's situation seems a bit wrong. Qin Yu cried out. She was protected behind by Yang Kai just now. Not at all. But Yang Kai was hit by the terrifying energy and sprayed a mouthful of golden blood on the sealed stone wall. Qin Yu saw clearly, when Yang Kai sprayed the golden blood, the entire stone wall became different, full of vitality and weird magic. She even faintly felt that Yang Kai had a one-layer connection with the seal on the stone wall at this time. What's the matter? Hua Qingzai was surprised and asked quickly. I also said not clear. Qin Yu shook the head, staring at Yang Kai blankly. Duan Yuanshan complexion sank and rushed to Yang Kai to look at him. The next moment, the expression suddenly changed, because he found that Yang Kai's eyes were round at the moment, and the fresh blood of golden blood fell from the corner of his eyes, staring at the stone wall, as if attracted by something, even though there was something on the face, the expression of struggling. But I can't get rid of it anyway. Suddenly a jet of dark demon chi gushes from the seal and directly clings to Yang Kai, like a black rope, connecting him with the stone wall and secret place. The aura on Yang Kai's body suddenly became evil, and the exposed skin also began to show complicated, mysterious and strange dark demon marks. Magic. Duan Yuanshan muttered in amazement. Seeing this scene, he still doesn't know that Yang Kai has been eroded by demon chi within the body, and I am afraid that it will not take long to transform into an existence exactly like Jiangxing. The thoughts got to this point, he no longer hesitated, stretched out, beckoned, and took Qin Yu next to him, urged source strength to wrap her and unconscious Qin Keoyang together, and greeted Hua Qingzai, and the man surnamed Fu said, this Duan is a step ahead. The words are over. He is swift as the wind and quick as lightning to the direction of Maplewood City. He still has some residual power within the body at this moment, which should be enough for him to support returning to Maplewood City. As long as he can return to the city, he can use the city's defense formation to resist demon chi. What about So Yang? Qin Yu called out in a panic. Yang Kai has become like this, and it has something to do with her. At that time, if Yang Kai was not to protect her, he would not expose his back. let alone spray that mouthful of golden blood to the stone wall seal. So Qin Yu can't sit back and watch, but her strength is too low after all, she can't do anything at all. I can't control him anymore. Duan Yuanshan replied. The speed suddenly increased, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the other side, the man surnamed Fu and Hua Qingzai not at all immediately withdrew. The two people relied on their profound strength. They were not too afraid of Demon Chi who gathered around all around, but they both stared strangely. Yang Kai. After a while, the man surnamed Fu glowing and cold smiled and said, "Boy, since being eroded by Demon Chi, he is destined to become demon. Killing you by this king is also considered to be an enforcement justice on behalf of the heaven." While speaking, the short spear in his hand resurfaced, splitting the air sound, and pierced directly at Yang Kai's head. But at this moment, Hua Qingzai suddenly raised his hand, and a secret treasure like a ribbon flew out, accurately curling the short spear, preventing it from getting in. Lowly maid, what are you doing? Could it be that you were also eroded by Demon Chi? The man surnamed Fu was furious, turned his head and asked. Hua Qingzai said with a lovable smile, "Does your lord see me as if I was eroded by Demon Chi? Then why are you stopping this king? This little brother is just a man who lived and died with us. The adult will kill him in a blink of an eye. Isn't it too unsympathetic?" Hua Qingzai looked at the man surnamed Fu contemptuously and teased. Adults change their faces faster than flipping a book. What kind of friendship do I have with him? This kind of bastard. You don't have one. I do. Hua Qingzai smiled faintly. I said before to cover him. You have to kill him in front of this mistress. Don't you not give me face? This king wants to give you face. Which scallion do you count? The Fu surnamed man squinted his eyes. Get away quickly. Otherwise you won't blame this king for being rude to you. I'm so scared. Hua Qingzai with a face of fear. He stretched out his hands and patted the towering chest. There was a trembling of flowers, and he said, "My lord, why are you angry? Being angry is bad for your health, and you get old faster." Lowly maid, you repeatedly irritated me. This king didn't want to lower oneself to somebody's level with you. But since you own courting death, then no wonder this king has destroyed the flowers so badly. I will kill you first. The man surnamed Fu big shout at this moment. The short spear in his hand was transformed into 8 identical existences, blasting towards Hua Qingzai in the trembling. In the face of this kind of blow, Hua Qingzai did not dare to take the slightest care. With a pinch, a little starlight suddenly appeared in the lovable body, like the star sea. The next moment, 10 arrows gathered by starlight formed in front of her leisurely. Then every arrow is like being pulled by an invisible bound arrow, swaying directly towards the front. Pursues star arrow. Seeing this scene, the man surnamed Fu complexion greatly changed, while controlling his own secret treasure to contend with these secret technique attacks, while shouted in a deep voice, "You are Star Soul people from Palace?" Cackling ... What? Hua Qingzai smiled. While speaking, his hands folded into a complex mysterious seal, and he photographed the man surnamed Fu. Tenderly shouted, "Starfall." Martial Peak Chapter 2136. Chapter 2136 Black Pupil. The starlight falls in the sky, like a meteorite one after another dropping from the sky, carrying unimaginable power, and the man surnamed Fu complains repeatedly. Pursues Star Arrow, Starfall, are the secret technique of Star Soul Palace. Hua Qingzai will show it obviously because she is the person of Star Soul Palace. After realizing this, the bitterness in the mouth of the man surnamed Fu had eaten Coptis. From the very beginning, he looked like aloof and remote without putting other people in his eyes, relying on nothing more than his own profound cultivation level and the Flying Saint Palace behind him. Looking at the entire South Territory, Flying Saint Palace is not a top-notch sect, but at any rate there is also an Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse, which is somewhat famous. If it weren't for this, how could Ning Yuanxing of that day and the man surnamed Fu be so supercilious, dare to show off one's military strength in Maplewood City? Until then, The man surnamed Fu suddenly discovered that Huaking Si's background was bigger than own, which made him fly into a rage out of humiliation while shocked. This feeling is like the owner showing off his wealth in front of a beggar. As a result, the beggar shoots a few gold bricks on his face, smashing his own bloody nose and swollen face. Suddenly, the superiority of the man surnamed Fu disappeared. Not only that, but also a little restrained. The opponent is from Sect Star Soul Palace of South Territory, cream of the crop. This kind of person, how dare he be an enemy? If you lose, that's all. If you win ... the consequences are disastrous. So a funny scene appeared. In the face of Huaking Si's endless variety of secret techniques, the man surnamed Fu could only parry, and did not dare to fight back at all. And Huaking Si didn't mean to give up at all. Not only did secret technique be used one after another, secret treasure was also sacrificed, completely suppressing the man surnamed Fu. On the other side, Yang Kai, who stood quietly before the seal on the stone wall, also complained in his heart. As Ginyu observed, when he was sprayed on the seal with a mouthful of golden blood impacted by Jiangqing's self-destruction, he himself had an inexplicable connection with the seal. He can clearly feel that behind the seal, there is a terrifying will, quietly staring at Own. This made him stiff, and it was impossible to move even a little bit, until the pure ancient demon chi poured into the body. Yang Kai still had nothing to do, and could only helplessly look at what happened. What is the seal behind the stone wall? Yang Kai doesn't know, but he observed from Jiang Chu's consciousness that it should be a part of Antiquity Great Demon's body. As for where it is in part, he didn't know at all. But since it is sealed here, it means that it is an existence that cannot be eliminated at all. If the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse of Ancient Era can really solve this problem, it will not be forced to choose to seal it. Unfortunately, for countless years as time goes by, Land of Sealing the transformations of the world, geographical changes, leading to the destruction of the Jiang family. With the infusion of the pure ancient demon chi, Yang Kai only feels uncomfortable all over, and his consciousness is no longer as clear as before, and his mind is muddle-headed. When the man surnamed him shot him, he thought that Own this time was bound to die, but he didn't know that the woman Huaking Si actually saved his life at the last moment. This made him feel fortunate, but also a little puzzled. I don't know why Huaking Si did this. Time passed, more and more demon chi poured in, Yang Kai's whole person was completely disappeared, and there was only a cloud of pitch black that seemed to swallow all the light black holes. Suddenly, a huge voice rang in Yang Kai's mind. The sound seemed to be a shock from the depths of the soul, and it seemed to be a call from the ancients. The sound was deafening, but it made people unable to hear what they were saying. Yang Kai's 7 orifices flowed out of fresh blood instantly. The golden blood did not drip at all, but was pulled by a mysterious power, flew towards the stone wall, and merged into the seal. Suddenly, Yang Kai shocked all over. His eyes widened, and he stared straight ahead. In his world and perspective, everything is disappeared, and he seems to be in the black hole of void, without seeing the slightest light. All around is the boundless darkness. It makes people feel despair and fear. And in the dark sky above, a huge single eye appears horizontally. The single eye almost obscured half of the sky. It was extremely dark, deep and quiet, and there seemed to be an extremely mysterious power inside, pulling Yang Kai's divine soul, allowing divine soul to resonance with it. Black pupil. Yang Kai was shocked, and immediately understood that this was the dark single eye of Antiquity Great Demon. The scene he observed in Jiang Chu's consciousness. The ancient black pupil Great Demon's single eye blasted out the mysterious light, and the powerful Emperor Senior Stage fell into the water. Battleship collapse. The dark mysterious light seems to be stronger than the power exerted by the Emperor Treasure. So that's how it is. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly had a clear comprehension in his mind. He finally understood what was being sealed here by Antiquity Great Demon. It is obviously the Black Pupil Single Eye. Antiquity Great Demon's Black Pupil Single Eye was born with good fortune of heaven and earth. and it cannot be destroyed by humans. Those great experts of Heavenspan have exhausted their methods and cannot make this black pupil single eye disappear. They have no choice but to seal it. Although I understand, Yang Kai can't do anything at this moment. Even though Antiquity Great Demon itself has been dead for countless years, this black pupil single eye still carries part of its will. The will is so strong that it is not a principal source one-layer martial artist able to resist. Yang Kai can only passively wait and see. Under the black pupil, Yang Kai is like a trivial ant, insignificant. Warmly, black pupil single eye seemed to notice the existence of Yang Kai's and cast his gaze over. In an instant, Yang Kai felt the severe pain in the consciousness sea. Divine soul seemed to be torn apart. He couldn't help but open his mouth and shout. The boundless demon chi flooded his body far and continuously through the damage of the seal, causing him to collapse, but under the dual effects of golden blood and demon chi, he quickly regrouped and reborn. This kind of pain is more unbearable than the legendary chopped up 10,000 times by 1,000 blades. What made Yang Kai even more frightened was that the black pupil single eye, which had been suspended in the air, approached him quickly. Yang Kai can clearly feel a joyful emotion passing from the black pupil, as if waiting for countless years to finally find something. After a while, the black pupil directly wrapped Yang Kai, like an invisible thing, pouring into his body within the body. At this moment, a pitch-black energy column suddenly started with Yang Kai, burst out, rushing straight into the sky, dispersing the clouds, and reaching the top of the sky. And the boundless demon chi, which is filled with a few 10,000 li, seems to have received some pulling, rolling from far or near, frantically converging towards Yang Kai. In that demon chi, countless demonized monsters all turned around, looking towards the location where Yang Kai was. They have long lost their minds, and they don't know what the pain of life and death is. They all show joyful expressions, and they knelt to the ground, revealing the color of pious worship. It seems that the king who has been waiting for countless years finally returns, and it seems that the invincible supreme has finally awakened. 500 miles away, Duan Yuanshan is supporting Qin Yu and the unconscious Qin Ke Ouyang. He is fighting bloody battle with a group of monsters. Monsters are not difficult to deal with. After all, the cultivation level is uneven, far from being Duan Yuanshan's opponent, but there are too many to kill. Duan Yuanshan has to protect Qin family 2 people, and more looks stretched. When the eyes look at, the monsters will break through the defensive circle. Duan Yuanshan's heart is surprised and angry, and he has no regard for his own loss. He bit his tongue and burns his own blood essence. But at this moment, there was a whistling sound from afar, penetrating the eardrum. Demon chi surging and rolling, the monsters knelt to the ground, and suddenly ignored them. Duan Yuanshan's eyes narrowed. Although he doesn't know what happened, he also knows that time is not waiting for me. He has no intention of fighting the boundless monsters, and directly takes Qin family 2 people flying up, crazy flee towards Maplewood City. Along the road, the densely packed monsters all knelt on the ground, and the monster beasts that were demonized were all creeping in place, motionless. What's the matter? Duan Yuanshan was puzzled. He looked back, but couldn't see anything. What he saw was only pitch black, but he could clearly feel it from the seal side. There was a terrifying energy fluctuation. Maplewood City, everywhere on the city wall, countless martial artists also dumbstruck up. Because of the previous moment, the monsters who were still attacking the light barrier frantically, there was no movement in one breath, as if they died suddenly. However, a martial artist with a keen eye observes through the darkness of demon chi, but he can still see the vague silhouette of those monsters. But these monsters are either kneeling or creeping, completely motionless. Not far from the seal, Huaking Zai and the man surnamed Fu also stopped their meaningless fights, all staring down and looking down. The pitch-black energy pillars rising up into the sky made them daunted, and the astonishing pressure from Yang Kai within the body made them tremble. This feeling, compared to for an Emperor Senior 3-layer powerhouse, It must be terrifying. The two people looked at each other and evacuated the area 10 li to the rear, so as not to be affected. Do you feel it? Demon chi seems to be gathering there. Huaking's eye expression grave suddenly asked. The man surnamed Fu, complexion grave and stern, is nodded, and also gloomy and cold, said with a smile, "It seems that your little brother is hard to avoid calamity. What are you doing so, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune?" Huaking's eye cold snort. This king ... Just speak frankly. What are you doing so nervously? Since learning about the origins of Huaking's eye, how can a man surnamed Fu return? Dare to call yourself this king in front of her? But he was also puzzled. He didn't know why Huaking's eye had a special liking for Yang Kai. With her strength, it was basically impossible to have any affection for a man who had just met. They were all in their hundreds. How can you get emotional so easily when you are a year old? He vaguely felt that Huaking's eye had other ulterior motives. Martial Peak Chapter 2137 Chapter 2137 Supreme Treasure Revealed. When the huge black pupil single eye poured into Yang Kai's body and merged with it, Yang Kai became a little confused. The various negative emotions that have been lurking in the deepest part of the heart, at this moment, seemed to have received some pulling, bursting out of his brain, making him exude a wicked aura all over his body. One after another complicated mysterious demon marks climbed onto his skin. With the influx of a large amount of demon chi, these demon marks became darker and darker. The power far beyond principal source. One layer is brewing in him within the body, impacting his heart and self, making him lost in the joy and pleasure of this sudden powerful power. In his chest there is a strong murderous intention and desire to destroy, especially for flesh and blood creatures, with a strong desire to kill. His divine consciousness sinks, is wrapped in infinite darkness, cannot see the slightest light, can only become a member of demon as time goes by. But at this moment, in the endless darkness, a faint rays of light, like a sharp blade tearing through the haze, bloomed leisurely. The rays of light showed colorful colors, magnificent. 7 colors light penetrated the boundless demon chi, and irradiated Yang Kai's body, making him feel warm. It was like being frozen overnight in the cold night of 39 heavens, and finally waiting for the sun to shine. The evil spirit of the whole body, as if encountering a nemesis, turned into one after another blue smoke, and quickly disappeared. Yang Kai's declining consciousness suddenly awoke for a moment. He bit the jaw and looked forward with full eyesight. In the field of vision, a lotus illusory shadow exuding 7 colors light, faintly discernible. The colorful lotus is not big, compared with the boundless demon chi. It is like mud and cloud apart, but the place where it exists has become the last piece of pure land in the dark world. Colorful mild soul lotus. Yang Kai suddenly woke up, realizing that the divine soul spirit body had been transformed by the owner unconsciously and entered the consciousness sea of the owner. And that colorful glow is obviously exactly what the colorful mild soul lotus exudes. With a move of his heart, he immediately rushed towards the location of the colorful mild soul lotus. After a while, he was standing at the lotus flower stamen. The colorful rays of light shrouded him and dispelled the negative emotions in his body. When the one after another black smoke shot out from his body within the body, Yang Kai finally woke up completely again. Looking around, the entire consciousness sea is dark and unbounded. The starry map that should have existed above the consciousness sea is not at all bright in the entire world, except for the colorful mild soul lotus. Outside of Xiaogyang, there seems to be nothing else. A huge black pupil single eye stands horizontally above the consciousness sea, looking down at Yang Kai coldly, without any emotion. Yang Kai can see it, but here is his consciousness sea. He can clearly feel it. From the black pupil single eye, there is boundless oppression and willpower, trying to destroy Yang Kai's divine soul defense and defile his divine soul. But under the guardianship of the supreme treasure of heaven and earth, like the colorful mild soul lotus, any invisible attack is enough to be purified by the sunlight. Not only that, but from mild soul lotus, Many tiny worms that are barely detectable with naked eyes were shot out. Soul-devouring insect. The strange worms that Yang Kai got in Tongzhuan continent in his early years. But as Yang Kai's strength increases, they can no longer play any role. Until now, they were also placed in mild soul by Yang Kai on the colorful treasure island transformed by Lotus. Let them fend for themselves. After so many years of nourishment, their numbers have reached an unimaginable level. At this moment, Yang Kai's unexpectedly, simultaneous flew out of mild soul Lotus and scattered in all directions. Where they passed, there was a crackling sound, which was crisp and pleasant to the ear, invading the ancient demon chi in the Yang Kai consciousness sea, and was eroded by naked eye at a speed visible. Soul-devouring insect can even swallow demon chi. Yang Kai was surprised. And with the passage of time, the volume of these soul-devouring insects that swallowed demon chi has also become larger and larger. They are a group of insignificant existences. Even if Yang Kai released enemies before, the enemy can't see it at all. But now, in Yang Kai's consciousness sea, their size is increasing at the speed that naked eye can be seen. Not only that, their body surface color has gradually changed to pitch black, and their bodies have begun to twist and become complicated. Here comes the subtle demon marks. Each and every one aura secretive is incredible. In a short while, each soul-devouring insect becomes the size of a grain of rice, and it is growing at a faster rate. In the consciousness sea, demon chi rolls and feels uneasy. They seem to have an own mind, and begin to avoid soul-devouring insect. But here is Yang Kai's consciousness sea, where can they hide? Those clusters of demon chi, like leaves being eaten by spring silkworms, soon revealed a large gap. Yang Kai waited and watched in silence for a while, and didn't know if it was fortune or misfortune. But since it was beneficial to own the situation, he didn't bother to take care of it. The next moment, he thoughts move, driving the colorful mild soul Lotus to fly somewhere high in the sky, facing the huge black pupil hidden in the boundless darkness. Demon chi slowly dissipated, and finally yellow appeared in black pupil. Even in Yang Kai's consciousness sea, it still occupies half of the sky. Yang Kai stands in front of it, like a trivial and humble and small. The colorful rays of Xiaoguang disappeared and formed a halo outside Yang Kai, as if the celestial body was moving, and huge rings of light spread out all at once. Get out, or completely destroy. Yang Kai was moved by his mind. In the sky a thunderous sound was heard, and the thunderous sound was like an invisible sharp blade, piercing into the black pupil. Let its shape be distorted and changed. For a while, the black pupil settled down again, the deep darkness like a black hole's giant pupil still standing, completely motionless. Sure enough, there is no own thinking, only the remaining will. Yang Kai looking thoughtful, although he had guessed before, he was not too sure. But after this temptation, he finally got the answer that the owner wanted. This black pupil single eye no longer has its own thinking. Only the will of antiquity great demon remains. After all, in that distant ancient era, countless emperor senior stage great experts destroyed the corpse and evidence, and its own thinking has long been disappeared. In this case, there is no way to communicate. Yang Kai has a solemn expression, urging the power of the colorful mild soul Lotus. The next moment, 7 colors light bloomed dazzlingly, turned into a handle and sharp blade, pierced towards the black pupil single eye. At this moment, black pupil single eye glanced at Yang Kai deeply, and then slowly closed. Between heaven and earth, a giant voice resounded, "You have the aura of the devil. Leave it to you, give it all to you, to witness the end of this world, to witness the demise of this world." The incomparable brutal aura spread out leisurely, and the closed black pupil single eye suddenly turned into a black light, blasting towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned pale with fright, hurriedly guarding the mind to resist. At the same time, the colorful mild soul Lotus also spins round and round. The endless 7 colors light turns into a barrier, trying to stop the black light invasion. But everything turned out to be in vain. The black light with no difficulty penetrated the barrier of colorful mild soul Lotus, tore up Yang Kai's defense, and directly penetrated his within the body. At the next moment, Yang Kai felt a heart-piercing pain in his divine soul, and the entire divine soul spirit body could not be maintained, so it collapsed. Immediately afterwards, his consciousness returned to his body, and he opened his mouth and roared like a wounded wild beast in the roaring forest. Rolling in the demon chi, Yang Kai is wrapped in it, unable to see his face and figure at all. One hand tightly covers the right eye of On, and from that right eye, there is continuously golden fresh blood flowing down. This is beyond 10 li. Both Hua Qingzai and a man surnamed Fu looked stupid. Since the mutation occurred in Yang Kai to the present, they have seen the end from the beginning, and naturally they also vaguely know what happened. In their testimony, the pitch-black demon chi covering a few thousand li in a radius of 5 minutes, all flooded into Yang Kai within the body disappeared. The countless monsters all knelt on the ground, but they don't know what the situation is. At this moment, the demon chi of them within the body also disappeared, and disappeared thoroughly. Without the support of demon chi, these extremely cruel monsters have all become extremely weak in a short period of time. Although there will be no life worry, Yuan chi is inevitable. Yes, and each and every one complexion was at a loss, did not know what happened. Monster Beast lost one's head out of fear, and fled in a hurry. Sunlight returns to the earth, making people feel warm. But the man surnamed Fu and the Hua Qingzai, two people are in their hearts, because they felt a coercion comparable to the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse from Yang Kai 10 li away, and this coercion was extremely evil. It seemed to be full of bloody aura, and the aura of the living has instinctive rejection. The next moment, Yang Kai, who was trembling violently, suddenly calmed down. The big hand holding his right eye also slowly loosened, stretched out his hands in front of them, as if examining something. In the darkness, two mysterious lights were shot out. One gold, one black. The golden and majestic left eye vertical pupil, the black and chaotic right eye horizontal pupil, all shake violently at the position of Yang Kai's eyes, and the contrast is sharp. What is this? The man surnamed Fu was almost dumbfounded. Even though he came from Flying Saint Palace, he still couldn't figure out what kind of monster the owner saw. When his voice fell, those two eyes with completely different colors suddenly looked at the direction where he and Hua Qingzai were. Not good. As soon as Hua Qingzai came into contact with the two line of sights, he suddenly felt his head sink, and the pretty face changed a lot. Tenderly shouted, "Run away!" While speaking, with a pinch of spirit art in your hand, with a bang, the whole person turned into hundreds of colorful butterflies in 5 colors and flew towards all directions. When the man surnamed Fu saw her walking so simply, where did he not know that he saw a catastrophe in the theater? In a hurry, I bit my tongue and spouted a mouthful of fresh blood. The whole person was wrapped in one layer red light. Quickly retreat, and blinked several dozen li. Marshall Peak Chapter 2138. Chapter 2138. I'm joking. The man surnamed Fu has the powerful cultivation level of Principal Source 3 layer, and he can't be said to be unpleasant to run away. In the blink of an eye, he has ignited the blood essence and escaped hundreds of miles away. Looking back with lingering fears, the man surnamed Fu couldn't help staying for a while. In that remote location, Yang Kai's was missing. He seemed to disappear suddenly. The man surnamed Fu sinks in his heart, and a feeling of fear is spreading inexplicably. A burst of chaotic space fluctuations spread ahead, and a dark silhouette suddenly emerged. The silhouette is shrouded by the boundless demon chi, and his face cannot be seen clearly, but the golden and black rays of light from his face make the man surnamed Fu feel like an enemy. Faced with these two lines of sight, his thinking became stiff, confused, and divine soul turbulent. He roared, and took out On's short spear directly. The complex seal arts formed in his hand, and source strength poured into the short spear frantically. Whoosh, whoosh. The short spear and its weird speed become larger, and in the blink of an eye, it becomes a giant that is more than 10 meters long, slightly trembled, looking directly at Yang Kai. This is the most powerful attack method used by a man surnamed Fu. He has full confidence in the blow of Own. Even the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse dare not ignore this kind of attack. Yang Kai seems to have lost his mind just like those demons. Some are just bloodthirsty thoughts. Facing the coming danger, he has no intention of avoiding it, and he still stows in place. He didn't instinctively throw a punch until the short spear was about to reach his body. The fist is wrapped in the pitch-black Mo Yuan, solid and dark. Courting death. The man surnamed Fu couldn't help being overjoyed, stared wide-eyed, and wanted to see the follow-up development, and wanted to see the ending of Yang Kai being crushed by the owner. Bang! There was a loud noise. Yang Kai was completely motionless, but the short spear that was close to him was hit by a violent force. It was 10 feet long. The rays of light on the spear suddenly dimmed, suddenly manifesting its original shape and size, and at a faster speed than flying, it fell into the distance without a trace. Huh? The eyes of the man surnamed Fu almost fell out, and he couldn't believe what he saw before him. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, and he did see Yang Kai looks unscathed. Just as he lost his senses, Yang Kai, who was opposite, suddenly raised his hand. A large amount of pure demon yuan overflowed from his within the body and spread to the arm above, making the arm longer and bigger. In the blink of an eye, a huge pitch-black slap took shape and took a photo directly at the man surnamed Fu, like a black mountain dropping from the sky, carrying the power of destroying heavens, exterminating earth. The man surnamed Fu turns pale with fright. He must avoid in a hurry. But what made him desperate was that he found that the space owned all around had somehow become solidified and thick, as if imprisoned. He can't avoid it. The face of the man surnamed Fu turned pale and bloodless. At the same time he shouted, he took out a shield-like defensive secret treasure. After injecting source strength, the shield immediately turned into one layer. The barrier is above him. Not only that, he continued to pinch magic hearts, and said quickly, heaven, earth, profound, martial. Within the body source strength, there was a burst of madness. I didn't wait for him to display this inexplicable secret technique. That dark slap has been photographed. Kaka. The shield turned into a shield is like a mirror shattered, cracking numerous cracks, and directly collapsed into fragments, failing to play a protective role. Immediately afterwards, the giant palm was shot on the body of the man surnamed Fu. He only uttered a terrified scream in time, and then died. The giant palm gradually dissipated. Apart from a huge palm seal, there was only a muddy puddle on the ground. Under that palm, the man surnamed Fu could not resist the cultivation level of principal source 3 layer. He was killed directly, and even his secret treasure and even the space ring were photographed. Fragments. The things in the space ring have been permanently exiled into the void. After doing all this, Yang Kai raises the head expressionlessly and glanced in another direction. Over there, Huaqing Zai, who was running away from the man surnamed Fu, looked back in horror. Beautiful eyes trembled, and she vaguely heard the screams coming from far away, which made her heart fearful. They flee faster. But at this moment, the space in front of her was blurred, and a dark silhouette blocked her way. How come? Huaqing Zai's pretty face changed drastically, and his heart sank to the bottom. She and the man surnamed Fu ran away separately, and then saw Yang Kai chasing each other with her own eyes. But within a few breaths, Yang Kai had already chased and killed each other, and then blocked the own. Even the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse is basically impossible to achieve this level. Looking at the dark silhouette, feeling the brutal and bloody aura emanating from the silhouette, Huaqing's face turned pale and the corners of her mouth were bitter. She didn't rush at all, but squeezed a smile, showing the charm of the owner in horror. The opponent's ability to instantly kill a man surnamed Fu means that he can also kill Own at will. It makes no difference whether she resists or resists. Now all she can count on is to awaken Yang Kai's mind hidden in the deepest part of the heart. Little brother. Huaqing Zai trembled softly. Her voice was softer than ever. Let me let you go, you blocked my way. Yang Kai is completely motionless, just stove in place staring at her quietly. as if looking at a stranger. The mysterious light of gold and black from the position of the eyes made Hwaking-S's heart frustrated, but he was helpless. It feels like a lamb, facing a fierce king of the jungle. Life and death are all within the other's thoughts. The only thing that makes Hwaking's feel fortunate is that Yang Kai not at all hurt her as soon as they met, which gave her a glimmer of hope of survival. "It's me, little brother, don't you remember me?" Hwaking's stroked the beautiful hair in her ear and continued to dry. I don't know if it's her luck or misfortune. As soon as she said this, Yang Kai really seemed to be moved. That Wu-color pupils trembled violently again, as if instinctive consciousness. "What are you fighting for, little brother? People saved your life just now. You don't want to kill me, paying kindness with enmity." Hwaking's clothes were wet with cold sweat, showing she has a nice and full figure, and the sweat on her forehead slid down her cheeks. But the look pale is still strong and calm. Raw. Yang Kai in the demon chi package suddenly reached out his hand to cover his head, and let out a low growl in his throat. Hwaking's was taken aback and hurriedly backed away a few steps, but then he thought about it again. With the opponent's current strength, even if the owner retreats no matter how far it is, it's useless. He couldn't help but smile again and again. Moved. "If you don't speak ... the elder sister will go away." Hwaking's tried it gently, and saw that Yang Kai had no response, and said happily, "Then King Shan will not change. The green water will flow. See you again." At this point, she once again demonstrated her divine ability in the form of 100 discs, and suddenly transformed into countless multicolored butterflies, fleeing away like a gust of wind. But at this moment, the growling Yang Kai suddenly straightened up, stretched out his hand, and suddenly grabbed the direction where the countless butterflies were. 100 discs are scattered. Hwaking's body is revealed again, his face is ugly to death. She suddenly flew into a rage out of humiliation, tenderly shouted, "What do you want? If you don't say a word, leave and leave. You kill me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and grabbed her wherever she was. "Huh?" Hwaking's was cold on the spot, and said in surprise, "I'm kidding. Why are you taking it seriously?" "No, no." While speaking, desperately encourage Source Strength to resist. But now, the difference in strength between her and Yang Kai is enough for the latter to easily crush her. Before Source Strength was raised, Hwaking's felt his own body tighten, as if being wrapped in an invisible force. A feeling of suffocation came. The next moment, she was Toph, divine consciousness chaos, black eyes. When the reaction came again, Hwaking's stood blankly in an open field above, with a snow-white color on the pretty face. She turned her head and looked around and found that the site was flat and surrounded by dense forests all around. The majestic wind was blowing and it was cool and comfortable. "This is not Star Boundary." Hwaking's immediately felt the difference between this place and Star Boundary. She couldn't tell where the difference was, but she was sure that this place was definitely not Star Boundary. "Is it dead?" Hwaking's stood there blankly. Death turned out to be not terrifying as imagined. Owner died without even feeling anything. "Will you come to this place after you die?" Where was the nasty guy from Flying Saint Palace before then? Could it be that here is legendary? Deep in one's heart for a while, Hwaking's couldn't help but feel dizzy. I didn't kill you, but sent you here." It looks like the body's sanity is still at least some own sanity. Suddenly, a thunder-like sound rang in Hwaking's ears. The sound was as loud as a drum beat, and Hwaking's was shocked. Who? Hwaking's pretty face under the change, he was alert to drink, and at the same time turned his head and looked around, but no one was found. "Above, look at it." The voice sounded again. With this reminder, Hwaking's quickly raises the head to look up. As you can see, there are 2 stone pillars standing beside the owner. She saw these 2 stone pillars when she first came, but for a moment she hasn't got rid of the state of death, and she didn't think much about it. At this moment, I took a closer look and found that these 2 stone pillars are somewhat similar to the thighs, except that they have no sensuality and are completely composed of strange stones. The gaze continues to move upwards, and Hwakings's complexion changes accordingly, from surprise and doubt to shock and horror. After thoroughly seeing what the objects around Clear Own look like, Hwaking's eye stepped down and floated a few 10 jang distances directly. Looking from a farther position, Hwaking's eye finally sees more clearly. The beautiful eyes trembled and suddenly became messy in the wind. Marshall Peak Chapter 2139 Chapter 2139 The Emperor Senior is coming again. Stone Giant. Hwaking's eye held back for a long time before uttering a few words with difficulty. The scene I saw before my eyes was too unimaginable. The huge silhouette with more than a dozen stories, the angular body lines, and the silly faces, but there is a pair that does not match it. Bright eyes, twinkling with wise rays of light. A raise of a hand or a foot seems to make this world shudder. It is like the mountain troll awakened from ancient mythology, giving Hwaking's eye an unimaginable shock. Stone Giant? Hee, that's correct. Embodiment chuckled. Although he deliberately suppressed the volume, it was still shocked. Are you alive? Do you have an own mindset? Hwaking's eye is also a non-ordinary person, born in Star Soul Palace, and naturally came into contact with many top secrets unknown to the outside world, so he experienced a short period of time after being lost and shocked. She immediately came back to his senses and asked in surprise, but after thinking about it, she couldn't remember what creatures in this world resembled the things in front of her. Is it possible that you think that Own is dead? Embodiment looked at Hwaking's eye teasingly. Hwaking's eye pretty face blushed, immediately overjoyed, and asked, putting it that way, "Im still alive? By the way, you just said he sent me to this place. Where is this?" Embodiment was silent for a while, then squinted and asked, "Are you sure you want to know?" Hwaking's eye frowned, feeling a little uneasy in her heart. As if she knew this place was. She looked extremely unfavorable to her afterwards, but curiosity still showed an expression of desire. "Well, since he didn't kill you and sent you in, it means you don't want to leave here anymore. It doesn't hurt to tell you." Listen to Embodiment. As soon as he said, Hwaking's eye couldn't help but his pretty face turned black, and immediately understood that his worries came true. This is the mysterious small boundary. The interior space of the Emperor Treasure. Mysterious boundary bead. Emperor Treasure, mysterious boundary bead. Hwaking's eye screamed out of voice, and appeared on her pretty face. The expression changed, and he was surprised. "You mean, become one world here? The 5 colors treasure tower of my Star Soul Palace is the same first-grade existence?" "Almost." Embodiment nodded. It seems to be too tired to stand and talk. He sat on the ground, crossed his knees, and looked at Hwaking's eye in the distance. But to compare, 5 colors treasure tower and mysterious boundary bead have their own advantages and disadvantages. The 5 colors treasure tower of the Star Soul Palace allows the disciplines to enter the experience, and there are also many mysterious aspects. But mysterious boundary bead is different. It is very small, and it is made by a great expert. It can be carried with you in this way. Do you understand? Hwaking's eye was nodded stiffly. She was born in Star Soul Palace. Why can't she understand what Embodiment is saying? 5 colors treasure tower is the greatest gem for Star Soul Palace and the foundation of the palace gate, because countless disciplines can go inside to experience and promote, feel the heaven and earth law, and absorb the broken law power. This is the Emperor Treasure of the entire star boundary and cream of the crop. Mysterious boundary bead is obviously comparable to the 5 colors treasure tower. Although it can let people experience and gain benefits, it is more convenient to use than 5 colors treasure tower. This is a priceless treasure, and the carrier is actually a martial artist of principal source 1 layer. Even the General Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse. It is not easy to obtain an Emperor Treasure. The Emperor Treasure cannot be refined by refining. Every Emperor Treasure is born. It takes countless years of accumulation and the hard work of powerhouses. The value of Emperor Treasure is far from comparable to Principal Source Grade Secret Treasure. But now, a martial artist of Principal Source 1 layer carries one piece on him, and it is an Emperor Treasure with the same level of existence as 5 colors treasure tower. If this kind of news is rumored, am afraid the entire Star Boundary powerhouse will be boiling, and they will hunt down Yankai to win the treasure. Can I not hear this secret? Hwakings's mouth twitched. Now she was sent to Mysterious Boundary Bead by Yankai, and she learned about this kind of top secrets, so everyone is impossible to let her leave. In other words, she will be imprisoned by Yankai for a lifetime. This makes Hwaking's eye feel very upset while thanking his own not to die. He Embodiment laughed. From the moment you were sent in, your future destiny is doomed. So far, Embodiment's the voice suddenly became low and said, he is not killing you, obviously because he missed your previous life-saving grace, but his own condition is very bad, and he may not be able to control his own desire to kill, so he has no alternative but to make such a move. Is that so? Actually, you have no chance to leave this place again. What? Hwaking's eye hearing this Yixi asked urgently. Die ... or be loyal to the body, and offer own divine soul brand. Hwaking's eye pretty face changed and said, impossible. Anything is possible. Why should a girl speak so absolutely? Could it be that you really want to stay here for a lifetime? Embodiment asked. Hwaking's eye fell into silence, with a struggling expression on her face. Suddenly, she opened the mouth and said, that little bastard is now hard to protect herself, and we still have to wait for him to survive this disaster. Let's talk about it. Embodiment nodded, said, indeed, you need to discuss this with him personally. I'm just giving you an opinion. Hwaking's eye suddenly expression moved and said, by the way, why are you here? At this point, she seemed to have thought of something, and exclaimed, could it be that you were also thrown into this mysterious small boundary by him? Does he force you to offer the divine soul brand of own? She looks like she suddenly found someone in the same class in trouble, her eyes full of joy. Embodiment has a weird expression on his face, and sighs, I have been imprisoned by him for countless years. This scum. Hwaking's eye in Yabitant said something. Exiting, feeling wrong again, looked at Embodiment suspiciously, and said, how old is he this year? How is this countless years counted? Embodiment stretched out his huge thick fingers and scratched it hard. On his cheek, he buzzed, don't pay attention to these details. He is in trouble now. Take a look. Do you recognize these people? While speaking, Embodiment suddenly stretched out his hand. In the sky between him and Hwaking's eye, the visible ripples of one layer naked eye suddenly appeared, like a lake. Then, a scene appeared strangely in the sky. Hwaking's eye fixed her eyes and suddenly said strange saying, this is. She found that the scene in the sky was the location of Yankai. At this moment, Yankai is still wrapped in a thick black chi, only the evil rays of light are printed on the pupils. Not far from Yankai, a total of 3 people, in a triangle shape, surrounded him. These 3 people, each of them is very angry, out of the ordinary. The one on the left, the middle-aged man, is dressed in plain linen. Although not glamorous but neatly dressed, his eyes are thunderous and twinkling. The man on the right, short stature, half-size old man, hair and beard all white but complexion ruddy, frowning and staring at Yankai, with a somewhat dreaded expression on his face. One person in the middle, a dignified and beautiful woman, with a cold temperament and a pretty face, wearing a moon-white dress, adding a mature charm. After Hwaking's eye was thrown into Mysterious Boundary Bead by Yankai, I don't know when, these 3 people suddenly appeared strangely and surrounded him in a siege. Each of the 3 is the powerhouse of the Emperor Senior stage. Each of them is well known in the South Territory and is also the powerhouse that Yankai has ever seen. It is the adults of those forces. Hwaking's eye only glanced at it and recognized the identity of the 3. Talk about it. Embodiment in one side saying, the one on the left is Chen Wenhao Senior Chen from Heavenly Martial Holy Land. The one on the right is Feng Ming Elder Feng from Plain Palace, and the last one is Gao Xuting Senior Gao from Azure Sun Temple. It was them. Embodiment knew it. More than a year ago, these 3 people visited Maplewood City to investigate the traces of Vermilion Bird Phoenix in Jade Clear Mountain. Later, They cast spells with Xiao Yueyang of Star Soul Palace to open the 5 colors treasure tower from a distance. Let Maplewood City martial artist enter the experience. Yang Kai naturally saw their silhouette at that time. Yang Kai knows them. Embodiment has naturally heard of them. At this moment, when Hua Qingzai reported their identities, Embodiment couldn't help expressing an expression of worry. Although Yang Kai's situation at the moment looks unstoppable and has amazing strength, the 3 people on the opposite side are all Emperor Senior stage, and they are born out of the ordinary, so they may not be opponents. Even more how Yang Kai's current state lasts for more time, the more difficult it is to handle. Once you are dragged by these 3 people, maybe you will really be eroded by the demon thought and become a demon. Here is a rescue. Hua Qingzai did not observe Embodiment's concern at all, and shouted with joy, while speaking, and shouted toward Embodiment, Big Stone, wait for these 3 adults to after this little bastard gets subdued, we can go out. Embodiment is nodded, and his face is calm. Outside, Chen Wenhao and the others stood still. The reason why a few of them came here was naturally because someone had left from the transmission form of Maplewood City before and went to inform them. 3 great influencers heard that the seal of antiquity Great Demon was broken, the pure demon chi leaked, and the loss of life around Maplewood City was not ambiguous. They directly condemned sending the Emperor Senior Stage Powerhouse to investigate, explore. As for Chen Wenhao and others who came to Maplewood City a year ago, they naturally became the first choice, and they took on this task unwillingly. The 3 of them set out from own sect non-stop, using countless space law formations along the way, and rushed to Maplewood City in the shortest time. But when they arrived in Maplewood City, they happened to encounter Demon Chi retreating, and the monsters recovered their sanity. Under the suspicion, the 3 people followed the vines to find the source, and blocked Yang Kai here. At this moment, the 3 of them are puzzled. Small Maplewood City, the vermilion bird phoenix appeared first, and a year later, the seal of antiquity Great Demon appeared again, as if major events all over the world are going to happen here, which makes them breed in their hearts a sense of absurdity. The Yang Kai on the other side told them to lose sight of their faces and don't know who they were, but the pure demon chi entwined with him gave the 3 a great oppression. It seems that demon chi is a fatal threat to the owner who is the Emperor Senior Stage. Martial Peak Chapter 2140 Chapter 2140 One enemy and 3. The 3 people came all the way and saw that all the monsters had recovered their sanity, but only the one in front of them was still entangled by demon chi, exuding monstrous violent aura. Who are you? Chen Wenhao was the first to ask. He really wanted to know what was causing the monster in front of him to not only fail to regain its sanity like other monsters, but to be incredibly powerful. There was no response from the other side, and only vaguely heard low roars from Demon Chi, like a wild beast mad. Brother Chen, he should have lost his own mind, what are you talking nonsense with him? Feng Ming said impatiently, a pair of sinister eyes staring at Yang Kai's silhouette. Gao Xuting not at all speak, flowing light glows in the beautiful eyes, as if to penetrate the rich Demon Chi and see the true face of Yang Kai's. But at this moment, Yang Kai seemed to feel something and suddenly turned his head to look at her. 4 eyes look at each other, an invisible collision erupts. With a sound of ying, Gao Xuting's face was slightly white, and his lovable body in place staggered, as if he had been hit by a violent blow. In Demon Chi, there was a low raw sound, which seemed extremely depressive and painful. Although the words were not clear, the 3 of them still listened to them and knew the monster in front of them. I want to express what it means. Chen Wenhao flashed an unusual look in his eyes, and suddenly stepped forward. During the action, a blue and white long sword appeared on his hand wrist, indifferently said, I will try his method, too, give me a blast. The words fell, but I heard a light sound. Chen Wenhao has turned into a beautiful silhouette, rushing away like an electric light, and appeared in front of Yang Kai. Sword light, sword chi. The sword light moves, the sword chi sings, and the sword force resembles a violent wind, screaming in waves. Ding ding dong dong, fire bursts into the four poles, energy sputters void, long sword fast as lightning, dense as rainstorm. After a while, Chen Wenhao stood up with his sword, still stove in place, as if he had never moved. On the other hand, the demon chi outside Yang Kai's body has no cracks until now, as dense as spider webs. Through the cracks, some parts of his body can be vaguely seen, and the exposed skin is full. It is the complicated mysterious demon marks, but in the rolling of demon chi, these cracks have been restored in the blink of an eye. Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Xuting and Feng Ming are also astonished. Yang Kai's is more tricky than they expected. Dead. As if completely irritated by Chen Wenhao's shot, Yang Kai roared, as if the king from the underworld blew the horn of charge, and demon chi rolled on his body and wail like ghosts and howl like the sound of wolves. Suddenly he disappeared in place. What? Chen Wenhao was really surprised now. With the strength of his spiritual mind, he couldn't even grasp the trace of Yang Kai's silhouette. This speed of movement has surpassed his perception. He desperately urged the power of divine consciousness to form an airtight surveillance net at Tenjiang outside his body, hoping to spy on Yang Kai's movements. Be careful. Gao Xuting suddenly changed his pretty face and shouted. Brother Chen behind. Feng Ming also cried out strangely. Why do they need to remind? The moment Yang Kai appeared strangely behind him, Chen Wenhao had an insight. In a flash, the world's law power is my heart. The long sword burst into a meteor-like glow, and his backhand stabbed. Ding! There was a crisp sound. Chen Wenhao instinctively felt that the owner was definitely stabbing something, but it was completely blocked. Not only that, but long sword for a while screaming. The rays of light flashed wildly on the sword, and he was shocked by cold sweat again and again, hurriedly stepped wrong, and jumped forward. A violent force burst out from behind. Although it didn't hurt him, it frightened him. Without waiting for him to stand firm, Yang Kai appeared to his right side again like a shadow, with his fist trapped in demon chi, fiercely punched, carrying destroying heavens exterminating earth power smashed at him. The moves are simple, but extremely brutal, which can be called a return to the natural state blow. There is no way to avoid it. Chen Wenhao deep in one's heart set off a stormy sea. As the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse, although he is only a one-layer, he has already touched the threshold of the true meaning of this world martial Dao. Even if he is facing Emperor Senior 2-layer is not completely suppressed as soon as it comes up, and it is somewhat capable of dealing with it. But this inexplicable monster did it, relying on that magical body and strange and inexplicable speed, so that he couldn't compete with one-to-one. At the time of the crisis, he shouted big shout, incarnate as a source of water. When the words fell, the whole person suddenly became translucent, as if it were kneaded with a mass of water. Yang Kai's fist directly blasted his body out of a large hole, and his arms hit his chest. Chen Wenhao couldn't help groaned, and seemed to be traumatized. When he was hit by this, he not only didn't shrink back, but instead ran source strength again. Incarnation Shuyan's body shrank suddenly, and Yang Kai's arm was stuck tightly. At this moment, Feng Ming and Gao Xuting, who had been watching the battle, shot at the same time. A long spear appeared in Feng Ming's hands. The long spear was like a flying geese, and there was a twinkling on it. It was the Emperor Treasure Geese Thunder Spear that he made through blood sacrifice. It is also famous in the entire South Territory. Bolt of lightning. Feng Ming big shouted, with the help of Chen Wenhao's good timing. The long spear danced. Plasma-like thunder blasted out, and he hit Yang Kai. Go with. On the other side, a small mirror suddenly appeared on the Gao Xuting palm. After source strength was poured into it, the mirror suddenly emitted dazzling rays of light, just like a small sun hanging in the air. Excited from it, a mysterious light shot out, covering Yang Kai's body. Her expression was cold and solemn. She wore a moon-white dress and danced without wind, flying in the air, like a goddess dropping from the sky. The scorching aura suddenly spread, as if to burning all living things. Yang Kai's tumbling demon chi, like a nemesis, squirmed and writhed quickly, turning into countless blue smoke, floating outwards. Emperor Treasure, Ardent Sun Mirror. In mysterious small boundary, with the projection manifested by embodiments means, Hua Qingzai can see everything outside clearly. She shouted with excitement on her face. She knows all three of them, and naturally she has heard about the secret treasure used by the three of them. Even if they have never seen it before, she knows it at the moment. The long sword in Chen Wenhao's hand is also not an ordinary secret treasure, it is the Emperor Treasure Flowing Water Sword. The three Emperor Treasures and the three Emperor Senior Stage simultaneous shots. She seems to have seen the downfall of Yang Kai. The Demon King generally exists. This made her smell the aura of freedom. Between the lightning and thunder, the sun was shrouded in the extreme. Yang Kai seemed to feel the deadly threat, and suddenly roared with a sound. A majestic and masculine aura burst out suddenly, completely different from the previous evil and violence. The next moment, his arm stuck in the incarnation body of Chen Wenhao water source suddenly swelled, pieces of dragon scales emerged, and the whole big hand suddenly turned into a dragon claw. With this help, he pumped suddenly. Chen Wenhao groaned. The water-exhaust body seemed to be unsustainable, and Yang Kai broke free directly, bringing up a piece of fresh blood. Immediately, Yang Kai turned around and suddenly grabbed the plasma that was rushing. Whoosh! Yang Kai trembled violently. He even resisted Feng Ming's secret technique's attack with the might of Dragon Claw, but the numbness caused by the current rushing through his body, but it is impossible to get rid of. Taking this opportunity, Gao Xuting's beautiful eyes became cold and increased the power of Ardent Sun Mirror. The demon Qiong Yang Kai's body surface evaporates more and more quickly, making him cry again and again, as if he has been tortured. Die, all will die. A roar came out, and the space around a dozen or more li suddenly changed. A kind of heaven and earth law power added to Gao Xuting's movements. On the other side, Chen Wenhao, who was rid of by Yang Kai, held a long sword and wanted to attack, but his body sank. Space Principle? Gao Xuting screamed, and his beautiful eyes trembled violently. Since the three Emperor Senior Stage present can reach the level they are today, they naturally have their own unique insights and understanding of heaven and earth law. Their three people are based on their own practice of secret technique or cultivation technique come to learn about law power and get promoted to the Emperor Senior Stage level. Each Emperor Senior Stage has a different understanding of law power, and the specific domain is also different. Only those blessed by heaven geniuses can comprehend the most profound and primordial laws in a certain unique domain. The law of 5 elements, the true meaning of various powers, and the mystery of various divine abilities, are the cornerstones of the Emperor Senior Stage's gradual strengthening. Among them, law power, which is the difficult side of several secretives, is the most difficult to comprehend. Undoubtedly, Space Principle is one of them, and it is almost impossible to comprehend. Star boundary. For countless years, countless great emperors have used the insight of law power to board peak, but never heard of anyone who did this step with the help of Space Principle. Space Principle is too esoteric, even the Emperor Senior Stage is prohibitive. But right now, a demonized monster has actually displayed the Space Principle, blocking this world. Gao Xuting's breathing is stagnant. In the absence of consciousness, Yang Kai has already come straight at her with the divine might of Ardent Sun Mirror, like a bolt of lightning, like electricity, fast, unimaginable. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai had rushed to Gao Xuting. He simply ignored the enemy who wanted to kill Lone, and instead blasted the Ardent Sun Mirror with one punch. Roar! The roaring dragon roar sounded, and dozens of dark dragons shot out from the fist, flying all over the sky. It was Gao Xuting who saw the opportunity quickly and avoided timely, but he still couldn't completely avoid it. Boom boom! The dark dragon collides with the Ardent Sun Mirror, and the Ardent Sun Mirror rays of light twinkling. When Gao Xuting flew to Feng Ming and Chen Wenhao's side, the pretty face looked ugly, and looked at the Emperor Treasure made by Ona's painstaking blood sacrifice. On the Ardent Sun Mirror, it seems that the faint black chi of one layer is enveloped, which damages its spirituality. In mysterious boundary bead, Hua Qingzai looked dumbfounded. a small mouth opened into a circle, and his voice said solemnly, "He is so strong." I thought it was the three Emperor Senior stage together. Even the Emperor treasure took out. Isn't it a blink of an eye to win Yang Kai? But after a round of confrontation, the three Emperor Senior stage slumped continuously, and Yang Kai was brave and unstoppable. Hua Kingzai had 10,000 unacceptable in his heart. Martial Peak Chapter 2141. Chapter 2141. All the means come out. Tricky. His demon chi can even corrupt me and wait for the Emperor treasure. Chen Wenhao glanced at the ardent sun mirror in Gao Xuting's hand, and then looking at On's flowing water sword, his face was very serious. Flowing water sword, like ardent sun mirror, is covered by a one-layer faint black chi, which is obviously corroded by demon chi. Although this level will not damage the spirituality of the Emperor treasure, if it is not expelled. If things go on like this, the spirituality of the Emperor treasure will really be greatly lost. The birth of every Emperor treasure is not easy and is cherished by every Emperor Senior stage. How can they allow this to happen? It's really a troublesome guy. It looks like it's going to be real. Feng Ming cold snort. Chen Wenhao also stared at Yang Kai intently, but said to Gao Xuting, who was on the side, "Junior sister Gao, I have to rely on you." Gao Xuting clenches the teeth, as if made up some determination, opened the mouth and said, "If Ardent Sun Mirror is destroyed, you have to pay me." Feng Ming said with a big smile, "Well, how could an Emperor treasure be destroyed so easily?" "Stop talking nonsense, do it now, it will change later." Gao Xuting only raised the hand, then Ardent Sun Mirror flew straight to the sky, as if rushing into the sky. Soon, the ardent sun mirror coincides with the scorching sun in the sky. Gao Xuting's hands are flying, and his hands are changing magic arts. A mysterious force permeated from the ardent sun mirror, and the whole mirror was buzzing. The sky Wuji above, the blazing sun suddenly burst into a dazzling light beam, directly hitting the ardent sun mirror. The mirror surface, through the lens surface, radiates all directions. The fiery sun universe, the Kiui of the Nine Suns. Gao Xuting doubled the bracelet around his chest, and slowly pushed forward. The rays of light are covered with flames. Small world, which was blocked by Yang Kai using the power of space principle, made a cracking sound, and it seemed that some force broke free. Immediately afterwards, a natural phenomenon emerged. In the sky, 9 rounds of scorching sun appeared strangely, and the dazzling rays of light thorns could hardly open their eyes. The temperature of the sun shining from the scorching sun was scorching, turning the earth into scorched earth. Yang Kai uttered a roar, as if he could not bear the surroundings of countless scorching suns. He was immediately struck. He rushed away, faced the scorching sun, and punched out. Bang! The scorching sun hanging above the head was directly broken. But in a few moments, a new round of scorching sun resurfaced in another location. Yang Kai seems to be mad, does not believe another round of scorching sun, but the same scene as before reappears, making his efforts useless. It's useless. In Senior Go's fiery sun universe, this kind of attack is basically impossible to play a role. Hua Kingzai seems to have heard about this fiery sun universe. Seeing Yang Kai running around in mysterious small boundary, slowly shaking his head, taking pleasure in other people's misfortune, said. Embodiment Size rolled around and said, "Then what kind of attack is useful?" "Naturally it is the body of attack, Senior Gao." Hua Kingzai's mouth was straightforward. Happily said with a smile, "But in this scorching sun, Senior Gao omnipotent, the silhouette she manifested should be an illusory shadow. I am afraid I don't know where the real body is hidden." "Yes." Embodiment corner of the mouth raised, and laughed deeply. "You know a lot, you deserve to be born in Star Soul Palace." Hua Kingzai smiled proudly. If she hadn't come from the Star Soul Palace, this kind of South Territory Supreme, how could she understand the mystery of Gao Xuting's secret technique based on her identity and level as a principal source 3-layer martial artist? Just when Yang Kai was madly attacking those nasty hot suns, one silhouette had appeared elegantly beside him, and the long sword principal law in his hand was condensed, and it was slow and cautious. Stab him at the speed of 3,000 swordsmanship. Chen Wenhao drank in low mouth. The sword pierced out, and the 9 scorching suns in the sky seemed to be overshadowed by it. Between heaven and earth, only this sword that condensed Chen Wenhao's life's work was left. Sword glow flashes, fresh blood flies, demon chi churns, Yang Kai roar. This sword finally made a great contribution, piercing directly into Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, bringing up a piece of fresh blood of golden blood. Under the pain of eating, Yang Kai stretched out the dragon claw and grasped the flowing water sword, ignoring the cut on his palm by the sharp sword edge, and the other hand turned into a giant palm, fiercely photographed towards Chen Wenhao. Chen Wenhao narrowed his eyes and wanted to retreat, but was shocked to find that the power of the weird space principle was once again present, and he couldn't help but move. With such a delay, Yang Kai's slap is already in sight. Transformation. Gao Xuting's voice sounded. His hands clasped together to send forward. A round of scorching sun suddenly replaced Chen Wenhao, and was directly smashed by the giant palm. On the other side, not far away, Chen Wenhao's silhouette was revealed. His face was slightly pale, and Gao Xuting nodded, expressed his thanks. If Shikai didn't use Gao Xuting to use the secret technique to get him away, he would definitely be hurt. Have you forgotten who else? A voice suddenly rang behind Yang Kai. Taking advantage of the entanglement between Yang Kai and Chen Wenhao, Feng Ming had already rushed to Yang Kai with his thunder gun. With the tip of the gun facing forward, source strength condensed in one point, and suddenly burst out. Goose Libang. At the tip of the gun, a huge thunderball suddenly appeared, and the inside was filled with violent thunder power that could destroy the world. In Yang Kai's body the side suddenly exploded. The thunders danced wildly, the silver snakes ran, and the earth turned into an electric field. At that moment, demon chi behind Yang Kai suffered a short loss, revealing a silhouette full of white bones. This blow seems to have caused him huge damage. Feng Ming didn't have time to be happy. He saw Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and slapped him with the palm. Dare to look down upon people? Feng Ming was furious when he saw Yang Kai attacking in a big way. He attacked again with a little long spear, but this time, it was a blank. The front silhouette disappeared. Feng Ming instinctively tightened his heart, and retreat, his face full of guard. Fighting with it is a terrifying existence that can mobilize space principle, and Feng Ming dare not take it lightly. At the same time, Chen Wenhao also covered spiritual mind, looking for Yang Kai's trace. But at this moment, a soft voice suddenly came out. In the empty place, Gao Xuting's silhouette staggered out, but the one who followed closely from behind was like a murderous aura of Yang Kai. How could you? Gao Xuting looked unimaginable. In any case, he couldn't believe that Yang Kai could accurately find the hiding place of On in the fiery sun of On. And the sneak attack came to On. Eyes looks at the dark silhouette rushing to the owner, and a death aura rushes towards her face. In the dimness, she seems to hear the summon of Death God. Swordsmanship is boundless. At the critical moment, Chen Wenhao came with a sword to kill, and flowing water sword pointed out, surrounded by infinite sword chi. Gusts and rains generally blasted towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai roared, demon chi tumbling on the body surface, turning into one after another. Spirit snake flew out and competed with the sword chi. Kai 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 kai. The sword chi disappears, and the spirit snake disappears. Yang Kai's figure was revealed. Gao Xuting retreated to Chen Wenhao's side. His face was pale, and his clothes were wet with sweat. Is this guy still sane? Feng Ming stared wide-eyed, asked in surprise. Just now Yang Kai used him as a bait to attract everyone's attention, but the owner silently sneak attacked Gao Xuting. This is not the act of a demon who has lost his mind. It is clearly a battle method with great spirituality. Even if the owner has his kind of strength, it is impossible to do better. Maybe there, maybe not. Chen Wenhao took the sword and held his hand. He was motionless as mountains, like an outsheathed sword, exuding an amazing sword intent, saying, "Devil Chief, today let you see my swordsmanship." When the voice falls, the killing intent appears, and the sword chi is sick. Chen Wenhao urged source strength in annoyance, instant time, and exquisite sword technique fully revealed. The force of the sword is condensed on the body of the sword, and the law power is gathered to make a sudden shot. At the moment he acted, Gao Xuting's silhouette also disappeared in the fiery sun. However, the 9 rounds of scorching sun suspended in the air exploded together and turned into 9 light beams, attacking Yang Kai, blocking the world. Feng Ming is holding the Yanl gun, and he also unfolds the exquisite skills he has learned in his life, and greets all the vital points of Yang Kai. For a moment, the 3 Emperor Senior stage simultaneous shots, want to cut down monsters, eliminate demons, and defend the worlds clear and bright. Yang Kai just roared. In response to the changes, his body rolls with demon clouds, and various simple and crude moves are deployed, but they just fall into the wind. The 3 people want to kill him, which is almost impossible in a short time. The demon clouds on his body possess extremely strong defensive power. Even the various secret techniques of the 3 Emperor Senior stages and the attack of the Emperor Treasure are difficult to break. The world changes countenance, sun and moon are not light. In mysterious small boundary, Huaking's eye has been silent for a long time, beautiful eyes trembling lightly. Being able to observe the battle of the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse so clearly is also a great opportunity for a martial artist of Principal Source 3 layer like her, but it is a pity that the battlefield of the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse is near it's too dangerous, and the average martial artist has no chance to observe it. By chance, she saw the end from beginning to end. Blessed by heaven. She has lost all the thoughts that she wanted Yang Kai to die as soon as possible. Instead, she fell into contemplation while watching the battle, as if she had gained something. Embodiment glanced at her, corner of the mouth raise, not at all disturb her. When he turned his head and looked towards the battlefield, Embodiment showed a deep worry. Although Occupy seems to be stuck in a stalemate on the surface, the ontology is after all a martial artist of Principal Source 1 layer. Even with the help of Demon Chi, it has some power against 3 Emperor Senior stages at the same time. Not catch. The body is continuously injured, which is the best proof. It doesn't matter, the key is that the ontology knows that it is invincible, but does not run away. This is what worries Embodiment the most. Is there any own mind in the ontology? Embodiment also not clear. He tried to contact the ontology, but he couldn't get any response from there. Instead, he just surreptitiously told Gao Xuting to the ontology secret the body actually paid attention to technique's weak spot. Otherwise, the body wouldn't be able to pull Gao Xuting out of hiding, and almost hit the opponent badly. Suddenly gaining such a powerful power, and still the power of the evil and violent Antiquity Great Demon, is definitely not a good thing for the body. Once the time continues for a long time, no one can say what will happen. Martial Peak Chapter 2142 Chapter 2142 The Red Light. Thousands of miles away in Maplewood City, a few hundred martial artists in the city did not have the joy of avoiding a catastrophe before, but all the complexion looked in a certain direction in horror. In that direction, there were violent energy fluctuations, and there was a loud crackling sound. Duan Yuan Shan, Drunkard, Qin Ke Ouyang, and the Principal Source stage old ancestors of the great family all stood on the city wall above, piercing the void, as if they wanted to see something. City Master, who is fighting over there? Liang family old ancestor Liang Pengal asked in surprise. Duan Yuan Shan thought a little, and said, this Duan met Senior Chen from Heavenly Martial Holy Land and other 3 adults on the way back. I think they are making a noise. Chen Wenhao Senior Chen from Maplewood City last time? Xin family old ancestor Xin Goji's eyes narrowed. Exactly. Then who is their enemy? Xin Goji was shocked. The 3 of Chen Wenhao and others are all Emperor Senior stage powerhouses. Together, they still only fight the unknown enemy. In a frenzy, heaven falls and earth rends, but they failed in the shortest time. Victory within. It can be seen how powerful the enemy is. I don't know. Duan Yuan Shan shook the head. But at this brief moment, Yang Kai's silhouette appeared unfathomable mystery in his mind. At that time, the 7 principal source stage powerhouses took Kinyu to repair the seal. But there was a fault. Zhuang Pan escaped. Black Tortoise 7 sections formation broke without attack. Du Lishan died on the spot. Qin Kai Ouyang severely injured Inakuma. Yang Kai eroded demon chi, standing still. It seems that he is about to become demon. If Yang Kai loses his mind, it is possible to become demon. But with his foundation, even if he becomes a demon, can he compete with the 3 Emperor Senior stage? Duan Yuanshan shook the head, dispelling the funny thoughts in his mind. Even more, how? The weird ancient demon chi now has all disappeared, and the demons that have been corroded by their minds have recovered, and Yang Kai should be the same. Hong Long Long. In the sky, there was a sudden blast of thunder. With this sound, world's spiritual energy suddenly seemed to have received some pulling, converged quickly in a certain direction. What happened? Xingoji was the first to react, stunned, looking at a certain direction in Maplewood City. Duan Yuanshan turned his head and looked at it for a while, happily said, "Someone in the city is about to be promoted to principal source stage." Whose discipline? The old ancestor looked at each others in blank dismay, shook their heads slowly, indicating that they were not their own clansmen. "Go and see, this is a sign of great prosperity after the disaster in Maplewood City." Duan Yuanshan yelled, using source strength to urge the sound, which is clear enough for martial artists in the city to listen. As the lord of the entire city, he is naturally focusing on stabilizing people's hearts at this moment. This natural phenomenon of promotion just gives him space to play. No matter who the promoted person is, it can cause a change in world's spiritual energy at this juncture. For the many martial artists who avoided a catastrophe in Maplewood City, it is just a good thing, not a bad thing. Not much time, everyone flew to the top cave mansion. Besides cave mansion, an old woman, a middle-aged woman, and a young female are standing in front of the cave mansion. Girl Xioki? Duan Yuanshan glanced at the young female. The complexion was a little stunned. It's normal for him to recognize Moxioki. After all, he has also resisted monsters and the siege of Demon Chi together before. Although Moxioki has only the Void King 3-layer cultivation level, Duan Yuanshan is not at all. Look down at her. Because of the time spent getting along, Duan Yuanshan discovered that this young female had a rather mysterious origin, and what she learned and used was extremely profound. The most important thing is that Moxioki looks only 1,617 years old this year. 1,617 years old. Void King 3-layer. Even a big sect like Heavenly Martial Holy Land may not be cultivated. Only Star Soul Palace has this possibility. For a while, Duan Yuanshan even regarded Moxioki as the secret discipline of Star Soul Palace. Of course he did not dare to underestimate him. City Master Juan, seniors. Moxioki slightly smiled and greeted everyone. Miss Xioki, this promoted person. Duan Yuanshan went straight to the subject and asked. It's storekeeper Kang of Spirit Pill Workshop. Moxioki not at all concealed it. Kang Saran? Duan Yuanshan's face was shocked, and the old ancestors of other families also widened their eyes, as if they had heard something extremely impossible. Spirit Pill Workshop is the industry of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. Every powerhouse in Maplewood City knows it, and also knows Kang Saran. But because of knowing the roots and knowing the bottom, I look confused. How can Kang Saran be promoted to principal source stage? His martial Dao has reached the end, and his aptitude is only enough for him to reach the Void King 3-layer level. I dare not say that he will not be able to be promoted to principal source stage in his life, but his hope only 110,000th. Suddenly, everyone was surprised to hear that Kang Saran was promoted to principal source stage. Duan Yuanshan flashed an unusual look in his eyes, and suddenly said with a smile, it turned out to be storekeeper Kang, so I should congratulate you. Some lost taste. Kang Saran has always lived in Maplewood City, but because of his origin and identity, he does not belong to Maplewood City. so his promotion is not useful for Maplewood City. This is also due to Duan Yuanshan's emotional changes. The reason storekeeper Kang is afraid it might be a great opportunity. Xingoji looked thoughtful. If it hadn't had the chance, with Kang Saran's aptitude and ability, it was absolutely impossible to suddenly be promoted to principal source stage, and inferred from the time he seemed to be preparing for a retreat when Demon Chi was besieged. Dare to retreat and prepare for a breakthrough at that time, which means that Kang Saran has full confidence in this promotion. For this kind of thing, wait for storekeeper Kang to leave the customs and senior zone to ask. Moxioki replied with a smile. Duan Yuanshan nodded and said, nature. Several people while speaking, the natural phenomenon in the sky has been fully revealed. The power of heaven and earth erupts, and the baptism of heaven and earth energy begins. The black cloud turned into a pure attack, cut from the sky, pierced through the void, and hit Kang Saran. In the cave mansion, Kang Saran's roar sounded immediately, as if he was suffering from a huge pain, making people listen to the ears, feeling numb on the scalp. Sword Chi ran away, surrounded by 9 suns. Spear glow twinkling, transformed into a flood dragon, and went back and forth. Under the siege of the 3 Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses, Yang Kai rolls over with Demon Chi, and he will not retreat. If I don't know what the pain is, my body is full of trauma. This kind of injury caused by Emperor Senior Stage Emperor Treasure, even with the powerful recovery abilities of Demon Chi and Golden Blood, will not be able to recover completely for a while. The accompanying law power is eroding the vitality of Yang Kai's flesh, and blood gradually made his injury worse. Blood, Yang Kai is the more fights the more brave is. The 3 Emperor Senior Stage teamed up to cooperate with each other. Although his ability pressure Yang Kai and continuously hurt him, he became more and more frightened. Thanks to the fact that they were all 3 of them rushing here together, if they are alone against this devil chief, no one has the confidence to compete with it. The brutality and bloodiness of this devil chief is the only 3 of them in their lives. Just as the battle was anxious, suddenly from that far away, there was a very loud bird song. The crisp sound penetrated the void and imprinted in everyone's ears, like an antiquity Holy Spirit Phoenix screaming, in the voice. There is with endless anxiety and anger. The moment the sound came, Yang Kai, who was in a desperate battle with the 3 Emperor Senior Stages, suddenly acted, and the whole person as if was struck by lightning. Demon Chi outside his body suddenly rolled over. Seeing this, Chen Wenhao and the others hurried to the side to retreat to the side, guarding against the defense. They didn't dare to make the slightest advance without knowing whether Yang Kai played the profound void. Expert moves. Any oversight is fatal. What sound? Feng Ming asked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Xiaoting both shook their heads slowly. The 3 raised their eyes and saw that Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked in one direction. Following his gaze, the 3 of them immediately saw a red light on the far side of the sky, rushing toward this side. She's here. In mysterious small boundary, embodiment also sees this scene clearly through video transmission. I can't help being overjoyed. What is this? Although Hua King's eye had enough eyesight, he still couldn't see clearly what the fiery red light was. He could only vaguely feel that there was something hidden in the fiery red light. Unimaginable terrifying power. His item spirit. Embodiment replied. Item spirit. Hua King's eye frowned, immediately surprised. Item spirit transformed shape. Item spirit is originally an intangible thing, born with secret treasure. Born with secret treasure is gone. But the item spirit in front of me has been able to own transformed shape. Obviously, it is not an ordinary item spirit. She suddenly remembered that among the information she had found before, at the auction assembly in Maplewood City more than a year ago, it was said that a transformed shape item spirit had been put out for auction. Could it be that this one in front of you? Just a trifling an item spirit. How can this stalemate be reversed? Hua King's eye really doesn't know what the big stone in front of him is happy about. I hope Your presence can awaken the consciousness of the body. Embodiment prayed secretly in his heart. Yang Kai fell into an absolute disadvantage during the battle with the three Emperor Senior Stage powerhouses. It is definitely not a good thing that he is still fighting to death. Embodiment has been trying to call the body and let him go. But no matter what, there is no way to awaken the consciousness of the ontology. At this moment, Liu Yan suddenly arrived. With the spiritual connection between her and the ontology, it might have a miraculous effect. The facts are indeed as expected by embodiment. The moment Liu Yan appeared in the distance, the fluctuation of Yang Kai's spiritual mind suddenly became disordered. He quietly stood in place, looking into the distance. The fiery red light that swiftly killed, a trace of dazedness flashed in his eyes. And then he struggled violently. The crisp and loud screams, like a sharp sword piercing the heart of Yang Kai. The red light is like the fire of a prairie fire. In Yang Kai's the consciousness was blazing, and the inseparable spiritual connection with the item spirit also played a vital role in this brief moment. Yang Kai's mind suddenly sobered up for a moment. The next moment, he realized the danger that Owen was in, and his brows constricted. The situation has changed. Do it quickly. Chen Wenhao saw that Yang Kai's situation was not right, and immediately shouted loudly, ready to use extreme skills to determine the winner in the shortest time. Martial Peak Chapter 2143 Chapter 2143 Darkness Unbounded. Feng Ming and Gao Xuting hearing this also urged source strength. Three adults. Why kill to the last one? Yang Kai suddenly spoke. All three Emperor Senior Stages are startled. Since the beginning of the fight, Yang Kai has said very few things, but what he said before is like roar after losing his mind. But at this moment, his voice is extremely stable and he obviously has autonomous thinking. Devil Chief is going to be long-winded. It is not you who die today, or we are dead. Chen Wenhao suddenly big shouted, with a little long sword in his hand, and the 3,000 sword principal law pressed towards Yang Kai. Feng Ming and Gao Xuting also shot at the same time. Yang Kai's breathing was stagnant, and he fully felt the terrifying power of the Emperor Senior Stage powerhouse only after regaining his sanity. The combination of these three people is definitely not what Ona can resist now. Being able to entangle with them for so long before, it was entirely demon thought that drove him to survive and kill instincts. Now, facing the combined blow of the three Emperor Senior Stage, shocking, Yang Kai immediately felt a fatal threat. He touched his feet, retreat. And at the same time, Jaw gave a bite and shouted, Black Pupil Purgatory, Darkness Unbounded. The words fell. The place in his right eye, the dark magic pupil suddenly burst into the dark mysterious light, and the three Emperor Senior Stages faced the dark pupils, and their movements couldn't help being stagnant. In the black pupil, it seemed like the transformations of the world was evolving, as if there was something. The stars, sun and moon alternate. A bleak and eternal aura suddenly filled. It's dark. I can't see my fingers. The pitch black enveloped the world and turned into a cage, covering 100-mile radius. Even the dazzling sword glow gun shadow, even the Kyui of the 9 suns in the sky, still cannot penetrate this dark blockade. The hearts of the three Emperor Senior Stage teamed up suddenly. The companions who had been close at hand suddenly couldn't see them. The spiritual mind was released, and under the interference of the endless power of darkness, it was extremely chaotic. The darkness seems to extend to the end of the world, sinking the whole world. After experiencing the initial panic of the three Emperor Senior Stages, the mood immediately stabilized. Almost coincidentally, all of them pinched spirit art. Thousands of sword glows flew together, the geese and thunder spears turned into lightning flood dragons, soaring in the sky. The 9 suns burst into dazzling rays of light, simultaneous bursting. The boundless darkness reveals a ray of light. Immediately, the rays of light expanded rapidly until the darkness was completely dispersed. The three of them stood in the air and looked around. They were the only ones left here. As for the Devil Chief, he was nowhere to be seen. He didn't know where he went. Glancing at each other, the faces of the three of them became extremely ugly. One after another they used spiritual mind to cover the earth, but they couldn't grasp the location of Devil Chief's escape. What divine ability is this? Feng Ming asked with a gloomy face that could almost shave off one layer frost. Chen Wenhao shook his head. I don't know. This matter has to be reported to sect as soon as possible. And we have to rush to Star Soul Palace. Antiquity Great Demon thought was born. Star Soul Palace may know something. Gao Xuting took the owner's ardent sun mirror and stroked the mirror. On the mirror, there was a trace of power of darkness, like a tarsal maggot, which could not be driven away, making her look distressed. Junior Sister Gao made sense. It should not be too late. We will leave for the Star Soul Palace immediately, hoping that the Great Emperor will have some insight. Chen Wenhao said, reaching out and taking out a piece of jade token and going inside. After pouring into spiritual mind, directly crushing the jade token, a complicated mysterious strange pattern immediately appeared in front of him, which flashed away and drifted away with the wind. Feng Ming and Gao Xuting also exhibited different secret techniques, and reported to sect headquarters what they saw and heard in this place. Immediately, the three set off for the Star Soul Palace to prepare greetings Bright Moon Great Emperor and pray for answers. As for whether the escaped Devil Chief will harm the nearby Maplewood City, that is no longer what they need to deal with. The Devil Chief acts secretively with tyrannical methods, and the three of them can't kill him by joining forces. In the end, the barrier divine ability displayed by Devil Chief made the three of them even more frightened. If Devil Chief took the opportunity to sneak attack at that time, the three of them would be killed or injured. Small Maplewood City is not in their eyes. If it hadn't been known that the seal of Antiquity Great Demon was broken, it would be impossible to come to this place with the status of three people. After a short while, the wilderness above restored tranquility. At the same time, Maplewood City, a young woman with a cold expression, quietly entered the city, dressed in a red-clothed shirt, just like Yu Ounxia. Countless martial artists who avoided a catastrophe saw this beautiful young woman involuntarily looking at her. However, there are some people who are vaguely aware that this beautiful young woman has a spirituality that is different from ordinary people. It is elegant and violent, making people unpredictable. Not much time. The young woman took out a sound bead from her hand and poured spiritual mind into it, as if she was communicating with someone. After a while, she put away the sound bead and went into an unmanned alley. Wait for 5 minutes. A lithe and graceful silhouette suddenly appeared strangely. If the young woman has noticed something, look back. And after seeing the young female, she said with a smile, "This should be Xioki younger sister?" Mo Xioki frowned and glanced at the young woman behind, but did not see the familiar silhouette. He couldn't help asking with some doubts, "Who are you?" "Big Brother Yang asked you to come to me?" "Yes." The young woman was nodded, and when she reached out her hand, the sound bead appeared on the palm. "This is indeed what I gave to Big Brother Yang." Mo Xioki nodded, and asked, "Where is the Big Brother Yang?" "I heard City Master Juan say that he was Demon Chi outside the city." "Corroded? Is he okay?" She looked extremely nervous, very worried about Yang Kai's safety. "The master doesn't have a mortal danger for the time being, it's just a small problem, so it's inconvenient to meet, so I specifically asked me to tell Miss Xioki." The young woman replied, "It's fine if it's okay." Mo Xioki let go of his mind, glanced at the young woman, and asked with a smile, "How do you call the elder sister?" "The master gave me up. My name is Liu Yan." The young woman replied. Mo Xioki showed a strange look on his face, and said, "Big Brother Yang seems to be just Principal Source 1 layer, right?" "Liu Yan elder sister, you are also Principal Source 1 layer, why call his master her?" Liu Yan pursed his lips. "Without a master, there would be no me today. The master has a gift for me to recreate." Mo Xioki twitched his lips. "Forget it, it doesn't matter to me anyway." "What's the plan for elder sister next?" "At the order of the master, temporarily live in the old Jiang family mansion outside the city." "Well, The master ordered me to take. Jiang family also took away a group of people. Liu Yan said, since Big Brother Yang said so, then come with me. Moxioki greeted. Liu Yan shook the head and said, now that storekeeper Kang is being promoted, right? City master, are they all in front of your cave mansion? Yes. Moxioki nodded and said. Liu Yan faintly smiled and said, it is not convenient for me to meet City Master Duan and the others. I also ask Miss Xioki to send Jiang family everyone out of the city. I will wait for you outside the city. After speaking, Liu Yan directly turned into a flowing light and shot towards the outside of the city. At the same time, Duan Yuan Shan, who was waiting in front of the cave mansion, seemed to feel something. He glanced in the direction of Liu Yan and asked in surprise, what a strange aura, another principal source stage. On the other side, Moxioki rolled his eyes after seeing Liu Yan disappeared, and said suspiciously, no popularity, this elder sister is really weird. Although some are curious about what Liu Yan is, but since she is related to Yang Kai, Moxioki doesn't know it. But she also understands why Liu Yan said that it is not convenient to meet with City Master Duan and the others. Duan Yuan Shan has the cultivation level of Principal Source 2 layer, which may be able to see through her essence at a glance. Shook the head, Moxioki hurried towards the cave mansion of On. After 1 hour, outside the city, Moxioki brought a group of Jiang family to Liu Yan. Everyone in Jiang family probably also heard something from Moxioki, so they didn't feel repulsive to Liu Yan, but after realizing her profound cultivation level, they all saluted. The powerful cultivation level of Liu Yan Principal Source 1 layer alone cannot be ignored by the Jiang family. Even more how? She has a master-servant relationship with Yang Kai. You are Yuoxi little girl, right? You are really pure and lovely. Liu Yan's gaze circulated on the Jiang family, and finally fixed on Jiang Yuoxi. While laughing, beautiful eyes flashed by. A hint of suspiciousness. She didn't know why Yang Kai had to look at Jiang Yuoxi differently. The small girl probably hasn't grown up yet. Although she looks good, if Yang Kai really wants a woman, does she need to find a small girl? With his current cultivation level, what kind of woman he wants is probably a matter of one sentence. Even more how? According to Liu Yan's understanding of Yang Kai's, he is not the kind of lecherous man. As for the cultivation level Jiang Yuoxi sent King 2 layers cultivation level is at a glance. What can this kind of cultivation level help Yang Kai? So Liu Yan was a little puzzled. Yuoxi has seen Master Liu Yan. Jiang Yuoxi heard Liu Yan's roll call. His pretty face blushed, and his expression was slightly flustered and saluted. Liu Yan smiled. Master Liu Yan, Mr. Jiang Yuoxi bit his red lips slightly, and plucked up the courage to ask. The old woman and beautiful woman of Jiang family also looked nervously, wanting to know the whereabouts and safety of Yang Kai's. Master is fine, you don't have to worry about it. It's just that after being eroded by demon chi, you are a little weak, that's all. You are recovering, and you will be able to come back soon. Liu Yan explained. Don't worry if you are so old. Jiang family mistress exhaled. Jiang Yuoxi and the others also felt lighter. Xioki younger sister, then I will take them back first. Liu Yan rushed to Moxioki again. Moxioki nodded and said, well, when Big Brother Yang comes back, I will go to see him again. The two sides will say goodbye. Liu Yan and a group of Jiang family rushed to the residence outside the city, and returned within a short while. After returning home, everyone in Jiang family treated Liu Yan as a guest and arranged the best wing for her. Liu Yan tells everyone that the owner wants to close the practice, so he closes the doors and windows tightly and puts down barriers to isolate the inside and outside. In the wing, she slapped her mouth, spit out a dragon eye-sized bead, held it in the palm cherished. Staring at the bead, beautiful eyes were full of worry. No more the light and free hand before. The beads are mysterious boundary bead. Yang Kai had Liu Yan appear at the time, awakening his mind, holding his spirit and displaying antiquity great demon's secret technique, transforming power of darkness and imprisoning 3 emperor senior stages, and then displaying space secret technique and Liu Yan after joining, The mysterious boundary bead was handed over to her for safekeeping, and he hid in it for refuge. Marshall Peak Chapter 2144 Chapter 2144 Euxin inserting willows. Before Yang Kai hid in mysterious boundary bead, he hurriedly explained something to Liu Yan. Liu Yan's identity is rather special and it is not convenient to move around, so he let him temporarily live in the Jiang family outside the city, which is also helpless. During the moment of clear-headedness, Yang Kai considered a lot. His own state is undoubtedly very dangerous, not to mention that the owner may lose his mind and become a demon. If he does not hide in the mysterious boundary bead, but arbitrarily publicizes it outside, he is bound to be Chen again. Wen Hao and the others seized the trail again, killed to the last one. Even more Hao, his bloodthirsty state has instinctive killing of creatures. If he accidentally breaks into Maplewood City, the whole city is afraid of being slaughtered by him. He has only one place to go, to mysterious small boundary. In mysterious boundary bead, Yang Kai's consciousness is groggy and muddle-headed. If it weren't for the colorful mild soul lotus in the consciousness sea to guard the last trace of Yang Kai's mind, he has long been lost in that powerful force. No self. At this moment, the seven colors light of mild soul lotus of colorful mild soul lotus is entangled with the demon thought of antiquity great demon, and the two are evenly matched, leaving Yang Kai at a loss. If it's just the crisis in the consciousness sea, it's all. With the powerful effects of the colorful mild soul lotus, Yang Kai will not lose his mind. But the unimaginable ancient and pure demon chi accumulates in the flesh body of the own. When the demon thought enters the body, it covers a few thousand li in a radius, and even the demon chi on the monsters, they all gather together. Mild soul lotus is powerful, but its effect is only for divine soul and has no effect on flesh body. If the flesh body problem is not resolved, he will fall into ancient demon way sooner or later. The roar is constantly roaring, and the suppression is extremely terrible. Affected by Yang Kai's emotions, the world's spiritual energy in mysterious small boundary is in chaos. Huaking's eye complexion hides palely at the feet of embodiment, uses that thick thigh as a shelter from the wind, beautiful eyes staring in horror at the direction of the sound. Her powerful cultivation level of principal source 3 layer, in the tide of power set off by Yang Kai, is like an independent wooden boat driving on the windy sea above. There is always the danger of subversion. Embodiment also has a solemn face, and his shiny eyes are full of worry, but there is nothing he can do about it. Gradually, the roar's voice is getting louder and louder. Yang Kai seems to follow instinct to destroy everything in mysterious small boundary madly. Flying sand, running stone, the earth is cracked, the mountains are undulating, and the gravel is rolling down. At a certain moment, the continuous roar sound suddenly stopped, and the shaking movements suddenly disappeared. Huaking's eye perceives a moment in silence, and then asks with difficulty, "What's going on over there?" Embodiment squinted. His eyes seemed to penetrate the void, said solemnly, "It seems to have recovered for a while." "You said, if I were in the past and beg him to let me out ... what will happen?" Huaking's eye really can't stand this kind of fear after suffering. Deep in one's heart came out with a ridiculous idea. "You can give it a try." Embodiment glanced at her leisurely, and suddenly, raised the head again, looking towards the far place, with a horror. Immediately, his eyes lit up and said, "Yes, maybe that thing has miraculous effects." "What is it?" Huaking's eye asked in surprise. Embodiment didn't pay attention to her meaning, so she couldn't help pouting. On the other side, Yang Kai took advantage of divine consciousness' brief sobriety, and hurried to the medicine garden. When he was awake last time, he realized that the biggest problem of own is the surging demon chi in the flesh body. If the problem of demon chi is not solved for a moment, he will never get rid of antiquity great demon's demon thought is ridden. He suddenly thought of the eternal tree planted at the medicine garden. Eternal tree, undying and indestructible, heaven and earth will last forever, from ancient times to today. If we can find a way to integrate it into and within the body, not only can we achieve the legendary undying and indestructible body, but with the power of the eternal tree, it will probably be enough to fight the demon chi within the body, enough to its suppression. Mysterious boundary bead is refining by Yang Kai, and mysterious small boundary is his heart. Within a thought, he has come to the medicine garden and directly sit cross-legged in front of the eternal tree, silently cultivated, wanting the power of pulling the eternal tree to flow into him. When he won eternal tree at the beginning of the year, he tried to refining, but there was nothing he could do, and in the end he was nothing. But at that time, he was nothing more than Void King one layer, perhaps because of his lack of strength. At this moment, he has arrived at Principal Source one layer, which is a great realm beyond the previous year. It is indeed necessary to have a try. But soon, he reluctantly discovered that even though the owner had reached the realm of Principal Source one layer, he could not affect any power of Eternal Tree. The not-so-large Eternal Tree is rooted in the medicine garden and exudes the life power of Shocking, which makes the entire mysterious small boundary appear vital, but it is not used by the owner. Yang Kai's eyes darkened, and a trace of despair was in his heart. In normal times, this emotion is nothing. But now he is entangled in the ancient demon thought, and as soon as his desperate mood is born, he is infinitely expanded by the demon thought. In a flash, the entire mysterious small boundary is filled with this heavy atmosphere. Even far away, Hua King's eye at the location was shrouded in this despair, and the pretty face was sadly sad, and she wanted to cry. Infected by that emotion, she seems to have seen the scene where the owner has been trapped in this strange space all his life, the lonely old life. Even until death, there is only one big rock by her side. She quickly reached out and wiped the corners of her eyes, her fingers soaked and moist. Hey! Embodiment sighed heavily. Why do I feel so sad all of a sudden? Hua King's eye raised his head and looked at Embodiment, with his bare hands continuously wiping the corners of his eyes, but the tears at the corners of his eyes were like broken pearls. Rubbing a string, there is another string, and I can finish it. Embodiment stretched out a big hand like a door panel, lightly patted Hua King's head. The woman's body was suddenly shorter, and she whispered, "I'm so sad. How come I cry like this? I hate it. I can't stop the tears." While speaking, my eyes are red and swollen into peaches. Embodiment exclaimed again, accompanied by this time exclaim. He even stood up and looked straight at the distant location, as if looking when it came to a very incredible scene. It seemed that the eyes embedded in the stone head trembled violently because of the emotional ups and downs, and lost his voice. This is at the medicine garden. Yang Kai sits cross-legged before the eternal tree. I tried to pull out the power of the eternal tree but failed. Under Yuxin's willow, he is pulling another force. The gold and silver two-color tree planted next to the eternal tree was suddenly slightly trembled, and two rays of light emerged from the trunk. One gold, one silver. Extremely pure. The mysterious light of gold and silver is like a fairy dancing in the wind, turning into a little silver light golden radiance, and like a butterfly dancing lightly, flying around Yang Kai. Yang Kai is startled. This gold and silver two-color tree was planted and grown from the seeds he got after killing Wood Demon. The seeds at that time were also gold and silver. The light of the two colors accounted for half of the seeds. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of seeds it was. It's just that Wood Demon has been around for a long time, and its birth must be the antiquity unusual tree psychic. In other words, the gold and silver two-color seeds must also be the seeds of antiquity unusual tree. He is going to inquire slowly later. But at this moment, the gold and silver two-color tree exudes this kind of power, which makes him somewhat absent-minded. And when he looked blank, the mysterious light of gold and silver had been simultaneously shot into his within the body, disappeared. After Yang Kai was surprised, he showed a wry smile. He didn't know what effect the mysterious light of gold and silver had, and what harm he had, but now that he owns within the body demon she is surging, he still has a lot of debts and no lice smells. Yang Kai simply let them enter within the body. The next moment, his body shook suddenly, his eyes widened and burst into flames. Demon Chi, who has been surging on his body surface, seemed to be restrained by something. Roaring and neighing, drilling along his pores within the body. In a short while, Yang Kai showed his figure again. At the same time, demon chi within the body is being compressed and solidified by a mysterious force, gathering somewhere in the body. Even though demon chi is terrifying, the mysterious power is also incredibly powerful, as if driving a sheep, driving all demon chi to the lower abdomen. Immediately afterwards, a burning pain came from the lower abdomen. Yang Kai just screamed, and the burning heat suddenly turned into a biting cold. He couldn't help shivering, and his blood almost solidified. Not waiting for him to adapt, the feeling turned into scorching heat again, and then ice cold. Again and again. I don't know how many times it lasted. Yang Kai was almost tossed for half his life. Suddenly, a dazzling gold and silver double-color mysterious light bloomed from that belly. Yang Kai shocked all over, vaguely aware of something. He pulled off On's shirt and looked down at the lower abdomen of On. The gold and silver two-color eyes of light are like two fishes, connecting end to end, swimming quickly. As they swim, a mysterious pattern gradually takes shape, appearing like a brand. After a while, the mysterious light of gold and silver burst into more dazzling rays of light, which disappeared in a flash. Yang Kai let out a scream and fainted. The breeze is blowing slowly, and the mysterious small boundary is quiet. Only the embodiment in the distance muttered to himself, "What the hell is that? What is it?" Hua Qingzai walked out of the shadow of infinite sadness. Rubbing looking at her, she asked shyly, "Is that guy dead?" Embodiment glanced at her and said with a smile, "I'm disappointed. He's alive and well." "Damn it." Hua Qingzai gnashing teeth for a long time, "It makes me cry like a small girl." She was ashamed and angry, and said cruelly, "If you don't take revenge, you swear not to be a man." After speaking, she looked at Embodiment again, and said, "Big Rock, will you help me?" "Oh? Could it be that you have revenge planned?" Embodiment looked at her with interest. Hua Qingzai pursed his mouth and smiled, beautiful hair flying, all kinds of customs gathered together, self-belief. A hero is not a beauty. Embodiment listened, and kept nodded praise. Marshall Peak Chapter 2145 Chapter 2145 Two-Color Seal. Mysterious small boundary. I don't know how long it took before Yang Kai woke up. The moment eyes opened, the previous scenes immediately came to mind. Yang Kai was surprised, and immediately sat up, frowning and feeling the situation of On within the body. What made him suspicious was that demon chi, who worries him so much, is completely gone at this moment, and there is nothing left within the body. On the contrary, in the lower abdomen, there is an unexplainable pain. The pain is like a fire, but also like a cold, extremely strange. He hurriedly looked down, only to see a bizarre gold and silver two-color pattern on the lower abdomen, like a brand, appearing in the flesh and blood of the owner above. What is this? Yang Kai was puzzled, looking at the brand. But when his consciousness was just immersed in the brand, it suddenly became dark in front of him. The entire world seemed to be darkened. In that boundless darkness, a violent aura was angry and raw. What shackles to break free, want to get out of trouble. Yang Kai was shocked, biting the tip of his tongue. A tingling sensation came, allowing his mind to be clear and bright. Looking over again, how can there be any boundless darkness? Everything I saw before was just illusory. Seal? He raised his brow, showing an expression of surprise and shock. At this moment, he has fully understood what happened. The gold and silver two-color pattern imprinted on the abdomen of On is obviously a very profound seal. All the demon chi and a trace of demon thought in the consciousness sea of On within the body are all affected by this. The seal was suppressed in the lower abdomen and could not leak out. There is such a thing in the world? He let out a low cry, his face changed uncertainly. He knew how rich demon chi is and how cruel the demon thought is. With his strength, he is surrounded by demon chi and controlled by demon thought. He can also fight vigorously with the three Emperor Sinu one-layer powerhouses, which shows his tyranny. But at this moment, just a naturally generated seal will suppress it all. If it is not for the owner's deliberate prying, he will not be aware of the demon chi and demon thought within the body. Then the seal should be mysteriously strong. To what extent? Thinking of this, Yang Kai immediately turned his head and looked at the gold and silver tree. The next moment, he looked blank. The gold and silver two-color tree that was originally thriving, looks like a malnourished tree. The leaves are yellow, and the head is drooping. The original gold and silver two-color eyes of light are even more unresolved. Nothing. Yuan Shi looks badly injured. The seal is obviously formed by a mysterious power in the gold and silver two-color tree, so after that power is extracted, the two-color tree will become like this. The time that the gold and silver two-color tree existed in Medicine Garden, but only about 1 year. But the Medicine Garden in mysterious small boundary is pregnant with numerous heavy earths, 5 earth arteries beads, and it is suitable for the growth of spirit grass. Wonderful medicine. Surviving for 1 year in the Medicine Garden is basically equivalent to growing outside for 100 years. The century-sold essence of the gold and silver two-color tree took time for Yang Kai to form a natural seal to suppress the ancient demon chi demon thought, which is not too outrageous. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart was shocked, and then he was overjoyed. If he is right, he won't have to worry about being corroded by demon thought in the future. Although I don't know how long the seal on the lower abdomen can last, as long as the gold and silver two-color tree is given another year, it will be able to regenerate that mysterious force. Even if the seal is loose, Yang Kai can also continue to suppress it with the power of the gold and silver two-color trees. He is very curious, what kind of antiquity unusual tree is, how powerful it is. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand for a photo. The next moment, rays of light flashed by, Embodiment and Huaking's eye appeared at the same time not far from Yang Kai. The worries are resolved. Embodiment stared at Yang Kai, and couldn't feel any demon chi from him, which was very strange. Yang Kai nodded. Spiritual mind moved all kinds of messages into embodiment within the body. For a moment of contemplation, embodiment has all insights and nodded, so that's how it is. He also looked at the gold and silver two-color tree, his eyes bursting light. Little brother, how are you? Huaking's eye forced to smile. Her expression was a bit unnatural. Yang Kai's previous majesty left her an extremely indelible psychological shadow, and she was slapped to death by a man surnamed Fu with considerable strength. Although Yang Kai did not kill her immediately, as a prisoner now, she has no sense of security. While speaking, she deliberately or unintentionally showed her style and said, "Your previous state can make this mistress worry about death." Yang Kai lightly glanced at her, indifferent expression, and said, "I ask you a question." Little brother, just ask. Huaking's eye slanted. Do you recognize this tree? Yang Kai pointed to the gold and silver double-color tree. When he wanted to come, Huaking's eye, since he was born in Star Soul Palace, has good strength. He should be knowledgeable, maybe he can know something. What disappointed him was that Huaking's eye looked at the different tree, and the beautiful eyes were full of confusion, and he obviously didn't recognize it. The eternal tree on the side, exuding the aura of shocking, made Huaking's eye take a few more glances. Beautiful eyes flashed by unusual look. This is eternal tree, Yang Kai explained. Huaking's lovable body shook, and an expression of extreme shock appeared on the face, and immediately complexion greatly changed, covering his ears with both hands, while shaking his head constantly. Mutter incantations in his mouth said, "I don't want to listen to me. Listen to me. Don't listen." Yang Kai stunned, took a look at embodiment, and said, "This woman is crazy." Embodiment laughed. "The more you know, the more danger. She is very smart." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai slightly nodded, looking at Huaking's eye teasingly. "You can't get free if you listen or not." "Smelly brat." Huaking's eye suddenly expressed anger and gritted her teeth at Yang Kai and said, "Did the old lady offend you? Why did you torture me like this? Could it be that you could forget that you were in danger before? Who saved your life at the time?" "It was me. If I hadn't stopped in time, you would have died in the hands of the bastard Fu Saitong." "Not only did you not know how to be grateful, but you were paying kindness with enmity." "The old lady was so blind that she wanted to go save you, I knew that, so I might as well let you die. At least I won't suffer from this imprisonment. She has a grief and indignation, standing on the moral high ground. The accusation on Yang Kai was very straightforward and sonorous. Speaking of excitement, Pretty Face was red and angry, her chest rising and falling violently. Yang Kai didn't say a word. He just looked at her with interest. When she finished speaking, she slowly shook her head and said, "At that time, you couldn't do anything. Fu Saitong couldn't hurt me. If you really dare to do it, it will only be the owner who suffers." In this regard, Yang Kai has full confidence. Although he was unable to own his body at the time, how easily the boundless demon chi entangled in his body could be broken. If Fu Saitong really rushes to the owner, he will only be backlashed by demon chi. Even so, then you can't deny my heart to save you. I am your life-saving benefactor. You can't treat me like this and imprison me here. Hua Qingzai gritted his teeth. Could it be that no selfishness? Yang Kai smiled and looked at her. Hua Qingzai said, annoyed, I have nothing wrong with you. I didn't even know you before. What selfishness do you have? Do you think you are really hands earth shaking? Did my old lady look after you? Are you from Star Soul Palace? Yang Kai suddenly asked nonchalantly. Yes. Hua Qingzai replied proudly, fiercely threatening, I do come from Star Soul Palace. If you are acquainted, please let me go quickly. If not, you will be big trouble. Han Leng was not killed by me, but I was there when he died. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Hua Qingzai talked about him with a guilty expression. Yang Kai laughed. Fu Saitong will appear in Maplewood City. It is here to investigate the cause of Ning Yuanqing's death. And could it be that you did not come for the death of Han Leng? The appearance of your chest, indifferently said, apart from this, I really can't figure out why you powerhouses came to a small Maplewood City. Passing by. No way. Hua Qingzai said stiffly. You really came for the death of Han Leng? Yang Kai looked at her astonished. If he said that he was just guessing before, then he is completely certain now. When he said that, Hua Qingzai had a very hidden mood swing. On the outside, Yang Kai may not be able to detect it, but here is mysterious small boundary. Nothing can escape his spiritual mind. You lied to me? Hua Qingzai, startled, flustered and exasperated, cried out. The death of an abandoned disciple actually asked you to investigate the cause. It seems that Han Leng was not born out of the ordinary, or had any secrets. Yang Kai looking thoughtful, touching the chin, it seems talking to himself. In fact, his spiritual mind has never left Hua Qingzai. The former is unlikely. It is said that Han Leng has been chased by your Star Soul Palace disciple countless times. If there is really no background, there will be this kind of treatment. So is the latter possibility. My old lady fights with you. Hua Qingzai suddenly screamed and urged within the body source strength to move towards Yang Kai trouble. Although Yang Kai's previous performance made her very jealous, Yang Kai at the moment only has principal source 1 layer level. Hua Qingzai should be able to handle it at her own expense, but her idea is obviously naive. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand and shook it. Heaven and earth law suddenly changed, and Hua Qingzai was directly frozen in the air. No matter how hard she struggles, it will not help. In desperation, she can only wink at embodiment. Yang Kai glanced at embodiment weirdly and said, you didn't tell her that in this world, everything is up to me? She didn't ask again. Embodiment laughed. Then what does she mean by winking you? Probably beckoning me to come together. Embodiment looked innocent. Hey, what are you talking about in a frenzy? Hua Qingzai turned pale with fright, shouting at embodiment, Big Stone, could it be that you don't want to regain freedom? Now it's a perfect time. Why don't you do it quickly? Embodiment spread his hands at her and said, there is nothing you can do it yourself. Hua Qingzai has no choice but to judge the situation. He can only bite his red lips. Water waves circulate in beautiful eyes, pitifully looking at Yang Kai, said in a soft voice, little brother, I was wrong, you let me down. Embodiment said in shock. What about your integrity? You don't speak and no one considers you a dumb. Hua Qingzai glared at embodiment angrily, gnashing his teeth, Traitor. P. Embodiment suddenly looked embarrassed. Marshall Peak Chapter 2146. Chapter 2146 Visiting Together. I never promised to join hands with you. How come you say that a traitor? Embodiment looked at Hua King's eye with an innocent look. I don't care. Hua King's eye twisted his head and didn't look at Embodiment. He quickly spurned, traitor, 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 traitor. Let's hear hustle. Yang Kai cold snort, said, tell me, what secret is Han Leng's body? I don't know. Hua King's eye replied simply, hee hee. Yang Kai grinned, indifferently said, it looks like you haven't cleared your own. What an embarrassing situation you are in now. That's it. Let's come again when you wake up. Talk. At this point, he stretched out his hand. Hua King's eye, who was floating in midair, suddenly disappeared, and I don't know where Yang Kai dropped to mysterious small boundary. Immediately after Yang Kai pinched his hands with both hands, he volleyed into a few spirit art, which seemed to be a secret technique aimed at Hua King's eye. Although this woman has a worrisome IQ, she is not a bad person. Embodiment suddenly opened the mouth and said, I know. Yang Kai nodded. If of course she does have the heart to save me, I would not send her in. I would have killed her. You have a sense of measure. After Embodiment finished speaking, he glanced at Yang Kai's body and said, you should deal with your own injury as soon as possible. Yang Kai nodded. Directly next to Medicine Garden sit cross-legged down. In the previous battle, he was entangled in demon thoughts. He was fierce and unafraid of death. As a result, he fought endlessly with 3 Emperor Senior Stage and was injured many times. Law power of the 3 Emperor Senior Stage lingers around the wound, and it is difficult to recover completely. Change to the General Principal Source Stage and suffer this kind of trauma. I am afraid that there is really no solution except taking some spirit pill wonderful medicine to prevent the injury from getting worse. But in mysterious small boundary, Yang Kai can use the heaven and earth law in this space to get rid of the residual power of the law entangled in the wound. After 3 days in a hurry, Yang Kai finally took care of the injury. With the help of the shocking vitality emanating from the eternal tree at the Medicine Garden, supplemented by its own strong recovery ability, Yang Kai's injury has basically been recovered completely at this moment, and there is no trace of injury. Just after the war, there must be weakness, and you have to recuperate for some time to fully recover. He left mysterious small boundary and appeared in the Jiang family guest room. Liu Yan has been guarding in front of mysterious boundary bead. When Yang Kai appeared, beautiful eyes lit up, and happily said, Master. While speaking, she goes back and forth glancing at Yang Kai, confirming that he is safe and sound. Then it is obviously relaxed. Thanks for your hard work. Yang Kai nodded at her and reached out to take mysterious boundary bead back. Liu Yan said, it's in your share? Very well. You have also been promoted to the principal source stage level. Congratulations. Before Liu Yan had been sleeping in the lava below Yuan Cauldron Mountain, absorbing the scorching firepower of the lava. Yang Kai felt that she was about to be promoted, but after waiting for a month, there was no movement, so he had to set off for Maplewood City. It's also fortunate that Liu Yan returned at a critical time and awakened Yang Kai's mind with the help of the inseparable spiritual connection between the two. Otherwise, the consequences would be really unimaginable. My principal source stage is far worse than the master. Liu Yan slightly smiled. You don't need to undervalue oneself. You are different from normal creatures, and you don't have the advantage of being blessed by heaven. Since the heavens let you go this step today, it will definitely make you go further. I wish. Liu Yan also showed a longing expression. By the way, do you see if this works for you? Yang Kai suddenly seemed to think of something, and took out something from his own space ring. As soon as that thing appeared, the temperature of the entire wing suddenly rose, and aura of exterminating all living things swayed away leisurely. This is. Liu Yan's beautiful eyes shrank, staring at what Yang Kai was holding in shock. It was a feather, a 3-ki-long feather, and it was golden all over, but in the feather above, it seemed to burn with a dark flame, and the elves were beating. At a glance, The flame looked like can burn all the divine soul. Vermilion bird phoenix feather, Yang Kai explained. This vermilion bird phoenix feather was found in Jade Clear Mountain at that time. It is exactly the feathers left by the larva of the vermilion bird phoenix, but the divine feather of an adult Holy Spirit. This thing has always been an invaluable treasure. The secret treasure used to create the cream of the crop is nothing difficult, but Yang Kai feels that it should be the best choice to give it to Liu Yan. Sure enough, when Yang Kai said this, Liu Yan's lovable body shook violently, staring at the vermilion bird phoenix feather, beautiful eyes trembling, roughly said, "I can try refining it." "Best." Yang Kai smiled and passed feather. Liu Yan took it and put it down to play. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai immediately took her into the mysterious boundary bead and let her refining by herself. After that, Yang Kai walked out of the wing and met with everyone in Jiang family. At first sight of Yang Kai's appearance, everyone in the Jiang family was hungry and warm, especially Jiang Yuoxi. Although she was shy and did not say a word, Yang Kai could feel it from her eyes from time to time. Her concern and peace of mind. We chatted casually with Jiang family for a while. Yang Kai returned to the house, took out the sound bead, and reported to Mo Xioki that he was safe. Xioki was very happy, and immediately said that he would come to visit Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't even stop him, so she was cut off by her, and she had no choice but to smile. In a short while, Yang Kai felt a few tyrannical auras approaching from a distance. Before people arrived, one person's voice came from afar. "Ha ha, Brother Yang, I'll wait him here to visit you." The voice spread everywhere, full of breath. After everyone in Jiang family heard who was telling the story, they suddenly jumped around. Under the leadership of Jiang family mistress, Simultaneous went out to greet them. After a short while, rays of light flashed by, showing a few silhouettes. Jiang family old woman bowed slightly, loudly said, "City Master came to the shabby room. Jiang family is full of brilliance." And the old woman, "Excuse me for not going out to meet you. Please forgive me." The others have also simultaneously met Duan Yuanshan. Duan Yuanshan waved his hand and said with a smile, "Old lady, don't need to be polite. This city master turn up without being invited, and I hope old lady will forgive me. Well, I'm here to meet Brother Yang's. I don't know him." So Yang is resting in the guest room. Please. Although the old woman's voice was steady, anyone could see her depressed excitement. In normal times, how can a small family like Jiang family be in the eyes of Lord City Master? Not to mention that I personally came from Maplewood City, but at this moment, this impossible thing has come true. Although I know this is Yang Kai's reason, this is also an honor of Jiang family. Jiang family now only has a group of orphans and widows. It is easy to be targeted by other families, but if today's things are spread, those families who want to fight Jiang family may not have the courage to really hands-on. Maybe, they have to rely on the breath of Jiang family. The old woman saw the hope of Jiang family's rise, and she became more and more grateful to Yang Kai from deep in one's heart. It's disturbing. Duan Yuanshan slightly smiled, about to bring the other two people down. But one of them turned into a flowing light, and went directly into the Jiang family main house, disappearing in front of a room. So impatient. Seeing this, Duan Yuanshan could only smile bitterly, but couldn't say anything. In the guest room, Kang Sarin pushed the door and entered, and saw Yang Kai smiling and looking at him. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Kang Sarin nervously observed Yang Kai's state, and after confirming that he was the same, it became apparently relaxed. "Listen to Master City Master, I was eroded by demon chi outside the city, and I almost became demon. It scared me to death. There is such a thing, but fortunately, finally turned peril into safety." Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Kang Sarin said ashamed. Kang was in retreat at the time and attacked the bottleneck. He didn't know anything about it. He didn't know the news until the day before, but at that time you were gone. They looked around with the city master and they still couldn't find your whereabouts. Kang is really ashamed of Brother Yang. Kang Saran's expression is not fake, and what he said is from the bottom of his heart. After all, If Yang Kai hadn't given him a principal source pill, he would also be impossible to become a principal source stage martial artist. Moreover, Kang Saren can vaguely feel that the principal source stage with pill mark brings not only a great realm breakthrough to the owner, but also changes in other things. He also can't tell what those changes are, but there is always a feeling in his heart. Principal source 1 layer is not the end of Own martial Dao. Own still hopes to be more on 1 layer, maybe also get a glimpse of the mystery of the Emperor Senior stage. This has been equated with the grace of regeneration, and the kindness is so great that it makes Kang Saren feel that it may not be able to pay off in this lifetime. Yang Kai was so kind to him, but when Yang Kai was in distress, he didn't know it, which made Kang Saren feel very guilty. Now that Yang Kai is unharmed, I feel better now. Yang Kai stern saying, Brother Kang remembered it. You don't say this. Kang Saren scratched his cheek. Storekeeper Kang has a good relationship with Brother Yang. A voice came, and Duan Yuanshan strode in, behind Moxioki. After seeing Yang Kai, Moxioki's eyes lit up, and he spit out his tongue sorrowfully, saying, I wanted to come alone, but City Master Duan and Storekeeper Kang heard about you. When I come back, I have to follow along. It's not about Miss Xioki, it is indeed this Duan turn up without being invited, did not disturb Brother Yang and rest. Duan Yuanshan he said with a smile. City Master Duan has seen you outside. Yang Kai smiled lightly, nodded at Moxioki. The dormitory is simple and simple, just sit there. Duan Yuanshan is also welcome. After looking for a chair to sit down, Moxioki and Kang Saren saw this, and they just let the flow go. After seated, Duan Yuanshan looked solemn and said, Brother Yang, this Duan must say sorry to you first. City Master, what does this mean? Yang Kai pretended to be puzzled and asked. Duan Yuanshan said, at that time Wang Pan ran away, Black Tortoise 7 sections formation broke itself, and you were eroded by Demon Chi. This Duan was unable to rescue him. Whenever I think of it, I always feel sad. Yang Kai shook his head and said, City Master Duan is serious. I naturally clear the situation at the time, it is not your fault. Listening to Yang Kai, Duan Yuanshan was the only one, said with a smile, Brother Yang really is a sensible person. HMPH. Greedy for life and fear for death, Kang Saren said angrily from the side. Martial Peak Chapter 2147. Chapter 2147 Negotiation. Storekeeper Kang, when did this Duan offend you? Duan Yuanshan looked at Kang Saren blankly. Speaking of which, although he didn't have much friendship with Kang Saren before, but there are many intersections. After all, Kang Saren is also a member of Violet Source Chamber of Commerce. His background is not small, even if his strength is not high, it is not something Duan Yuanshan can ignore. But since Kang Saren was promoted to the principal source stage, Duan Yuanshan found that his attitude towards Own has become very sluggish, especially after hearing that Yang Kai had an accident. His attitude was extremely bad. This made Duan Yuanshan puzzled and annoyed secretly. He felt that Kang Saren was supercilious once he was strong. At this moment, being so spurned by Kang Saren in front of Yang Kai's, Duan Yuanshan can't bear it naturally, and there is already a bit of anger in his words. City Master Duan laughed. Kang has what skills and abilities? Is there anything that can offend City Master? Kang Saren cynical said. You. Duan Yuanshan expressed angrily. He is a City Master anyway, and Kang Saren don't give face, just forget it, and ridicule him with guns and sticks in his words, and no one looks good. Thanks for both. Yang Kai changed his mind and knew why Kang Saren was so unwilling to see Duan Yuanshan. He smiled at him and said, the situation at the time, City Master Duan indeed. There is nothing he can do. It is helpless for him to be worldly wise and play safe to leave quickly. The fault is not with the City Master. Brother Yang understands the truth. Duan Yuanshan cold snort, complexion slightly kind. Is that so? Kang Saren frowned, took a look at Yang Kai, and then held the fist saying at Duan Yuan Shan, "Since Brother Yang said so, then Kang will accompany the city master." "No, it's Mr. Kang Impulsive. Please don't be offended by city master." Duan Yuan Shan expression moved and said, "Brother Kang is out of sight." At the same time, I was shocked because of the change of Kang Saran's attitude. It is only the credit of Yang Kai's words. Judging from the posture, Kang Saran seems to have a taste of Yang Kai's head. Otherwise, he is a principal source stage from the Violet Source Chamber of Commerce, and there is no need to apologize to the owner for weakness. Between these two people, it seems that it's not just a good relationship. Duan Yuan Shan was skeptical. He really didn't know what kind of abilities Yang Kai had, so that Kang Saran of same realm was so obedient. "City Master Juan, where is Zhuang Pan?" Yang Kai suddenly asked with a gloomy expression. "If you say the culprit, it's not necessarily Zhuang Pan, but he definitely has a great relationship. If it wasn't for this guy who was greedy for life and was afraid of death and was terrified the first to escape, Black Tortoise 7 sections formation would not be the case." It collapsed all at once. Judging from the situation at the time, everyone could support a period of time. Qin Kai Ouyang will not be injured, and Du Lishan will not die on the spot. As for whether Yang Kai will be eroded by demon thought and demon chi will be entangled, it is uncertain. Furthermore, there is a gap between Yang Kai and Zhuang Pan. He naturally hates his greed for life and fear of death. "No trace." Duan Yuan Shan replied with a sullen face, "This is because this Duan doesn't know people. If I knew that Zhuang Pan was so greedy for life and fear of death, this city master wouldn't let it go." He became a member of the formation and almost hurt everyone. Paused. He said again, "Zhuang Pan did not return to Maplewood City at all after escaping, but with his cultivation level, he should have been demon chi corroded. But judging from what happened later, he should not be dead now. But I don't know where he hid. Don't let me see him, otherwise he will regret it." Born in this world. Kang Saran cold snort, killing intent like tide. Duan Yuan Shan gave him a weird look, and then at Yang Kai. "By the way, Brother Yang, what happened that day?" After that, listen to him, asked. Moxioki and Kang Saran also hurriedly watched them, very curious. Yang Kai said with a bitter smile, "I am not clear. At that time, I was eroded by demon chi and divine consciousness was chaotic. I only felt darkness. When I woke up later, everything was settled." Now, he had already expected someone to ask about this, so he had the answer in his heart. While speaking, he suspiciously said, "But I vaguely felt a few amazing power fluctuations, but I don't know true or false." Duan Yuan Shan continued, "Brother Yang, it feels right. It was Chen Wenhao Senior Chen from Heavenly Martial Holy Land and the powerhouses of the other two sects. They seemed to have a battle with something outside the city." "Oh?" Yang Kai showed a shocked expression. "Where are the three adults now? Did they say anything?" Duan Yuan Shan said with a sigh of relief, "They not at all go to Maplewood City. I disappeared after that battle. As the Maplewood City Master, it's embarrassing to talk about it. Everyone came to the piece of land of Own, but they didn't meet with Own, let alone say anything. Obviously, they didn't pay attention to Own. But he is a principal source to Leia, so naturally he dare not accuse the existence of those Emperor Senior stage. Putting it that way, are the three adults driving out demon chi?" Yang Kai said solemnly, "The three adults really have Heaven's Pan with their hands and eyes, and their strength is amazing. It is not humane for them to retreat. People admire it." Duan Yuan Shan's face was also straight, saying, "I am relieved of Maplewood City this tribulation. And I really should thank those three adults a lot." Even Kang Saran and Moxioki also agreed, and obviously felt that the reason Demon Chi suddenly disappeared was all the credit of the three Emperor Senior stages and had nothing to do with others. Yang Kai is so happy, so naturally he will not reveal it. "Well, this Duan came here, one is to visit Brother Yang, and the other ... I also want to ask you. Would you like to live in Maplewood City?" "Live?" Yang Kai frowned. "Yes." Duan Yuan Shan nodded. "As far as I know, Brother Yang is not from a sect force, and it seems that there is no family affiliation. If Brother Yang is willing to live in Maplewood City, this Duan would like to use vice. The position of City Master permits you. Brother Yang also knows that Zhuang Ban was originally a vice City Master, but he ran away. My Maplewood City now happens to have a position of vice City Master vacant, and Brother Yang's strength is sufficient competent. After speaking, Duan Yuanshan looked at Yang Kai expectantly, as if he wanted him to agree. This Yang Kai couldn't help showing an awkward look. When everyone was defending Maplewood City together, Yang Kai heard this from Qin Kai Ouyang, saying that Duan Yuanshan was interested. I want Yang Kai to become the third vice city master in Maplewood City. Yang Kai's answer at the time was also ambiguous, but didn't expect Duan Yuanshan to come here in person and ask this question in person. Brother Yang is not a thing in the pool. Sooner or later, when there is a dragon's sky, how can the small Maplewood City trap him? Kang Saran suddenly said to the side. Duan Yuanshan looked at Kang Saran, then looked at Yang Kai, and said, "This Duan knows it in his heart." Yang Kai said with a bitter smile, "City Master, I'm sorry, but I am used to being alone, and I won't live in one place for a long time, so I can only appreciate the kindness of City Master." "It's okay. Brother Yang can give you some advice. A certain answer will satisfy this Duan." Moxioki happily said with a smile on the side, "Big Brother Yang, if you want to leave Maplewood City any day, tell me, I'll walk with you and go to the world." Yang Kai glanced at her and teased, "With beauty, I can't ask for it." "Hey!" Moxioki suddenly made a big red face, with a twisted look, and said, "Big Brother Yang is so bad too." Duan Yuanshan and Kang Saran laughed in unison. But when I looked towards the big birthmark on Moxioki's face, I sighed in my heart. Without this birthmark, Moxioki would be a stunning beauty, and even with this birthmark, she still cannot hide her beauty, but the birthmark does somewhat corrupt the overall image. After that, the three chatted for a while, and Duan Yuanshan and the others got up and left. "By the way, Brother Yang." Before leaving, Duan Yuanshan suddenly turned around and said, "There is one thing this Duan knows will call you." "What?" Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. "The guy you imprisoned, I don't know what means he used and disappeared in the city cell." Yang Kai raised his brows and said, "That old liar." "Exactly." Duan Yuanshan showed a strange expression. Although all martial artists in the city were defending and guarding the city at the time, no one was guarded, but you were personally under the restriction seal power. According to his cultivation level, it was impossible to escape, but afterwards, a jailer came to report that this person disappeared without a trace. No clues were left. It is really weird. Hee. Yang Kai slightly smiled. "I see." Duan Yuanshan startled and stunned. "You had expected it?" "It's not surprising to see Yang Kai looks like. Why can't Duan Yuanshan think of this one layer?" "It's just a guess, but now it seems that old guy is not simple." Yang Kai corner of the mouth twitched. "The old liar came alone from Wooden Forest City and wanted to ask Maplewood City for help. With his Void King 3-layer strength alone, he could enter and exit safely in the boundless demon chi. Obviously some doorway. Afterwards, Yang Kai issued a restriction, and he disappeared from the cell without knowing it. How can the General Void King stage achieve this level? I don't know what secret he has. He has such a mysterious ability. Do you need to be hunted? Duan Yuanshan asked. If you need it, this Duan can help. No need. Yang Kai shook the head. I was only imprisoned by Genius for a while. I wanted to find out about his free access to Demon Chi and see if it could be used by the martial artist in the city in the future. Now that the disaster is solved, I don't need to do anything more. He didn't do anything harmful, he just likes to cheat money. Since Brother Yang said so, let him go. Duan Yuanshan laughed and holds the fist saying, Brother Yang these days, let's take a rest first. I'll wait to leave. Yang Kai nodded, watched the three people leave, and returned to the wing to sit down. After 1 hour, he opened his eyes again, indifferently said, Since you are here, then come in. What are you secretly doing outside? Marshall Peak Chapter 2148 Chapter 2148 Despair. Yang Kai tone barely fell. One person rushed in like lightning, and with a flick of his hand, the door was closed again. Looking at the visitor, Yang Kai chuckles. Kin old mister. The visitor is not someone else, it is Kin family old ancestor Kin K Oyang. Brother Yang. Kin K Oyang replied, with a slightly embarrassed face. Yang Kai said, Kin old mister didn't heal his injuries in the clan, so why did he come here? Kin K Oyang's complexion is not very good. It is obviously the last time he was injured. There is no reason to recover completely. But what makes Yang Kai feel even more strange is that he didn't come to visit the owner with Duan Yuan Shan, but sneaked over alone. Yang Kai's thoughts changed, and some understood what he wanted to do. Old man's injury is okay. Kin K Oyang waved his hand, found a place to sit down, and said, I heard Brother Yang you returned safely, so old man hurried away. Come here, I never thought. Let the city master and the others go one step ahead. So you are hiding outside? Yang Kai laughed. Some words are not convenient to say in front of the Lord City Master. Kin K Oyang said embarrassedly. Hey. Yang Kai sighed and looked at Kin K Oyang sincerely. I probably know what Kin old mister means, but please forgive me for refusal. Kin K Oyang strange saying, old man didn't say you knew it. Yang Kai said with a bitter smile, Kin old mister here could it be that I didn't want me to join you Kin family? So obvious. Kin K Oyang startled. Yang Kai nodded. Kin old mister has beaten on the side a few times before, if I still can't guess. Isn't that a fool? And it's said that Jiang family's property will also come from Qin family taking over. Jiang family is a big part of the foundation, and Qin family swallowed it in one bite. If there is not enough military force deterrence, I am afraid that it will not shock the hearts of others to begin to stir. Understand me? Kin K Oyang's eyes lit up, nodded and said, that's why old man came here deliberately, wanting to hire my brother to be my Kin family supreme elder. The status is equal to old man. Then you I work together and believe that other old guys will not dare to impudent. Yang Kai sighed. I just rejected the city master. Duan promised to be the vice city master. When Kin K Oyang heard this, his face suddenly darkened, and he was disappointed. So, two people are smart people, and Yang Kai doesn't need to explain too much. Kin K Oyang knows that On is out of play. Yang Kai rejected Duan Yuan Shan's bid. If he agreed to Kin K Oyang in a blink of an eye, he would be called Duan Yuan Shan in the future, knowing that he would definitely offend him. Duan Yuan Shan would think that Yang Kai looked down on the owner, so he might hate him. At that time, Qin family couldn't stay out of it. A supreme elder was hired, but he offended City Lord's mansion. This deal was not a bargain. Kin K Oyang felt like a mirror in his heart. Looking at Kin K Oyang, Yang Kai was a little ashamed and said, originally, Kin old mister passed on my Black Tortoise 7 sections formation method of formation and evolution. If the Kin family needs it, I am obliged. But this matter. If I promise you that Kin family is harmful and unhelpful, I will only disappoint Kin old mister. Old man takes care of it. Kin K Oyang nodded. But Yang Kai changed the conversation and said, if Kin family needs any help in the future, I can do it as a friend. Then I will ask Kin old mister to be welcome. Kin K Oyang hearing this, raised his brows, and chuckled said, with Brother Yang's words, I am relieved. He looked overjoyed, very much happy. Although this trip did not achieve the set goals, it is a worthwhile trip with Yang Kai's guarantee. Kin K Oyang said with profound meaning, perhaps, old man needs Brother Yang's help soon. Yang Kai nodded said, I am waiting for your news. On that day, Kin K Oyang taught Yang Kai the complete formation of Black Tortoise 7 sections formation through Jade's Lip. It was originally just to exchange his promise to protect Kin Yu's safety at a time of crisis. If the city is broken, you can take Kinyu with you. But the subsequent development was beyond everyone's expectation. A devil's catastrophe was passed without risk, and the promise was naturally invalidated. Yang Kai has benefited from others, but he refuses to be wooed by them. He really feels sorry for him, and he deliberately finds an opportunity to pay back this favor. Then the two people chatted a few more casually, and then Qin Kai Ouyang got up to leave. He has injuries and is in urgent need of recuperation, and now the Qin family is taking over the Jiang family's blockbuster industry, and the family is very busy. It is true that some clones are flawless and time is precious, so naturally you can't delay too much. After Qin Kai Ouyang left, Yang Kai was completely free, and quickly adjusted his interest rate. A demonization made him a little weak. The power that far exceeds his cultivation level is shown in him, and it is not without a price. For several days, Yang Kai stayed in the wing, until a certain day, he opened his eyes again, full of energy and vigor, no longer seeing the fatigue and weakness before, as if he had recovered. After feeling the condition of own body, Yang Kai made sure that he didn't leave any troubles, so he was relieved. He did not go out immediately, but took out mysterious boundary bead, body flashed, and entered mysterious small boundary. Mysterious small boundary is still quiet. Yang Kai silently perceives a moment, cannot help but let out a shock. He found that somewhere in mysterious small boundary, there is an unusually powerful force surging endlessly. Shaking his body, he came directly to that location. In front of him, Liu Yan sits cross-legged, with one hand emptied, one hand and two fingers facing the sky, posing in a posture, performing profound arts. The power of her thunder fire is violent and restless. With her as the center, a dozen or more league rounds, the thunder snake wanders, and the flames are tumbling. Behind Liu Yan, there is a huge illusory shadow, soaring to the world, as if to flap and fly. Vermilion-bird phoenix. Yang Kai glanced at the illusory shadow and was immediately surprised. The illusory shadow is impressively the silhouette of the antiquity Holy Spirit vermilion-bird phoenix that he once witnessed up close, but it's not a living thing, but a projection, that's all. But even the projection exudes the breath of Holy Spirit. The surface of the illusory shadow, the black flames rolling, and the imposing manner, unstoppable. Liu Yan's expression is extremely difficult, as if he is performing some secret technique at a critical juncture. Yang Kai looked at it for a while and knew that she was refining the vermilion-bird phoenix feather at the moment. Although the progress was not particularly smooth, it was not very difficult. He can do nothing about this kind of thing. Even if he is the owner of mysterious small boundary, he can't help Liu Yan at all. All he depends on is her own will and determination. If the refining succeeds, Liu Yan will definitely improve in strength. If it fails, it is very likely to encounter backlash. It is also fortunate that Liu Yan has been devouring Sun's true fire, tempering in Sun's true essence over the years, and has long been used to this super high-intensity energy into the body. Otherwise she will only use her principal source one layer. The strength of the vermilion-bird phoenix cannot be refining at all. But even so, success or failure depends on her own good fortune. Embodiment sits in the distance, closely watching Liu Yan's situation at secret place. Seeing the body's gaze cast, Embodiment just nodded. Everything is silent. Under the care of Embodiment, once Liu Yan has any problems, the owner will know immediately. So Yang Kai left with confidence. While his body shakes again, he has come to another place in mysterious small boundary. This place is empty, and a shiver-coldly silhouette sits on the ground with his knees hugged, as if hiding in an unknown corner. I don't know what kind of panic and torture he has suffered. The beautiful hair is scattered. His face was a little pale, beautiful eyes looked around vigilantly, her pretty face was full of horror. Yang Kai just appeared in front of her, but she didn't know it, as if she hadn't seen it. This way. Yang Kai looked at her and muttered in a low voice, "Is it almost?" At this point, he stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound is not loud, but the ears of Huang Zai are as shocking as morning bells and evening drums. She trembled suddenly, and when raising the head again, she found that the boundless darkness that had been covering her was finally replaced by dazzling light, and a silhouette that made her in the heart cursed countless times, wishing to choose up 10,000 times by 1,000 blades appeared in front of the owner not far away, looking at the owner drearily. Seeing that person's face, Hua Qingzai's grievances and shocks over the past few days turned into a flame of revenge in this brief moment, and tenderly shouted, "My old lady is fighting with you." While speaking, he shot towards Yang Kai like an arrow from the string. The lovable body turns into 100 butterflies with a twist, hiding the sky and covering the earth, wrapping Yang Kai tightly all at once. Yang Kai raised his hand, erected the palm blade, ignored the lark disc, and slashed directly at the front void. Bumped on the ground. Palm blade cut something. Hua Qingzai's silhouette stumbled out of the void, and hundreds of spiritual discs disappeared at this brief moment. She covered her head with her hands, and she kept retreat. Painful tears. The water is almost flowing out. It looks like. Yang Kai remained calm and composed while handling pressing affairs, looking at her, indifferently said, "You still haven't figured out the situation of Own. If so, then give you click time and wait until you think about it. Let's talk about it again." While speaking, he will repeat the trick. Hua Qingzai screamed abruptly, "No, no, I was wrong. I don't dare to impudent anymore. You go around me." Whoever is in the boundless darkness, is killed countless times by some weird existence every day, and feels the lifelike death effect. I am afraid that he can no longer hold on. When he was killed for the first time, Hua Qingzai thought that Own was really dead. I didn't expect, but for a while, Own came back to life again. But she was not as good as dead, because after a while, she was caught by some weird existence is killed. After many times, she fully understood that Own was the illusion technique of Gao Ming, and in life and death samsara, she could not extricate herself. Hua Qingzai died hundreds of times a day, and Hua Qingzai was almost numb. If she is not strong enough, this kind of torture alone is enough to drive her crazy. At this moment, when I first saw Yang Kai as the culprit, it was natural that anger started from my heart, and evil grew to the gall. The result was still subdued by others. Hua Qingzai is completely desperate. Very well, you can be so sensible. It makes me very pleased. Yang Kai glanced at her, nodded, unperturbed, stove in place. Marshall Peak Chapter 2149 Chapter 2149 Dragon Island Token. Hua Qingzai looked at him, jealous and hated, thinking of the wrong place. Her mouth slumped, and she sat on the ground and splashed, "You this bastard, worse than a pig, I curse you to go to hell after death, forever unable to reincarnate." Yang Kai looked at his face with black lines. After waiting for a while, seeing that she didn't mean to stop, Yang Kai furiously shouted, "Enough!" Hua Qingzai's voice stopped abruptly, but he kept choking. Fragrant shoulder shook. Dignified a principal source 3-layer, so it's so dirty, what kind of style? Yang Kai reprimanded. Hua Qingzai grieved and said, "Then what do you want me to do? I can't beat you, and I can't beat you, so I am not allowed to scold others? You are obediently obedient, I am natural, I won't torture you again." Yang Kai cold snort said. Hua Qingzai kept nodded, and said, "I am obedient, I am obedient, I am the most obedient." While speaking, stretched out his hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of his eyes, and squeezed out a trace at Yang Kai. Then crying, the ugly smile comes. "It should have been so." Yang Kai hummed. He pondered for a while before he walked slowly to Hua Qingzai and stretched out a hand towards her. Hua Qingzai instinctively shrank back, seeming to be extremely frightened, but seeing that Yang Kai was innocent, he squeezed red lips, boldly extended the hand, and let Yang Kai take it. She pulled it up. "Follow me." Yang Kai, while speaking, when he urged his strength, he brought Hua Qingzai, and it was a teleport. The field of vision in front of me was a flower. When Hua Qingzai came back to his senses, the two people had already arrived in a bamboo building. The bamboo building is simple, but elegant and clean. "There is this kind of building here?" Hua Qingzai was amazed. Could it be that someone lives here? Before? Yang Kai lightly replied. "Many years ago, When he brought his family and friends from Tongzhuan continent to Gloomstar, there were tens of thousands of people living in mysterious small boundary. There are naturally many houses left here. Sit down. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and gestured, and owner immediately sat down. Hua Qingzai hesitated for a while, and then sat down opposite Yang Kai. I asked you a few questions, and you answered honestly. After she sat down, Yang Kai opened the mouth and said. Hua Qingzai nodded. You came to Maplewood City to hunt down Han Leng's death, right? Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingzai hesitated for a while, and finally nodded and said, yes. Why? Yang Kai looked at her. Hua Qingzai pondered the wording, and then said, Han Leng Jr. brother is an outcast of his family teacher. When Han Jr. brother escaped from Star Soul Palace, he seemed to have stolen a treasure from his family teacher! I came out this time to chase down the cause of death of junior brother Han. The most important purpose is to find that thing. What is it? What is it? The teacher not at all clearly said, only tell me it is a token. Token? Yang Kai raised his brow, but soon, as if thinking of something, he took out a weird token from own space ring. Come, pass it to Hua Qingzai, and say, is it this? This token palm size is made of special material, not gold or wood, with the word dragon on the front and a soaring line on the back. 9 Heavens true dragon pattern. The token was naturally found by Yang Kai from Han Leng's space ring, but Yang Kai didn't know what the token was for at the time, so he left it in the space ring and ignored it. Now, I heard Hua Qingzai say that she came for this token by the order of the own master. Yang Kai immediately realized that this token is just a little bit tricky. Hua Qingzai is the martial artist of Principal Source 3-layer, and her master is at least an Emperor Senior 2-layer powerhouse, something that can make the Emperor Senior 2-layer powerhouse remember. Certainly has its value. Is this found in the space ring of Han Leng Jr. brother? Hua Qingzai asked. Not bad. If there is no other token in Han Leng Jr. brother's ring, then it should be my mission goal. Hua Qingzai complexion looked weirdly. Hold the token. Do you recognize what this is? When Yang Kai asked this, he kept watching her expression change. Hua Qingzai first shook the head, but then reached out and picked up the token, and carefully explored and examined it. The expression in her eyes gradually changed. After a long while, she shook the suddenly lovable body and covered her small mouth with her hand. Exclaimed, speak! Yang Kai urged impatiently. If I didn't guess wrong ... this should be the famous Dragon Island token. Hua Qingzai cry out in surprise. Dragon Island token? Yang Kai frowned. What is that? Have you never heard of it? Hua Qingzai looked at Yang Kai astonished. It seems very surprised that he has not even heard of the existence of Dragon Island token this kind of, and it is indeed surprising and inexperienced. But when he saw Yang Kai's face, the teasing words that came to his mouth quickly swallowed. She cautiously asked, I wonder if you have ever heard of Dragon Island. Dragon Island? Could it be that there is a true dragon living on it? Yang Kai did not answering the rhetorical question, immediately laughed. I was joking. Hua Qingzai's face was tense and serious. Then Dragon Island. Won't there really be true dragon living on it? Yang Kai asked tentatively. Hua Qingzai nodded. What about nonsense? Yang Kai rolled his eyes. True dragon is one of the most powerful existences in antiquity. Holy Spirit. For example, true dragon, heavenly phoenix, this kind of existence, should only exist in legends and ancient books, and should not survive at all in the world. Hua Qingzai's pretty face blushed. She gave Yang Kai a white look, and said, if Dragon Island really exists, there will indeed be true dragon inhabited, and more than one. Yang Kai corner of mouth twitching, I don't know what to say. Hua Qingzai said, according to legend, Dragon Island is the most mysterious and powerful force in the entire star boundary, because there are many true dragon descendants living on Dragon Island, even there are also antiquity dragon. That is the existence that even the top 10 Emperor Seniors must be afraid of. But whether Dragon Island really exists, we people don't know. Only the most powerful martial artists, they can come into contact with these top secrets. and only they can find the way to Dragon Island. Dragon Island token is passed from Dragon Island. Hwaking's Eye continued. Those who hold this order can go to Dragon Island and unconditionally request Dragon Clan to do something that Dragon Clan can bear. For example, if I take this Dragon Island token to Dragon Island, I can completely let Dragon Clan perform. The power of True Dragon allowed me to be promoted to the Emperor Senior stage, and it was more than one layer. Up to this point, Hwaking's Eye's beautiful eyes are full of longing, holding the Dragon Island token. The hands are getting harder, and the breathing is a bit short. Yang Kai stretched out, beckoned, then the Dragon Island token flew back to his palm, lightly glanced at Hwaking's Eye, and said, "Go on." Hwaking's Eye smiled awkwardly and converged in response to the frenetic expression on his face. He said, "From ancient times to the present, only 5 Dragon Island tokens have been circulated. In ancient legends, 3 of them are used passively, and the use of these 3 Dragon Island tokens makes the whole star boundary is shocked." While speaking, she raised a finger and said as many as she said. 1. 80,000 years ago, the North Territory ranked second big sect Profound Frost sect overnight, being pulled up by the roots. In a sect's tens of thousands of disciplines are not spared, even including all the Emperor Senior stage powerhouse. It is said that until now, there is still some dragon breath power on the Profound Frost sect site, and many martial artists like to go there to find opportunities. Second, 50,000 years ago, I don't know which brave guy who angered Holy Spirit Stone Fiery, but Stone Fiery was angry and took the entire South Territory, disturbed heaven and earth turning upside down, countless creatures died, and the sect family was destroyed. At that time, even the top 10 Emperor Senior personally took action and still couldn't stop Stone Fiery's violent killing. In the end, Dragon Island came forward and made Stone Fiery retreat in shock. Otherwise, the South Territory must lose of life. Thirdly, 30 years ago, at that time, the death of Heaven's Devourer, Great Emperor, who was the powerful cream of the crop of human race, was also reported to have been traced by Dragon Clan. The battle world collapses, the stars shift, and the laws are reversed. Heaven's Devourer, the Great Emperor, was killed by Dragon Clan. Yang Kai suddenly interrupted Hwaking's Eye, and the fox questioned. Hwaking's Eye stuck his tongue out. "It's just a legend. I don't know true or false, but it's possible to come. After all, Heaven's Devourer, the Great Emperor, was the most powerful powerhouse of human race at that time. Even if other people joined forces, they might not be able to kill him. There was some reason for Dragon Clan to intervene in it." At this point, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Have you heard of Heaven's Devourer, Great Emperor? Do you really think of me as a country bumpkin?" Yang Kai squinted at her. Hwaking's Eye smiled and said, "Anyway, these 3 major events are said to be related to the use of Dragon Island token. If this thing in front of you is really Dragon Island token, then my lord, you have to plan to use it. It is priceless. What do you care about so much?" Yang Kai cold snort. Hwaking's Eye snorts dissatisfiedly. "Can't care about it? Are you sure this is the Dragon Island token?" Yang Kai asked. Hwaking's Eye shook the head. "I have never seen what the real Dragon Island token looks like, but looking at its pattern and material, it should have a great probability. If you are not at ease, you might as well ask someone with a lot of knowledge to find out what clues you might get. Does Dragon Island really exist? Even if it does exist, nowhere is it clear. It is too early to consider Dragon Island token," Yang Kai said, and put away the token. "However, there is a person in his heart who can take a look. Maybe he can really know the accurate information." "My lord." Hwaking's Eye twisted, seeming to be a little restless, looking at Yang Kai stammering, and said, "I have said everything I should say." "Look, don't think about it." Yang Kai refused. "Then could it be that you want to keep me here forever?" Hwaking's Eye is depressed. "I am from Star Soul Palace. I have been ordered by my master to search for Han Jr. Brothers' relics. If you don't go back for a long time, the master will definitely find it, maybe to track down to you." Speaking of this, she heavily nodded and affirmed, "It will definitely be traced to you, and you don't want to be targeted by your master. He has the cultivation of Emperor Senior 2 layer level. You quickly let me go. Everyone is good to get together. Marshall Peak Chapter 2150 Chapter 2150 Inquiry. When the time comes. Yang Kai stood up and looked down at her condescendingly, corner of the mouth raise. A smile suddenly appeared, touched the chin. Actually, if you want to regain freedom, it's easy. What do you mean? Hua Qingzai fought a cold war, looked at Yang Kai warily, and said, "What do you want to do?" Yang Kai snorted and said, "Don't worry, I don't have much interest in you. But if you really want to regain your freedom, you obediently hand over your divine soul brand to me. Maybe I can think about it. The strength of Principal Source 3 layer is pretty good for me now." Wishful thinking. Hua Qingzai gritted his teeth, without waiting for Yang Kai to say something. The meaning of the end. Then ... Bye. Yang Kai waved at her and left mysterious small boundary directly. Hua Qingzai was left alone in a daze. After a long while, she shouted in sorrow, "You come back, you come back, you come back." In the wing room, Yang Kai reappeared, and after a little thought, he turned into a flowing light and rushed out of the Jiang family old house and headed towards Maplewood City. After a while, he has arrived in Maplewood City. He did not at all go to find Moxioki and Kang Saran, but went straight to the place where Qin family was. Qin family, he has been here once, and he is familiar with the road. Spiritual mind has only noticed the location of Kinyu with just a scan. He didn't mean to hide aura, he just swaggered over there, not much time, and came to a side room, lightly buttoned the window. Who? Let out a low cry came from inside. Yang Kai complied. The room was silent for a while, but soon, I heard a soft footstep moving up, came to the window, and opened the window. Kinyu looked astonished and looked at Yang Kai in confusion, and said, "Yang, so Yang, it's so late, what can I do?" "Well, there is something I want to ask you." Yang Kai replied, and looked in the probe, and said, "Can I go in and talk?" Kinyu blushed and said, "My lord, please come in." Right. She tone barely fell and Yang Kai flashed indirectly through the window. Kinyu blushes even harder. At this moment, it is night time. Yang Kai is not entering the front door, but he has found a different way from the window. If someone called not understanding the complete truth sees it, I am afraid that there will be some misunderstanding. However, Kinyu is quite at ease with Yang Kai. After all, if Yang Kai's strength really wants to do anything against her, he can do it without knowing it, and there is no need to deliberately reveal his identity. The fragrance in the room is pleasant and the decoration is warm and elegant. This should be Kinyu's boudoir. Yang Kai knows that Owen's trip is a bit trash, but he doesn't care too much. After sitting down, Kinyu took the initiative to offer tea, opened the mouth and said, "I wonder what the Lord is asking me." Yang Kai took a sip from the teacup and said, "Young lady Qin is beautiful and intelligent. She is very knowledgeable and she is the only one I have seen in my life. I came here this time mainly to ask a girl to solve my doubts." Kinyu pursed her lips lightly, said with a smile, "The adults are overpraised. The little female is just reading more books, that's all. If there is a place where the little female can contribute, the adults are welcome to speak out." Yang Kai grinned, "Then I will be straight to the point, but I hope today's conversation." The little female swears by divine soul and will never reveal it to a third person. Kinyu stern saying. Yang Kai raises the head and glanced at her, thinking that it is easy to talk to smart people, and then said, "Before outside the city, I was eroded by Demon Chi, and I almost became a member of Demon, presumably a girl. I can see it in my eyes too." Kinyu hearing this, there was a trace of fearful expression flashing in the beautiful eyes, and the head nodded lightly. "Well, finally, Lord Heaven helps the worthy, turn the danger into peace. During the period of time when I was eroded by Demon Chi and transformed into demon, many weird pictures appeared in my mind." Yang Kai casually said. Kinyu was surprised. "Many weird pictures?" "Yes." Yang Kai nodded and said, "We used the secret technique from Jiang Chu's consciousness. See, I caught a glimpse of the silhouette of Antiquity Great Demon, So I guess that there may be a trace of Antiquity Great Demon's surviving will among those demon chi, which retains a lot of knowledge and experience of the troll during his lifetime. After being eroded by demon chi, there will be a chance to see this something. My lord has a point, and I think so too, Kinya said happily when he found his confidant. But what Jiang Chu and I have seen are different. Although the pictures are intermittent, they are not at all Antiquity Great Demon's silhouette. Oh, what kind of pictures are they like? Ginyu came with interest. Yang Kai showed a contemplative appearance. His voice said solemnly, "There are too many pictures. I can only see two of them clearly. First is a seed, and a gold and silver each occupies half. After the seeds are planted, spring comes and autumn goes. The cold and the heat, the seed becomes a gold and silver two-color different tree, on which the gold and silver two-color divine light are apt, overlapping and changing, as if it has great power. Gold and silver two-color different tree?" Ginyu hearing this, the pretty face was full of expressions of surprise, and she whispered. Yang Kai nodded sternly, looked at her and said, "I don't know what young lady Qin knows about this kind of gold and silver bicolor tree." Little female, I seem to remember where I saw the record of such a strange tree. Kinyu frowned, trying to remember. Yang Kai expression was shocked and looked at her expectantly. For a long while, Kinyu also failed to give a correct answer. She shook her head continuously and said, "Sorry, my lord, I did see this kind of record, but I will think about it for a while." "Get up, let's do it, sir. You give me a few days' time, I will check the ancient book I have read before, and I should be able to find the relevant records." "All right, anyway, no hurry. I am just curious about what it is." Yang Kai laughed, although he was a little disappointed in his heart. He didn't show it. "What about the second picture that the adults saw?" Kinyu asked. "A token, palm size, weird material, non-metal, non-wood, and a dragon character on the front, which seems to be written in ancient characters, and a true dragon pattern flying by 9 heavens on the back. Dragon Island token." This time, Yang Kai just finished describing. Kinyu gave the answer. "Is that really Dragon Island token?" Yang Kai was happy, although Hua Qingzai also told him that it may be a Dragon Island token from Dragon Island, but he does not fully trust it. Even more, how? Hua Qingzai own cannot determine whether the judgment is correct. But now that Kinyu said so, it is most likely to be true. If the adult's description is correct, it is definitely Dragon Island token. Kinyu seemed a little flushed with excitement. Dragon Island token is said to have only been circulating since ancient times. 3 of them have been passively used, and only 2 are left outside. What she said is basically the same as Hua Qingzai told Yang Kai before, whether it is the number of Dragon Island tokens or the time and place used. It can be seen that Hua Qingzai not at all deceived Yang Kai in this matter. But Kinyu said as he said, his expression became puzzled again, and he wondered, how can the Dragon Island token appear in the remaining will of Antiquity Great Demon? Why can't it appear? Yang Kai asked rhetorically. Because the time is wrong. When Antiquity Great Demon was sealed, the Dragon Island token should have not come out yet. How did the troll know? Kinyu is a pair of basic unexplainable appearance. When Yang Kai heard it, inwardly shouted bad. He just wanted to ask Kinyu on what he didn't understand, but didn't expect her to be so awkward that she caught an obvious weak spot all at once. I don't know this. Maybe the troll can feel that the Dragon Island token threatens him. Yang Kai hit haha. It's possible. Kinyu not at all thought about it. After all, time is too long to verify. Well, I am here this time just to inquire about these. The night is late, the girl should rest and leave. While speaking, Yang Kai has stood up. Ginyu got up and sent him off, saying, the gold and silver two-color different tree matter, the little female will find out as soon as possible. If there is news, the adults will be notified immediately. Okay. Yang Kai nodded, walked out of the front door, and disappeared in a flash. After a while, Qin Ke Ouyang suddenly appeared in front of Kinyu's store, staring at the disappearing back of Yang Kai. And the complexion asked strangely, "What did Brother Yang come to do with you?" "He asked me something," Kinya said. "What's the matter?" Qin Kai Oyang looked stunned. Kinya stuck out his tongue and said, "Secret." Qin Kai Oyang astonished, and immediately shook his head to say with a bitter smile, "You small girl, don't tell the truth with old ancestor, is that right?" Ginyu helplessly said, "It's not that I don't say it, but I can't. But I can tell old ancestor that what Sir Yang asked has nothing to do with Maplewood City, and has nothing to do with my kin family." Qin Kai Oyang knew in his heart, and nodded, "That's good." After a while of silence, he sighed and looked at Ginyu and said, "How is your health?" "Fortunately," Ginyu replied. "Nonsense." Qin Kai Oyang's face was stern. "Don't think, old ancestor, I don't know. You spent a lot of effort to repair the seal last time, and your physical condition simply couldn't support it for too long." Ginyu was silent. Qin Kai Oyang sighed, "With your capital, if it weren't for that kind of physique, there might not have been a chance to reproduce the glory of my kin family ancestors. It's just hateful. Old man is low-powered, and he tries his best. It can only continue for your life, cannot cure it. But old ancestor is ashamed of you." Kinyu's eyes were red, and he whispered, "Old ancestor, you don't say this. If it's not old ancestor, you died 3 years ago. Yura is already very happy to live another 3 years. Yura's only regret is that he cannot serve old ancestor forever, but he has to worry about old ancestor." "Don't worry, old ancestor will find a way for you, and it will definitely not let you die an untimely death," Qin Kai Oyang said solemnly. After finishing talking, he also body flashed and disappeared. Ginyu opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something, but could not see Qin Kai Oyang's silhouette. However, she only thought for a moment, and she seemed to understand what Qin Kai Oyang had planned, and her pretty face changed drastically.